Previously on the European LCS.
And this is surely going to be game here, and the Super Hot crew make a miserable first 2 days here for Alliance. And in the first El Clasico of the 2014 season, Fnatic absolutely wiped the floor. And Gambit head over towards the fountain. A dance by Darien will seal victory for Gambit as they go 2-1 here in the LCS.
Will SK be able to finish the game? Absolutely phenomenal stuff. SK Gaming finally get themselves a victory. This is going to be Rocket closing out the game.
Rocket is looking fantastic and they are so strong in the early game.
They will take their second victory in the Spring Split LCS.
I'm really happy about the performances.
We came here today and we performed well.
I hope that we will win the last game.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Day 3 of the European League Championship Series, being broadcast to you live from our studio here in Cologne, Germany. I am Lee D-Man-Smith, and joining me once again is Trevor Quickshot Henry as we get set to bring you another day of exciting matchups during our opening Super Week.
Yeah, and what a week it has been so far. We do have 5 more huge matchups today that are sure to shake up the standings, and immediately after the LCS games, the European Challenger Series continues with Freak and Jet calling all the action.
But before we get into today's matches, let's take a look at some of the top stories coming out of Day 2. First up, well, it has to be all about Fnatic and that phenomenal bottom lane pairing of Reckless and Yellowstar.
I cannot get over their numbers right now. 26 kills, 0 deaths, 20 assists for Reckless. For Yellowstar, 1 kill, 0 deaths, 39 assists. Letting you know, both of those records are the longest killing sprees and assist sprees without a single death in the history of the LCS.
Which is incredible when you think of what Cloud9 did last year. They've already broken those records. Still, of course, is another horrendous stat, and it is all about Alliance down that bottom of the table at 0-3, yet to pick up a win. And this super team is not performing.
Yeah, I think it really boils down to the fact that their objective-based gameplay and decision-making sucks. They are not rotating for towers. They are not taking dragons. They have 3 dragons against Fnatic. Then 1 dragon in each of their respective matches, and you've got to call it frank. They're not playing up to the expectations that were set for that team.
Yeah, they're overhyped somewhat, maybe. Of course, another point of view from yesterday especially was the junglers. What absolute fantastic smites yesterday on the Barons.
Yeah, 2 different Baron steals leading to victories for the respective team. Fnatic doing it to Alliance with a great play by Cyanide, and I think more dramatically and maybe with more style, Sven Skeren did it with Lee Sin against the Copenhagen Wolves in what was a comeback victory. So hopefully we can get some more Baron steals in there today.
And we talked about it yesterday, how many unique champions we've had, but let's talk about who's really winning out of those crazy champion picks.
Okay, with a lot of assistance from Reckless, Jinx is currently leading the table for number of games and the highest win ratio. 5 wins, 1 loss, it's sitting at 83%. You can't deny Warwick and Trundle, their 100% win ratio, but it's 2 games of Warwick, 1 with Trundle. A little bit of a troll stat, but as much as we change the numbers, the champions still stay the same. You know, 9 games with Thresh, 6 wins, 3 losses. Vi, 6 games played, 4 wins, 2 losses. So we're still sitting in that 60-70% win ratio for the super common popular picks.
And I got the opinion just talking to Alex, it's like, they're not convinced by the Warwick pick, but hey, it works so far for Darien, so why not stick to it? So let's check out those standings and see where these teams are currently sitting on the board. At the top, of course, it is Fnatic. 3 wins without defeat, no problem there. Rocket, though, hot on their heels. This new team really doing a fantastic job with 2 wins. They've got 2 games today. Can they keep up the pace? Meanwhile, Gambit, they are in 3rd place, 2 wins, and that 1 defeat to Fnatic.
And looking down the bottom half of the table, Super Hot Crew is sitting in 4th place with that 1 win and 1 loss. Then there is a 3-way tie for 5th, where the Copenhagen Wolves, Millennium, and SK Gaming all share the position with 1 win and 2 losses. And as we've touched on already, Alliance sitting in 8th place with 3 losses, potentially going to be swept in Super Week at LCS.
Yeah, big tough match coming up. Of course, let's check out that schedule for today's matches. Up first, Well, it's going to be SK Gaming versus the Super Hot Crew. Could be a crunch game, that one. Millennial up against Fnatic. These two teams have practiced quite a bit together. We'll see how that develops. And Roccat, they're up against the Copenhagen Wolves.
All right, the last 2 games of the day will be Gambit versus Super Hot Crew, followed by Alliance versus Roccat. And if Roccat win their first match and beat Alliance, it's going to be 0-4 and 4-0 for the respective teams.
Yeah, fantastic. It could be an impressive performance for those. But, of course, following those LCS games, the European Challenger Series will continue with Pulse Esports up towards Kujas. I believe his team still Salad, Tomato, Onion, which is the Frenchies are in there. And, of course, Gamers 2. They're going to be up against Team Kappa Prime. Get those /Kappas going in the Twitch channel. You guys have probably gone mental already, and the moderator may well want to kill me. But for more information, of course, about the schedule, all the latest stats, the team info, VODs, and more, get yourselves over to lolesports.com.
Now, while you guys are there, if you would like to join us actually here in the studio, you can watch these matches live and in person. Just click on the tickets link at the top of the page for all the details and figure out exactly how to get you to the Colonium in Cologne.
Yeah, and while we still want to know what you guys at home are thinking, just click on the schedule near the top of the page and select a thumbs up next to the teams that you predict will win.
It's like we've done that before. Yeah, we will be checking those throughout the course of the day, guys. So get those votes in, make sure they're counted, and we'll be seeing where the public opinion lies.
Yeah, we also want to hear from you on Twitter as well. So write to us at lolesports.com and tell us the big Twitter question of the day. What has been your favorite moment so far during week 1 of the European LCS, and why?
Every time this question's been asked, I've changed my answer, and I think I've definitively locked it down. Watching Deficio cast. I think I'm going to sum it up and, give props to Deficio for his inaugural, debut. Anyways, for you guys at home, use that hashtag LCS. We will be reading the favorite answers from you later on in the broadcast and maybe bouncing them off a pro as well.
So for now, let's send it over to Shox and Joe, who are joined by Peke from Fnatic.
Thank you very much, D-Man. And hello, everybody. I'm Evie Shock supporter alongside Joe Miller and Fnatic's XPK. I don't know what was going on there. I'm not sure if I want to know. But XPK, congratulations. A great record here in the first 2 days of the LCS so far. 3-0, possibility of going 4-0. Tell me from your perspective how these last 2 days have been.
They have been great, pretty much. When we were coming to this week, we were thinking we were going to do good. But I don't think we expected to win every game like we did. The first games were really hard, Gambit and Alliance. We thought we might win, but it would be super hard. And it ended up being not that hard. We just played our game. It seemed like we had control all the time. All the practice we had worked out perfectly. So it felt super good.
Talk to us a little bit about your bottom lane, because obviously their statistics right now... Their statistics right now are ridiculously good. What makes your bottom lane so strong?
I don't know. I read that on Reddit. I like it, the Reckless Star lane. I don't know. They play super good. They don't overextend. They always know when to go in. They are not playing super safe. They play safe, but when they know they can go in, they go in. They are not scared to go in. So I think that's great. They never make mistakes pretty much when it comes to that. So I don't know. It looks like no other bot lane can just put them in a bad position. They are always doing good or decent.
We talked to Reckless yesterday about that, and I asked him, how does it influence other lanes? And he said that you specifically are feeling a lot less pressure in that lane. Is that what makes you play a little bit better now than we have seen you at Battle Atlantic, for instance?
Yeah, that as well. The thing is, if the other lanes are not doing so good, or because of whatever reason we feel like we're losing the game, I think everyone will try to make plays to come back. Because if you're okay, we're going to lose this game if we don't do anything, then you will just start trying stuff and it will fail 70% of the times. But now it's we have this mentality that it's just play safe, don't make risky plays, just do the safe ones. So that's a lot easier. When I'm in mid lane, I can wait 15 minutes for the other guy to make a mistake. I don't have to push anything.
We asked everyone on Twitter to tell us what their favorite moment was of the week and why. What was XPK's favorite moment this week so far?
I'm not sure about my favorite moment. I haven't watched a lot of the other games. Which one was it? From our games, all the games were really good. I cannot choose one, so I think the best for me was to just come here and meet all the fans, and obviously see her pretty face every morning makes it a lot better.
Wow.
You've gone all red, Shots.
Yeah, I've gone all red. Finally, Expeke, you guys are at the top of the league, and you know there have been some surprising results for a lot of people coming into this first week. How do you think the EU LCS will evolve if you had to pick a top 3 for the end of the season?
Top 3. It's hard to know right now because it changed. Like I still think it will be Gambit, Alliance, and us. Like before I didn't put us in top 3, maybe top 4 because I wasn't sure. But I think if we keep playing like this, it's gonna be like that, the top 3.
Very interesting insights. Thank you very much. We need to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere because when we return, it's time to kick things off with 2 teams coming into the day with a lot of momentum. SK Gaming versus the super hot crew. It all begins in 3.5.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for our first match of the day. And it is going to be SK Gaming up against the Super Hot Crew. And of course, the last time these teams squared off on the Rift was during the promotion tournament in a nail-biter of a series.
Super Hot Crew have done it. They picked up game 1.
The surrender vote has come out.
SK Gaming call it.
The games against SK were like pretty good at the start, but in the third game people were pretty scared to win actually.
SK keep themselves in this series.
So I didn't expect them to actually go 0 and lose.
Super Hot Crew, if they cannot shake off this defeat, they may not be able to win Game 5.
The Nexus going down in 500 HP. SK solidifies and puts themselves back into the LCS.
We got really surprised when we lost 3-2 to SK when we started 2-0. I guess we were a bit too confident.
It was really crazy 2 weeks. We lost qualifier and then we had to replay the qualifier and finally we won against MYM and we are in LCS.
They had some personal problems with Hadal. They decided they wanted a new AD carry.
We are definitely a better team than we were in the promotions and it has nothing to do with skills but basically just the atmosphere between us is like really much better.
Well, we're gonna go into the league as underdogs. We're just gonna go in and take a little bit more risk than other teams because we don't really have anything to lose.
And well, it says it all really, you know, the fact that they came through that qualifier, they got themselves a second chance and they are grasping it with both hands because yesterday, the Super Hot Crew, their defeat of Alliance was amazing. They destroyed them. It wasn't even a close match. They just melted through the whole team.
Yeah, and it all started from that bottom lane. Mr. Rolls and Mixer, they've put Tabs and Nif on the back foot, forced them to play incredibly defensively. And this man on your screen, Mr. Rolls, is at the forefront of many of Super Hot Crew's compositions. 13, 4, and 8 in the 2 games they've played so far. He played phenomenally on Lucian and has done so in all of his games and whatever carry he's playing. But the thing for Super Hot Crew, when they're on their comfort picks, that's when they do well. The Dr. Mundo, the Vi, the Ziggs, things like that. And it's champions that they've played like they did in the qualifiers against MYM. One quick note has to be on Impaler. His Vi is terrifying. He's gone 2, 4, and 11 versus Alliance, and he is a massive, massive initiator for them. I'm hoping that Super Hot Crew stick to the basics, stick to their aggressive champions with strong engagers. And that's actually what's going to allow them to play to their strengths. That Nunu Caitlyn nonsense, it's not good, and they need more practice with it.
Not good at all. SK Gaming, though, well, he picked up a win yesterday against the Copenhagen Wolves. And good God, was it an exciting battle. That Smite steal.
Yeah, the Smite steal, and basically everything Svenskeren did. For the first 20 or 30 minutes, he was everywhere. The number of times he survived with those safeguards. And, you know, SK bounced back. They were losing the game. Sven went 2, 5, and 11 on that lead. He was having multiple ganks in all of the lanes. He continually roamed over and over and over. And that pressure allowed SK to stall the game long enough for Freddy Shyvana to become a threat. The one thing SK is still lacking is power play moments. And Candy Panda admitted it in an interview yesterday, saying they want to play more aggressive, create opportunities for them to possibly win objectives and win games.
Well, that is what we think of the teams. Let's check out the lineups, of course, because on the blue side, starting out will be SK Gaming. Freddy122 in the top lane. Jungle is Svenskeren. You just heard about. Jez is in the mid lane. Candy Panda, the remaining member of SK Gaming, and Rated, his new support.
And of course, for the Super Hot Crew on the red side this time around, Mimer up top, Impaler in the jungle, Moops in the mid lane, Mr. Riles as your AD carry, and Mixer as your support.
So, Champ Select coming in just a few moments. What are we expecting to see from these two teams?
So I'm definitely anticipating an Eve, an Elise, a Dr. Mundo type of ban priority. One of the things I was looking at when we came into this, out of the SK Gaming's 3 games they've played, their opponents have only banned 5 champions multiple times against them, which tells me SK is very easy to read in what their power champions are. So I feel like these are going to be the priorities for them. Over on the side of Super Hot Crew, it's a very similar situation. Vi, Mundo, and Leona are some of the priorities.
Well, here we go. Straight away, Vi banned out. No surprises there. That's going to put Impaler in possible hot water, but Evelyn also going to be focused against Svenskeren. So these guys have researched each other, and no surprise, they're in the League of Legends Championship Series.
Yeah, it's the same thing all of these other teams are doing. Elise is still up. Leona and Mundo will probably be my priorities for what's left, especially against Enrated. Enrated is arguably one of Europe's most popular, famous Leona players in the competitive scene, and we'll see whether or not Super Hot Crew are going to let it slide through.
As it stands, it is going to be Leona ban. You're on point so far here, Trevor. Come on, give us another one.
Dr. Mundo. If SK don't ban Dr. Mundo, It's going to force Super Hot Crew to ban either Dr. Mundo or Shyvana, and I think those are going to be some of your first picks. Elise is also another contended champion. Svenskeren can default to Lee Sin, and I don't think Lee Sin is ban-worthy when you consider the power of the alternative picks.
Well, it is Thresh, which means Dr. Mundo may be available. It's the champion, I think it's the only champion Mime has played in that top lane so far. Maybe Freddy pulled, of course, Shyvana out, so we'll see which the final ban. Will it be the Ziggs? Jezz has been playing that to great effect recently.
And something that both of the top laners have also defaulted to when they don't have those tanks is Renekton. So that's something that's gone that way. The Ziggs you touched on is now removed, and I actually think Ziggs is Jezz's strongest champion. Too many Zs and S's in there. And he's defaulted to Needle in the past, but Gragas is available, and he's also played Gragas a significant amount.
Well, it's going to be potentially Elise. Yes, he will be. That's going to put Impaler into interesting ground here. Xin is available. Could he go for that route? That's what got him through here against Meteor Makers on Saturday.
It definitely did, and I think it plays to Impaler's style. You know, he likes those aggressive, he likes gank-heavy junglers. If they don't, lock that in right now, they are allowing Freddy to most likely get his hands on a Shyvana. This is a lot of importance placed on Lucian, and when you consider how well Mr. Rolls plays on Lucian, I can actually understand sort of tunneling on it, but I'm not sure you should give away that Shyvana to Freddy. He played it very well yesterday against the Wolves.
We'll see whether that's going to be the next choice. Shyvana, of course, now available for Freddy122. Jezz is waiting to see what he's going to select.
So this is our 12th game of Super Week. Yasuo has been banned in 6 out of our 12 games, has not been picked in the other 6. He is available, but I don't think we're going to tunnel on him as much. I don't feel like Jezz is going to play that type of assassin. We haven't seen him on those types of champions at all. Not since DreamHack, not since he's been pulled into the fold for SK Gaming. But it is just nice to keep note of the new champions.
Well, of course, Super Hot Crew, they had it available against Roccat and didn't choose it either.
Correct, yeah.
Jinx potentially going to get picked here. You already said he's got a 5-1 win ratio so far, Jinx has. Of course, a lot of that's down to Reckless absolutely destroying everyone. But it looks like Freddy122 is going to be allowed Shyvana again, like he had against the Wolves, and it worked to great effect.
So with Leona, Annie, and Thresh being taken away... Whoa.
Whoa.
That was unexpected. That is very unexpected. With the Galio being locked in, changing away from Jinx. They don't need to lock Jinx in because an AD carry is already secured. And this is actually a potential counter to some of these run-at-you type of comps. If Dr. Mundo was there, if they want to go for, say, Pantheon, for example, it's something that Super Crew have done already. The moment you throw that Idol of Duran down from Galio, everybody's forced to deal with you. And if you buy enough time for your Shyvana and your AD carry to actually kill them, it can work. But I think this is a very risky pick.
Well, Gragas locked in. That's going to be Moops in the mid lane. Or will it be? Will it switch to jungler? Of course they will. Looks like it's going to be that Xin Zhao in the jungle for Impaler. Wait to see it gets locked in. Yes, it will. So falls back to the champion he knows, the one he's got a victory on already.
I also like this pickup for multiple reasons. Gragas can interrupt the Idol of Duran with his ultimate if he stays far enough away. And if Impaler goes in with Xin Zhao and he puts on his 3-talent strike, you are going to get taunted to hit Galio. You are going to hit him. You are forced to. You can knock him up. You can actually break that interruption. Once we see a little bit of attack speed on Impaler Xin Zhao, that's almost like a soft counter to that very powerful AoE ultimate. And I'm very scared about the channel time that Jesus is going to get with this pick.
Well, Candy Panda used to be known as Caitlyn Panda, who was a champion that, honestly, I used to mix up with his name so many times, so it would not shock me if he goes with it. And this is actually something we haven't noticed on. Kassadin is available, has been banned, I think, 100% of the time. This is the first time he may well snuck through.
He's featured a lot in the bans. I don't actually think it's 100% bans.
It's a Galio support. Sure. No, it's Elise support.
Yeah. I would say Elite. It could be Galio.
What is N-Rated doing? Is he playing with our heartstrings here?
I actually have no idea where this Galio is going to go. You'd have to put Shyvana top lane. I think Svenskeren is a ganking jungler, so he would have to take Elise, and it has to be Galio support. I can see it maybe working, but his mana costs are immensely high, and this is going to be very difficult to deal with against Mr. Roll's poke.
Well, we talked about how many unique champions we've had, and N-Rated may well have pulled out a shocker that would even surprise Edward here, I feel, because Galio support up against, well, or is it going to be up against? That's the question. Are they going to go for that 2v1?
I think SK Gaming have a case to go for 2v1 because of the long-range poke damage that Galio does. However, if they go for 2v1, it's just to farm up and try push a tower. melee champions in a 2v1 lane are very difficult to actually take a tower down quickly. If you put a Leona in there, it doesn't necessarily work out. So that would actually give Lucian and Nami the pushing power to shut down a tower very early on. So I actually think maybe with that in mind, SK may want to try get Enrated up to level 6 as quickly as possible, stick him in a 2v2 lane, he can play safe, he can use his shield to gain some HP back, and just try to keep Lucian and Nami at bay with his incredible long-range poke. But his mana costs are immensely high.
Well, he's gone with Flash Ignite, as has Nami, so we'll see how it works out, whether they're going to be in the lane or not. That's the question. As the teams do load into the Rift, let's check out who you guys at home have been voting for. And the numbers, well, it is close, but it is 53% of you voting for the Super Hot Crew, which means you guys at home believe that have no faith in SK Gaming, honestly. You know, this is a team that fought the way through, beat Super Hot Crew 3-2. They should surely be favorites.
In theory, in theory. However, Nif was the support who was leading them in that battle with his Annie, with his Leona play. Now we have Enrated on Galio. And this is a massive question mark. I have never, ever seen a support Galio before. And I think it's a risky pick that if he falls behind, I don't see too many ways for Galio to bring himself back into this. So the opening 5 to 6 minutes of this game are going to be very important.
Well, we are about to get things underway here, ladies and gentlemen. It is day 3 of the League of Legends Championship Series. SK Gaming, they're going to be starting out as the blue team, and the Super Hot Crew are the red team. Who will take first blood? Will Galio be a part of it?
They want him to. Now, the one thing that does play into the favor here of SK Gaming is the early damage at levels 2 and 3 for Enrated. If he puts some points into his Q and his E spells, the Resolute Smite as well as the Righteous Gust, it does have very good range and very good damage. So he'll be able to keep Nami and Lucian at bay for as long as he's able to keep his mana pool up. At this point in time, each of those spells is very expensive. You're talking 70 mana and 60 mana, and he's only got 280 to play with.
Well, small pause. It is on the Super Hot Crew side by the looks of it. Or no, tell a lie. It's down the end. It is Enrated by the looks of it. Talking to the admin just down the end. I can see hand waving. Of course, the two players can't talk during this period about the game at all. They can't talk at all. They've just been completely locked out. Of course, all of their comms are actually monitored, so we know whether they talk or not. Enrated talking to the admin, making sure everything is sorted out. He's obviously got an issue, and as Galio, there's a lot of pressure on him, I feel.
Yeah, a huge amount of pressure. We'll have to see how well he can actually play in this matchup. Busy chatting to the admins. Interestingly about those headsets, before we carry on the picks, they generate static noise, which many people don't realize.
White noise, yeah.
White noise, as it were. I've played a game on the stage with those things, and it's very, very difficult to focus on what you're doing with that in and around, because you can hear it through the game sounds. When it's quiet and nobody's dying in spells, it's intense.
Things they got to do to make sure they don't hear your voice.
Tough life. Now, the point we were getting back to with Galio, with Galio, is the fact that once he hits 6, it's a very powerful initiation. A flash idol where you can root people in place, combo it with a Kassadin who has teleport. That is a very, very scary insta-kill possibility, and I definitely think we'll be seeing Jez doing a lot of roaming with that champion.
And a lot of people have been asking us what these little white packs are. They're hand warmers. See, here under the stage lights, it's pretty damn warm, and the crowd are probably relatively warm. I can see a few people with hoodies up behind you, but up on the stage, it's pretty cold up there.
Yeah, there's a lot of air conditioning going on. Those are very cool little packs. Just make sure their fingers are warmed up. What was the term you used yesterday? Stretching their fingers.
That wasn't
like
me.
That.
That was the other guy.
Well, as it stands right now, and is of course Jez is on your screen, going to be playing this Kassadin. It's the first time we're seeing him on a bit of a roaming assassin type champion. He tends to play the long range skill shots. We've seen him playing, Gragas, Nidalee, and Ziggs an extensive amount. Orianna, intermittently here and there. And this is the first time that we're going to see how he handles himself on one of Europe's sort of signature champions.
And while we do have this wait, looks like just trying to see whether they're restarting the machine. I think it's going to be a slight delay here, I feel, of this game. But SK Gaming versus Super Hot Crew, they're both 1-1 for Super Hot Crew, I believe, and 1-2 for SK Gaming right now.
So just in terms of the performances, Super Hot Crew beat Alliance in a very exciting game. They took
dominated
charge
Alliance
and never really gave Alliance a chance. But on the same token, their gambit against Rocket didn't work out. That was where they ran the unique strat that Nunu,
and in fairness, I spoke to
Impaler
Impaler about that, and he was just like, yeah, That's not going to happen again. That was a bad choice. They were not expecting the Pantheon Malphite, that's for sure. And that kind of caught them out. But the thing is, I think they said they weren't expecting the Malphite, which is why they picked the Nunu. Yet they picked the Nunu after.
Correct.
So whether they were just on a static line, and this is maybe down to the fact that the team has come in very last minute. They haven't had a chance to talk strategies about if this happens, if this situation happens. And I think back to the World Championships when we were sat in the room trying to work out the World Finals, what picks and bans they're going to go with Jan, Deficio, and all the other guys. We're trying to figure out who they're going to go with. And it took hours to work out. So that's just the one game, one best of 3 we're trying to work out. These guys are coming into Super Week with 1 day's notice. It's a lot to take in.
It is a massive amount, and even a greater thing on top of that is when you try to cram information at last minute and you plan and you prep, you say, well, we can do this comp, we can do that comp. What happened to them is they tunneled on this particular vision, and they said, this is what we want. They got 3 of the champions they wanted, then the Malphite locked in. And because they got 3 out of 5, they also said, well, we've got most to go, we have to commit to it now. Instead of trying to adapt. And that's the difference between the bottom 4 level teams and the top 4 level teams, is that in-game picks and bans, they can adjust their situations, adjust who they're locking in to make it fit, make it work. And that's what the best teams are. Actually, that's what I think Fnatic does phenomenally well right now. That and no one taking Jinx away from them is definitely helping them in these opening matches of the LCS.
Yeah, and what's always helped Fnatic is the fact that they have a multiple way of playing. You know, I always said, I'd like to see you do these aggressive styles. And they're like, well, yeah, but that doesn't always work. And if you do that all the time, everybody knows how to counter it, which is why they keep switching it up every game that comes around and keeps us on our toes as well as the viewers at home. And as well, it seems to be working very well for them. They won the spring and the summer last year. Can they do it again this year? But they're 3-0 at the start. They're playing Millennium next. What do we read into that one? Because Millennium are a team that all of the teams have been talking about saying these guys are going to be up the top at the start because they are doing really well in scrims. But scrims don't mean anything.
No, scrims, you know, the thing about it is you're not in the same mindset.
Yeah.
You don't play a scrim the way you play an LCS match. And I think that under the lights on the stage, Millennium, you know, they haven't looked bad. They haven't necessarily been destroyed. They lost a game to Gambit yesterday. And for 25 minutes of the game, they were dead even. They traded CS, they traded, gold, they were sitting side. But then as soon as Gambit got one successful team fight, they ended the game very quickly. And Millennium had no response to that. They didn't know how to react. And I think that's a weakness of the team that I can say quite clearly. Once a team starts pulling ahead of them, they are unable to pull it back. You know, Fnatic, they use death bushes. They wait, they bait you in, get a kill, rinse and repeat. And they use that as sort of their tactic to try and claw themselves back into a game where they fall behind.
And of course, we have one match less this season in the Super Weeks. There's only 15 games instead of the 20 we used to have before, so it means there's only a 4-0. But we saw, obviously, Alternate last year at DreamHack, who are now known as Millennium, getting that 5-0 at the start. And that's because they were really aggressive.
Yeah.
We're seeing Roccat doing the same this season. Can they mimic that? Will the aggression work? Because there's teams out there that know how to counter it, and I'm thinking Gambit.
My eyes are on Roccat today. My eyes are on Roccat. They're 2-0 at the moment. Today they play the Copenhagen Wolves, and then they play Alliance. And if they win both of those matches, they're sitting at a potential 4-0 along with Fnatic. And I think the Copenhagen Wolves were my dark horse team throughout all of our prep, throughout all the interviews we've gone through. And I think I'm changing my mind to Roccat after seeing how well they're performing. I thought they were this slow, reactive team, and that's how they played against Ninjas in Pajamas at the qualifiers. And they come to the big stage, and they're like, no, look, you people expect this. Every video, all the other teams have said they're slow, we just play aggressive. And they just turn it on.
Yeah, they turned it around. And it's a team that has been around for a long time. They've got a lot of together. So let me just give you a quick update on what's happening in the game. They are going to remake the game right now because there was an issue. We're only 47 seconds into the game, so it makes sense to just do a quick remake. It was, I believe, N-Rated's PC was having an issue, so we're just going to get themselves back into the game. I'm going to do it myself as well. And get on with it, Trevor. So it's going to be the same picks and bans, by the way.
Exactly the same picks and bans.
The same picks and
same
bans.
summoner spells, same runes and masteries. It is also going to be a blind pick lobby because we know what those champions are, so they should be able to get this one jumping in very, very quickly. Players are, of course, just confirming between themselves and arranging themselves in the lobby. And I think, once again, I just want to stress the fact that this Galio support, I feel, is a very risky pick. But I think it just adds to the number of unique champions we've seen. Gambit have been able to win with Warwick in the top lane and Kennen as your support. They won games with Amumu as support at Battle of the Atlantic. And I think I love the fact that we are now seeing some more oddball picks, but I also am a little hesitant because I think this is a risky one. You know, Galio can interrupt a lot of people, but there's, or can taunt a lot of people, but there's a lot of interrupts from the side of Super Hot Crew that could ruin his day.
As the players sort themselves out, you can see they're just typing away because they're in chat. Look at Mr. Raleigh on the end. Even on the chair, this guy looks huge. I mean, I want to take you to... He's 2 meters tall, by the way. Anyway, there was a lot of people asking me how tall he was because I look like a midget stood next to him. I'm almost 6 foot. I'm not that far off. And he is enormous. He's 6'5", 6'6". He's a ginormous kid. He's taken the trophy, the record, off Wicked. I wonder if Wicked's... what he's thinking of that, because a fellow Dane's come along, a budding. And also, I believe, without checking this one, I believe he's now the youngest member in the LCS as well.
I'd have to double check it. I'm not too sure. It sickens me that they're on the stage at 18, 17 years old.
17 in October, I believe.
I also owe you an apology. We've taken, with the break, we've taken a look at some of the stats, and Castellan has in fact been banned in every single game up till this point. That's 11 bans out of 12 games. This is the very first game he was not banned, and he's instantly locked in. Well, 5th down. But he is secured on the side of SK. So we'll have to see how Castellan performs. It's a champion that has the ability to completely dominate games, and when you run it with that flash teleport, it's something Pekka did multiple times last year, and he jumps into fights, jumps into lanes wherever there's kill potential, and I think it's a smart choice if they can get Jez's rolling.
Oh, we're waiting for the match to start up. Looking across at our screens, nothing yet. So they're just keeping and waiting for getting this game underway. And this is actually going to probably bleed into the nerves a little bit, I guess. First game of the day, though. These teams have been ready and waiting for this one.
It's quite interesting because between the two teams, I think that SK should have a little bit more stage experience, you know, with Svenskeren, Candy Panda, Enrated, Freddy. They've all been in situations like this. Jez's is the new kid, but he was down on, you know, the qualifier stage. He was down at DreamHack. They were, you know, 1-1 where they bounced back to pick up wins. And as a team, they were saying how important that LAN experience was in helping them not lose to Super Hot Crew the first time. Super Hot Crew on the other side, they lost the last time they had a big, you know, set. They lost 3-2 to SK Gaming in December. And we'll have to see how they handle this if the nerves of the tension does affect their gameplay.
So let's look at the rest of the league. That's the 8 teams that are going out there. Obviously, Fnatic running away with it at the moment. So, well, say running away with it. Just they're 3 games in. Yeah. We've got 28 games to play between these teams. So they're 3-0 up. Well, let's look at Gambit. Gambit didn't really turn up in game 1 at all. However, since then, they seem to have got angered and actually destroyed everyone. I mean, although saying that, yesterday, it was like a 20-minute farming session, and then they went, you know what, guys? Let's win the game. And then they just went straight for it.
So 2 things about Gambit. That's sort of as Gambit as you can get. They almost they start every tournament and event slowly. They always get off to a bit of a weak start. And I think Joe even quoted it yesterday saying that the team that plays Gambit after they've suffered a loss needs a little bit of extra care because they tend to get destroyed. And that's what happened to Copenhagen Wolves. As a team, Gambit has always respected Alternate last year, which is now Millennium, and I think that's why they played so slow. I think they were respecting their opponents, and they didn't want to give Millennium the chance to pull ahead. And the moment they won one team fight, they were able to get that Baron, and Gambit finished the game incredibly quickly.
So let's get back to the game. What are we talking about here? We want to talk about the team comms. Let's look at the mid laners, the likes of Kassadin up against the Gragas. The fact that we have the 2 supports. The Galio, we're not even sure what's going to happen in there. But the top lane, we've seen this so many times. Shyvana versus Mundo.
If Shyvana decides to go for a Blade of the Ruined King and sticks in the lane 1v1 against Dr. Mundo, Shyvana's going to win out in that matchup. But does need to go for that very early aggressive item and will have to be sitting in Freddy's face the whole time. Freddy's sitting in Mima's face the whole time, just chasing him down. If he goes for that build and he doesn't play aggressive, he's not putting himself in an advantageous situation.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Take 2. It is going to be SK Gaming as the blue team on your screens up against the Super Hot Crew as the red team. And honestly, for me, it's probably one of my favorite team names so far. They've taken it maybe... Now, Moscow 5 was still my favorite team name, I think, but Super Hot Crew is definitely up there.
Yeah, it definitely is a cool name. They dropped the XD, sadly, after December, but
that's not a bad thing.
We'll see how they perform. Defensive starts from both of the teams. Please keep in mind, Kassadin has Flash Teleport, and Mima is running Flash Teleport in his Dr. Mundo. I think Kassadin's going to have a little bit more of an impact post-6 than Dr. Mundo will, but of course the control that Dr. Mundo offers you in team fights, especially around Dragon in the 10 to 20 minute mark, is going to play into Super Hot Crew's favor.
So it is going to be standard meta setup. No 2v1s. So at least Riot will be happy.
We're not on 4.1 just yet. We'll have to see how that affects the game. But right now, we are, of course, playing on patch 3.15.
I should point out, by the way, the players are very happy with that patch. Very happy. I was talking to them last night. They're very happy with the changes, especially the top laners, strangely enough, because they hate being put in the situation of 2v1. The backward prison lands on N-rated immediately, catching him out there, forces him back. And of course, you know, the thing with Galio is he has got slow mobility.
Yeah, he definitely has that ability. The thing that is nice about Galio with his passive, he gains ability power based on his magic resistance. So Galio can just build full tank, get himself some MR, and he gains aggressive stats in that regard as well. Going to work into his favor. 50% of his magic resist gets converted to ability power. So it's a nice little win-win in favor of Galio.
And I'm interested to see what exactly he's going to level up, because he's obviously starting out. Resolute Smite, the Q to you guys at home, is what N-rated started as that support, but it is going to be standard jungler support. Actually, Candy Panda getting caught out by Aqua Prison already, losing half his hit points, quickly turning it back on towards Mixer's face. He does not get the landed though, and N-rated missing the skill shot.
Yeah, N-rated actually anticipating Mixer to step backwards. It's not over yet. Candy Panda and N-rated have lost a lot of HP. Bubble doesn't connect, and Mr. Rolls goes in.
Sidesteps out of that bubble. Candy Panda continue to change, but look at this. Mr. Rolls just untouched. They're putting all the damage down. His Mixer doing what he should be doing, getting in their faces.
Candy Panda and N-rated have to be very, very careful. If Mixer lands a good bubble, it could have enough damage from Mr. Rolls' Lucian to pick up a kill. There is an Ignite available. Once again, bubble doesn't connect, so no kill just yet.
It takes a lot of work to train yourself to step into the player rather than away from, which is exactly what he's been having to do about this Aqua Prism.
And we do see Mixer once again hitting level 2, so this is going to give Super Hot Crew the advantage in these trades. Going to have a little bit extra abilities to play with. And then Rated, we're going to keep our eyes on what he's leveling up right now. Put that point into the queue like you've already mentioned, the Resolute Smite. It does apply a slow to the explosive radius, so can at least interrupt Nami a little bit. Mixer, once again, playing very good zoning. This is what Yellow Star does so well from Fnatic. He sits sort of along with the minion line just in front of it and forces the enemy AD carry and support to step backwards and play defensively.
I would love to have been able to see what sort of runes they were going with this one. They both started with the Dawn and Shields. Looking at the junglers, we do see both of them double buffed up. Svenskeren has just left his bottom area, and Paler's coming in. He's going to find himself dry. There's nothing down there for him to take, but will he venture down to the bottom lane? I'm not too sure if he's going to go for that one. Jez is in the mid lane. Well, he's taking some damage, but he's keeping it up, and that's all he really needs to be doing is Kassadin up against the Gragas.
Yeah, the early game is so difficult for Kassadin to survive against Gragas. The wave clear is more in favor of Gragas. They've both got sort of an on-hit steroid they can apply to themselves, but you don't really want to be trading because Gragas can just out-poke you from far. I was just taking a quick look at Rated's Galio and his runes and masteries. He's got 11 mana regen per 5 seconds and a large amount of MR, so that's telling me where it is. We do see Impaler sneaking himself around the back line as well as Svenskeren in the top lane. So if they're going to go for a dive, it does look like it's going to be 3v2 under the tower, and that bubble is going to be key to holding SK in place.
Who's going to go first? That's the question, because in the top, Svenskeren's there. The bubble is key. It lands on towards N-rated. It's not going to be enough damage, and they're going to force away from that one. N-rated proving he's tanky. He's got that passive.
Yeah, very well played by N-rated to get away, but I think Candy Panda actually saved his life. He landed the zap onto Mr. Ross. They've caught N-rated.
They've caught him once again. If they're going to put the damage down, the Ignite's there. This should be enough. First blood. It goes to Mixer.
So well played. Once again, just landing yet another bubble. Mixer has been throwing them out over and over and over, and SK have been forced to react to every single time that Aqua Prison has been thrown out. Kill was secured for Mixer support though, so not necessarily 100% ideal, but lane presence, lane control in favor of the Super Hot Crew.
Well, he's gone straight for the coin. He's going to try and get himself some of that gold per 10 stacking up there. Meanwhile, the mid lane, will we see Svenskeren coming around the backside of Moops? Of course, Jez is only at level 5 yet, not got that Riftwalk available.
Not a lot of mana either. If the Cocoon lands, Moops could be in trouble.
Well, Moops is taking a lot of poisonous damage here from Svenskeren, just basic attacks, throws out that skittering spider and just forces him away. That's a lot of basic damage he just did on there.
Yeah, with the help of the red buff and about 4 auto attacks, he did actually shred down Moops' HP, but Moops was, he had flash available, he had body slam available, and Svenskeren basically said, yeah, I'm not really going to kill you, so I'll just poke you a little bit,
just
force you away.
Here and basic attack you. Jez is still not level 6, which is what they're waiting for. Once that comes on, we'll see whether that map mobility works out for him. Teleport on him, on Jez's, and honestly, Every time it's in Genesis, he's not been overly mobile, so this is going to be an interesting challenge for him, I believe, in the LCS.
It's going to be the first time, and we've touched on it multiple times. Castanet is a champion that if you can get kills, you are a lot more impactful. But if you're locked down, if you try a gank, if you use that teleport, lose a wave and a half of CS and don't get a kill, you're going to fall further and further behind Gragas. The champions that are in the mid lane do very different things. Gragas is a lot of utility. He's got disengage, he's got engage, he's also got burst that can kill. But Jesus is about cleaning up a team fight, whereas Moops is really about starting it or ending it. Now, I don't want to fight now, knock everyone away. Those are his two keys.
On this top lane, we haven't been able to see a great deal of it, but look at Freddy, 1-2-2, 55 CS to 37. Big advantage for him built up here against Mima.
Yeah, the early levels for Shyvana, just so much more damage that you can put down. And, Mima, once he hits 6 now with the Sadism, with his ultimate available, now he's going to be able to at least start pushing back and maybe trying to hold off Freddy. But I like that Freddy's playing aggressive. We'll see what his first buy is now as he is recalling. And if he goes for that Blade of the Ruined King, which it is going to be the item he's working towards, he's going to be getting even more aggressive in Mima's face. So expect Freddy to continue pushing, warding up the river, and maybe even seeing tower dives here from Svenskeren if they've got Ignite available for that Mundo.
And speaking of aggression, both AD carries going back, picking up that BF sword. So a lot of attack damage going to be stacking up onto him. So Jesus is going to get that blue buff in a moment. Svenskeren will trade that across towards him. Riff walks over and takes that happily. So takes the little lizard, I believe it is, that's alongside them.
Yeah, no, I think they're lizards. I'm not actually
7
sure.
gold, whatever it is.
We do see Jesus now. He's picked himself up that Ruby Crystal as well as double Doran's rings. Still got that biscuit available. Did not actually use it in the opening trades. So we'll see how well it works out for them as Enrated is getting closer to level 6. With the Idol of Durand plus Teleport, I think SK's first gank attempt with that spell will most likely be on this bottom lane.
Well, Impaler once again is making his way down. This time he's been spotted out in there. You can see the Aqua Prisoner towards Enrated, followed by the wave. Is it going to be enough damage? The Chompers goes down, but Enrated's trying to dodge out there, and they do get away. Meanwhile, the jungle, you can see Impaler was getting clamped upon, and they're going to turn this on towards Svenskeren, and Belly Slam comes in. Will he repel? Jesus gets on towards Impaler. They will get the kill. The rest of Super Hot Crew joining in though. Svenskaren's in trouble. Where's he going to run to? Nowhere, because Mr. Rallis is there.
So they trade 2 kills for Super Hot Crew for the 1 of SK. On the bottom lane to touch very quickly, Mr. Ralls did not have the culling available even though Mixer was level 6. You do see now Candy Panda and Enrated catching out Mr. Ralls. Once the culling was not able to get used, it meant Enrated and Candy Panda got away cleanly. And then you are right, it was 1 kill for 1 in the jungle. Simply put, Svenskeren and Jesus got a little caught out. And there's Freddy on Mima.
Dragon's Descent used on Mima, and immediately the moment he pops that sadism, he's like, yeah, I can't really kill him. I'm just gonna walk away here. Just tippy toe away.
If Freddy waits for his Dragon's Descent to wear out, then regenerates his Fury with the auto attacks, he can actually dive Mima in the next sort of minute before that sadism becomes available. And once again, 15 CS lead, you see Freddy in Mima's face over and over. It's something we're going to continue seeing him doing, and I think Freddy's going to play the role of a split pusher this game.
Yeah, he's going to get that Spirit Visage up. That's going to start being problems. And once he gets that up, the regen is pretty crazy on Mundo, which is why he's one of the confident picks right now. In terms of CS between this bottom lane, it is very even, 71 to 74, both the same with that BF swords picking that up. And you can see, gold-wise, actually is the lead, but of course, well, that's a 1 kill and assist for you. That's what it does for Mr. Rallis.
Yeah, at this point in time, Candy's just farming very well, very confidently, even though he's been under a lot of pressure from Super Hot Crew. But if anybody's going to have the ability and the experience to do that, it is going to be Candy Panda. One of the things I do like about Galio, as we're seeing him level up, if they put Freddy in a split push situation like this, let him shove a lane down, the 4v4 power of SK with Galio's wave clear and his Idol of Durand is actually very effective under a turret. It can dissuade attacks, it can win you team fights in those situations, but the cooldown is very high. So, well, Enraid's got to be very careful once we start seeing defending towers.
The problem is for Impaler especially is because Freddy is up there doing this, he's realizing his jungle is not safe anymore.
Oh, look at Ray, he's flashed in!
That's going to be an Idol of Durand lands. Mr. Rallis teleport coming in from the side. There's Jesus. That's going to be Mr. Rallis going down. Mixer's going to be the focus target now. Quick Force balls will slow him down. He's not going to be able to escape this one. Who will they give it to? It's going to be Candy Panda for a double.
And that's exactly what we talked about. The burst damage that Jinx can offer and the lockdown ability of that Galio. He holds in place the bubble as well as Mr. Ra's Lucian. They have caught Svenskeren, he's dead.
He's going to get caught out. I don't think he's going to be able to escape this one. Where's he going to repel to? Nowhere at all. Can he manage to get away? Belly slam comes in. And Moops, well, he finished it with the explosive cask. A little overkill.
Yeah, the repel from Svenskeren avoided the first barrel, but explosive cask was always available. And now SK, they're going to pick up the first tower of the game thanks to that flash engage from Enrated. We weren't expecting them to go that quickly, that early, but as soon as they hit 6, once again, Jinx starting off strong here in the 7th showing at the LCS.
That's a very good win rate so far, whereas Lucian only 3 wins, 4 losses so far for the Lucian pick. 5 wins, 1 loss for the Jinx pick. So Candy Panda seems to be going with the trend, but Dragon is being started off here by the Super Hot crew.
Now we'll see if SK can respond. They've got their AD carrying support down the bottom, but no ultimates available. And I just think Enrate is going to poke this one down. Maybe a lucky steal, we'll see. Impaler's caught on the wrong side of the pit, and now Jez's may want to engage. He goes in.
Impaler's taken very low here. He's going to get dropped. It's Candy Panda that picks up yet another. Moops now over. He may well be the next target. The ward goes down from Enrated. Candy Panda flashes through, gets himself the double. He's going to pay the price. Mr. Rallis now goes down. Svenskeren comes in, cleans that one up. It's a 3-for-1 so far. There's no tower to run to. Mixer's going to drop, and it's a 4-for-1 to SK Gaming. Super Hot crew may have got the Dragon, but I don't think it was worth it.
Not worth indeed. You can hashtag that because Super Hot crew had good timing and good positioning, but they didn't get the Dragon quickly enough. And I think the moment Jez's was there, they needed to back away. They should have peeled back from that Dragon and not given up 4 kills. Candy Panda has a completed Bloodthirster at 13 minutes plus a Zeal now, and Jez's has his Rod of Ages already building up. To boot all of that, Freddy has a 30 CS lead in the top lane, and he's basically in complete control here. Mima can't do a whole lot to deal with him.
Impaler comes around trying to protect his red buff. Freddy122 was there. He's got the help of Svenskeren coming around with Smite available. We'll see whether they're going for this one, but a 1-0-5 on a Kassadin. We've seen how dangerous it is when a Kassadin gets rolling. This could be massive danger signs for the Super Hot crew.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, if you look at the champions, Nami, Gragas, Lucian, Xin, they're actually pretty, squishy champions naturally. So Kassadin plus the damage from Jinx is going to be able to take out any one of them. Flash is not available for Enrated, but he does have the Idol of Duran, so he's going to be looking to, once again, use that ultimate to set up an aggressive push. And with a Spectre's Cowl, he's built himself up some MR to survive the damage of Gragas, and he's given himself a nice chunk of ability power thanks to his passive.
So it is a turnaround. Enrated now in this mid lane, going to help out Jez's to try and push it forward. And now we've got to the stage where Gragas is actually going to start struggling to keep up CS with Jez's. Jez's has passed that point of no return. Level 10, going to got all the ability power. He can start wiping those waves of that force pulse.
Yeah, and thanks to having the blue buff from Svenskeren, that's also helping him out. Pink ward's both in the same bush, so Impaler and Svenskeren trying to set this up. Impaler's going to go in on Sven.
Impaler tried to give a different direction there, tried to say, I'm going to go for the ward. No, I'm going to dive onto Svenskeren. Didn't fall for it, just quickly repelled away straight to his wraiths. And that was the ultimate used by Mixer without any response here. And SK Gaming, they may push to mid now because there's only the explosive cast to keep them away.
Yeah, very smart play from Svenskeren to just jump away to that Wraith camp, and I think SK now have the ability to pick a fight knowing that massive AoE ability is not available. And you see them grouped in the mid lane right now. Super Hot crew cannot defend this tower, and as soon as this minion wave gets up, SK Gaming are going to put a lot of damage to it. Explosive cask is available for Moops, so I think he's going to need to use it if he wants to hold them off.
They went across to the blue buff, and they really put a lot of value. Teleport coming in. This is going to be Mima joining the fray. Ganch's on towards Svenskeren, gets the slowdown. Will there be enough? Explosive cask is available. Good slow coming out from Enrated, catching 4 members there. Jez's rejoins the party while this is all happening. Well, Freddy122 is taking the top tower.
Freddy's not going to leave the split pushing game. Super Hot crew are going to have to try to deal with Shyvana, and while they're doing that, the flash engage is now available for Enrated. He's working himself towards the Nomad's Medallion and the coin to jump in there, and as soon as he catches members of SK, they're going to be able to pick up a kill. Explosive cost defensively, but all that's going to do is delay this going down.
Candy Panda taking some shred from the Cullen, drops him down to half health, and he has to back away from that one. It is going to be a 4-1-2 Candy Panda there because he picked up those 3 kills earlier on. And it is a big, big advantage for SK Gaming right now. 3,000 gold stacked up. They've still got 2-0 with turrets, and Super Hot Crew seem a little bit lost here. They're going to try and push them in.
They've got a 4v3 situation, and Candy Panda cannot respond quickly enough. So Super Hot Crew should be able to push this tower down if they can deal with the Idol of Duran. They are a little bit afraid of that initiation, and I think wisely don't want to commit to a fight, especially now knowing Freddy is not seen. He left the top lane a couple seconds ago, and Freddy's just lying in wait. We heard from Candy Panda yesterday that when Freddy is running that Shyvana, he wants to engage from the side. He wants to flank the team, because that's when the Dragon's Descent is the most effective, and he can get straight to the back line. And that's the exact positioning that Freddy wants to be in.
Forcing Impaler to use that smite there. Svenskeren didn't have it available himself, but Dragon's going to be up in a minute and a half, so no worries there. It should be back. Dragon's Descent using that top lane. Marmot does use that ultimate. Is it going to be enough regen? Forces him to flash away, and Freddy seems to have his number.
Yeah, Freddy didn't even use his flash or his ignite. Just a simple ultimate that's very easy to get back up, and once again, extending that lead. It's now 50 CS. And this is going to delay the power of Dr. Mundo an extensive amount. This is going to add 10, 15 minutes worth of farming and stall to Super Hot Crew's strategy and tactic to make Mima effective. But they do have timing on the Dragon, and we're hoping that Super Hot Crew position wards and themselves better for this objective, because SK picked up way too many kills the last time it happened.
Well, it is free farm at the bottom down that for Candy Panda. Just gets back, buys himself some items, and you can see that Bloodthirst that's completed in there, along with that Zeal, which he's had for quite a while here. Meanwhile, Mr. Rallis, he's done the same, but he's gone for the Phage instead, so possible Trinity Force coming out from both of them. Actually, I suspect Candy Panda will probably switch to a Static Shiv, maybe.
I think it'll most likely be a Static Shiv. Get more wave cleared down. The Static Shiv proc plus his Fishbone's rocket launcher on Switcheroo's Q makes shredding waves very, very effective. And also, when you've got that 4v4 situation, which I think SK Gaming will be doing a lot, they want as much wave clear as quickly as possible so that the tower is tankier, beefier, and more difficult to take down.
Yeah, Freddy122 is making his way down towards his middle lane here, and the pings are going wild. You can see they're going to come around. They're going to try and group up. The Dragon is up now, and that's where they're going to be targeting. Mixer's going to get caught out by the blue buff. Jezis is coming rift-walked across. He's already had to use that ultimate, but he can see just a repel catches on towards him. The Cocoon's in there, and that is going to be the ultimate death rocket, whatever you want to call it.
So well played by Candy Panda, but Sven just soloed him completely. Even if the rocket didn't come in, Sven was going to be able to secure that kill. Now, with the support down and Tidal Wave being used, SK Gaming are going to force down the Dragon. Freddy's going to be a little careful as every single member of Super Hot Crew is here. However, look for the flash engage. We need to keep our eyes on Enrated. If Super Hot Crew get surrounded like that or get flanked by Enrated's Idol of Durand, that's going to be an easy team fight win for SK Gaming.
Yeah, they've had to back away from this one, and they've actually scattered to the wind a little too quickly, I feel. Moops is just going to have to be left to clear that, because look at the bottom. Candy Panda straight back down there, needs to keep up that farm. He's actually fell behind Mr. Rallis, only just, and he's about to surpass him again. But in terms of kills, well, gold-wise, not even close. 5-1-2, 7.6k to 6.6k. Mr. Rallis is doing a great job of keeping up, but he's up against a very well-fed Jinx.
Yeah, and Jinx is one of the best champions when she's ahead to stay ahead. Because of the ability to slow you down, hold you in place then with the Flame Chompers, and then execute you with all the damage, it's a very difficult champion to deal with. Every time a ward gets placed in this bush, Candy Panda is there to clear it out. He's basically defending the bottom half of the river. He does not want Super Hot Crew to get the jump on him or to surprise him. And if you look at the vision around Dragon, because of the previous play by SK, they've actually got a superior positioning for this potential next engage.
There's so many pings going on between these two teams right now. They want to try and box in Svensko, and he's not going to fall for it, though.
Yeah, if Svensko carries on getting up, this is a very big bait here from Super Hot Crew. They know blue buff is up. Sven's been caught, and here comes the crew.
Aqua Prison gets on, but immediately puts the Cocoon out. The rest of the team are there. This is a very enclosed gap, and N-Rated really wanted to try and get that Flash Idol there. He immediately had the help of Candy Panda. Force Pulse comes across, quickly Rift walking in there. Jezis can join the fray.
Yeah, teleport is also available for Mima, so if a fight were to break out, Mima could teleport in and make it a 5v4. However, it would be at the risk of losing that top outer turret. Freddy122 has not stopped, and here comes Mima.
Teleport coming behind it towards it, but it's going to be too soon. A Flash Idol, here we go. They're all grouped up. Can they go for it? N-Rate is taken so low. He does. He catches all 5 members. Quickly gets popped straight out of it. Have they got the damage to turn this around? No, because they do not have Freddy122, but they've lost one support.
for the top tower.
Impaler did very well in that situation. He primed his 3-talent strike, interrupted the idol of Durand, and unfortunately for SK, they didn't get anybody low enough for the Mega Inferno rocket to work. However, for that one fight, they get 2 turrets, the top inner and the mid outer, extending their gold lead to 6,000 gold. And I think SK will just keep doing that over and over and saying, if you leave Shyvana alone, the next one is going to be an inhibitor turret.
Super Hot Crew trying to gather for this mid lane, but that's maybe going to be Svenskeren caught out. Repels, nowhere to go. Goes across the mixer, gets away. No, not quite. Impaler's going to pay the price, so he tries to jump onto Candy Panda. Not really who you need, because he's just going to turn and run. Gets the attack speed buff, gets onto Mixer. Mixer's going to go down. Jesus picks up that kill.
Now SK can stick in this mid lane. They can actually push onto the turret. Having both of those kills and a minion wave pushing up behind them within rated, they're going to be able to get themselves a 5th tower of the game. There's very little that Super Hot Crew can do to deal with this. Mimer's got his ultimate, but you can't deal with 5 members of SK.
Explosive cast gets thrown out, blows Candy Panda back a little. Didn't fancy that one anymore because he's lost half his health. That is going to buy them time and keep that inner turret safe.
So well played there by Moops. I didn't realize that ultimate was going to be available as soon as it was, and I think very quickly to pull the trigger. Doesn't want to fall further behind, doesn't want to give SK Gaming more gold to work with. Still want to highlight the fact that this is the first time Candy Panda may actually be backing since his very first pickup. He's sitting on 4,000 gold. And in this team fight, the reactionary play from SK is what counted. Svenskeren pulled enough members of Super Hot Crew in to think they were going to get an easy kill, and then they get excited, plus Riftwalk Flash. You can't get away from that. It's too much mobility and speed to work with. Has Candy Panda backed off? He has finally. He was sitting on 4,000 gold, and we'll see what he's going to be picking up. I actually think he's talking to his team, discussing what do I want to complete. Static Shiv wrapped up, as well as those Berserker's Greaves. Still got 1,200 in the back pocket, so going to carry on earning in almost the makings of a Last Whisper. So a very successful purchase for him.
I think he was probably discussing Dorgo. Pickaxe straight for the Last Whisper. Should get that Static Shiv. Did indeed. Just seeing exactly what they want to do. But 613 Candy Panda. It's the Candy Panda of old.
Yeah, he could have even gone for an Infinity Edge. I mean, he was 4k gold, could have just got that straight out. But I think smartly understanding the strength of SK's comp, they want to play Shyvana split pushing plus a 4v4. Idol of Durand is once again available. We're getting closer to the Ancient Coin being therefore rated for the movement speed, engage. And I think SK will just keep doing this over and over and over.
And we see that SK Gaming now that they have control, they're starting to get the ward control, they're starting to put those sweepers as well, so they're just suffocating the Super Hot Crew.
Yeah, and their vision has been very good so far. If you look at the minimap, there's about 5 wards in the top half of the map alone, and you see Candy Panda pushing this very big wave. The rest of SK realizing there's an opportunity, and then moving down to catch him. Impaler is at risk of getting popped here.
They fancy going for it. Candy Panda's going to close the gap. Super Mega Death Rocket did get thrown out, but it didn't really get the damage that he was after. Candy Panda actually took a bit of damage from the Cullen.
Thanks to the Impaler being down, and that's one of their primary sources of engage here for Super Hot Crew, it's allowed the rest of SK Gaming onto this bottom lane inner turret. 50% of the HP is already shredded, and we still see this split push game. Everywhere Freddy goes, Mimer tries to respond.
He's trying to follow him, sticking to him. And Mundo not really going where he pleases here, he's going where Freddy pleases as it stands, and it is the middle inner turret that they are fancying, but they don't have Candy Panda with them, so I don't expect this one to last long.
Not particularly long. We'll see how quickly the SK can respond though, because the fact that Candy's late and that he's sticking to the split push has allowed Super Hot Crew this opportunity, and they're going in.
They're going in. Can they catch on towards it? Cocoon lands back on towards Mimer, immediately forcing him back. The wave comes out. Freddy 122 joins the party from the back. They know that Mr. Rallis isn't here, so it's a straight up 4v4. Mr. Rallis will come in from the side in a moment. Svenskeren get caught out quickly. Explosive Gasket's got minions to jump to. Mr. Rallis now in the fight. Candy Panda coming around the side. That's going to be the first kill for Moops. Will they go for anything else?
They can't. SK are on full retreat, and losing Svenskeren means Super Hot Crew have the ability to push them down. If Super Hot Crew stick around at low HP, there is the execute potential of that Super Mega Death Rocket, but I don't think it's going to work out for them. SK a little bit of a mistake there. I think they weren't grouped up enough. They wanted to return to a 1-3-1 type of push, and Super Hot Crew did the right thing. They immediately ran them down, took a lot, but they did get themselves a kill.
But they still don't get any objectives. All they got was 1 kill, and SK Gaming come back and clean themselves up another dragon to actually extend that gold lead. So again, Super Hot Crew, they're chasing this game, and it's just not working. SK Gaming are in a dominant position, but we saw yesterday, Copenhagen Wolves are in the same situation against SK. They've got to be careful they don't let this one slide.
Flash and Idol of Durand is available here for Enrated. If Mr. Rolls goes any further, he's going to get caught, but he should be able to back away. And I think SK, they now need to hold on to the lead, and they need to close the game out. When they played against Millennium, Millennium took a very, very, very long time to shut them down, and that was thanks to Ziggs and Lucian combined. Gragas and Lucian not as effective, but still very difficult to siege, as the wave clear is very good from both of those. And SK with another advantage, stealing the blue buff.
Blue buff taken away. They got themselves the ward as well. Looking in towards the top lane, Jez is now going to be split pushing away. Keeping up the farm with Moops, keeping very even between those two. AD carries actually keeping very even as well. It's clearly Freddy heading away on Mima. Like you say, Mima's having to just track where he goes every time. Mima trying to keep the split push going. It worked so well for him when he had Mundo before.
Yeah.
But as it is, up against Freddy's Shyvana, he doesn't seem to have a chance.
Blade of the Rune King Shyvana is a counter to this Dr. Mundo. He's able to control him, keep him on the back foot. Right now, SK are looking for a pick. They wanted to get Mr. Rolls in the bottom lane. It didn't happen. Now, they're using those sweeping lenses, 3 of them added up, to clear the vision from Super Hot Crew, and they're waiting for somebody from Super Hot Crew to overextend, that they can use their assassin-y champions to kill him and then push down a respective tower. But Super Hot Crew are playing defensive and smart, and if they don't have vision, they're actually not pushing on that part of the map. So you have to give them props for that.
They're playing it by the numbers as well, taking all the outer turrets, then all the inner turrets, and then slowly working their way in towards the inhibitor turrets. Haven't yet got that bottom or mid just yet, but that's the next focus target. Freddy122 keeping the pressure on the bottom. I'm surprised they're not going top and bottom rather than the middle.
I definitely think that's what they tried to do a moment or two ago. They actually got the bottom turret very, very low, but then ran out of minions. And I think because Super Hot Crew forced them in that fight in the middle lane with Svenska and died, now SK have slowed the game down and said, right, we've got to be more careful where we pick. If we're not grouped up with all of our abilities and we're not, tightly knit enough, then Super Hot Crew can actually run us down. You've got a very mobile comp. Nami gives movement speed to all of her allies, and it allows Zinza and Dr. Mundo to just keep chasing over and over. And with all the mobility on both teams, it literally just depends on who's got more members clustered together than your opponent.
Well, they're pinging like a fury right now. Freddy122 may well have got separated. Candy Panda is heading south, so he's not with his team. Quickly gets called straight back there because 5 members of the Super Hot Crew have gathered around that mid lane area.
SK will go bottom. The fact that there's nobody there and this mini wave's going to push up so quickly, SK will most likely pull their players from the mid lane to the bottom. Freddy's going to run interference. If he can keep 2 members of Super Hot Crew here, this could lead to the tower.
Aqua Prison was used. They are going to have to use the Dragon Descent across towards the Baron, but they does, like you say, keep the interference going. Doesn't manage to get up the top there, but that's Moops having to come down and clear that wave once again. Candy Panda makes his way back up here. SK Gaming trying to use 4 members to go for the mid.
Yeah, they see with the Moops clearing out the wave on the bottom, and now all of a sudden Impaler and Mr. Rolls clearing the wave in the mid. SK are struggling to find an opportunity, struggling to find an open window to go through. As we say that now, they finally move bottom. A little bit later than I was anticipating, but this will be the tower for sure. There's nothing Super Hot Crew can do about it.
Yeah, with Freddy and Candy Panda there, they can take that turret down very quickly indeed, and then it's going to be now 5-0 for SK Gaming up against the Super Hot Crew. They beat them 3-2 in the qualifiers to make it here in the LCS, and it seems, barring any throw, that they may do it again.
And public opinion felt Super Hot Crew were going to win this one. We do see Jez is immediately running away. Riftwalk will come up in just a second. I thought he may want to go for Mixer, but he doesn't have his death cap finished yet. He opted to go for a Void Staff first, just to burn through any of the resistances that have been built up by the Super Hot Crew members. And I actually think that was a wise decision. Once he gets his death cap and potentially even a Deathfire Grasp, if he goes that route, he's going to be able to just insta-give somebody from Super Hot Crew and allow the Shyvana Elise combo to run down the rest of the team. But we're not going to see too much action in a 5v5 until they're in front of a tower. I don't think Super Hot Crew are going to pick a fight in open ground because of the strength that SK Gaming have.
And they realize they can't do a great deal, certainly against the likes of Freddy. They've seen this one before against the Copenhagen Wolves. They caught Freddy in the bubble, not really who they wanted. Svenska would have been much more favorable or N-rated, but you can see N-rated, he's got 2,500 hit points himself now as a support, so he's not even a squishy target to go for.
Giant's Belt, as well as that Spectre's Cowl, hasn't actually upgraded his GP10 to that Talisman like we've seen from the side of Mixer. Oh, they've gone in on Mixer.
Dragon Descent on Mixer. N-rated's just biding his time to get the Idol of Duran. He's actually taken a lot of damage from the Cull in there. Mr. Ral is doing good job running interference, but Impaler's been caught out. Explosive Cast, can it buy him time to get away from this one? For some reason, Freddy's deciding to target on towards Mima, the tankiest member of the team. He's just going to pop that ulti and run away. Is it going to be enough? Gets slowed down. Has he got flash? Yes, he has. Doesn't even want to use it, though. He's just trying to buy as much time as he can. And honestly, I got that question SK targeting there.
Yeah, a little bit weird. I think Enrated made the call because he took so much damage to back away. I definitely feel like with all of the culling damage being focused on him, he's like, no, don't fight, don't fight, don't fight. He wasn't confident in his idol of Duran. So because of that, it forces SK backwards. A lot of things, spells were burned on the side of Super Hot Crew. However, SK have got it available. They steal the red buff. They may even want this fight. Flash Idol is still up. And Enrated's looking for it. He's looking for an opportunity.
Explosive Cask is back up though, so he has got that if he needs it. Freddy wanted to, of course, with that Dragon Descent. If he just keeps wiping out this wave, he's going to have it back available very soon.
Now, if Freddy had been in the top or the bottom lane as opposed to the mid lane, that fight could have been drawn out and they could have forced Super Hot Crew to take a lot of tower damage, but instead, they were roaming as a 5-man unit. I think Freddy's a little bit afraid of the teleport, which has been available, and is a little bit scared of Super Hot Crew once again initiating with that ability. With Dragon up, both teams are going to group up around it.
Actually seems that Candy Panda did just go past it. He could have took it himself, but realized it was a dangerous situation. They're actually waiting. The rest of SK Gaming are coming in here. This may be a bait on Super Hot Crew's part.
I actually think it's trying to be, but the damage and the lead that SK have built themselves up, it can backfire very quickly. If Super Hot Crew don't get the right target, like the Sven or the Candy, it's going to work out very badly. Flash Idol, that's where your eyes need to be. Galio up on the top left, and in this tight area, Freddy there. SK could even peel away and just go for the mid inner turret once the wave starts pushing as well. So a lot of options here for SK, and I think Super Hot Crew, they've started the Dragon. They're going to try to take this Dragon, and SK are looking for the engage.
Remember, they can take it quick at this stage. Mr. Rales will do a lot of work to it. And you can see Svenskeren, he's low already. He's going to come in. It's going to be SK, a Super Hot Crew to pick it up. Idler Duran does pop it. Paler taken very low. Explosive Cask forces Candy Panda away, but the Super Mega Death Rocket can get fired from range. And he gets himself a kill, followed by the double from Jezis. Mima's going to run for his life, but I think the Force Pulse should be enough to slow him down once Jezis gets on. Gets himself full health.
I definitely think SK should maybe just peel away and go for the tower. That should be the smart move. Jesus is chasing him down. The rest of the team making it very, very clear. They want to get Mima away. Now they realize Baron is available with 3 members of Super Hot Crew not there. They can deal with Mima if he moves into the pit. SK Gaming putting a lot of priority on this objective. They want the regen. It's going to allow them to go for those sieges as well as those split pushes very effectively, and that's theirs.
Yeah, that would have to be a very impressive briefcase to fly through the ether there to try and get that kill on the Baron. So SK Gaming now, after coming out, what, 3-1 in favor of that fight, 3-0, sorry, in favor of that fight. They do have themselves the Baron and a giant lead. Let's take a look at that fight once again.
Yeah, so one of the things you really want to look at is how quickly that Idol of Duran gets interrupted. Even though it caught 3 members, it was cancelled very quickly. And the reason that SK Gaming won this fight so convincingly is just how scary Freddy is. He forced 3 members of the Super Hot Crew backwards, carried on chasing them with Burnout in that Dragon's Descent form, and Super Hot Crew was so terrified of him that Candy Panda was left untouched. Mima tried the same, but he's so far behind in Dr. Mundo, and he doesn't offer that same presence with his super tank build that SK weren't worried about him.
And honestly, it shows why Kassadin has been 100% banned, because with that Shyvana, with the Kassadin following through, you have so much to just dive past the front wave, just pile on through, and so much damage now coming out of Jezzy. He's 4-0-7. This is certainly his best performance in the LCS.
Yeah, Rabadon's death cap completed now. He's also working himself towards that Zhonya's hourglass. So as you said, when he dives with Freddy, he's going to have those couple seconds of invulnerability, which will buy Svenskeren and Candy and then rated time to move in and around them. Now, with all the HP regen they have, they can actually start doing these extended sieges. Even though there is a lot of poke that can come out of Super Hot Crew and some very good wave clear, SK have got a couple of minutes where they simply outperform and out-sustain their opponents, and I think they should stick to this tower for as long as is needed.
Yeah, they just pinged the next wave. I'm pretty sure it's a Siege Minion wave that's coming through, so that's what they're waiting for. They're going to try and shove on. That's why they're waiting. You can see Idler Duran available. Svenskeren taking a little bit of poke. Freddy wanted to, just trying to buy himself some time, but remember, they have that Baron buff. They bought themselves time. Here comes the Minion wave. There goes the turret.
Super Hot Crew cannot contest that one. I don't even think they can contest the inhibitor turret right now if SK were to stick for it. Now, there is a Minion wave pushing against SK in the top lane, which Freddy is going to deal with, and I expect Freddy's going to try shove the top lane in, and they're going to force SHC to respond. Defend top or defend middle, because we're going to be knocking on both of those doors.
Well, we saw yesterday Rockant up against Millennium. Once they were 6-0 up, there was absolutely nothing Millennium could do. Not quite as much assassination coming out from SK Gaming. They're not diving for those kills. They're not going mad in it, just like Overpower and Jankos was yesterday. But this time, it seems that SK Gaming have got themselves a dominating lead, and I don't fancy they're going to throw this one.
No, I definitely don't think so. 12,000 gold plus Baron buff and all the additional stats that it gives you. The one thing I also want to take a look at right now is just how scary this N-rated is right now. On that Galio, level 12, he's got himself up 125 magic resist, which actually gives him a bonus 62 ability power. And you'll see how effective this wave clear and slow is. The moment a champion gets connected by that Resolute Smite's Q, they immediately just poke him. There's an explosive cask.
Only pulls in Freddy122, not the champion you want. Certainly him being hit, but Candy Panda takes a couple of tower hits. Does take him down to half health, but he's got that Guardian Angel now completed. Don't forget he's got the regen with this Baron buff as well. They're going to just rotate around, take out the next wave. He'll be back to full health before we get back in there.
A decent attempt by Moops, but definitely not the target they wanted. He was trying to solo out Candy Panda, and even though Candy Panda took a fair amount of damage, it wasn't enough to be scary. Mima's gone in.
They're going in for it. It's going to be Impaler they try and focus towards. He's taking all the front load from Candy Panda. Meanwhile, Island Duran pops in there. Mima's taking a lot of damage. N-rated will finally go down, and now Freddy122 tanking up the turret. He's tanking a little too much of the turret. He may go down, but no, he escapes. Meanwhile, the rest of the team push on through. Mr. Rallis forces them back, but it's a 2-for-1. Only the support down. They're going to keep on going.
Yeah, Super Hot Crew are going to try to defend this turret, but there's not much that they can do. The amount of damage plus the Guardian Angel available for Candy Panda, they have to kill him multiple times if they want to stop the fight, and that's a dead Mixer.
That is a very dead Mixer, just quickly dropping straight on towards him. And SK Gaming, well, the Baron buff has worn out, so they're going to step away. Not quite finished the game just yet, but that was a very impressive siege. They did it just at the right time before the Baron buff ran out.
And there was no explosive cask to deal with. Because Moops had used his cask in the middle lane to try and set something up, SK Gaming knew that if they tower dove or they picked a fight, there was no displacement. There was nothing that was going to interrupt them. And that's the reason they went under tower. That's the reason they dove. So very well played by SK Gaming. With super minions pushing down the bottom lane, Dragon respawning as well. I think they're going to shop, heal, pick that objective up, and then start pushing the middle and the top lanes. Once again, just going to this basically grind, taking every tower, every objective you can before you finish up the game.
SK Gaming now 16-8 up, 7-0, inhibitor down on the bottom lane. Now the mid lane seems to be the target. The ping comes down from SK Gaming, and that is their next focus. Red buff was managed to get collected, but it's just a small bump on the road, I feel, for SK Gaming. They're going to get too worried about that one. Top lane, well, that's not really going to deal with itself, but they don't care about that because they're going to start setting up the Baron bait. Yeah,
at this point in time, Baron's coming up 1.5 minutes in with 4 sweeping lenses. It's a very clear strategy from SK. Deny the vision, force Super Hot Crew into a negative situation. If you look at the red buff area of the map here for SK, it's complete control on the site. The only wards that we've got in place for Super Hot Crew are basically in front of their own base, and they're incredibly defensive. They want, 5-10 second knowledge of where SK are going to be, and they will try to respond accordingly. I like the little play by Mima split pushing. They're going to allow him to use his teleport to join a fight, but I don't even think it's going to be enough right now. If SK try to catch him in, which I think they probably could, this might be a dead Mima.
Yeah, I wonder if Candy Panda fancies this one. He's coming down the bottom. Freddy122 is going to join him as well. He's going to teleport away from here. Not going to get out in time, though. And that's going to mean it is going to be a 3-on-4 because if they take him down, the Baron's going to spawn in a minute. It's going to be a 4v5 at Baron. They're going to rush him in, though.
It's actually not the end of the world for Mima if he can pull multiple members of SK away. This is great. Teleport mid. Super Hot Crew, he's been caught.
The Chompers gets thrown out from Candy Panda and then steps away. No teleport for you, Mima. Have to use that ultimate, and now Candy Panda's going to run straight back to the mid.
So Mima buys enough time to pull SK back, delays that positioning for SK to maybe jump onto the middle or the top lane. But teleport is now no longer available, so Mima has to stick with his team, cannot go back to that split pushing. And actually, if that teleport had landed, Super Hot Crew would have had a 5v3 in the mid lane, which would have been to their advantage.
Would have been a big advantage for them as well. In that moment, it is SK Gaming trying to set up that trap, but pretty sure Super Hot Crew are not going to walk into this one. They know what's happening. They've seen this dance before, and they've unfortunately come out worse off for it. And that in fact, stood on top of an SK Gaming ward.
This is the one time I think that Oracle's lens would work, and here comes in Rated for the Durant!
4-man Idler Durant, quickly followed by a burnout, followed by an explosive cast, followed by a force pulse, and SK Gaming just clean up that quickly. You can see the rest of Super Hot Crew trying to back away. They don't care about that. They're going straight for the top with that giant stack of minions.
Brilliant play from SK Gaming. They hid just around the corner in the bush, dodging the skill shots, not giving away that they were there, and the idol of Durant does not get interrupted. Now SK Gaming, they're on the Nexus turrets, and there's nothing that Super Hot Crew can do.
Straight onto the turrets. They shouldn't be going for Mima, but they want to get that KDA stat buffed anyway. They're still not going to get him. Yes, they do, finally on the turret, but it's the Nexus going down, and it's SK Gaming coming out on top. The battle of the Brits, Freddy versus Impaler. Freddy 5 strikes first.
A fantastic performance from SK Gaming. It all started at that level 6 engage. The flash idol of Durant from the Galio. I was nervous how it would pan out, and I don't think Mr. Mixer punished enough to put him on the back foot. And as soon as Candy Panda got those 2 kills early on, he just rolled the way through it. 6 wins, 1 loss for Jinx in the LCS. 80 carry of choice.
9-1-8 now for Candy Panda in that on Jinx. 7-0-11. Jez is his best performance by miles in the LCS, and that's going to give him a giant confidence boost moving into the next game.
Cassidy's going to have to be banned. You cannot let Cassidy through in this particular style of play when you can roam, especially when you've got that teleport available in conjunction with all of the damage that comes down from Jinx. I think it's a great pickup, and I'm very impressed with how SK played. They are getting better with each game, and I think we'll see how they perform against some slightly stronger opponents as they finish the week 2-2.
So fantastic start, SK Gaming off to a win and getting themselves 2-2 for the week. Not a bad super week. I think they're going to look at it overall because, you know, that some of the games they had, they would probably be looking and thinking, okay, we should win that, or maybe looking at Fnatic and thinking, I know N-Rated wanted to win it, but realistically, they'd probably be thinking that's going to be a loss.
Yeah, the Fnatic game was very one-sided. I think there's a lot that they can learn from that game. They dug deep against the Copenhagen Wolves. They were behind. They played from behind. They clawed back a deficit, which is something not a lot of teams can do. We haven't seen Millennium showing any signs of life in that regard in the games we've seen so far. And in this matchup, what they also demonstrated is when they get a lead, they can snowball it, they can extend that lead, they can control the game, and they can also make sure that they don't make bad plays. I don't think they picked any fights that were negative. You know, they extended their goal lead further and further while still pushing objectives. It didn't take as long as it took Millennium to finish.
And from the Super Hot Crew, how do they take this going into the Gambit game later on today?
I think for the Super Hot Crew, it was all about the laning phase. I think they fell too far behind. They gave up too many objectives, and their decision to go for Dragon was wrong. So I think if they had not given 4 kills for a Dragon, that mid-game could have gone very, very differently. And I think just a little bit of decision-making. It's not all bad. I still think they played pretty well. They tried things even when they were behind, but it's just that early game they've got to work on.
Well, it is time for us to take a breather, but we'll be right back with Shox talking to N-Rated from SK Gaming, and then Millennium. They're going to be facing off against the league leaders Fnatic. Will Kraton and Jerry be able to stand up to the immortal Wrecking Crew? Stay tuned.
Careful, Gragasol. Yeah, Gragas is poked in. Someone has to go, like.
Yeah, but I don't want to. I can go. I go now.
I'm up in
We can
finish Xiao. Finish Xiao.
Finish Xin Xiao.
Mundo's on me. Mundo's on me.
Ignited Mundo. I block liver.
I need help.
Yeah, Mundo.
Yeah, can you slam?
He has no flash. He has no flash. Can we go Nash?
Yeah,
Can we just go Nash?
Nash.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2014 European LCS as we are joined by SK's N-rated. And yay, we get to talk about Galio for an entire interview. Amazing to see all these special picks coming out. So tell me maybe first and foremost, why did it work in this comp?
Well, first of all, I think supports needs to engage. So Galio, flash ult, perfect engage. He has a lot of utility overall, like for the whole team. He has a slow, he has a speed up, and he has the 90 armor and MR boost that he can give when you have the shield on level 5. So that's immense, that's just huge. And if you give that to an AD carry and he's life stealing, like the effective HP of him is just insane. Like if he gets a giant spell, plus 90 armor and MR, mid-game he's like basically not nukeable, and that's really good.
We noticed that you were skilling your Q and W first of all and basically leaving the E till last. Talk us through that and the thought process behind that.
He's after all a melee champ, so the Q is the harass spell, I need to max it, obviously. I tried out getting E like level 4, level 8, and it just feels weak because the W gives like 15 armor and MR every single level, every single point you put on it. So the more points, the tankier the carries get, basically. So that just gives more like utility and tankiness towards the whole team, and that's more important.
So Annie, Thresh, and Leona were banned out, and this worked out very well. But if your Leona or Thresh were available, would you still go for him in next matchups?
Well, in this case, I don't even know because all supports were banned. Like the top tier supports were simply out. Gal was a reliable pick for us. It was a strong engage. Unless I hit like all.
Then you said for example, Gragas is just a little bit out of the circle. You know that he's got his ultimate up. You're probably not going to do it. Who times those important ultimates?
Well, Kragas has it up pretty much every time.
Well, yeah.
It's like 30 seconds or something. So you just have the feeling if you just used it, you can do it. So in a team fight, you more look at, like, if Nami wave is out and Kragas just ulted, I basically can also flash the Kragas ult and just ult it in one team fight. I got blown up there, but it doesn't really matter. The point was more like you see the cooldowns that they have to interrupt and you just see where they're going on. And in the end, if I catch a big cooldown, it's also worth it because it doesn't go on one of my carries.
Yeah. Solo queue, brace yourselves for support Galio. Gonna be a lot of fun. What I also wanted to ask you about is the pick and ban process, because you had the first pick and you picked up Elise, while a lot of people maybe thought he's gonna go for, or they're gonna go for one of those strong top laners, and I felt that it might have been kind of a bait from your guys' side.
The point is we relied on what we had in researchers, and we researched a lot about them and looked towards the jungle picks, and his most comfortable pick is Vi at the moment, so we took Vi out right away, and we saw they banned Eve, so it was clear like we needed to focus on that jungle pick.
What's your hope for the season? I mean, it was not the best start for you. I mean, a loss to Fnatic, who are in fine form right now. You can probably brush that under the cart, although obviously it means a little bit more to you than some of the other teams. How do you see yourselves right now? Are you at the level you'd really want to be? Is there a lot more to come from this SK team?
This is just the start, and the two matches didn't go at all into our favor. Like, we made so many mistakes, but you learn from mistakes, so we really learn from them. We watch the replay and we analyze what we did wrong, and in the end we're going to get stronger out of this. So every single match we're just trying to improve, and as long as we do that, we will always perform well.
Yeah, for a 2-2 for a new weekend, for a weekend, the first weekend with the new team is not bad at all. And I saw you saying in an interview, we want to get top 4, but only because we don't want to go through relegation again. But at this point, if you play like this, don't you think you could maybe aim a little higher?
Well, always aiming for top 4 means 1 to 4. I don't want to be cocky and I don't want to say anything, but our aim is not to be the last place. Our aim is going to be the top 4.
Always a good thing to have. I think aim as high as you can and avoid those relegation spots at the end. And Rated, you know, you've had your time out of League of Legends. You had your time with Evil Geniuses, for Lemon Dogs there. What happened to N-Rated in the time where we didn't hear anything from N-Rated?
Well, I was traveling, I was doing a lot, and I took time for myself. In the end, I had like a really huge break from League, and that was not good for me. And the last time I stepped it up, I practiced a lot more, and I changed my attitude towards basically everything. And now I'm trying and training, and we will see how far it can go.
Are you enjoying being back in the pro player spotlight as it is, or?
I'm very thankful for that.
So fans go ask for autographs and pictures all around. Thank you very much. Congratulations on that victory. And now let's jump back to D-Man and Quickshot for Game 2.
Thank you very much, Shocks, and welcome back to the caster desk. It is going to be Millennium facing off against Fnatic. And Millennium, well, they held even with Gambit until one team fight that cost them Baron, and then the game. And Millennium against Rocket was not pretty.
Yeah, you may as well write that one off, unfortunately. Got crushed by Rocket yesterday. That puts Millennium in a 1-2 situation. And the things that we've seen from them, it's like a mismatch in the games. They had strong starts against SK Gaming and Gambit, but they fell behind against Rocket. Millennium have an ability to play mid and late game, but not very well. Against SK Gaming, took them 20 or so minutes to close the game out. Against Gambit, they had no idea how to claw themselves back. So you've got this mixed bag where every single game, it's not the same mistakes. And what that tells me is that Millennium just need a little bit more practice and more cohesion as a team, and they need to learn how to pull themselves back from an enemy that's accelerating ahead.
Well, and of course, they are facing against Fnatic, who have so far looked absolutely dominant. 3 wins so far, and all of them convincing. They've taken Gambit down, Alliance down, and of course, we just saw SK Gaming yesterday.
I'm starting to feel like we're repeating the same thing.
Yeah.
But Fnatic are playing that well. You know, they had an incredibly strong pick and ban phase in all 3 of the games we've seen them play. Their compositions have had engage, they've had clear engage ability, clear wave clear is the word I'm looking for, and great map control. Not only do they pick well, they execute those strategies well. They've got good lane ganks, they've got phenomenal mid-game rotations, and they close games out. They don't drag it out longer than they need to. They push towers down. We talked about this earlier. Reckless is the longest official kill streak without giving up a single death, and as does Yellowstar with his support streak. 26 kills for Reckless, 39 assists for Yellowstar. And every single member of the team is performing well. You know, Peck is controlling mid, Cyanide's back to his usual way of stealing Barons, and Soaz is drawing enough threat to allow his teams to wrap up these fights.
Yeah, and you know, you look at Fnatic right now, coming into this, we weren't really sure what we were going to expect, and honestly, the team, even talking to them, we heard Peke earlier on today, they weren't really sure what to expect because nobody really faced up against each other in proper matches. Scrims, while great, which is basically the word for practicing if you're unaware of the phrase scrims, it really doesn't give you a sign. And actually talking to Alliance, talking to Froggen, and they've said, you know, in practices, we've been smashing people. But when it comes to the actual real game, we've never had to make the decisions that we get in the LCS, and that's the pressure.
Yeah, this is the reason that Alliance are losing. They've never been in a position where they've had to challenge for Baron, rotate for towers. They've never been on the back foot because online and in scrims, you know, their individual ability has just carried them through the games. Talking about individual ability, the average KDA for Fnatic as a team is 13.9, right? That's the average kill-death assist ratio. Reckless has a 46 KDA as he has not died. Yellowstar is 40. Soaz is the man that I called out on day 1 and said, is Soaz going to deliver? He has a 20 KDA right now. I mean, 20. And he's playing Trundle, Shen, and Renekton. He's not playing the meta champs, and he has a 20 KDA. He's making it work with the assistance of the rest of his team.
That is the beauty of Soaz. He can play anything, even in a 1v1 challenge. And despite Fnatic's dominance so far, the guys in Millennium are looking forward to testing their new tactics against those famous Fnatic rotations.
Millennium is pretty strong. I think like last season they were looking really good, but then they had all kinds of problems like Kieran hurting his arm.
I really like to play against Fnatic because they move a lot across the map, they do like weird things.
Ball's getting locked up, Stranglethorns comes out, he's already used that Shadow Dash, Meteor's doing what he can!
And that is the legendary Fnatic rotations that we talk about. I think we know most of their stuff, but they always come up with something new. And with Arani, who is doing good calls, and Kevin at the top lane, I know that they are pretty strong together, and I think it will be close.
And actually seeing what Yellowstar had to say there, he thinks it will be close. And this is exactly what all the players have said. All the teams are actually saying Millennium are incredible in scrims. So something is not transferring from practice to LCS. We'll see what it is, because let's check out those starting lineups. Right now, on the blue side, it is going to be Millennium. In the top lane, it's going to be Kevin. The jungler is Aranea, of course, the captain, the big mouthpiece, and everyone here in the arena will be hearing him, don't worry. The mid laner, of course, is Kerp. The AD carry is Creaton, and Jerry is his support.
And of course, on the red side, it will be Fnatic, with Soaz up top, Cyanide in the jungle with his lowly 4 KDA, Expeke in the mid lane with Reckless and Yellowstar as your AD carry and support.
And of course, we're going to be keeping our eye on whether Yellowstar or Reckless die in this game, because they are currently, there's only 3 of them. 3 players in the LCS so far that haven't died in Europe right now. Reckless, Yellowstar, the other one is Jankos, who we're going to be seeing after this match.
Zazas.
And of course, Zazos, sorry, in the top lane. Yes, Jankos did die once.
Yes, 10-1-10.
What a feeder.
We'll let it slide.
What a
We'll let it slide.
So what are we expecting? Picks and bans coming into this one.
We have
Millennium
no
against
idea.
Fnatic.
We have no idea. And I'm going to justify that thus. In the 3 games that Millennium have played, they have had 9 different champions banned against them. Every single team has banned 3 different champions, and we have not seen a repeated ban. And what that tells you is nobody has a set, concise way to deal with Millennium. Against SK, we've seen 5 champions banned multiple times. So on the other side for Fnatic, they've had 8 champions banned against them. The only one with a recurring theme is Kassadin, because it's Peke. I mean, you have to do that. So I'm not 100% sure what they want to do. And with the fact that we're seeing Shen and Trundle and Renekton from Soaz, it means that those tanky champions are a priority, but against Millennium, not against Fnatic.
You may have noticed the coffee cup alongside the players there. That is a new thing that some of these players, especially the Fnatic guys, I actually sat with them the other day, and you heard me talking with Reckless about it. They hate it. Reckless hates it with a passion.
He's a liar. If he didn't, you know, it might be a luck thing.
No, seriously. I sat there, I watched their faces, and I watched them putting all sorts of things into this coffee to try and make it taste nice. And it was just like, what are you doing? If you don't like it, don't drink it. No, we need to.
It's not the coffee that's making him play well. He's naturally that talented, guys.
He is naturally that talented.
Don't turn to coffee at home.
No, it's not exactly dangerous substance I'm pushing out here, although many big coffee drinkers may be thinking that. So picks and bans about to get underway. What are we expecting? Could we see any of those? I expect Kassadin is going to get taken away, especially the fact that it's going to be fresh in everybody's mind after seeing that last game. And sure as hell, Jinx finally has been taken away from Reckless.
So we're going to see Reckless on his first AD carry that's not Jinx in the LCS. All 3 games that he's played, he has played on that Jinx. I think Vi is also a consideration ban here against Aranea. It's his mega comfort pick. And we've also seen Yasuo banned against both of these respective teams. Without Vi in there, without some hard lockdown, they may actually want to go for that assassin, because Kerp and Peke are good at playing those types of champions.
Our bans coming thick and fast there. Elise, Annie, Kassadin, and Leona. Leona not going to be allowed in Yellowstar. Yellowstar did do very well on that before. And again, speaking to Reckless yesterday, he said, you know, Jinx isn't actually my favorite AD carry. It's just really strong right now.
Yeah, the amount of damage and the kill potential is there, and when you've got the ability, well, the rest of your team sets you up for those kills, it works very well. If Vi does not get banned here, then I think Millennium has a bit of free reign for some of their tanks. We know Fnatic are not necessarily going to trend towards the Mundo and the Shyvana, at least they haven't in the past. So it actually gives Millennium a little bit more breathing room. And they can say, well, we sort of can get our hands on those powerful picks, but then you have to say, how do Fnatic respond? They've used Trundle, they've used Shen, there are options available.
So what will it be? Will it be Mundo for Kevin in the top lane? Will they maybe think, should we allow the Renekton Shyvana through? Will Fnatic actually go for that? Because they baited themselves. They baited their opposition into it yesterday. It was SK Gaming.
SK, yeah. The one thing that can work, or that is going to be interesting about the other lanes, is the mid laners. No ban on Ziggs, no ban on Gragas, and I think
no ban on Yasuo.
Both of those could be going that route. So we'll see how they decide to lock it in. And interestingly, Arenea's going back to Lee Sin. He's going back to the champion that he really was quite famous for in the summer split of last year. Has an even, I think it was 2-2 win record with him for the last split. Not Vi. I think maybe Millennium were anticipating that if they picked Vi, Fnatic in a counter.
Yeah, they must have some sort of counter for it. See if it works. Lee Sin was, like you say, what he made popular back in the summer. Pulled it back, even when Diamond wasn't even playing it. Managed to bring it back there. Soaz and Cyanide. Will we see Vi being picked up against Aranea?
So Cyanide has also played Vi in the past. I think Cyanide's one of the most versatile junglers in terms of the champions he can play, because we see him doing a lot of picks. It's a trend that most of Fnatic have. It hasn't been locked in yet, but if the Wild Growth does get locked in with it, that's a very nice initiation. You have the Assault and Battery to follow through. Once people are getting knocked aside, you can knock them up into the air. And because you've got multiple knockups, this may even be a Yasuo bait. Because my first instinct is knock up on Lulu, knockups with Vi, knock up into Yasuo, it could be there. So Millennium now have some extra juicy things to think about.
Well, it also works. Obviously, Cyanide dives in, gets the knock up, then you knock everyone back up, but once again, like you say, there's a lot of abilities there. Nami is a potential. We've seen Jerry playing a multitude of supports. I don't think we're going to see Fiora. If we do, then I think Greg Sky Williams might actually be tweeting in a rage.
Yeah, he would probably be losing it, as it were. But no, not going to be the case. Instead, we're going to see a safe pick from Millennium. This is the smart thing to do. You leave your solo laners until you've got a better idea of what Fnatic are doing. And because Millennium have not picked in a mid laner or a top laner right now, this puts Fnatic now on the back foot. They have the option to go for the likes of, hell, you could put Wukong top and you can put Yasuo in the mid, and you've got a million knockups and a very good engage. That's a massive amount of damage that could come down from press R compositions. But I'm just theorizing now. I don't really know if they're going to go that route.
And I'm a little interested to see what that top lane will be, because Shyvana, Renekton, Dr. Mundo, all still on the cards, and yet no one going for them 5 picks in. Could this be a first sign of a turn between the European teams to saying, okay, these really aren't that much of a first pick anymore?
I think it's more of a case of just these two particular teams.
Yeah.
I think Fnatic, they don't trend towards those types of champions. It's not really their favorites. So it's allowed them, and in fact, it's going to be LeBlanc. So not going to be Assassin of Yasuo, but it is going to be LeBlanc. And I have not been impressed by the LeBlanc plays we've seen so far.
Well, LeBlanc on Peke, that's something I am excited to see, because I like seeing Peke on Assassins. I've said this before, same with Alex. Any mid laner, honestly. I don't like the farm-heavy champions that they do sometimes go with. I like to see the explosive battles. It's what I like as a play-by-play caster. No surprise there. But look at it! Yasuo is locked in at last.
That's going to be top lane Yasuo. So this is actually very interesting, because with the exception of maybe Dragon's Rage kicking a tidal wave, there may be a lot more pressure on Kevin to land these... No, I've heard this is going to be top lane Gragas. This is going to be top lane Gragas. This is something Deficio has been talking to me about. Millennium play tank Gragas in the top lane, have been doing it in scrims, and it's going to be Curb playing Yasuo in the mid lane. And if it's not, then I've been baited by Deficio, but I'm pretty sure that's the way it'll end up.
Well, he's in there right now. We'll see whether he switches around. Don't forget, I've heard Aranea also plays it in the jungle, so it's another interesting one. Remember, Insect did that at the All-Stars in Shanghai last time, but it is going to be Renekton in the top lane. That was the final choice for Soaz. So Soaz going with those tanky top laners.
So Fnatic sticking with a little bit more of a traditional comp, dare I say it. Assassin in the mid, Renekton up top. They've got strong initiation with Vi and Lulu, and to be honest, it's a bit boring. Millennium, Gragas top lane. This is going to be full tank, right? Now, what Deficio has been telling me from how Kevin plays it, he doesn't put any points at all into his barrel roll, body slam. He maxes his barrel roll and his damage reduction on his Drunken Rage. Gets a lot of items up, pops the Drunken Rage, flashes into a team fight, and literally just uses utility. Slows people with his body slam, knocks people away with his ultimate. And if that spreads people up a little bit, Yasuo, being played by Kerp, can dive in there and kill them. And I hope it works their way, because it's going to be hell of exciting.
We've also got, obviously, the Lee Sin kick, the Nami bubble, a lot of items.
Bubble, as well as
the
tidal wave.
The tidal wave going across. There's a lot of options available for Yasuo. We'll see if it works. This is his first game. I'm excited to see it, and it is time to see what you guys at home voted for. The team with the most thumbs up by a landslide, shock horror,
is Fnatic at 90% to the 10% on Millennium. It was 96 yesterday, I believe.
93, I remember.
Yeah.
I remember 93 and 7, but I've missed a few of the losses. That's a big vote.
That's a big, big vote, especially against Millennium. This is a team that had a lot of momentum coming into this game, and as we move into the Rift, well, what are we expecting to see from these two teams? Are we expecting any early aggression? We haven't yet seen a level 1 fight.
We have to see roaming. I mean, Millennium has to move around. They need the utility and the knockups of the rest of the team to help Yasuo out. It's going to be so difficult explaining what Yasuo does, but I'll try my best as we see the abilities. And I think if we can see Kevin and Kerp working together, pushing down dragons and roaming across the map, it is a very scary combination. And they've also got an immense amount of mobility on the side of Millennium as well.
So, Millennium starting out as the blue side on your screens, followed by Fnatic as the red teams. Pings are plenty, and all of them for the top here, Trevor. They are all going in 5 members.
You made a special request for level 1 as we're getting saying there's no level 1 fights, and right now, I think Millennium have read this. Millennium are going to know Fnatic. They're going to see each other, and that was very lucky. They will have seen one another's position. So if Millennium do not stay grouped up, Fnatic can challenge for this blue buff, which is what I think they're going to do, and that can put the back. Kevin's dead.
Kevin! Face check in the bush. The leash comes out from Peke. It's going to be just about enough. The Ignite will take you down. Who do they want to give it to? That's the question. They're not going to allow him get away. They had to flash for it, Cyanide. 2
flashes as well. Peke followed suit. He got, closed the gap. For a second, we thought he was going to survive. I have no idea.
Away. Big Gragas, but no idea. Not going to happen for him. Ignite was used in there as well. Who was that? So that was 3 summoner spells burnt for that kill. And they were clearly must have been trying to set it up for Reckless, but he just couldn't seem to get a shot.
I've just rewinded the replay on my PC. They are 100% sure they spotted Fnatic. Millennium knew about Fnatic's position. The one thing is, Soaz was the only one that was spotted. So Kevin may have anticipated, it's only Renekton. It's only Renekton, it's only Soaz. I can check this. And unfortunately, history has proven otherwise, as it were. Millennium give up their first blood. Unfortunate that it was Kevin as well. He's usually such a solid player. This may put him a little bit on tilt.
Well, he's on that Gragas. It's a unique pick for the top lane as it is, and we'll see whether it does work out for him. It does seem that it's going to be a 2v1 situation because we do see Reckless and Yellowstar going up towards the top. Peke immediately getting aggressive combo by Kerp. And Trevor, we're going to start talking about that middle lane straight away because Yasuo up against LeBlanc, it's an interesting one immediately.
So the first thing I want to touch on right now, Jerry trying to steal or interrupt Cyanide's blue. A little bit difficult. What we've seen from Kerp diving onto LeBlanc, he was using his E spell. It's the Sweeping Blade. Now it's a 0.5 second cooldown, and it allows you to dash to any target once every 10 seconds. That will get down as you level it up, and it progressively stacks damage up to about double after 4 stacks. So what you'll see Kerp doing is dashing through minions to hit champions multiple times over and over and over. And you actually just seen there him in the mid lane getting his passive. That's a little shield that he gets from his flow bar, which he actually stacks from moving around the map.
And there is the Steel Tempest leveled up. He's going to try and get some poke on with that one. But Peke didn't get the first blood, but despite the fact he flashed for it, that's miscommunication, I feel, from the two. They were just like, holy, he's going to get away. Everybody go for it. Quickly panic in there. There is the Q working in action. That is the Steel Tempest. So 3 hits of that, that's when the Whirlwind comes out.
That's it. And you can actually do 2 different things with that. You can throw out a skill shot, basically Howling Gale, or you can spin and knock people up while dashing with your E. We do see RNA has snuck himself in, and Pekka's going to be in a little bit of trouble.
He's going to get taken low. Will his mirror splits off? Who will they go for? Will it be the right one? No, it won't. RNA was fooled.
The clone from Pekka's passive was enough to pull them away. I was looking if Ignite had been used, and it had not. There's the knockup. Pekka should be able to survive. There's not enough damage.
The Ignite comes in. It's not enough damage. Sidesteps the Q. He's going to force the tower damage. It's not going to be enough on RNA. There's no jungler nearby.
Very well played, I think, by RNA and Kerp. They actually hesitated in the flashes, waiting for the call. And I think RNA said, I'm going in, I'll tank. And they managed to make it work. We do see a gank here from Cyanide trying to put Kevin even further behind. He hasn't even touched a minion right now. 0 CS to his name, as Fnatic deny even more CS by allowing it to die to the tower.
Well, lots of pressure. You talked about how he doesn't really build up the slam, and as it stands, he had to go for it because he tried to dash away with it, and that's what's caused him problems. He's only just got those barrels to try and throw it out, but it sounds like actually
judging by the guzzling,
Drunken Rage.
he hasn't actually gone for it. So he's gone with the Drunken Rage instead. So he's still not got the barrels, which is why he's got no CS.
Cannot farm with it. I think he needs to deviate from his strategy a little bit. I'm trying to remember the specifics of how Deficio was telling me it worked. And the basic premise is that he's a different version of Malphite, effectively. A low cooldown on that exploding cask is going to allow them to continually knock people around. We do see that now Aranea is once again trying to set up a gank. We talked about how his style is very heavily gank situated, but Soaz is fully aware he's there. Soaz is sticking around at this tower. He's not expecting the dive right now.
Now gets the stun down Aranea, and actually J-Ree took a tower hit before it even began, which immediately caused some problems. Top tower does go down. Fnatic have struck first with First Blood, and now with that first tower giving them that small gold advantage, but they are keeping here. Soaz is not backing off. He's all on his own. There's no help for him here.
Yeah, there's definitely a focus from Millennium to get the tower. They realize that Caitlyn and Lulu is going to move to the bottom lane and try to defend this once they're done pushing, because they haven't stopped yet. That's a 3-man Fnatic moving towards the top in a turret, and unless Millennium rotates Kerp's Yasuo there, they should be able to pick a lot of damage off that tower as well.
Well, the Pixie turning Kevin into a tiny little squirrel.
A munchkin.
A munchkin, whatever you'd like to call it. He mentioned tiny. It's going to be Kerp and Pekka going aggressive. The leash is going to land. It's going to stun him up, and he's not going to follow through. Instead, now Kerp just dashes in. This is going to be such an explosive one. I love to see the cameraman's face when this starts kicking off.
I'd like to see your face when it starts kicking off. I wish you the best of luck keeping track in him. Now, I would like to see Kerp use that Steel Tempest while dashing with his sweeping blade, the E, because he does actually knock everybody up in a circular radius around him. And his ultimate can only be targeted on people that are airborne or basically off the ground. Soaz now, he's roamed around, has left that bottom tower thanks to Reckless and Yellowstar moving in to defend. And if Kerp gets caught, he's not going to. Great usage of Wind Wall. First time we're seeing it, it blocks all projectiles that go through it. It includes skill shots, it includes auto attacks. The only thing that's not blocked is tower hits.
Yeah, so that ace in the hole may well get blocked off quite a lot late on with that Wind Wall. I'm expecting to see no going to make too much of that through. Soaz, though, he's gone back to base. He's going to head in towards that top lane, gets himself a Doran's Blade on Renekton and the Ruby Gem.
So a little bit of additional HP, going to be dealing with that sort of tanky Gragas up top. And you talked about how the Wind Wall can block ace in the hole. Vi is not a projectile. And my point with this is, once Vi sticks to somebody with Assault and Battery, Wind Wall is not going to interrupt it. How the super hot crew dealt with Micha Maker's Yasuo was by picking Xin Zhao, who throws himself through the wall. So similar type of champion pick to get around that very, very powerful ability.
Aranea coming around the backside here. He's going to come into the Wolves, finds out Cyanide is there, gets the Wolves down as well and forces Cyanide away. I thought he maybe will come around the backside of Peke, but instead he is going to head round towards that blue buff.
Yeah, I definitely think the original intention was to go for a gank, but didn't work out for them. Now with a 2-man on blue, they should pick this up. Smite is not available for Cyanide either, so we should see Aranea stealing it away. He does secure it. Now they're in a little bit of trouble. Great Dragon's Rage back.
Assault and Battery was used. Quickly Dragon kicks him straight back. Reckless wants Aranea though, and now they realize they're in trouble. It's a 4-on-4 down this bottom lane. Kerp though putting the damage down. Can Peke get on towards the support of J-Ree? No, there's a lot of damage going back and forth, and it's Millennium on the back foot here. They're going to get the Glitter Lance, not quite catching. Piltover comes across, only on J-Ree. Great Steel Tempest, knocks them all back.
Yeah, Kerp throwing out that knock-up. I think Fnatic were aware of the potential of being knocked in the air and jumped on by that final breath. Unfortunately, with all the damage that Millennium have now taken, Fnatic should be able to secure themselves their second tower of the game, and they're going to extend their gold lead to around 2,000.
Yeah, the double wave came in just at the right time because Fnatic were already pushing the lane down. Like you say, Siege Minion in there. That will be second turret going down. That's going to stretch that gold lead that Fnatic are already grouped. Kevin finds Soaz, comes around that forest wall, does manage to catch a good stun on towards him, slice and dice across him. He doesn't have enough damage, neither of them do, but Kevin again in trouble, and it's Dragon now for Fnatic.
Very good play by Soaz. He actually sliced and diced through the body slam. Arena's going to try steal. It's very low. He may be able to get it, not if he's a munchkin, and he can't follow through.
Oh, and he just didn't have the Q there. That was a very, very good munchkin.
Great timing from Fnatic. The team fight that they won picked him up a tower and a dragon. They're extending their gold lead quite significantly right now. And I want to touch on this Kevin Gragas right now. We talked in the beginning how he's not going to level up those barrels, his Q, and he's sticking to it. He's got 3 ranks in his Drunken Rage, his W, and only 2 points in the body slam of his E. So with him being level 6, I'm now anticipating Kevin to roam a little bit more, get more involved with the Aranea ganks, because I think Aranea has done about 5 or 6 ganks already at the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, he's got them boots of mobility, like I say, wants to get in there. Meanwhile, of course, thinking about how they're building, there's not a lot of ability power to worry about. If Kevin is going to go tanky, this could well be a problem for Millennium come late game.
Yeah, with the fact that almost all of the damage is going to be centered around armor-based champions like Lee Sin, Yasuo, and Lucian, Fnatic are going to be able to just prioritize armor. Now, Kerp could get jumped on. A little careful. The one thing to also remember about Yasuo's ultimate is after he throws down the final breath, he gains 50% armor penetration on bonus armor. So it makes it actually very powerful against teams that stack an immense amount of armor themselves.
We do see Aranea coming around. Cyanide having to back away from this one once again. He did have Smite available, but didn't want to get baited into it this time because potentially they're setting up for something. We'll see whether it's going to be the red buff because that's just around the corner. It is spawned up there. And I think that's maybe what they're going to go. Another great win wall from Kerp.
That blocked both the Sigil of Silence as well as the Chains of Distortion there from Xpeke, just preventing both of them to hit. And if you can interrupt that burst combo, LeBlanc's not very scary at all. So very good play, but it is a high cooldown. 24 seconds or so in the early stages of the game, so you've got to be very careful. Kerp now's in a little bit of trouble.
Leash doesn't find Kerp. He's got that whirlwind available, which is already used, and now so is going to go straight in towards him. Stun comes out, Cyanide Assault, Battery follows through, gets the knockback, has to try and jump away, flashes away, he's going to get stunned once again from Soaz any moment. Now Kevin's going to have to use that explosive caster, backwards, didn't work out, but nevertheless, Kerp will walk off.
So very lucky there by Kerp to have the assistance of Kevin. Kevin forced to use that explosive cast very defensively, and now Creatine almost getting caught by Yellowstar and Reckless. He's keeping up in CS, but it's Yellowstar and Reckless that are determining the tempo of this lane, keeping Millennium defending against their tower.
And in fairness, you know, we've been talking about this amazing partnership down the bottom. Not a lot of action from them just yet. 94 CS to 84 CS. Creatine has fell behind, but remember, it was a 4-man push down that bottom, so no surprise there.
And I think part of the reason for that is the champion pick. Because they've got a Caitlyn and a Lulu who can do a lot of damage, you know, pushing waves quite quickly with the Glitzer Lance and the Piltover Peacemaker. That's a fast push duo, if I can, you know, coin that phrase. And I think they got the top tower, they got the bottom tower, and they've got a dragon. Yes, they're not exactly flashy with all the kills, but they haven't died yet, and they've got a lot of objectives for their team, so it's working in their favor.
It's just dawned on me that the speed that he's pulling that wind wall out, he's doing it with a trackball, guys.
Yeah, we're going to keep saying that throughout this, well, forever. As long as Kerp is playing, he's doing all of these little tips and tricks with that trackball. Once again, Peke going in. A little bit of the damage has been blocked by the wind wall. So 2 things to note in terms of build. Yasuo will prioritize some critical hit. His passive also gives him double critical hit chance. So Static Shiv into Infinity Edge is the standard build, if I can use that term loosely, but we haven't seen it in professional play, so we'll see how Kerp decides to itemize further.
As it is, it's almost certainly going to be the Static Shiv, I feel. He's got that Avarice Blade in there already. Peke, again, on LeBlanc, I was about to say, hasn't seen too much from him. Has to flash away there. Kerp's getting caught, stunned down. He's going to get locked up there. The tower's going to be traded very nicely. Aranea picks it up, and that's going to be the kill for Kerp.
Very good play. Kerp was tanking the initial tower shots, and once he became untargetable while he's flying through the air like only a Highway Noon Samurai can, he manages to block it, and it's actually Aranea that took the last couple of shots. So a very good combo, and you've seen how it worked. Even though Kerp failed his knockup, that's exactly what happened. It was Aranea's kick that allowed Kerp to jump onto him. So 2 kills for Yasuo in his inaugural appearance in the LCS.
And again, this is another LeBlanc that has not impressed me. This time Peke is having a chance at it, and it doesn't seem to be working. Obviously, it must be something they're practicing solo queue, but solo queue is not the LCS. It doesn't always work there.
No, I've got to be a little bit careful. Assault and Battery onto Kerp.
Assault and Battery, don't think they have enough damage, and I think he's got far enough away. Or do they? Kerp taken solo, dashes away, tries to pull him back. I'm not too sure where he's thinking of going. Throws out the Steel Tempest, but again, not going to be able to get away from that one. Not sure why he came away from the turret there.
He was trying to be a little bit cheeky with the wind wall because it blocks multiple projectiles. But a Renekton and a Vi don't have projectiles. So the wind wall didn't really work in his favor. Also remember that his dash, that E, it takes you a set distance. So if you are standing right in front of a target and you dash through him, you'll overshoot him as Yellowstar gets hooked.
Yellowstar caught in the Aqua Prison. Isn't going to be enough damage from Kratos? No, it's not.
but it is a good burst, and that's going to keep them on their back foot for a short period of time. Blue buff given across to Peke. We'll see whether that helps him out in the lane phase.
Well, want to highlight the Kevin right now, still 0 points in that barrel roll. He is working his way towards a Sunfire Cape. And, you know, Julian, he's now basically a mega tank. It's Gragas that has utility, and we'll see how this works because there is a lot of damage that can come out from Yasuo, but he has to hit multiple targets with that ultimate of his. So a lot of pressure on using Final Breath at the right time.
And there's a lot of pressure on Kevin because Dr. Mundo was available, Shyvana was available, they weren't chosen. He went with the Gragas pick, so this is a lot of scrutiny going to be on this pick up against the Renekton. Fnatic once again, they've got the timers, they got the first dragon, looks like they're going to get the second. Aranea once again going to try and come in. He's going to throw that kick out. Will the Whimsy go back on towards him? This time he's going to come in. Smite not going to land. He has to flash out.
Yeah, did need to get away cleanly from that one. He actually had a ward available, so if he'd been a little bit more in time, he could have potentially just, you know, placed a ward down and dashed out. Nevertheless, still ineffectual for the second attempt.
Smite was used at the exact same moment between the two junglers, so that was just simply a Smite fight, and I think Cyanide realized the damage potential that Aranea was going to be a little bit later.
Millennium need multiple kills, or they need a tower now. They are falling too far behind in gold. It's climbing to 3,200 right now, and yes, they have the potential to pick up kills with this Yasuo, but if Fnatic get 5, 6, 7,000 gold ahead, then it's going to become impossible because they're just too far out of reach for your assassin to work. We talked about how Peke is maybe not impressing on LeBlanc right now, but it is because it's Aranea's ganks that are shutting him down. So I'd like to see the first real fight with multiple members of each team before we completely write off LeBlanc.
Well, it's an 800 gold differential in that top lane between the Renekton of Soaz and Kevin. Soaz did a great job in a 3v1 early on in the game, and he's probably faces Kevin, I guess, in a solo queue before, kind of knows what he's expecting, but doesn't seem too flustered by it.
Well, we'll see how it works out for the time being, because this tank Gragas, it's something that Deficio knew about. Deficio was super kind enough to tell me about it, so I could tell you guys about it. And it's working out exactly as predicted. Kevin is playing it in scrims. It's something that I'm almost 100% sure all of the pros will be aware of, or maybe even seen multiple times. And I like the theory behind it. You know, he's got a built-in damage reduction. He's got, you know, a damage amplification steroid on his auto attacks, and his ultimate is on a very low cooldown. So in theory, it should work, but he has been crippled quite severely in the early game, and it's going to take Millennium time to build him up to a point where they want to fight.
Okay, again, just dodging out Aranea, trying to get in to get that gank, trying to help out Kerp in that mid lane, get him rolling. He's already got that Static Shiv and Vampiric Scepter. Infinity Edge may well be next. It seems to be the standard build. We'll see if it works out. One thing that has impressed me is that while Fnatic took down those 2 early turrets, not a great deal else has happened in terms of turret pushing.
Soaz is going to be in trouble right now as 3 members of Millennium are starting to close him in. He has his Slice and Dice and Flash available, and here come Aranea and Kerp.
The kip comes across, he gets launched straight back across there, and he goes straight into the path of Aranea. It's going to be Kerp that they'll give it to. No, it's Aranea that took it.
They're going to lose the tower though, so yes, that was a great coordinated kill. However, 4 members of Fnatic are sitting in the mid lane. They've got the tower, they're going to back away. There's not many ultimates available for Millennium.
Oh, they've landed the kick. Will the Lee Syndrome set in? He goes for it, doesn't really find his target. It's Cyanide that goes in. Wild Growth pops him up. Peke gets in there, doesn't manage to burst down Aranea. Gets the leash on Kerp. Kerp will go down. That's going to be a kill for Reckless. He's going to continue that KDA stomp. And now without tower, they can continue chasing.
Yeah, Fnatic are going to just keep them on. Great bubble!
What a fantastic bubble coming out of J-Ree there. That's going to stop Peke in his tracks, and it gives Kraton a kill.
J-Ree landing the perfect Aqua Prison, preventing Xpeka's LeBlanc from getting involved. We have seen our first team fight. LeBlanc, no. Stop picking her, people. It's not working. The one thing that I think Fnatic could have done even better in that fight is Cyanide used his Assault and Battery to stop Aranea. He should have known that Dragon's Rage had been used in the top lane, and I think if he had stuck to Kerp or to Creatine, maybe killing one of the carries could have allowed Fnatic to do even more with that fight. But I'm just nitpicking a little bit, as they did win the bigger engage, and unfortunately Peke got a little greedy.
Yeah, I mean, that may well simply go down to the communication of Soaz. Soaz didn't maybe put across that ultimate had been used while they were focusing on the middle turret. You know, all the best teams, they need clean communication, and this may be a sign that it's not quite as crisp as we make out for Fnatic. Aranea taking that red buff away. We'll see how it works out. He did get that kill, remember, on Soaz up in that top lane, which takes him to that 1-0-2. We are seeing potentially Infinity Head starting out by Kerb here with
I
that
think
dagger.
Reckless is in trouble here. There's a lot of bursts that can come from Kerb.
Oh, this could be his first death. We'll see whether it works out. Kerb's going to get on static shift used. Yellow Star is there to save the day.
Yeah, very smart play by Kerb to not dive. I think had I been in Kerb's shoes, the title of killing Reckless for the first time would have baited me into tower diving. And I think controlled play from Kerb and Aranea was the smart move. What we are seeing, though, is after 20 minutes of gameplay, Aranea is ganking with Kerb. That's the 4th or 5th time he's moved to Kerb's lane this entire game, and I'm expecting it to continue because of the synergy that the two champions have. Allow Kerb to deal the big burst, and then if it doesn't kill the person, the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike combo from Lee Sin can then close it out.
Blue buff gets picked up by Peke. Aranea just being forced away by Reckless. He's trying to get in on those walls to see if he forces the smite here because the dragon is up in a minute. So he doesn't want to waste that spell. Creaton almost dived upon by Peke, but Kerb is churning down that tower. So that's the first tower for Millennium.
So well played by Millennium to pick up their first big objective. With Dragon spawning in a minute, it allows them to set up vision around the Dragon pit just a little bit safer and makes Fnatic challenging for Dragon if they want to, just a little bit more riskier. So I really like this play. What I think Millennium should probably do is group in the mid lane. And if Fnatic go for Dragon, Millennium go for the tower. Or if they have a good positional advantage, they can pick a fight. But I think forcing Fnatic to choose one or the other is the way that Millennium should play it.
So we'll see whether Peke's blue buff, now with the Deathfire Grasp, is enough to drop someone, because that's what he's missing right now. He's not been able to get going. He's not been able to snowball because he's been bullied, because he's been picked on by this man right here, Kerb, who now has gone for the chain vest.
Yeah, so he's going to get a little bit more defensive statistics. You could even go for something like an Atma's Impaler and then build some HP. Considering his passive doubles the critical hit chance, it actually gives you more gold efficiency from an item like that. But I really want to see where it goes to. After all the talk of the Dragon, it did force Fnatic to pick. They weren't in position to defend, and they want to try barrel mid.
And that's the first Dragon picked up by Millennium. Now Peke is going to have to exit stage left here because he's going to get forced on by the rest of Millennium as they come piling across. Kevin and Aranea giving chase. Soaz may well be the target. We see Kerb going in there, goes aggressive. Soaz goes away. That's going to be the kick on Reckless. Will they get the first kill on Reckless?
They've done
yes,
it!
They will. Kevin's the man that takes it. Explosive cast comes in. Sinai may well be next. Soaz, that big tanky Dominion, is trying to run out, but he's in trouble as well. Millennium closing the gap here. Get the knock him up in the air. There's not going to be enough. Last breath's already been used. Yellow Star the focus now. He hasn't died either. Can they just close out that one? You bet your life they can. It's Creaton that gets it. And the myth, the legends of the duo lane Reckless Yellow Star has died against Millennium.
Officially dethroning that lead. Great play by Millennium. And the thing that I love the most, Kerb initiates onto Soaz, places the wind wall right in the choke zone coming from there. Look at this wind wall. If anybody from Fnatic throws anything that way, it's not going to work. The last breath from Yasuo, not necessarily 100% ideal. It didn't hit multiple targets. But because they killed Reckless, the AD carry of Fnatic, the rest of the team just stuck together, and a very, very smart play by Kevin. He picks the next target they should focus, not who the damage dealers are. Shuts down Yellow Star, and he is still playing that tank Gragas. No ability points placed into that barrel roll yet. Full points in W, full points in E.
And no ability power picked up either, because there's not a single item on the board. He's going for the Spirit Visage now, so he doesn't care about ability power right now. Going full tank, and the explosive cask worked there, and it seems to be working out well, working wonders against Soaz, who seemed a little helpless in that fight.
Yeah, Soaz unfortunately can't offer a lot of interruption. Had he been playing a Shyvana, you can disperse the team, you can knock multiple people away. Renekton is great in the smaller skirmishes, the 3v3s, the 4v4s, where he's got a single target stun. He does quite a lot of AoE damage once his ultimate's running, but that's really it. There's not a lot of threat to the rest of the Millennium team. And unfortunately, because Soaz couldn't jump onto Creaton's Lucian or similar, it didn't do much. So this is one of the shortcomings of not playing one of those champions that is probably a little bit stronger right now.
So Creaton now the unkillable at the moment. 2-0-1 in this one. Trinity Force, he's complete along with that Bloodthirster up against the Bloodthirster static shift and the beginnings of a Last Whisper for Reckless. So AD carries in terms of victory. It is all on Creaton now, and we said, can Creaton and Jerry face up against that bottom lane? They've done it, and it seems to be working wonders. Where do they go from here?
Millennium need to get more towers. They've got one outer tower still standing in the top lane. They've pulled back that gold lead now to only 1,000 between the two teams. And I think with Millennium's team fight strength, really, they actually have a better 5v5. Fnatic have the ability to single somebody out and kill them. Assault and Battery plus LeBlanc plus Ace in the hole can be a dead person. But only if Wind Wall's not available and only if they don't get dispersed by the Gragas barrel. So I think Millennium should be roaming as a 5-man, looking for those hard fights. Oh, Reckless is in trouble.
Reckless is going to get aggressed upon. It's not going to be explosive crash use. Yes, it is. It actually blew in an odd direction. The kick follows through. Reckless in trouble. He's on the tower. It doesn't matter. And he's just going to get dropped once again. The stats are falling.
Kevin playing tank Gragas. I seen him under the tower. I'm like, oh, this is going to be bad. Gragas is going to, oh, wait. He tanked the tower the entire time because he's got a Sunfire Cape and a Spirit Visage there. The Spirit Visage is going to help his passive heal as well. So he's already back up to full HP, and this could be the third tower of the game for Millennium.
And remember, as Enrated pointed out, that explosive cast comes available very quickly. He hasn't really got a great deal of cooldown, only the Spirit Visage giving it in a moment, but it is starting to get there. He is going to get locked out by a little bit by Peke, but with the magic resist that he got, with that big tank, it's not a problem for him. And Fnatic, look at this, they're trying to go aggressive, and Aranea just walks away. They're going to continue chasing. Peke's nearly out of mana.
Yeah, Kevin's in trouble.
Battery goes down on Kevin. Kevin is just going to slide away. No, there's going to be the Wild Growth will pop up, and that should be the kill on Kevin, but look how much it took to take him down.
Yeah, that's just massive damage reduction from his Drunken Rage. Forces Fnatic to put a lot more focus on him. But we talked about how Renekton is better in those 3v3s, the smaller skirmishes, and that's exactly what Fnatic got. They got a situation where their composition was better. Fnatic, now looking at Baron, they've killed the pink ward. They may try to bait Millennium in. Look at Kerb's positioning. They're killing all of the wards, and they haven't started Baron. This is a bait. They're trying to pull Millennium towards them to pick another fight, and Millennium are falling for it.
I'm not sure if they will. Kraton should be able to dash away from this one. Takes a shot from Reckless. That is a lot of damage on him already. He realizes he's in trouble and he's going to run away. He is dead. He's an ace in the hole, going to come in. Who will get the killing blow? It's going to be Cyanide. Oh no, Reckless.
Yeah, Reckless manages to land that last auto attack. I'm not sure why Kerb decided to go right when he could have stuck with the rest of his team, dashed himself through the wall and stuck with his team. But Kerb, unbeknownst to the rest of Fnatic, he's now pushing down the mid lane, trying to get some damage, and doing pretty well as far as the split push is concerned.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of damage. Now he's going to riddle himself across, take that blue buff. Then he's got a giant wave on the bottom, keep that farm flowing, and it is working out well for him. Cyano's going to come around and interrupt this one, though, with that smite. Should stop him.
And of course, with the flow passive of Yasuo, makes it even more effective. Unknown double entendre. Well played, sir. Right now, Fnatic gonna secure themselves blue buff. Gonna steal this one away. Take this one without any contest at all. Millennium will have the timer for Dragon. They picked up the previous one without any battle with Fnatic. And you can see with Kevin being near the mid lane, Millennium are ready for this. They're going to start moving towards the Dragon Pit. Kerb should be able to get there in time. And this could be another fight, which I think probably favors Millennium. I prefer their 5v5 options and the dispersion power of that Gragas.
Yeah, so Dragon was picked up by Millennium. 2 of them being picked up by Fnatic. Who will claim the next one? Millennium in position. We do see Soaz and Kevin butting heads in that mid lane. Kerb's going to come around the side. Whimsy is available if he tries to go for him. Instead, I think Millennium might pick this one up before they get close. Yes, they will. And now Soaz goes a little bit too deep. Dominus Blade popped. Will they just lock him out, or will Millennium try and run? Assault Battery on Kerb, then he immediately gets countered by Jayree's wave. And Soaz trying to tank up all that damage. Coming around the backside is Kevin. He's going to get on towards Cyanide. Kerb is running for his life from Soaz. That is going to be one down Aranea. Kerb's going to keep on running. Soaz needs to turn around, take on the rest of the team. He flashes through. Let's not look at Kerb, let's look at these, because Jayree's going to be in trouble. He's going to get stunned up. No, flashes away. Soaz is a beast that they are all running from.
You're very well played by Fnatic. I talked about the single target ability, and that's what they did. They focused Kerb down. This time around, Cyanide focused the right guy. It's not over yet, as Fnatic are on the turret. Kerb is still trying to split push, and Fnatic secure the tower, but with a little bit of damage at Kerb, maybe could do the same.
I think Millennium might keep chasing him, try and force them to not back away as quickly as possible. That's what Kevin's doing, because Kerb is taking down his mid-inner turret, which honestly, I find is more valuable. No, he's backing away. That's a little late. He's just realized it. He's had the call from Kevin. He's like, they're in here. I'm going to throw the barrel. Doesn't quite interrupt him, but it's going to be the turret going down nevertheless. Millennium counter again.
Trading tower for tower, but Millennium got the dragon, and they only lost one member of their team during the course course of that fight. So I think overall net gain for Millennium, we're still sitting at 4 towers apiece for both of these teams. But what you've seen from Fnatic is when they stick together as a 5-man team, they shove down the lane or the river, and they stick to one guy and one person that's important, in this case, Kerp. The Assault and Battery plus Renekton is enough to keep him out the fight. Final Breath wasn't even used. There was not enough times for those knockups. This is exactly the point I'd like to highlight here. Look at Kerp. He's been completely focused by Fnatic. Soaz has shoved him out of the fight, and Kevin needed to use that explosive cost defensively. He had to knock members of Fnatic away. And unfortunately, because Millennium were a little bit split up as the full 5-man, they just got pushed all the way back. And all credit to Soaz just really being a threat on that front line.
So, gold is even between the two teams. Just a slight gain by Fnatic over the last few seconds has put them in that 400 gold advantage. But honestly, when it's talking 43,000 between the two teams, that really isn't a great deal. 30-minute mark about to be hit here. Millennium have had some long games already up against SK Gaming. It was a 50-minute epic. They did finally close it out, but it took them a long time. What are we seeing now? We're in the 30-minute mark. Big late game items starting to come on the board.
So 2 things that we're seeing. First of all, Soaz picking himself up a Thornmail, as well as that Infinity Edge being completed for Kerp. So with Infinity Edge and Static Shiv, he's actually got 90% crit chance because of his passive. It doubles it. So very nice itemization. There's a lot of damage that can come down. And I want to play a little bit of devil's advocate and say, if you think about that Dragon's fight, Soaz was doing great with Renekton chasing down. Imagine if it was a Shyvana. Imagine if he had Burnout available. He maybe could have killed Kerp, which would have prevented the mid tower going down. Maybe could have stuck to the, sticking the bottom lane. So just thoughts whether or not Shyvana could have done more. But right now, pretty good position for Fnatic. Building up a lot of armor. Randy and Zoma completed for Cyanide makes Millennium's life much more difficult for the impending siege and fight.
Well, the siege is coming. The barrels are finally rolling out from Kevin. Not any ability power still being picked up by him. He has got the blue barrel buff, though, for that explosive cast to keep it chugging. You can see 3,500 hit points on Kevin right now on that big tanky Gragas. Fnatic looking to see if they can get any pokes, see if they can get anything onto the likes of J-Reed, Creaton, or Kerp. Because Kerp, remember, despite the fact having crazy damage, is a glass cannon.
Yeah, that's the case. He's got a tiny bit of armor to survive Caitlyn's damage, but that's it right now. And if a good last breath can be used on Peke, Reckless, or Yellowstar, that's how Millennium can win a fight. They need to get past Soaz and Cyanide. Once they get past them, damage the back line, and then Millennium can win.
Peke is going to go down towards that bottom wave. The moment he shows himself, he realizes it's going to be a 4v5 situation. There's nothing for him to do to get back into it. So as just baiting them out there, using the taunt, lying on the floor with that Renekton. Knows he's the tankiest member. The wave strictly quickly going down as well. They're going to push in for this one. Who are they going to go for? That's the question. Is it just going to be simply the turret they hit? No, there goes the wave. They can jump on towards Yellowstar. That last breath is not going to quite be enough to take him down. You can see Yellowstar will get dropped. Kerp is going to go down as well, so it's a 1-for-1. And now Peke has joined the fray. They're going to chase him on down here. Barrels coming out. Everything they can do to slow him. The culling comes back on towards Soaz, but as you see, it does nothing. Ace in the hole finds his target. Reckless takes that one down, but that's going to put him out the rest of the fight. Soaz comes in, gets the stun on Creaton. Kevin now, he's going to be the focus target. You can see he's got so much hit points. He just keeps on tanking away. He's going to have the belly dash once again, and Kevin finally will go down. It's Reckless that gets him. It was a long fight, but it was a 3-for-1 for Millennium.
Yeah, at the end of the day,
against the Millennium.
Against Millennium, Fnatic ending up coming away with the victory because Millennium committed so much to killing a support. And once Yellowstar threw that wild growth on himself, as you're about to see, gets caught out, wild growth up, and the rest of Millennium just simply spent too much time killing Yellowstar. Creaton only now starts dealing some damage to the tanks. And we talked about how there's no magic damage on the side of Millennium right now. So all of that armor on Soaz and on Cyanide is making that front line impossible to deal with. Creaton's Lucian, Arenea's Lee Sin, and Kerp's Yasuo are going to have to buy a lot of armor penetration, maybe even something like a Black Cleaver to shred the armor and make it even more effective for the rest of the team.
And that was the final kill. 4-2-3 now for Reckless, 3-1-1 for Creaton. The AD carry starting to get involved as the game starts progressing later and later. Fnatic in position for this Dragon. I'm not sure Millennium are going to be able to compete.
No, I don't think Millennium really can. They have a lot of members present though, so if they wanted to all in, they probably could, but I think wisely decide against it. Soaz goes a little bit forward, even manages to sneak out there, not even burning a summoner spell. You know, such great play from soaz on Renekton with that slice and dice.
Belly dash straight into a Caitlyn trap. You're not going to get away from that one. Banshee's Veil was picked up by Aranea, by the way, in there. I need to question the last breath that the Kerp used early on in that fight, because he seemed to go a little too early, and like you said, the wild growth just popped him straight out of it.
Yeah, the problem with that ability usage is you have to put it on Reckless. Yeah, you can kill Lulu, but that's going to be a little bit of a slow as Kerp's been caught.
Cyanide goes in, there is the wild growth popping all of them up. This is going to be a wild fight, and it's Fnatic actually coming out the worst right now. Peke does get himself a kill. Kevin's tanking up that damage. Peke is going to be the finalist target. Kevin taken so low, but they don't care because Peke is down. Cyanide's now going to be the focus. soaz is doing what he can. Can he get onto Kratos? No, the barrier goes back out, and now the AD carry is just working down those hit points from the backside. He's going to throw out the barrel. Kratos, well, he gets on towards him. soaz with the slice, the dice, and the destruction derby. They may turn this fight on his head. Kevin going to run away. The Aqua Prison keeps him there, and that's going to buy them time to get away. Fnatic, wow, they may have lost 3-on-2, but that was great play from soaz.
And that was Millennium's picking that battle. Millennium got onto Reckless. As soon as Reckless was down, they were so confident in their positioning, but the immense amount of armor between soaz and Cyanide just finishes it out. Look at Millennium's positioning right now. They're anticipating a fight. They're grouped up nicely, and yes, Cyanide got a very good engage onto Kerp. It didn't actually kill him. It didn't take him down. So I like the targeting by Kerp to finish off Reckless, and I think they have to keep doing that. But the rest of this fight is just a case of a Thornmail, Randian's Omen, and an immense amount of HP on that Cyanide and soaz. He's still sitting at 2,500 hit points here, as soaz just takes forever to be killed by all this physical damage.
Yeah, they seem to be lacking something to just burst it. Of course, maybe with Kevin with so tanky, now it's time to get some ability power on that Gragas. Starts becoming a bit of a threat himself. We'll see how that goes, because right now you see Randian's Omen, Spirit Visage, Sunfire Cape, and then Ninja Tabby not assigned with that Janu Chain Vest coming out. That's going to be a Thornmail.
Yeah, I think Kevin has to pick up ability power at some point. His final item has to be something that's going to give them some form of burst, because, you know, and you know what? Let me be honest about this. Even if he does, it's not going to be enough. You know, the respective health pools here. soaz is sitting at 3,200 HP, and Cyanide is 3,300 hit points. So even if he picks up a measly 150 or 200 AP, his damage on his barrels are only going to be, you know, 500-600 at max. So it's not going to be enough to shred through it.
But let's take a look at this, because those last fights were close. They were close encounters, Kerp diving on towards Reckless. He now has a Guardian Angel. That could be the turn of the tide.
Well, GA will help out Kerp to at least assist in the killing of Cyanide and soaz, but it's still going to take a very long time. The critical hit strikes are going to be helpful, but there's no armor penetration as Aranea is the next target.
Aranea is in trouble. That's going to be the Assault Battery, and honestly, it's not really what they wanted. Quickly going straight in there. Look at Peke. He's getting dropped, melted down there. Yellowstar, the next focus target, he gets dropped. Cyanide is going to try and dash away from this one. He has to run for his life. Reckless has got away at the top there. Is he going to be safe? I think he should be. J-Reed's going to go the Aqua Prism any second now. Cyanide running away. Kratos should be able to have one last dash to get on towards him. Instead, he backs away. They should just go for Baron.
That was the perfect engage from Millennium. The Gragas barrel into a 3-man final breath allows Kerp to just shred through them. Now, Fnatic challenging for Baron. It's going low, and I think Millennium wise to back away.
It is wise to back away, soaz doing what he can to keep him off. And Millennium may well have won that fight, but again, they don't quite have enough to siege the Baron.
No, they don't have enough to siege Baron, and I think Kerp needs armor penetration now. He can't be relying only on that bonus armor pen from his ultimate. I'd like to see a Last Whisper picked up. Thank you for this replay, because there, look at that. 1, 2, 3 members knocked up into the air and then held in the air by Yasuo's final breath. It allows Yellowstar and Xpeke to just get focused down very, very quickly. A little bit of a chase from Millennium here to pick up their third and final kill of the fight, and I think if soaz wasn't as big and scary, that probably could have been a Baron. But since then, he's now got a Randian's Omen as well. Plus the Sunfire Cape, plus the Thornmail. Physical armor, physical damage is not going to be worrying soaz.
Okay, so let's see how this goes for the rest of the team. Millennium now going back down towards that bottom lane, keeping that wave clear going. It's going to try and push it out. They need to push the top wave as well, but no, from Millennium dares go dealt there at the moment on their own, because
is Soaz in his speed. He's just charging on through the minions. They know that Peke can burst anyone down, and Fnatic have proven many, many times in the past they can be waiting in any bush.
What we have been seeing, though, over the last sort of 15 minutes of gameplay, no towers have actually dropped. Since that last Dragon fight where they traded the mid inner and bottom inner turret, no one's been able to get to a tower, and it's just been these skirmishes around the red buff and a lot of emphasis being placed on Baron. We do see Kerp in a little bit of trouble. He should be able to get away. Maybe not.
There's a lot of bursts coming down. That's going to be the Guardian Angel popped. The rest of the team have to close the gap here or they're going to lose him out there. Kevin failed flash. Oh no, he failed again. He didn't quite get in. He tried to just body slam across, but he didn't get there in time. Now he's got flash available. You can see Reckless and Kraton, they're going for it. But it is Kerp that's been dropped. The Guardian Angel down. That is a useless item for the next few minutes.
Yeah, that was a comedy of errors there. First of all, Cyanide, he hit the wall with his Vault Breaker, was unable to get that Assaulter battery initially on Kerp. Luckily, Soaz was close enough to zone him out, control him, and then unfortunately for Kerp, his wind wall came late, so he was rooted in place by Peke. Fnatic then pick up the kill, allow them to pick up now the 5th tower of the game, and they're going to get control with a Dragon, as well as most likely warding out this half of the map.
A tight game, certainly the closest that Fnatic have had to face so far in this spring LCS split. They're 3-0, remember, in the league. Millennium pushing them all the way here. They're only 1 and 2 themselves. And, you know, it was Fnatic that was saying all along that Millennium are a tough matchup. And it seems there's something that's happened between these two while doing practices that has really given Fnatic problems, and we think we're seeing it right here.
Well, right now, Millennium are going to try themselves getting this Baron. Fnatic are responding quickly, but Reckless is miles away. Baron is down to about half health. Once Soaz gets involved, this is where it becomes very scary. Millennium appealing.
Remember, Cyanide, he smoted it before, but when they're really aware of that one, they don't want to fall for the problem that Alliance had, and Cyanide is keeping that Baron alive. Now it's regenning.
Yeah, we do see Kerp has now rejoined the fight, as has Reckless. Reckless just stopped to push in that mid wave. Now Peck is a little bit away. If Millennium could get in onto Fnatic, that would have been the time to fight, but unfortunately, they weren't able to find that opportunity, and everybody gets away without any kills being registered for either team.
So, let's take a little breather here, Trevor, because there's a lot of items that have been picked up across the board. Everybody's starting to reach their final build phases. We're also starting to see a Randian's Omen being picked up by Yellow Star.
That's 3 Randian's Omens. And you know, because of the physical damage from Millennium and the lack of ability power threat of Kevin's Gragas, that is a great pickup. When you consider the towers, the dragons, the gold, etc., it's definitely working in their favor. And we even see Soaz going towards a Blade of the Ruined King right now with that cutlass in his back pocket. Also interesting to note, the Alacrity boots have been picked up by Reckless as his sort of tier 3 upgrade. He wants the mobility, wants to be able to run away from the barrels and sort of kite that Lee Sin and Yasuo combo that want to dive him.
Yeah, and the Warden's Mail makes perfect sense because anyone hits him, they get slowed, and he just runs away or 90 caliber nets away as quick as he can. So as, again, like you said, that giant tanky beast, he's been doing a fantastic job of getting in the faces of Millennium and causing them umpteen problems. And so far, it seems that Fnatic now have Millennium on the back foot.
What I really like about Fnatic, the way they've played this game, realizing that their opponents have such a massive amount of physical damage threat, they pushed towers down early and forced Millennium to slow their gameplay down. And what that allowed Fnatic to do is build up this massive armor reserve. We're going to see a 4th Randian's Omen on Reckless once he eventually upgrades that Warden's Mail. And I think it's very good decision-making with their composition. You know, realizing that that roaming threat of Arana and Kerp could have snowballed out of control, but they only got 2 kills in 20 minutes, and it wasn't enough to accelerate Millennium ahead.
Fnatic, I feel, are fancying a fight. Peke's just backed off. He literally only just moved back to base a moment ago. Now he's gone to get that Brilliance pot. He's going to pick up this blue buff, and I think they're going to maybe try and force Sonic around that Baron. They've got 5,000 gold advantage in Fnatic's favor so far. The towers, you can see, it's just 5-4 apiece. Very tight game. This fight could hinge on the entire game.
Yeah, I think this fight could determine who loses an inhibitor or who loses Baron. And very crucially, Kerp has still not completed his last Whisper. Kerp still does not have any inherent armor penetration to get through the massive amount of armor that Fnatic have been able to put together. Soaz, with his lifesteal, auto attacks, and massive HP pool, is now starting this Baron off. There is a ward revealing Reckless, so Millennium are aware of it. They can see Reckless just for a second. Maybe they can't.
No, they can't see it. They can't see it. He's actually out of it. That was just simply the spectator bug that you can see the shots coming across. Yep. And Fnatic just snuck it.
Completely snuck it. Completely snuck it. Unable to react to that one, and I think Fnatic just great play. Using the range of Caitlyn is something we have seen a couple of times in the past. And, you know, unfortunate for Millennium, they had a ward there, but it was too close to the wall. It wasn't deep enough to reveal Reckless's auto attacks.
Making full use of Caitlyn's range there, working out wonders, because I don't believe Lucian can do that from that side.
No, he doesn't have the range.
Yeah.
Caitlyn's the only auto attack carry. Well, as long as Tristana can do it, as well as Jinx, actually. I take that back. There's a few that can do it. The one thing that was smart about it, the decision to go for the sneaky Baron, was because they knew that Kerp and Creatin had just been in the mid lane, and Kerp he didn't have his last Whisper. And I was talking about how crucial that item was going to be for a team fight. So Fnatic making a calculated call. We think Kerp is backed off to pick up that last Whisper, so let's try and rush Baron down, because even if they, do challenge, most likely Kerp's not going to be there, and it ends up working out for them.
Worked wonders for them, and now it's going to be Fnatic on the push. And top inner turret, is going to be the focus. Rekt is already going to go up and clear that wave in the top lane, shove it on down in towards Millennium, and Millennium have struggled. It's been close team fights between them, but now with Kevin down the bottom, no teleport available, he's going to have to move very quickly the moment they show up in that top.
If Millennium try to go for a 4-man defense, they have to kill Reckless and Peke instantly, and then force Fnatic to back away. Kevin is recalling, he doesn't have Home Guard boots just yet. He'll need to buy those most likely and try get to lane. Soaz just laying on the floor with all of that armor. He's not even being dented by that tower, and Millennium unable to challenge.
So Fnatic with the Baron continue to drive on through. Now 6-4 in favor of the turrets there. Aranea trying to bait something out. The slash is coming through. Soaz getting poked, but again, he's still got a 2,000 hit point buffer.
Yeah, with the Infinity Edge and Last Whisper, there's actually a little bit of damage being dealt to Soaz. So if they can kill the squishies and then focus down Soaz and Cyanide single-handedly, I now think Millennium have enough damage to deal with them. But it would have to be a picture-perfect fight, like we seen around the red buff about 20 minutes ago, where they killed Reckless and they were trying to kill the tanks of Soaz and Cyanide.
Reckless backing off, Peke backing off. They're going to go buy some more items. Soaz is just going to clear out that middle wave and keep it shoving forward. Let's see what they've gone with. I think it's just potions once again they've picked up. And
Randion's Omen has been completed for Reckless. That is number 4 now on the side of Fnatic. In addition to that, there's a Glacial Shroud sitting in the hands of Cyanide.
Yeah.
So once that eventually becomes what I believe is going to become a Frozen Heart, you're even going to be reducing the attack speed of Lee Sin, Yasuo, and Creatin. Fnatic realizing and having this immense lead, Millennium unable to challenge, they lose another dragon, and Fnatic grows this lead to just shy of 10,000 gold.
And it's interesting because this is something we talked about right at the start. Once those picks and bans went in, we're like, they don't have much magic ability, if any at all. Because Kevin, while you're saying, yeah, Gragas is there, but he's not using that ability power.
No, definitely not. And, the composition of Millenniums was an early game comp. Lee Sin is an early game champion. Yasuo, we haven't seen him scale too many... haven't seen him too many games, so we can't talk about how well he scales
many
big
games.
things. But, that's a very high kill combo team. And unfortunately for Millennium, they didn't pick up enough kills, they didn't pick up enough towers early on to make Fnatic fall behind and make them struggle to buy armor. Right now, Millennium going to try to defend this 5-man push of Fnatic. Baron is slowly wearing off. I think it won't have much time left on it. It's just about to wear out. Fnatic now trying to pick a battle under this inhibitor tower.
So as tanks a chunk of damage, that shield coming out from Yellow Star, plenty enough to stop the tower damage going through. He's just going to walk on through there again. You can see though, this is what you talked about, the Infinity Edge. That was a good chunk of damage so taken off Soaz.
Yeah, but that was Kerp, Creatin and Aranea landing some poke, plus a turret shot went in there as well. So I think what this means is Fnatic realizing, yes, they are incredibly strong, but they can't just win any fight at all. Millennium, they want to go in, they're looking for a situation where a last breath can knock up the squishies. But look at Reckless and Peke. They are sitting opposite sides of the lane. As long as they don't group up, I don't know if Millennium can get the perfect engage.
Because the Baron buff just wore off, the moment it did, Millennium stepped forward. They are looking for this one. Aranea once again throwing out the kick, trying to land it on Peke, trying to find one of those big, juicy carries. But instead, it's not going to happen. Look at the top, look at the middle. Those waves are being pushed out by Millennium. They're going to shove the bottom lane on, and they may well try and put some pressure back onto Fnatic.
Soaz is waiting. Fnatic, they're going to do a death push. Creatin is trying to sneak into position. The rest of Fnatic are once again moving in. Millennium are so smart to back away because they had no vision. They did not move past their line of wards, and I think that is a very, very good play. If they'd stepped one iota further, Soaz would have stunned them and the rest of Fnatic would have piled on through.
What measurement is an iota,
I'm not
by the
sure,
way?
but it sounded really good.
Wasn't sure on the measurement. Look at Peke, he's still waiting in the bush, but Jerry and Creighton like, no.
Do not want.
No, we've played Fnatic before. We know where this goes.
Jerry could die. Pekka very wisely backs away. I think as soon as he realized that there was the potential of being surrounded, RNA can try chase him, but I think Pekka, that's Banshee's well down.
Oh,
very good flash.
Forces the flash out, and that's going to be, can go across towards one of the minions. No, he's not going to. Instead, Kirb's going to continue chasing here, but the rest of the team will close in. Does put the ward down, but immediately gets leashed. That was stopping in his tracks.
Millennium need to keep going. Soaz is top lane. The time it'll take him to get from there to the bottom in a turret would have allowed Millennium to challenge for it. At the very least, they could have picked up that tower. Instead, they're putting a bit more priority on blue buff, denying that to Expec's LeBlanc. And I actually think that was picked up by Creatine, if I noticed correctly. So trying to get his maybe culling a little bit lower on cooldown, spamming out those piercing lights to defend under the tower. And Fnatic, even though they've got a 10,000 gold lead, they're not super confident about diving. They don't want to pick a fight they're not comfortable with.
Soaz is still pushing the bottom lane, top lane, sorry, so Millennium are just going to shove on through. Nobody from Fnatic has responded to this one. This is a tower for Millennium.
Yeah, it took a little bit longer than I think Millennium were anticipating, but they will pick this one up completely uncontested. Fnatic way out of position for that one. And I think with Baron respawning in about 20 or 30 seconds, if Millennium can play the map correctly, they may actually be able to stick around, either challenge for Baron, or maybe even go for an inhibitor.
This is going to be tense. We're up to 50 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. It is a 9,000 gold lead, just shy of 10,000 for Fnatic, but that doesn't really show because it's 70,000 to 80,000 right now. You see Aaron Air coming in there, doesn't want to get caught out with that Banshee's Veil though. It will give him that slight defensive start on Fnatic, but the Fnatic have the positional advantage for the Baron.
Yeah, one thing to highlight right now is Reckless has sold his boots and gone for that Zephyr, which we see AD carries doing all so often. The two-man of Fnatic has enough damage and survivability to pick this Baron up, and Millennium are still not fighting. Baron will be secured, and Peke is just running interference. Millennium are responding to this way too late, and now they're going in.
They come in far too late, and Fnatic going to turn it on its head. Wild Growth popping them all up. They can see the wave just knocking them back. We can see Jerry Kirk trying to get in there. Guardian Angels comes back up. Can he get on towards Reckless? They're going to try and dive in there. No, Reckless takes down Kirk. Soaz has took all of the damage, all of the abuse from Millennium. The bubble will be enough to save the day. Kraton's going to run away from this one. Araneo should safeguard across to Jerry in a moment. The culling just keeping them at bay, but this could be Fnatic's game right now. Ace in the hole blocked off by Jerry.
Massive amount of damage. Kirk didn't even get to use last breath in that fight. Was locked up so well by Fnatic. Turned into a munchkin. They silenced him. They rooted him in place, and he wasn't able to have an impact in that fight. Now Fnatic, knowing they have a 5v3, they take the inhibitor down. They can finish the game right here.
40-second death timers for Millennium. They know they're in trouble. They're going to try and force them away, but Fnatic going straight for those Nexus turrets. Reckless hitting it like a hammer right now, just charging it down. Creaton's going to come across. The minions are not going to be enough. He tries to use everything he can, but immediately gets locked up. Ace in the hole, assault battery on towards him, just dropping the rest of Millennium, and Reckless continues his killing spree, and that is going to be Fnatic taking the game against Millennium.
What a hard-fought battle after 52 minutes. Fnatic had to dig very, very deep. That is the hardest match that they have had all week long. Fnatic lock it down, going 4-0 in Super Week.
Well, it was the death of the Immortals in the bottom lane early on. 6-3-6 for Reckless in the end, and 0-4-12 for Yellow Star. Millennium certainly have given the toughest test that Fnatic have faced, but it is 4-0 now for Fnatic in this Super Week.
And Millennium, they go 1-3. This is their last game now for Week 1. I think they can take a lot away from that game. They performed well. They had a few fights that were good. They feel like their early game presence needed work. I think they needed to be more aggressive with those champions, get more kills on Yasuo. Well played at the end of the day, and I think almost anticipating that Yasuo pick, the Lulu was in there, transform him into a munchkin with that polymorph. It worked very well. It's a good counter to Yasuo's engage.
And I'm not sure, I mean, Aaron was very aggressive at the start. He was doing what he could on Peke, but Peke was just sitting back, and he ended up with what? 6-5-6 Peke was at the end of that game. So despite the fact being 0-3-2 at one point, he definitely brought it back when the team fight started. But I still don't sure that LeBlanc offers too much in the team fights.
I'm not entirely sold. I think it worked in this composition because there was single target threats from Millennium, and single target threats are shut down by the Vi, by the LeBlanc, by the Lulu quite well. And, you know, to just go back to the roaming and the ganking, Aranea gave 2 kills to Yasuo. I think he picked up a third one himself with respective ganks after 20 minutes. And in that same time frame, Yellowstone Reckless got 2 towers and a dragon. And I feel like if that had been reversed, if Millennium had accelerated to a 2,000 or 3,000 gold lead at that stage in the game with towers and dragons themselves, they could have won more fights, which could have started them getting control, but they just fell behind the map too early. And that's how I believe Fnatic managed to control them.
And that sneaky Baron really was a big thing for them because Millennium and Fnatic were very tight at that point. You know, it could have been just, well, it was about 4,000 gold difference between them.
Yeah.
But once they snuck that Baron, there wasn't a lot Millennium could do to stop them.
No, and you know, it hits a big pause button. Millennium were already struggling to win fights. And if you're struggling to win fights already and your opponent now has 5 Baron buffs,
yeah,
you don't want to engage in them. You don't want to throw yourselves at that team. So not only did it allow Fnatic to accelerate ahead, it also went, hey, well, we've got this buffer of safety now. You want to fight? We have everything better than you. We've got better regen, better stats, thanks to this awesome buff.
And a lot of Randian's omens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a quick break, but when we return, Shox will be talking to a member of Fnatic after their big win. They are 4-0 right now in the LCS, top of the pile, and then, of course, it will be a time for our third matchup featuring the newest member, the newest teams in the LCS, sorry. Can they continue to prove themselves? Roccat, well, will they go 3-0? They're going to be facing Copenhagen Wolves. Right now, Becky does get himself a kill. Kevin's tanking up that damage. Becky's going to be the finest target. Kevin taken so low, but they don't care. Going to be enough. He tries to use everything he can, but immediately gets locked up. Ace in the hole. The song battery on towards him, just dropping the rest of Millennium, and Reckless continues his killing spree.
Welcome back, everybody. We are joined by Yellow Star from Fnatic. Yellow Star, you failed, man. You died.
That's a bit harsh.
You died.
As long as I win, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a little joke to start things off, because 4-0 for Fnatic, and I feel like this was a test, kind of. This game really pushed you to your limits.
Actually, yeah, this game was really tense. They had a good composition. Oh, sorry, what did you say?
Nothing. Go ahead.
And yeah, we didn't really expect them to play such composition, and yeah.
Talk us through the early stage. I mean, it was a fairly long, there's a lot to talk about in that game. There were a lot of fights that went on for a very long time because of how tanky everyone was. You know, falling behind initially, how did that happen?
We were actually ahead in early game, but we misplayed, I believe. They succeeded to take some advantage from those kills. It was not necessary from us, but unfortunately it happened. And with their composition, it was really easy to pick off some kills, especially with Yasuo, which is really powerful for that. But we managed to play as a team, like really solid, and we pulled it off.
Tell me a little bit more about playing against Yasuo, because it's the first time we see him here in the LCS, and also you guys had a lot of knockups, so maybe you could have gone for it. Was it a bait, or?
Not really. Actually, we didn't expect them to pick Yasuo, but after all, when they took all those knocks up, it makes sense. And then I was like, oh my god, they finally got the Yasuo, and we didn't really expect Kerr to play it.
How do you think he is right now? I mean, is he that scary to go up against that you said, oh no, Yasuo, we kind of forgot about that?
I think he's a really powerful champ, and everyone is aware of that. That's why he was maybe banned or picked, and yeah, everyone should take care of it.
And we're talking so much about the Yasuo that we're forgetting that we had a tank Gragas in the game. How much of a hassle was that to deal with as the game went on?
I don't think he was much a problem. It was only about the ultimate for Yasuo, which could manage Yasuo to pull off his ultimate on the squishy guys. That's why we died.
I want to talk about making calls in this game, because at some point a call was made to sneak the Baron. First of all, who made that call, and why was that made at that point?
At one point, I was always trying to make things happen, because sometimes there is nothing happening except the battle of words. And it's sometimes boring, sometimes it's really tense, because if you lose vision, you say, oh, they can maybe do it because they're full stuff. So I have to make fast decisions, and I was thinking, yeah, we can actually do it, so let's go for it, and yeah.
Was it also, sorry, was it also reactive because of the champions that you had there? The fact that you could get Renekton into the pit and Caitlyn could sit at the back, was safety the big concern there?
Yeah, exactly. So they had wards in the front, but not in the back, so we can actually sneak. And with the long-range Caitlyn, I had the idea, and I said it really quick, and it happened.
As a final question, of course, about the partnership with Reckless, tell us from your perspective, maybe this was a very good learning experience, because before it was kind of, it seemed more easy. Now the Jinx was banned out, forced you to go for some other things. Is that cool to know that, well, if we're behind, we can also do it?
Yeah, of course. We can always put it off. It's like Jinx is our main character. Of course, Reckless can play a lot of characters, and he can play them really, really good. And I don't know, we will show more what we got in our sleeves.
That you got off your sleeves as the season goes on. Congratulations, 4-0 Fnatic, and in what a way. It was incredibly impressive. And now it's nearly time for our next battle, so let's send it back over to D-Man and Quickshot.
Thank you very much, Shocks. It is time for two of the newest LCS teams to test their mettle against each other. The first matchup of the season between Roccat and the Copenhagen Wolves. But before we get into this match, let's take a look back at how Overpower and the rest of Roccat earned their spot in the European LCS thanks to a stunning upset over the heavily favored Ninjas in Pyjamas.
So the Ninjas in Pyjamas vs KMT game was one of the strangest League of Legends games of all time for me.
Ninjas in Pyjamas, big favourites coming into this game. And KMT, you know, the Polish guys, they've always been a fringe team.
We always felt like we're on the LCS level. Overall, we were pretty confident to go through the qualifiers.
Well, it was quite surprising that NiP chose us.
They should know that we are more experienced team than Super Hot Crew. Even Copenhagen Wolves told us that we are a great team, but we have no chance against them because they are like the best.
No, I thought they had a slim chance to beat Ninjas.
I was surprised. Maybe I wasn't somehow pissed that they chose us as the weakest team, but it was quite surprising for me.
Actually, NiP asked me who they should pick because we were their scrim partners, and I told them they should pick Super Hot Crew.
I don't know why they picked us, but it was bad for them.
The final spot in the LCS up for grabs. The career of these players is on the line. Mithy's in all sorts of trouble. We see Selevar coming around. He catches Freeze, manages to condemn him on the wall, gets him down. Now he's chasing onto Mithy, not going to catch him there. Switches back to Hercubot. He's going to go down. They want to give it across to Selevar. They do. They get the double kill on Vayne.
It just seemed that KMT had Ninjas in Pyjamas' number.
Zero in trouble. Flash comes out from Zaza's, not quite enough to take him down. And he can't. Oh, the Ignite! He's got him.
Overpower destroyed in game 1. He basically single-handedly won the game.
Oh, what a turnaround. That will be Zero going down, and KMT suddenly trying to turn this one on. A Baron 2 inhibitors, absolutely worth it.
Yeah, he kind of went Superman right there.
Going into game 2, you saw the cocky picks and bans coming out.
Nukeduck made a call to his team saying, I can beat Overpower's Kayle if you give me a Riven. And history has told us that didn't work out.
They're going to go for it, you can see, but he's going to turn it around. Nukeduck's just getting melted down, dropped straight away. A 2v1 from Overpower will be enough to take down Zero. He's got the regen. Is it going to be enough? Wow. Yes, it is. And in the top lane, they close it out. KMT going huge when it counts.
I remember seeing them, there was a close-up of the team, and they were not talking at all, no communication, and they kind of given up going into the next game.
It was not NIP playing. They played really passive. They just let us do everything we wanted.
Down, and that's Mithy that goes down. First blood eventually coming out there. The Dragon did get picked up by Hercubot, but that is going to be Nukeduck going down, so it's a double kill for a Dragon. KMT drive through their base. It was NIP that were looking, but it was KMT that found them. And this is Ninjas in Pyjamas going out of the LCS.
Yes, we were kind of surprised to beat them trio. We didn't expect to do so well against them, but yeah, we thought we were gonna win, so yeah, we just did.
And after all, the NiP had to pay the price for choosing us.
You can put 5 superstars together and they might not be able to pull out the results, and that's the thing that KMT seem to have going for them.
We are 5 like friends from Poland, and they are like random guys that came together and expected to win just because like they are good or something. But like for me, it's not how it works. Like you need a real friendship in the team. Like you need to communicate good and like, you know, understand each other.
I think it was a shock for all of us, but it's going to be great to see them in the LCS.
KMT, I don't want to count them out right now, especially after what we saw in the last split. I think they've got good things ahead of them.
Well, Joe Miller predicting the future there, because Roccat coming into this game after smashing Millennium. And I just want to also hit on a point that Joe said in there. A team of 5 superstars put together might not pull out results. Alliance are also feeling that as well.
Yeah, that's the case. 0 and 3 right now. We'll have to see if they go 0 and 4. And you know, the players that we're talking about for the moment is, of course, Roccat. You talked about how they smashed Millennium. They accelerated to a 5,000 gold lead just during the laning phase, thanks to some immensely powerful ganks from Jankos. He was helping out Xaxus in particular. And Xaxus has also not died yet in their 2 games.
The only member now.
Only member of the LCS. He went 4-0 and 12 in total. The one thing that is very good about Roccat, they react well to things that they're not used to. Super Hot Crew tried a fast push strategy against them, and the teamwork and the coordination between Jankos and the rest of Roccat allowed them to defend it. And also they look very good in their team fights. You know, Overpower himself said that their objective fights are their speciality, and it's something that Roccat continues to do well in the games we've seen.
And of course, Copenhagen Wolves on day 1, they had that victory over Alliance, and we were like shocked. And he's like, this is the Wolves. This is what we're expecting. The 113-20 amateur stats prove themselves. We thought, can they do anything else? But unfortunately for them, they did lose 2 games yesterday. One was the Gambit. Not too upsetting for them, I suppose. But the dramatic loss to SK Gaming, that would have hurt.
Yeah, they fought incredibly hard against SK Gaming. As a team, they went 12, 17, and 29 in a 55-minute match. During the course of that game, Wolves took 10 towers, SK took 9. Wolves took 4 dragons, SK took 3. Wolves took 1 baron, and SK grabbed 2. The point I'm trying to raise is Wolves actually had a higher number of objectives throughout the game, but their fights and their mismatches didn't work for them. You know, when they beat Alliance, I feel it was Alliance misplaying, and Copenhagen Wolves took advantage of it. SK did not do that yesterday, and the things they've got to learn from: poor pick and ban phase as well as itemization against Gambit, and the lead they had over SK Gaming was lost because they decided to keep pushing the top lane, and it backfired, allowing them to get attacked from behind.
And as you can hear, the little chat pops going. The players are ready to go. So let's check out those starting lineups. On the blue side, it is going to be Roccat. And of course, that means Xaxus in that top lane. The unkillable, the immortal. Will he hold out that status in this match? We'll see. Jankos, the jungler. Fantastic stats for him. Overpower, crazy mid laner. Selavar in the AD carry, and Vander alongside him.
And of course, over on the red side, we do have the Copenhagen Wolves. Youngbuck up top, amazing in the jungle. Coutard in the mid lane. Forgiven as your AD carry, as well as Unlimited as your support.
So what do we see coming up in this game? Picks and bans. What do you do against a team that's already played Malphite and Pantheon?
You have to ban champions that aid your composition, or champions you know that you don't want to face. In this case, Castellan is definitely going to feature, has been banned against both of these teams twice already, and I also think Elise is going to be a priority pick. Banned once against Roccat, banned twice against Copenhagen Wolves, and we know Jankos and Amazing both like to play those champions.
Vi and Thresh do go down. We'll see whether that's going to hamper Amazing or not. Jankos, we've seen, like you say, on Evelyn. He's been on Elise. He's been on a number of champions throughout this tournament already. Kassadin is taken away. No surprises there, honestly. Elise taken away as well. So that's going to be from Jankos. Evelyn has to be banned out by the Wolves, I feel, the last ban.
My also concern here is that Leona and Annie are still up and available. I really like the Thresh being taken away from Vander. It's something that he's used in both of their previous games, and I think Vander's Thresh is probably the scariest support Thresh out of all of the European teams so far. He's the one that's made the impact with those death sentences one after the other. Interesting to see Roccat banning Kayle.
Yeah.
When you consider it was actually what Coutard used against Alliance to help them win their game, and Overpower used to secure their spot in the LCS.
Final ban. What will it be from the Wolves? Will it be Evelyn? No. Annie. Yeah. So, do they go for a top laner? They choose and value Selavar's AD carry, Kaylin.
This is scary because if they lock this in, Mundo and Shyvana could and most likely would be picked up by the Copenhagen Wolves.
Definitely.
We have seen them running. We know they like to play them, and you've seen how powerful those tanks can become just in the previous game with, you know, Renekton just getting so far away. That's an insta-lock. Insta-lock Lee Sin actually from Amazing. So he's making it very clear he wants that aggressive jungler and he wants to get in people's faces.
We're just waiting to see what Youngbuck's going to go with. We know what the jungler will be, which means Roccat will delay theirs, I feel, because I don't think they have to panic about maybe Evelyn being taken away. Yasuo being locked in. Second game running now, this time for the Wolves, alongside Lee Sin, just like we saw for Millennium.
So we may actually be seeing the Copenhagen Wolves running a similar strategy so far. It didn't work for Millennium because they had no ability power damage to back up the physical armor, and I think seeing that, you know, that's what you got to deal with. Roccat now has to start thinking, well, why don't we lock tanks in? Why don't we consider doing exactly what Fnatic did? You can see a playbook there sitting with Roccat discussing, hey, we didn't really see this one coming, so what do we want to use? What do you want to change? And they're going for almost an exact copy. We may see very similar comps to the previous game.
Well, we'll see whether they counter it. The playbook clearly in the hands of Overpower there. Actually, that's not Overpower, that's Jankos, I believe. Yes, it is.
Yeah, Jankos.
So he's obviously the shot caller, clearly doing a lot of talking here. May well be the main shot caller for the team. Not really got that information so far. Shyvana, well, Youngbuck's been up against Shyvana against SK Gaming. He saw firsthand what Freddy122 could do against him, and Youngbuck was helpless with Mundo in that game. I wonder if he's going to go with something different.
I'm very happy to see the Shyvana because in my mind, it would have done a better job than Renekton in the previous game. So I like this. This is basically the upgrade to Fnatic's comp from the previous matchup. The question is now, how does the rest of these lanes get rounded out for the Copenhagen Wolves? They could put Yasuo in the top lane. They could put him there knowing that it's most likely going to be Shyvana. If they wanted to go that route, if they want to leave him as that heavy assassin in the mid lane, I don't know really what they want to do for top, and it's not locked in on the Dr. Mundo just yet, so we'll have to see who they decide to put up there.
Of course, with Mundo alongside him, what would we expect in the mid lane? I don't expect to see I don't know. Maybe Yasuo is going to be the mid laner for Kaltad, or whether that's going to be Younger. Of course, Mundo
If
does
Mundo
get locked
gets
in.
locked
That almost
in,
certainly is. It's going to be a Lucian. Wow. This is identical to Millennium so far, apart from the Mundo.
Definitely working a little bit different. They've got a real tank in the top lane as opposed to the Gragas. To be fair, Gragas' recommended items also make him build tanks, so maybe it's a design thing for somebody to talk about in the background. And it's leveling up each of the two different compositions. I think Karthus would be a brilliant idea here, because if Kaltad assassinates Karthus, he's still going to get his Requiem down, and as long as Roccat stay on that Defile range, it actually forces Copenhagen Wolves to take all of that magical damage. You highlighted Evelyn, we talked about how good Jankos was on him yesterday, and that is all the magic damage you need. You can, jump in from the side. I prefer Karthus. I don't think you need more physical here. I really think AP might be the way to go.
He's obviously thinking he's going to be up against Yasuo in that mid, and he's just wondering what am I going to counter it with. Riven? Potentially. He saw, obviously, in that mid lane, I think it was game 1 he played Riven?
Game 2, actually.
Well, it was Nugdug played it in game 2.
Yes.
I think in game 1.
No. If against NIP, it was Kale. Yeah, he played Overpower Kale and carried them through that way.
Of course he did. He just dominated it.
I'm concerned about the Riven because the same weaknesses that Millennium had, now Rocket has. That they do have a massive focus on physical damage. There are nice shields here. It's very difficult to assassinate Shinavana, very difficult to assassinate Riven. And yes, Evelyn does have a very high amount of magic damage, but I almost think I would have preferred the Karthus to wrap up that composition.
And you know what? Other than Lee Sin, there's no knockups to help out Yasuo here. He has to make all that damage himself. He has to do the knockout. Not that hard of a skill, honestly, but it would help if you get help with a little bit of help from your friends. I've completely messed that line.
They're going to be able to get Lulu's Wild Growth to help out, as well as Shyvana's knockback. As soon as Dragon's Descent goes in, that will actually be enough. No, wrong team. You are right. Got distracted.
I am right.
Yeah, you are right. You're 100% right. Lee Sin is the only one. That's it.
Yeah.
Kickback. Dragon's Rage, only thing that's going to interrupt it. We're not going to have the Gragas Barrel plus 3-man, which is what Millennium did just above the Baron Pits that helped them win that fight. And I think the onus is going to be on Copenhagen Wolves to not lose towers to Caitlyn Lulu. So Rocket will be looking for the 2v1. And as long as Copenhagen Wolves don't lose towers and don't fall behind early, maybe that composition can work out for them. But I think if they build up enough armor, they can actually, deal with the Riven, Caitlyn, etc.
I'm excited to see what Jankos is going to do. It could be interesting. He's gone rapid on Zescat before. Let's see if he's going to do it again in the jungle. Now, though, let's see what you fans at home have been favoring. Checking the votes online, it looks like 54% of you believe that Roccat will put out the win here. And not quite on the hype train that we as casters are right now. And I know Deficio is definitely on this train. He is excited. He's like a little kid before Christmas to see what the Roccat versus Alliance game is going to be like later on. That's the final game of the day. Right now, we're into game 3. Roccat will be starting out as the blue team. They're going to be up against the Copenhagen Wolves, who are searching out, trying to get their second win.
Yeah, they're 1-2 right now. This is the last game of the week for the Copenhagen Wolves. I'd like to see how Roccat handle their team fights. I think part of the reason we get so excited when we look at Roccat and how they've been performing over the last few games is they are so immensely strong in all of their fights, and their coordination seems to just be on another level right now. And they're going to be put to the test against the Copenhagen Wolves.
So here we go. There is Roccat. Saliva, the AD carry. Alongside him will be Vanda on that Lulu, and of course Kaltad. We'll see how his Yasuo performs, because he only has the help of Amazing to punt them in the air. Of course, he can do it with himself with his skill shot, the Q, the Steel Tempest. Whether he'll be able to do that, well, are they going to have any first bloods? Remember, we saw Millennium face-checking straight in towards Fnatic last time around. That chopper finds its home, and Zazas immediately taking damage from that infected cleaver.
Yeah, Youngbuck's just going to keep throwing them out. He is running Flash Teleport on that Dr. Mundo, which is becoming the standard whenever we see Mundo up in the top lane. So we'll see how his teleports come into use later in the matchup. But I think where we need to keep all of our action focused will be on the mid lane. We need to be seeing how Overpower's Riven will deal with Kaltad's Yasuo. I think that the matchup will favor Riven probably in the early game, and as long as Overpower doesn't get a little bit too far ahead, I actually see a lot of damage being able to be put down by Yasuo, and it's going to be quite an action-packed lane.
But no first blood. No easy kills, and that means Forgiven will be just staring at Silver down that bottom lane. It does, of course, mean that we are going to have standard meta being set up here. Once again, it is Youngbuck going to try and come in there. He's going for the little blue bait. It is going to be simply the ward being placed down now. Jankos is coming up, though. Youngbuck has to back away from this, and he has got a lot of hit points, but not just yet. He's only level 1.
Well, we'll see how well Copenhagen Wolves adapt to this straight-up matchup. I think Caitlyn Lulu is going to be pretty good at actually dealing with Lucian and Leona in that lane. It does actually look like the swaps are coming in from Rocket, realizing that maybe something fishy is up. You can see the AD carries and supports, they've actually met in the middle, and I think Rocket have responded to this very well. Copenhagen Wolves do not want to go for that 2v2. I think they want to try to shut down Riven, try to control him, and I want to highlight that Unlimited has gone for an Ancient Coin as his first item. This is one of the first times we see a Leona not going for a Relic Shield. They don't want to push the lane very hard and don't want to try get an early level 2 to all in.
Well, rotations continue because immediately the Copenhagen Wolves, they're going to have themselves up against another 2v2 partnership because Overpower is heading back to that mid lane. He wants to fight up against Yasuo. That means Unlimited is going to be trying to land them stuns onto Selva.
Well, we'll see how he does manage to make it. Copenhagen Wolves have done 2 swaps already. And we'll see if on the first back, they once again try to roam, once again try to, get a more favorable setup. And I think as long as Copenhagen Wolves defend their towers against this Caitlyn Lulu combination, it's a good start. But look at the poke already. Lulu and Caitlyn will out-poke Leona and Lucian any day of the week, but they've caught Vander.
Unlimited's going in, gets the stun down. Here comes Amazing. Will it be close enough, though? Has to flash for it. He does get in there. Hasn't quite got the damage onto Vander. Forgiven goes aggressive. He tries to dash in there, but Rocket survived.
They managed to get the flash out of Vander, so the next time Unlimited gets a good Zenith Blade into Shield at Daybreak, that could be the first blood kill. We talked about how the poke is superior for Rocket. The all-in and kill potential is much more superior for Copenhagen Wolves. So as long as they keep landing those skill shots, Rocket are going to be a little bit of trouble.
Jankos was standing by, ready and waiting to join them at the tower. He's just took the golems and he's going to back away. We see Vander going back. Sullivan on his own at the moment, just trying to hold fire against Forgiven and Unlimited. Of course, Amazing did back away. He's going to be going back towards the north now. So, rotations once again, Trevor.
Yeah, Copenhagen Wolves don't actually want the 2v2. I'm not sure what the thinking is because they're running the risk of allowing Selva and Vander to get the tower, and Overpower, he may take some damage, does manage to back away in time. And you know what it's actually for? They are defending Yasuo. I think they are scared that Overpower's Riven is going to control Kautar's Yasuo, and he's more comfortable relying on that Steel Tempest. It's only a cooldown. There's no mana cost available and can just carry on CSing from range. Jankos is going to walk past Amazing. Amazing will see him, and this could be Jankos in trouble.
Jankos could be in trouble. So far, he's only died once in the LCS, and Amazing putting a lot of damage back down on towards him. And Limited's going to try and come around. That Zenith Blade's not got the range yet, though, and that's going to force him away. He's flashed for it. Oh, and a quick flash. That was quick reactions from Jankos.
Very good reaction time. Flash for a flash, but that at least dissuades that first gank. Now, Copenhagen Wolves keeping Overpower under pressure. He's 4 CS down, his tower is now taking damage, and this is exactly what the Copenhagen Wolves need to do to get this sort of early mid-game power spike of their champions going. Get some early towers, get some early gold.
It looks like the duo lane is heading back to the mid. Of course they are. So Overpower's going to be switching once again. He's going to be going down to the bottom. And, it's Copenhagen Wolves that are initiating all of these changes. So it'd be interesting to see whether Rocket, with their reactionary play, are going to keep up with CS. Because at the moment, they're falling behind quite heavily.
I think because it's, Copenhagen Wolves making the choices, they're going to be able to hold on to this lead until Rocket are comfortable just settling down. Whenever we see these swaps happening, it tends to happen for 7, 8, 9 minutes time, and then eventually one team just goes, you know what, it's not worth losing the CS, it's not worth losing the experience, and they stop doing it. Right? For the time being, Overpower is once again going to be battling against Kautar, and that matchup is still very, very even, but I think Kautar is running just a little bit scared, relying on those ranged abilities on his Q to keep himself alive.
So the top lane, we haven't really had a chance to look at this one. It's the good old Shyvana up against Mundo. So these two teams, once again, are just going to be butting heads in this top lane for a while. I don't expect to see any kills. Remember last time, Izazas, he had the help of Jankos. I'm wondering whether he's going to have that again.
I actually don't even think he needs it. You know, it's definitely a possibility. Of course, you know, Jankos can come and gank for him, but if we once again see that Blade of the Ruined King build, we can actually see the Shyvana just completely controlling Dr. Mundo, and Zazas has the ability to do it. We seen yesterday his Renekton play was phenomenal, and, you know, Help will aid that endeavor, but he should be able to pick himself up that Blade of the Ruined King and maybe just control the lane himself. Once again, Amazing is looking for a gank. Amazing is really trying to make something work for the Copenhagen Wolves. They've caught Saliva.
Unlimited goes a bit too deep there, and they can see immediately get slowed down by that Glitter Lancer Vander. And you know what? They had the 10 CS advantage built up. It's been all dragged back by Roccat.
Yeah, and Unlimited really didn't need to go in there. You know, yes, he caught Saliva, but it was just a little bit out of tower range. He didn't even get the stun down either. You know, primed up that Q, didn't land the auto attack, and, you know, backed away, almost being taken down. So, ends up working out. That's a flash from Coutard. Terrified of the all-in from Overpower.
Overpower forcing that out, and that's going to put him just at level 6 as well. Forced him completely to flash away. Like you say, he seems to be terrified of his play. So clearly, this may be something that they've played in solo queue before against each other.
Yeah, it definitely looks that way. You know, Coutard not comfortable facing off against Riven. It's taken 3 days to see Yasuo, and we've now seen him in 2 of our 3 games. Vander in a little bit of a trouble as Amazing's going to challenge. Well, Amazing has lost his own red buff. Here comes Unlimited from the side, and Jankos engages.
Jankos comes around, that's going to be the ultimate used. Ace in the hole pops on towards it. Amazing is going to get away though, and that was a number of ultimates used by Roccat. They wanted to get the aggression, they wanted to get the kills, but it didn't work.
And if only there was a Requiem available from Akarthus, maybe it could have worked out. But I really like the play from Roccat. Grouping up as a 3-man, realizing they've got the AD carry and support to aid the counter juggling and aid the buff steal. So they get the red buff away, almost pick up a kill, and you know, it was good defensive play from Unlimited in that regard. He stunned Jankos up as soon as he was trying to move past. So very good reactionary play there by Leona to save his teammate's life.
And remember, of course, because Yasuo is in there, it does mean that Amazing is going to be taking the blue buff himself if he lives. He's having to run.
Yeah, can't take it. He's not going to be able to secure it.
He wants to give it Forgiven?
Oh, no, I just think he's too low. Forgiven's coming to tank it up, and Amazing will complete it. But I mean, almost, you know, almost pulling a broken shot and dying to a buff is not something anybody wants to do at this level of play. But again, good reactionary play. You see the duo lane once again swapping. You know, Forgiven and Unlimited, this is the 4th or 5th lane swap that we've seen. They are back down in the bottom lane. Immediately, Coutard is roaming bottom. He does not want to fight against Riven. Riven is just able to out-duel him. The shield is too much to deal with, as well as the knock-up and the stun. Unfortunately, not squishy enough for Coutard to kill.
And that teleport would have been seen. Youngbuck just used it to go back to the top lane. Bearing in mind we're at the 9-minute mark right now. Roccat don't look like they're going to be targeting that Dragon, but if they do, Youngbuck's got a lot of running to do.
I don't know if that's the objective. You know, the numbers advantage is with Copenhagen Wolves right now, because they're going to be able to just react and put 4 members there, but we'll have to see how this pans out. Coutard is being surrounded right now by the members of Roccat. If he carries on running up the lane, this could be so smart. Roccat realizing a lane swap's going to go in, and unfortunately, not able to make it work. He's going in.
It's going to be a flash, gets the wind wall down. That stopped the Glitter Lance coming out there. Solar Flare's going to land, but it's only Overpower they caught on towards, and now Jankos holding back. He hasn't got his ultimate available, so he couldn't go deep enough, and that's Copenhagen Wolves with first blood for Coutard.
Yeah, they're going to carry on chasing as Jankos does manage to get away, and I think good play by Roccat, realizing the swap was going to be there, but they took too long to actually make the kill happen. So unfortunately, Copenhagen Wolves reacted, got their players involved, and secured the kill for themselves, and it went to the best possible member. Now they have caught Jankos again.
Jankos is going to get dropped, and that's going to be his 2nd death in the LCS, and now Vander's in trouble. He's going to get locked up in a moment. Unlimited's trying to land that stun. Has he got enough to tank up the turret? No, they're going to back away, but while that's all happening, we see the mid lane, the first turret of the game, does go down in the middle.
And they're going to be able to secure another tower for Copenhagen Wolves this time round on the bottom lane. So they're trading 1 for 1. Salivar's doing the best that he can to control this lane, pushing it up through the mid. And after all the talk of Dragon, Copenhagen Wolves will in fact be able to secure this one. They've got 4 members of their team within, you know, shot of it. As Overpower may try to challenge, but this is going to be risky. Dragon should be secured, and Copenhagen Wolves get out quite cleanly. That's a nice spike of gold for the Wolves.
Yeah, stretches them 1,000, 1,500 gold ahead. While that's all been happening, though, we've seen Zazas in that top lane, just farming between the waves once again. Went for that Bilgewater Cutlass, going to get the Blade of the Ruined King completed. Spirit Visage will be alongside it. and that's going to start causing problems for Mundo. And Youngbuck, honestly, after yesterday's game against SK, he's having nightmares.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to pull away from this. You know, it is a build and a champion composition that it genuinely just counters you. And as a Dr. Mundo, the best that you can do is try to CS and use that teleport to ideally help. You know, that whole bottom lane fight, if teleport had been available for Youngbuck, he maybe could have jumped in there, helped Celevar and Vander out. But unfortunately, he burned it just to get back to lane to try keep up with Shyvana, and it backfires, you know, realizing it's not available.
Well, help out in the terms of throwing infected cleavers at them. I think that's what you were getting at, because that's everybody likes to help out with some assists.
Well, no, but I mean, if they had the ward there, you know, Overpower committed to the fight in front of the Dragon Pit. And if that fight had been followed up with a teleport, Copenhagen Wolves would have been less inclined to throw 4 or 5 members into the engage. Well, we'll see how this works out right now. Roccat on the defending position.
So, as it is, they are going to try and 4-man push. Remember, that middle turret has gone down. Dragon was taken quite a while ago, so Roccat will have got vision of that. I think they just realized it. I think they knew pretty much a while ago, but they needed to make sure it was cleared out the pit, though. It's actually Zazas going very low in that top, as well as Youngbuck. They're going to see Kautard has to flash away from this one. Celevar's going to chase on through. Wind Wall being used, but it's not enough to stop them away. But Amazing comes in, the kick does the job.
And the wind wall was very important there as well. You know, second time we're seeing Yasuo, that wind wall is going to block any and all projectiles. Well, Overpower gets slowed, but it's not really going to be enough. And of course, with that wind wall, you know, blocking projectiles, there's no slow from the glitter lance, no auto attacks that can land. Jankos once again going to steal the red buff, it looks like, and we do see Amazing forced to flash away.
Some panic play from Overpower down the bottom there as well, using the third hit to just completely miss. Went across by the back of the tower, didn't really hit the minions what he was after, but he is continuing the farm. Let's have a look at that farm, because we've not really had a chance yet, because action has been continually going as all these continuous lane movements go on. In terms of AD carries, they are actually very close, 110 to 113. And despite the fact all of this movement's going on, we also see a 95 to 89 between Riven and Yasuo. The top lane, of course, there's a difference. It's Zazas on Shyvana with that lead with the Bladed Rune King.
I'm actually quite surprised that it is that even, that it is that close, because of all the lane rotations and, you know, all of the movement back and forth, it just shows you that both of these teams are staying even there. They're making sure that the reactions have not been delayed. And that is just allowing these numbers to stay as close as they really are. The one thing that has happened, though, is the Copenhagen Wolves have been able to avoid that Overpower versus Kautard situation. That was their goal for the entire opening 10 minutes, and it is allowing them to get in. Now comes Jankos into Youngbuck.
But he doesn't have his ultimate available, so this should be a kill, and it's going to be Jankos. That's the first one for Roccat this time around. It's took them a long time to get it, and it was honestly Zazas, all the work he did on Shyvana to finally have to tank through that ultimate. Last, he gets the help of his jungler.
And like you talked about, is Jankos going to help Zazas out? He didn't need to up till that point. The sadism had already been used, but as soon as the ultimates were burned, there was no flash, there was no sadism available for Dr. Mundo. Zazas calls it, and that's when Jankos comes to gank. They get the kill, they get themselves their second tower of the game, and they actually close up this gold lead. Copenhagen Wolves, with the first steal of the game for themselves, they take away the red buff from Roccat.
Yeah, good reactions. They knew Jankos was top, so therefore they took that red buff. And actually, talking about the junglers, you know, it's important to see how these guys level, because both of them have been getting all of the buffs. Nobody's wanted a blue buff, so both Jankos and Amazing have been taking everything from the jungle so far.
Yeah, and there's actually been a lot of focus on these jungles right now. With all of the lane rotations and with the number of team members available for ganking and counter-ganking the buff steals, it's been quite a lot of action. 2 red buffs in a row have been stolen away from Copenhagen Wolves. Jankos has made it very clear he wants to be in the Copenhagen Wolves jungle, and that is partially to do with the fact that Zazas can respond with that very powerful Shyvana, who is already beating Dr. Mundo. Of course, Dr. Mundo with a teleport. Now I'm waking up a little bit, making sure they're using it correctly. Nice, Amazing goes way deep.
Oh, far too deep. The damage comes down. Vander jumps on towards him. Wild Growth bounce Kautard up. Kautard's going to get taken down. Zazas jumps across with the Dragon Descent. Now Youngbuck's going to run for it. Still has to pop that ultimate, but I think he's going to get burnt through. You can see the rest of Roccat trying to catch up. He does finally have that bonus speed, but look at Overpower. Coming around the backside. Can he close the gap on towards Youngbuck? I don't think so.
Yeah, 2 for 0 right now. That a whole fight starts from the Lee syndrome. At that point in time, Amazing dove onto Caitlyn, who used the 90 caliber neck, got pulled so far back that the rest of the Wolves got baited into that fight that they really did not want to be involved. They don't lose any further objectives though, so at the end of the day, it's 2 kills, and they got the tower. So a little bit risky, and I think Amazing's just going to be a little bit more cautious on which engages he decides to follow up with.
Now, let's just take this one out again.
Yeah.
There is the tower, but way too deep.
No, I mean, the way it all started is just before that tower was going to drop, Amazing landed a Sonic Wave and underestimated how many members of Rockout were around. He didn't have vision on them, and I think because he didn't know where they were, he just maybe forgot that they could be nearby. And once he committed himself in there, you've seen the teleport coming down from Youngbuck to help the rest of the Copenhagen Wolves, and it wasn't enough in that situation.
So, we see Zazas backing off. He already got the play the Rukin. No, he's cancelled it because there's been a call. I think Rockout want to push the mid.
Rocket have the numbers advantage, but the minion wave and the vision is not really with them
No,
right
it's the
now.
dragon.
So we'll have to see how they play this one out. Copenhagen Wolves took the last one thanks to that very good fight plus the bottom lane tower. Windwall is actually being used to tank dragon damage, and that could bite them in the backside. It's not going to be available for the fight.
Zazas comes around, the dragon does go down, it's amazing, it picks it up, and Rockout do not want to fight, they're backing away from this one. Jankos is going to get his stealth up in a moment, he's just past the ping ward though, which is why he's got vision. Televar doing damage on towards Youngbuck, but I don't think they're going to close the gap, and it's Rockout going defensive.
Yeah, I think if Overpower had been a little bit closer in that particular fight, maybe Rocket could have done a little more with it, and I don't know if they were aware that that wind wall had actually been used against the dragon. I think Kautard's got to be a bit more careful with that ability. It's very, very powerful and, you know, can really help out blocking, especially Celavar's long-range auto attacks. He needs to go through the wind wall before he can start hitting your team. So we'll keep an eye on that as the game goes forward. And once again, Static Shiv, first pickup for Yasuo, most likely going to be transitioning into that Infinity Edge.
Clearly these teams haven't seen Mad Life in action on the Dragon yet. So as it stands, we'll see whether anyone starts stepping that up here, as they saw in the NLB finals just the other day. Meanwhile, Jankos, he's on the invade. He's going to take away the red buff, and actually not a lot they can do about this one.
That's a third time in a row that we've seen Jankos stealing that buff away. And this time, that was alone. I mean, there was no support from the rest of his team. Zazas and Shyvana was miles away, and that was a risky steal. That was a very risky invade, but he gets away with it because nobody from Copenhagen Wolves were able to respond quickly enough, and he backs out. He's got those Sorcerer's Shoes and the Spirit of the Spectral Wraith completed as well, so most likely going to work himself towards a Deathfire Grasp, and this is something we've been seeing Jankos do, is going all in on damage items on his jungle champions.
Full nuke ability. It's something we used to see from Diamond Prox a long time ago in that full-on aggression. He's gone recently to a bit more defensive support items, but Jankos, one more hit and we'll take down that pink ward. We do see Unlimited also clearing out the wards, and immediately, bing, bing, everything goes back down.
Yeah, Copenhagen Wolves now sitting 200 gold ahead, 2 towers apiece. They, you know, managed to pick up that last dragon, and I think with only the top outer turret remaining and not really being able to push it, you have to give some props here to Youngbuck. He's only 30 CS down in this matchup right now. It's still a negative, but he's not as far behind as we have seen this matchup go in the past. So we'll have to see how effective he becomes once these prolonged team fights come out. And once again, there's Yasuo using that sweeping blade, the dashing ability, following it up with the Steel Tempest, his Q, and actually does the small area of effect knock up in the circle.
And you know, after all the swapping, the changing the lanes, I wonder how Overpower and Kautard are now going to measure up, because of course Kautard has that kill. You saw just a moment ago with the gold, he's got about an 800 gold lead over Overpower as well. So it seems to me that now that he's got that Static Shift, now that Infinity Edge is underway, he's starting to feel a lot more confident.
Yeah, I think the Static Shift gives him all the mobility he needs to get his shield back up for that passive of his. Doubles the crit chance as well, so he can control the wave. I still don't think he wants to go head-to-head. I still think against a Bloodthirster with the regen and the shield that you get on Overpower's Riven, he's still a little scared. But we'll most likely see amazing roaming with him. You know, in the previous game, Kerp and Aranea, they were ganking and they were basically holding hands the entire early game, you know, first 20 minutes. And it worked for them, got them 2 kills. This time round, a little bit less emphasis on those ganks and the Dragon's Rage into Last Breath combinations.
Overpower's been given a good chunk of time on towards this bottom turret. He does step away the moment Kautard comes in. So realizing there is a danger now. It's not just such a one-sided fight for him. And he wasn't too sure on the vision of everyone else coming towards him.
And you know, there is a little bit of possibility for outplay on both of these champions. You know, they can dodge skill shots, they can dodge the knock-up. There's, you know, CC for both. And it can come down to whoever gets the jump on your opponent first, allows you to land all the burst, and and then just chase them down for the final kill. So as it stands, respect between Overpower and Coutard. The rest of the Copenhagen Wolves need to start finding an answer for this split push Xaxus, and I think Xaxus is going to do exactly what SK Gaming did with their top lane Shyvana. Let him split push and try force fights in your 4v4, which is very good for Rocket. They've got a massive shield from Evelyn, they've got the wild growth from Lulu, they can do well in 4v4 situations.
Coutard throwing down that wind wall, making sure there's no Piltover Peacemakers coming his way. Silver instead will take away the Wraiths around the side. Ooh, just sidestepping the whirlwind coming his direction. It is the Q, it's the Steel Tempest, the third charge of it.
Yeah.
It looks pretty much like a Howling Gale that you get from a Janna.
Basically just a little more damage is the way it works.
As well.
But yeah, and gives you the knock-up, and of course his ultimate only can be targeted on champions that have been affected by knock-ups and mobilities. And right now, very passive play. The last Dragon was the last little bit of maybe something could happen, and with it respawning in a minute's time, I anticipate the Copenhagen Wolves to just push out their lanes, ward up the Dragon Pit, and maybe try to get control of it, because the Wolves have been the ones with more focus on Dragon. They've taken 2 of them so far, and I think their objective play around that pit is very good right now.
45 seconds into that, but Dragon respawns and 3 members of Rocket teleports him back. That signifies they really want to fight for this one.
Yeah, and they should be able to. I mean, you're even on gold right now. I think in a 5v5 situation, as long as Celiva doesn't get completely shut down by Amazing and Coutard, I think I prefer Rocket's 5v5. There's shields to get through, there's a wild growth, there's a very, very tanky Shyvana. And on the condition Celiva can deal damage through a prolonged fight, I think Rocket can win it. So the onus is going to be on Copenhagen Wolves to find an opportunity to actually catch Celiva out. You see them trying to set something up. Teleport is available for Rocket, for Copenhagen Wolves, for Young Buck to join the fight in this pit, but there is no wards around. So he's going to take some time, deal a lot of damage to this top lane tower.
Yeah, may well take that tower down before he even needs to teleport in. We saw Overpower was actually blocking Coutard from coming down around the bottom lane. Instead, he's going to have to come in separate from the rest of his team. So he's coming in to pincer move.
Teleport's coming.
Now he's going to try and join him. Here comes Youngbuck. The teleport comes in. They haven't taken the Dragon down just yet. They're going to back away from this one. They're actually fighting it in the back. Overpower's going to get focused on. Catches one of these infected cleavers. Xaxus comes in. Dragon's descent across 4 members of Copenhagen Wolves. It's unlimited they're focusing on. But while that's happening, Overpower dodging away from the culling. He's going to run for his life. Jankos has got in. He takes down the support. And now Jankos is on towards Youngbuck. Youngbuck taken low. Everybody else from the Copenhagen Wolves backing away from this one. And Celiva, untouched so far, just forces them all away. Rocket going to go for Dragon.
There's not enough knockups there. Once again, we see the last breath not being used in a big team fight. Coutard is unable to get in there, unable to get that damage down, and Rocket are the ones that secure the Dragon. I think Overpower did a very, very good job at drawing the attention from Forgiven, and once Forgiven was worried about Overpower, Xaxus just threw himself in there in Dragon's Descent. This is the replay. Take a look at Overpower from behind. He's immediately going to look for Forgiven once he puts himself in this bush, and with the aid of Xaxus, they focused on the AD carry, pull him away from the fight, and that allows the rest of Rocket to pick up some kills. At the moment, it does look like there's a little bit of action going on in the live game. As you can see, Amazing, he's trying to find himself onto Xaxus, and he has actually found him.
He has found him. Xaxus will go down. No! He survives. Is it going to be enough? Forgiven comes in. He gets the lock on there. Overpower's taking the bottom turret, but it's Jankos they're going to go for now. Youngbuck will come journeying through with that burning agony running. Celiva's going to try and turn this one back around. Ace in the hole coming out. That's going to get blocked off. Youngbuck taken low. And Rocket, well, they pushed a little too far on the Wolves there.
Yeah, Forgiven manages to pick up the first kill onto Xaxus. He is down. While that fight was going on, we see Overpower split pushing on the bottom lane. They may trade tower for tower. I didn't see how much hit points was sitting on Overpower's one, but trading an inner turret for an outer turret, I think Rocket will be happy with that trade. They just had to give up 2 additional kills, which is obviously not ideal.
Yeah, it was 2 towers, I believe, that he took down. That bottom, outer, and inner turret there for Overpower, and that's something they're going to make sure they watch, because Coutard comes in, Overpower's waiting in a bush, and we're already seeing the difference in power, and Overpower just destroyed Coutard.
Windslash didn't even connect. I mean, the ultimate, the active from Overpower's Riven didn't even connect with Coutard, and it was still enough damage to burst him through. Coutard stunned, knocked up, and with the Bloodthirster and the Last Whisper, there was too much damage for the very squishy glass cannon Coutard to deal with.
Zenith Blade does not find its home. Blue buff has spawned, but I think Copenhagen Wolves will be picking this one up without any fight. The question is, who will it go to? I guess Forgiven will be having that one. Jankos, he's looking towards his top lane. He's got Zazas with him. They may try and go for Youngbuck here. He's been caught out of position once again. Here they come, the double team, the terrifying Polish team coming in towards the top lane. Youngbuck, he's trying to run away. Pops that ultimate, should have enough to get away.
Does actually get away. Because the Blade of the Ruin King was used, they couldn't chase him further. Now Overpower looking to fight just a little bit. We've seen Unlimited for a brief second, but if Copenhagen Wolves had picked that battle, they probably would have lost. There was much more members of Rocket that could have responded faster, and I think wisely they back away. And as we talked about, the Deathfire Grasp has been picked up there for Jankos' Elise, so Evelyn rather. So going to have a lot of damage, a lot of burst, something that was lacking from Millennium when they had a very physical damage team, which the rest of Rocket very clearly is.
So, very even between these two still. Only 2,000 gold separating the two teams. 27 minutes into this game. Quick check from Kautar. Baron started? No, it's clear. That means they're going to back off there. 4-3 in turrets Rocket with that advantage. 6-4 in kills, of course. You can see that at the top of your screen. Item-wise, Randy and Omen has been completed by Youngbuck. It was used in a moment ago to help him escape, along with that Sunfire Cape, which he picked up a mile away. Now he needs to get that Spirit Passage because, as has already been proven, his hit points are getting churned down very quickly. He needs that regen much faster.
Yeah, and there's a lot of mixed damage that actually comes up from Shyvana. Part of the reason that Dr. Mundo has such a difficult time with Blade of the Ruin King Shyvana is that all the additional physical damage from the burnout, from the procs of that passive on Blade, and all the magic damage of the Flame Breath, etc., you can't itemize specifically. Once Spirit Visage is completed, it helps. And that's when Youngbuck stops being insta-kill potential and can start trying to control his lane. But he's only 20 CS down. I think Youngbuck is doing a phenomenal job of keeping up with Shyvana. He just needs to make it count with more teleport usages and more control. And this is version 2. Version 2.
Version 2 going again. Kautar this time does try and dice and slice. Tries to get away from there. Is it going to be enough though? Overpower didn't fancy that. Didn't have vision of the bush.
Yeah, no vision, no understanding of where the rest of Rocket were. And I think that was a smart call. I think don't commit, especially if Unlimited got there in time. A Solar Flare plus a stun from the shield, that probably would have been enough time to kill Overpower because Kautar's got a lot of damage. Infinity Edge plus Static Shiv, 90% crit, plus that Vamp Scepter. He is actually very scary.
Well, okay. So let's take a look at what is actually happening because we've got Zaza's split push in the top that Youngbuck is struggling to keep up with. We've got Overpower split pushing down the bottom that Kautar can't deal with. At what point, when these come together, does the Copenhagen Wolves have an issue?
I think Copenhagen Wolves have two options available. They can commit multiple members of their team to one lane, get that person taken down, and then push that lane. Alternatively, they can leave both of the split pushers alone, group up as 5, and shove the lane down themselves. Force Rocket into a position where it's a 5v3, where Copenhagen Wolves can dive quite effectively. If you get a Dragon's Rage kick, follow it with Last Breath and Dr. Mundo tanking a tower, you can actually dive a 3-man. So I think the Copenhagen Wolves should, challenge one lane or go down the middle, because at the moment, losing 2 and just farming the 3rd is a net loss.
Well, it's a 5v4. Should the Copenhagen Wolves go for this? I say that, but Youngbuck switches. He has the teleport available. That's going to be Solar Flare catching on towards Vander. Vander going to get dropped here. And no, Wild Growth does save himself for a little bit. The Culling doing damage. The Culling gets a kill.
That may be the first kill of the LCS of the Culling right now. The rest of the Wolves now realizing the support is down for Rocket. They are sticking to the mid lane. This is a good decision. Youngbuck has teleport available so he can help his team in the middle lane if he decides to TP in. We'll see if Overpower can get you, because Overpower's going to come from behind. That was a great knockup.
Zazas goes aggressive, jumps on there. Ace in the hole comes through. Jankos has to run away though. Ignite will be enough to take him down. It's Kautar that picks it up, and Overpower realizing it. He can't go in for this one. It's a 5-man Copenhagen Wolves tearing through the middle.
For a brief second, it looked like Amazing was actually going to save him. They've caught Overpower.
They're going to try and go for it. There's Overpower running for his life here. The infected cleavers are just flashing past his face, and he dodges out. But the tower, it's holding on because they're not attacking it.
Yeah, Copenhagen Wolves are more involved in the kill. Youngbuck could die.
Youngbuck in trouble, but quickly gets locked up by Unlimited. Zazas tries to join him, but quickly gets interrupted. Solar Flare comes back out there. Fiven catching on towards Celiva. Celiva has to use Barrier to save his life. Finally, they step away. the tower may go down eventually.
Last Breath is still available from Kautard. I haven't seen a very massively effective usage from that just yet. We'll have to see how he makes it count in the later stages. Rocket, after losing multiple kills, do not give up any more towers. That is important to note. They do lose the Dragon, which is just keeping the gold even, but I think super importantly, the fact they held onto their towers is vitally important to prevent Copenhagen Wolves doing that 5-man push that we talked about.
Tight positional play between these two teams. Just 500 gold separates them right now. 31 minutes into this game. Forgiven, he's going to get himself the blue buff. He's going to have to start moving because Rocket are already in position for a Baron. I don't think they're going to go for this, but they do have good vision around that area.
And they would be able to shred this down very quickly with that Bloodthirster Last Whisper. Oh, Unlimited's going to be caught.
I'm not sure if he's going to get caught out enough, though. Jankos, oh, he took a big burst from Kautard there. The static shift. Culling comes across once again. You can't get 2 kills in one game. Youngberg, oh my word, he's burst down very quickly there. Zazas has to use the Dragon Descent to try and get away on Shyvana, and now Vander's backed off. Ace in the hole doesn't catch anyone from behind, and this is just simply a problem. Rocket out of position here. They've got to back away.
Yeah, and Copenhagen Wolves need to get a tower now. Rocket did well to defend the last time, but they're well out of position for this particular attempt. And as I thought Unlimited may get focused down, the rest of the Wolves just wrap around from the jungle, manage to pick up some kills. They get the turret, and the Wolves are going to back away, not feeling confident that the 5v4 is powerful enough to get on that inhib turret.
What a game we have on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. The Wolves and Rocket going at it toe for toe. It's still only 7-6, a low kill score game, you could say, but the action is very much back and forth. They've certainly been engaging with one another, just only getting 1 kill every time they have a 5v5 exchange. They're going Baron quick.
Yeah, Unlimited might get killed. Baron is available in the background. That's going to be a dead Unlimited.
That's going to be Overpower. He's just baiting them. They're all focusing on Overpower. They don't care because they're taking the Baron.
Baron's only at half life though. The rest of the Copenhagen Wolves are now here in time, and Rocket have to peel away.
Jankos was not there, so they were trying to rush that Baron out. They just didn't have the damage without Overpower, and now it's going to be the Wolves starting the Baron off.
Yeah, they're very happy to jump right in. There's some damage is already dealt, and this is a smart decision from the Wolves. The waves are pushing on their inhibitor turret in the bottom lane. There's a wave pushing the top lane, and I think if those waves were in favor of the Wolves pushing against Rocket, then they could have gone for Baron. I think it's a smart decision to back away. Somebody needs to go kill those minions because it could be a lot of damage that's unneeded and unnecessary.
Yeah, still nobody's going to it. Finally, we're seeing Forgiven backing off, but I think they were so worried about the counter engage on Baron that it took them as such a delay, and they've actually lost out on, I'll probably say, a double wave there on the tower.
Yeah, at least. There's a lot of minions that have been lost and wasted. You know, in terms of the items, we're actually seeing Forgiven, Kautard rather, going towards a Blade of the Rune King. I think this is actually quite a smart pickup against the effective health targets of the Wild Growth on Lulu and, you know, Shyvana, Eve, etc. But we do see a Yomuu's Ghost Blade. I don't actually know how to say the first word, just FYI. The Ghost Blade is picked up by Overpower's Riven. And this is a little bit of an unconventional item pick, but I like it because it's movement speed, allows you to chase, and it also gives you that armor pen once you throw the active down.
Jankos, he is heading for a... Zonya's Hourglass. Why not? Why not? There's a jungler. That's the item and he wants in there. Or maybe he's just going to keep the Seeker's Armguard and then go for a Rabadon's Death Cap. That's what he's been heading towards. But he's not getting as fed as he was against Super Hot Crew. It doesn't seem to be working out as well for him in this game, this Evelyn pick. He has still got a lot of damage, but as it is, every time he comes in, they immediately focus him.
Yeah, another incredibly even game between these two teams. And with so much damage on both sides, it's actually difficult to win a team fight instantly because you can focus single targets very well. Even if Zazas were to jump in right now, if he were to be focused by Forgiven and Kautard, you know, that's an Infinity Edge static shift plus Bloodthirst and the makings of another Infinity Edge. He would go down relatively quickly. I'd like to see some armor penetration on both Kautard rather, because in the previous game, we've seen how ineffective Kerp's late armor pen was, and Kautard's going to suffer a similar fate.
Well, Overpower's about to show himself a long way down that bottom lane, so we'll see whether Copenhagen Wolves trying to react to this one. They are in good position. They need to sweep out those wards that are all around the Baron area, which is why you can see the 2 sweeping lenses being picked up. Still only 1 for Rocket.
Yeah, Copenhagen Wolves are pushing very aggressively because they have teleport available and they see Overpower. They've caught Jankos.
They've caught Jankos. He's going to get in trouble. He does use the Wild Growth to help him out here. Is it going to be enough? Tries to get that shield with his ultimate. He should survive here, but they're going to come rushing through. No, amazing catches in there. That's Jankos down again.
The Dragon's Rage kick was used to finish off the kill, so it's not available for this next fight. Wolves now, knowing that it's a 5v4, they're going to take their 5th tower of the game, and they're playing very objective. They could either go to the inhibitor turret or back off to the Baron. Overpower could be considering a flash over this wall if he can get onto Forgiven and just instantly kill him. Dragon's Rage is also available for Xaxis if they want to dive in.
Wind Wall being used to prevent those minions being taken down, but finally that Static Shiv procking off that from Saliva's last hit. And it is going to be the Wolves that step away from this one. They're doing a really good job right now of just maneuvering Roccat and catching them out.
If they back off to buy, they need to respond by getting back to the Baron pit very quickly. There is the opportunity for a counter Baron if Copenhagen Wolves back away. Instead, this is a smart decision. They're going for Baron. Roccat are trying to respond. Overpower has everything available, and 4 members are in the pit. Oh, they've peeled away.
They're peeled away, but they've split targets, and it's actually Unlimited tried to get on towards Overpower, and now Youngbuck's trying to tank it out. Overpower's going to dive in. He's jumped straight in towards it. Let's see if he can get on the AD carry. Forgiven's taken no damage. Turns it around on his head. They get the Baron down, and now Roccat are falling like flies. Xaxis is desperately trying to crawl away from this one, but it is only going to be a whimper because Forgiven gives the chase. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, you can see Jankos running for his life. Saliva, absolutely no health at all. Copenhagen Wolves can push for an Inhibitor turret. No! You're going to see go back on towards Unlimited. Unlimited tries to get away. The rest of his team close in and just pops Jankos where he stands. Finally, Roccat get a kill, but it's all for naught because they're going to lose the inhibitor.
3 for 1. Vander's going to go down here as well. He's got no flash available, just a matter of time. Randy and Zoman gets thrown just for good measure, and the Copenhagen Wolves will be able to pick themselves up an inhibitor. There's long death timers here, and they've got very tanky champions. They may even try push onto a Nexus turret.
Well, they're going to step away. No, they're going to keep for the Nexus turret. There's going to be the ultimate pop by Youngbuck, and they're just going to work their way through. Oh, Saliva gets caught out, and that is how quick you can go down when Kautard does use his ultimate at the right time. The Nexus turrets will drop. The Nexus will fall. The Copenhagen Wolves have taken down Roccat.
In a very convincing battle, once the mid-game rolled around, Copenhagen Wolves struggled in the laning phase, fell a little bit behind. They managed to pull it back, and I think Yasuo, still some questions in my mind. I feel like that Last Breath ultimate, not necessarily used to its fullest, but a great play. And pushing the towers when they had the opportunities. Congratulations to the Wolves.
And it seemed to me in that fight, every time was the Roccat split pushing away, going down the sides. And the fact that they didn't get that snowball, they didn't get the early damages. Jankos was ineffective on Evelyn because they focused him every single time. He wasn't able to get those ganks, and it seemed that once they'd lost that ability, they were kind of out of options. They didn't seem to know what to do, so they just carried on split pushing.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. What we like about Roccat is their team fighting power. We like seeing them in 5v5s. Their targeting is good, the coordination is good, and they were never in a situation where they could 5v5 consistently or properly. They were trying to rely on that split push. They were trying to rely on Eve to flank around and get engaged that way, and it didn't work out. The other thing the Copenhagen Wolves did incredibly well was their dragon control. They got 3 or 4 dragons back-to-back, basically uncontested. They played very well around them, completely fooling me into thinking a teleport would have helped. And my bad for that one. But, it was...
I tried to help you there.
You did. I just committed. I got a bit punch-drunk, I think. But, very well played by the Wolves. I think the dragon timing and their decision-making on when to go was great.
So with Roccat obviously facing Alliance in 2 games' time, where do they take this? Do they look at themselves and think, okay, we need to start playing more conservative, or do you just think the aggression works, we've got to keep it up? It just didn't work against Wolves.
Yeah, I don't think the conservative route is the way to go. Because I think when...
Worked against NIP.
It did work that way. And I think the strategy of the split pushing didn't work out. I think if they had committed to slightly more fights, used the power of Overpower, because he was crushing Kautard, got him into more situations where he could have an impact maybe. But it tended to be that Kautard was... it tended to be that Riven needed to defend. Whenever a tower was under pressure, whenever we'd seen Jankos dying basically on his Eve.
And from the Wolves, obviously they've gone 2-2 this week. That's going to be happy for them, I feel. I mean, 2 wins in the LCS already. It's a good start, but they have come into this as big favourites from the amateur scene.
Yeah, that's the case, and I still think they're performing very well. The games they've lost, there have been mistakes that they have made that I think they can go back to the drawing board. When you look at SK Gaming, it was positional play. They got outflanked.
Smite,
correct.
Yeah.
Positional play. They lost a Baron. Should you have been doing the Baron in the first place? And against Gambit, it was decision making. Don't pick Zyra into Kha'Zix, please. And if you do, please buy armor. it's individual decisions as opposed to overall strategy, overall pick ban theory, etc.
Well, we still have plenty more League of Legends action to go. After the break, Shox will be joined by Unlimited from the Copenhagen Wolves, and then the Super Week continues with Gambit battling the Super Hot crew. Do not go anywhere. Absolutely no help at all. Copenhagen Wolves can push for an inhibitor to it. No, you're going to see go back on towards Unlimited. Unlimited tries to get away. The rest of his team close in and just pops Jankos where he stands. Finally, Roccat get a kill, but it's all for naught.
Like all the other years, they kind of relaxed a little bit in the start of the season, and they started tryharding in the end of the season when it actually matters, like a lot. So we might actually have a good chance against them.
Welcome back, everybody. Before we get to the next match, we are joined by Unlimited from Copenhagen Wolves, wrapping up a win here against Team Roccat, which maybe was even the hardest matchup of the entire weekend for you guys. So talk me through it. Yeah, that was maybe a little bit too much. But talk me through that matchup, because it was very close. It came down to really little things in the end.
Well, after our 2 losses, we kind of decided to prepare very well for this game. And we prepared different strats, but in the beginning of the game, we realized that they know about our strats, so we didn't know what to do. But we decided to keep lane swapping until we can get Yasuo out of the lane phase, and we'll see what happens from there.
Yeah, and obviously when you do a lot of lane swapping, it generally you tend to fall behind. You were the ones that were initiating. You managed to keep the edge. Was there any sneaky way you were trying to do it, or was it every time you did it, it's like, yeah, they're switching back, guys. Should we run again?
I guess we had really good timings at our rotations. We rotated when our lanes were pushed, so we didn't lose too much CS. And I guess our Lee Sin had some pressure on the rotations, so they couldn't just run around like we did.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about that jungle play, because Jankos has been playing phenomenally here, and he was on his Evelynn, stole that red buff so many times, yet you were able to contain him. So how did that work? I know you had a very good Leona ultimate there at the end. That might have been a big part in the win.
It might have been, but I guess teamwork is the one that wins the game after all. Our red buffs, well, yeah, we lost all of our red buffs, so we should keep better timers on them, I guess. The Evelynn was really good, but she went for a really squishy build, so we could one-shot her in teamfights.
And is that something you were expecting? Because we've seen it already a couple of times from Jankos. He's gone Rabadon's Death Cap, etc. in there. Are you expecting? And it seemed to me that once they didn't have that initial craziness, which we've seen from Roccat already, they didn't have any answer. Was this something you particularly worked as a tactic to just shut them down, stop them getting those crazy kills?
Well, we want to swap mid mainly to shut down the mid laner and the jungler at the same time. We picked Lee Sin, which is really dominant, and we expected them to pick Evelynn, so I picked Leona, and we could one-shot the Evelynn if we find her in the jungle. I'm not sure what to say.
Tell me a little bit about you playing together with Forgiven, because you've had a range of partners to play with in that bottom lane the last couple of months. You had Reckless that you've been playing with, Freeze before that, and Samurai and Jeans. How has it been for you kind of to have to adjust to new playstyles all the time?
Well, it has been hard sometimes. The playstyles were kind of different from every AD carries. Tough times, but now we're on the same page.
To see the gold, so for us, they're going up with playing against them. Who will win that fight?
I guess Rocket. But it's hard to tell because Alliance will probably be really serious and they will prepare really hard for this game so they don't finish 0-4. So the game will show.
And how do you see the rest of your season now developing? You're coming out of Super Week, 2 wins, 2 losses, 50-50. Not a bad start for a new team in the LCS.
Yeah, 2-2 is definitely not bad. We wanted 4-0, but it didn't work out. But at least Team Rocket didn't steal our Pikachu.
Tell me a little bit about your pick. You've played Lulu a couple of times and they first picked it. Would you have first picked it if you could, or picked it later if you could?
Probably not, because we wanted to play Leona versus KMT to dominate them. But she's really good with Yasuo, so we would definitely think about it if they left it open.
And obviously we're seeing a lot of unique champions coming out this season. Is there anything that you guys were thinking we're expecting to see these champions come out? So for example, obviously we saw the Pantheon coming out, I believe. Yasuo made his first appearances today. Is there any reason you feel that teams have been holding back on the Yasuo picks?
Well, mostly the bans, I guess. He was banned
that would
most
be a
of the
problem,
games.
yeah.
Also, some teams didn't train it because they expected to be banned, but we weren't one of those teams, so it wasn't a problem.
Okay, is there anything you want to say to the newfound fans? Do you think that you got what it takes to turn all those fans for the Copenhagen Wolves?
I want to thank them because they're great. We have few of them in the audience, and they cheered for us, and I'm thankful for that.
All right, now let's see what the fans are saying on Twitter. They're not only fans of the Copenhagen Wolves, but fans from all the teams here. And of course, we asked, what's been your favorite moment so far during week 1 and why? And here's what you had to say. The first answer from was at @LolDismiss. Svenskar and Smite was amazing. Comes from nowhere and turns a lost game to a win. It shows that a game is never over. I think you remember that one.
Yeah, unfortunately I do.
And then the second one is from @MonocleJack. Overpow using mid Pantheon burst into the LCS with an out-of-the-box pick and did so in a dominant fashion.
Absolutely. I mean, there's been some incredible plays. There's so many things that they could choose from throughout this weekend. I gotta be honest, it's probably the Svenskeren one for me, maybe it so far, because that was a big turnaround in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't want to rub it in, don't worry. The last one is from @MrJHudson69. Reckles 96. Reckles double with the super mega death rocket while getting ganked by Diamond, then flashing away against Gambit. Just whoa.
Yeah, the Gambit games have been impressive, but the Fnatic games have been even more impressive. Reckless and Yellowstar, they finally died, but they're certainly one of the highlights from this weekend.
Absolutely impressive. Also impressive win from you guys. Congratulations on that
Thank
one
you.
once again. And now let's send things over to Joe in the Fee Show.
Thanks a lot, Shocks. I'm Joe Miller, and I'm joined here by my broadcast support for today, Martin DeFicio Lunga. We're moving into our 4th game of the day as Gambit take on the Super Hot Crew. Now, the Super Hot Crew managed to take out Alliance and then lost earlier today, sadly enough for them, against a Galio support with SK Gaming. Yesterday, we saw Gambit, of course, securing a very decisive win, though, over Millennium.
It was a win for Gambit, but it's a very slow start to the game. Not like we used to seeing Gambit. But to be honest, I think what we should take from that is that Millennium actually played the early game and mid-game really well. Especially Curb was dominating a lot. I think it was 3-0 Gragas at some point. But once we got to the team fights of that game, Gambit really turned on the power and just steamrolled over Millennium.
Yeah, and that was the really impressive thing for me, because I don't think we've really seen any team in the European LCS do quite that well, you know, in terms of grabbing the lead, grabbing the Baron, and then just driving it home for the win.
I mean, it was so impressive to see because they took the Baron, they recalled, shopped, got back out, and they had 4 minutes from there when they just finished up the game. They took like multiple inhibitors, multiple towers, and they took 7 kills on Millennium back-to-back without even recalling. It was very impressive play by Gambit.
They also have been going for a little bit of different picks. Of course, the one that really sticks out is Warwick in the top lane for Darien. He was 7-1-19 in 2 games on that Warwick. What are your thoughts on it? You actually told me I'm not sold on that Warwick yet.
Yeah, you guys keep haunting me with that Warwick pick. I keep having to explain it, but I can see the idea for Gambit with the Warwick pick, especially because he runs TP with it. And when you have TP on Warwick, you can at any point in the game after level 6, TP to a lane and then instantly ult the target and lock it down and try and pick up a kill. But the way Gambit plays with it is very slowly. He just stays in lane most of the time, he farms a lot, and he's able to hold his ground versus most of the current top laners. And once you get to team fights, you have this very tanky Warwick who can single out a target and then they can burst it down.
And we actually saw Gambit taking all 3 dragons in that game against Millennium. Of course, the Baron went down there just before they finished off the game, almost finishing the game within the Baron buff duration, we should probably add in there. And that's something that we're kind of used to with Gambit. You know, Diamond in particular, we saw him playing Shyvana previously, where he's very dragon-centric.
He's always been very focused on farming objectives, and especially also counter-jungling, actually. We see him all the time in the enemy jungle. When he spots the jungler, let's say the bot lane, he instantly goes to the opposite side, takes some of his farm, and then puts up a pressure somewhere or starts a gank. Generally, for me, Diamond has actually played amazing so far. And yes, they play a little bit slower early game than before, but they take away a lot of stuff from the enemy.
Yeah, and an interesting stat from that one as well, while we were talking about being quick to finish the game off with the Baron. From the time that the 6th tower went down until the end of the game, until they'd finished, took down the Nexus, was 1 minute and 20 seconds. So that just shows you how quickly they actually did that one. They picked up Baron at 29-17, and at 33.5 minutes, that game was over.
That game was done. It was actually where Darien on Warwick was baiting them down in the bot lane, and then he managed to pick up a kill because I think it was Alex and Edward coming down, took the kill, and then they just steamrolled into the base and then finished the game. Impressive.
Well, their opposition for this one, the Super Hot Crew, pulled out a great victory against Alliance with that particularly impressive performance out of Mr. Riles, and of course earlier on against SK, not really having the best of times.
I mean, it didn't work out for them, mainly to me because Vi was banned away. Impaler is very reliant on Vi, and so far hasn't really shown too much on other champions. And Super Hot Crew right now, I mean, we have seen how they play. They need Mr. Rallis and Mixer to do very well. And for them to also be safe and do well, they need Impaler to be there. They need him to, be the backup. With Vi, he's always around. He's always ready to go in for the fight. And normally they use that to transition into something else on the map. This game, though, while Mixer and Rallis did really well early game, they managed to pick up first spot on N-rated down in the bot lane. They didn't really transition into anything, and Impaler didn't really have any impact on the map.
Yeah, that's something he's going to have to look to do, certainly here, against a Gambit team who we never quite know which Gambit is going to turn up, but you don't want the angry Gambit to turn up, that's for sure.
Personally, I want the angry Gambit to be there.
If you're playing against Gambit, you don't want the angry Gambit.
All right, then I don't want the angry Gambit, no. But Super Hot Crew versus Gambit, for me, we just talked about Mr. Rallis and Mixer. It's going to be all about the bot lane. I think Moobson and Alex is going to go fairly even. Top lane as well. Mimer has shown some pretty good results. He's been playing the tanky meta together with Darien, so it's going to go fairly even as well. It's all about the bot lane for me, and it's all about Diamond versus Impaler, where I think Diamond has the edge though.
Well, let's have a look at the two starting lineups for these teams. On the blue side today will be Gambit, and they are, of course, Darien in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Alex Ich, the mid laner, and the duo of Genja and Edward.
And on the red side, we have Super Hot Crew with Mima in the top lane, Impaler as the jungler, Moobs in the mid lane, Mr. Rallis as the AD carry, and Mixer is his support.
So let's get into the juicy bits then. Picks and bans coming up here very shortly. What are going to be the contested picks? We talked about Vi and how Impaler might need that to really bring the best out in his game.
Yeah, I can actually see Gambit pretty much target banning towards Impaler, taking away Vi, maybe even Elise, and then early pick an Lee Sin, and then have full early game control. Impaler will most likely fall back on a Sing Sao. It didn't work for him versus SK, and I know that Gambit knows everything about Sing Sao because Diamond was actually the one who started playing it back then. So I can see them target banning Impaler, or they could actually target someone like Mixer, because Mixer doesn't really play Leona, he doesn't really play Annie, he's more of a fresh Nami person. If they take away the fresh and ban maybe the Nami, what is he going to fall back on?
Yeah, and the rest is funny because the rest of Super Hot Crew pretty much are fitting to the meta. It's just Mix who's varying a little bit on his support picks for that one. But we are going to be getting into Champion Select here, and we will be finding out exactly. Well, I was instantly shocked when that just came up there, because there was a Poppy in and all kinds of things were going on. So Amal Zahar, I think, was locked in there. That wasn't real Champion Select, guys. It's all good. The game's actually gone down, so I'm just going to quickly rejoin back into that one so that we can see things going on here. But that gives us a bit more time now to talk about them. And
yeah,
those big contested picks, we've seen it time and time again. Mima, he loves the beefy tanks up in that top lane, Mundo in particular.
Mundo has been his kind of go-to champion so far. Sadly for him, Rengar is still banned with no Rengar. I mean, Mima is a fantastic Rengar player, but Shyvana and Dr. Mundo, his main top lane picks right now. He has a Renekton as well, and I think we might see him maybe on a Trundle if Gambit goes with a Shyvana pick, and they can actually try and counter it that way. Generally though, these two teams actually kind of different in the way they pick. Super Crew follows the meta a lot, where Gambit tries a lot of different things, but if we see the Trundle from Super Crew, I'll be very happy.
We've seen a couple of weird supports out of Gambit as well. Let's not forget the Kennen that we've had in there, Mumu support, Edward has played recently as well, and we see there the first ban, Vi. We talked about it, aimed straight at Impaler.
Yeah, not too much surprise. I mean, when you have it's pretty easy for teams to target out Impaler right now. He needs to go home, and he really needs to try and expand his champion pool, and Super Crew as a team needs to find some more ways to play the early game without Vi. Until they do that, it's pretty easy to just target him out.
Well, on the other side, Kassadin taken away. A pretty standard ban out against, well, any team that's got a competent mid laner, which is, well, everyone in Europe at this stage.
And Super Crew just faced Kassadin versus SK Gaming, and it didn't go too well. We know what Kassadin brings, and he's so scary in the late game.
Well, other side, Lucian taken away from Rals, who has been pretty much the star player, I think we can say, in this Super Hot Crew team when they've done well. Riven was banned out by Super Hot Crew. We saw Alex Ich actually playing that one yesterday against Millennium, where they picked up the win.
Yeah, and banning away Riven is pretty smart because Super Hot Crew love to play Gragas. Riven is a very good pick versus Gragas. You can deny him a lot of CS and put a lot of pressure on him in lane. So taking away the Riven, very smart for Super Hot Crew. You saw the Elise banning now.
Yeah, Elise banned out there again. An aggressive jungler, one that can get right up in your face. All in Impaler's style, really.
And now Impaler, we will see if he goes to the Sing Sao or he has something else. I've seen him play Olaf before, but I don't know if he still plays it.
Final ban out. Look at Darian there. He's forced a Warwick ban. That's what he's been aiming for with these picks. And you said you weren't convinced, and I'm sure Darian's just been playing it just so that he could get it banned out against him at some point. And he's all happy about that. Gambit say, okay, that leaves some other options open. Any one of them will lock that in for Edward.
Top support right now for one of the best supports in Europe, who loves to make plays. Scary, scary pick up for Gambit. And both Dr. Mundo and Shyvana is open, so there's no reason really to pick, you know, one of them right now, because the other team can just take the other one. If Subaku should go Shyvana and Dr. Mundo now, they take Impaler away from his comfort zone, which is the early game junglers, and Gambit knows this.
And also worrying what Darian's going to play now his Warwick's been taken out of there. We'll have to see if anything else comes out. Yasuo, we know that he's been playing a lot of games with that one, is still open in this matchup, although we've seen a win and a loss with Yasuo. For me, still not had that big of an impact on the games. We'll get to that if it actually comes around. Super Hot Crew here have 10 seconds left to lock in their first choices, and it will be the Mundo and a Thresh here as a second pick. I think we can almost certainly say Shyvana over for Gambit.
High chance at least that we see a Shyvana, unless they have something else versus Dr. Mundo. Dr. Mundo has the issue that he's very weak in the early game, so you can pick some kind of different laners versus him and get a lot of free farm in the start. But the fresh pick for Mixer, we just talked about that he didn't play the owner, so he has to go for the fresh right now, and we have seen him dominate the lane together with Mr. Alice, though with Lucian, who's banned away.
Yep, Lucian banned out. Jinx was already taken here by Genja, so that leaves a couple of different options open. We may be seeing Twitch here, which is the first time we'll have seen Twitch if that gets locked in, but Caitlyn obviously still there. A more realistic option, I think, right now.
If you love to play Lucian and he's banned away, you go for Caitlyn. They remind a little bit about each other, long range poke, good wave clear, and Mr. Alice is also a very good Caitlyn player. Yeah. Together with Fresh, they have a very strong lane, especially versus Annie, where they can poke her if she tries to go to zone them. Jinx pick though, together with Annie, we've seen it before. The level 6 burst you can do is very scary.
Well, we'll see once we get to that point of things. You can see Moops there on your screen. He's looking a little bit frustrated, maybe, feeling the pressure here on stage. I mean, Super Hot Crew, they've not had the best of times recently in in the games that they've played. They've got a win under their belt, which is always a great thing. And against Alliance, it's not exactly an easy team to beat, that's for sure. We'll see if they can do a similar thing against Gambit. Their last two picks now coming in. We can see there the Kha'Zix was hovered over, the Kayle, both champions that Alexich has played a lot of in the past.
Yeah, and the Kayle pickup now is actually very, very smart, because with Caitlyn, you want to go to late game, you want to get her those 5-6 items where she can really start to carry. Kayle is the same way. If you go too late versus a Kayle, not good. At the same time though, we just have to quickly touch on the Sing Sao pick. This is hurting Super Hot Crew a lot in the champ select. They have so few picks for some of their key players, and it's so easy to ban them out right now, and Gambit has gotten a star lineup.
Yeah, we see there, Shyvana, we expected it to come down at some point in the game. It will actually come down and be in the top lane there for Darian, and that Kayle coming in for Alexich. And as you said, we've seen Kayle's doing incredible work if it gets late enough on into the game. I mean, Ninjas in Pajamas, unfortunately for you guys, were, destroyed by a Kayle. Overpower's Kayle was just ridiculous because it got to that stage in the game.
It was ridiculous, but if Moops decides to go with Gragas, it's a pretty decent pickup versus Kayle. You will be able to get some kills, or at least try and get some kills early game. I expect though Diamond to have a lot of action in the mid lane and try and help Alex out, get through the laning phase. If we do see Gambit going to late game with this combo, they will be able to instant burst down everything, even at Dr. Mundo, and Sing Sao is going to fall a lot in his power.
Well, in terms of Gragas, Moops has played Gragas, and a little bit more Gragas, so kind of fits his positioning perfectly, and he'll be quite happy to get his hands on that one. But overall, composition-wise, we talked about Impaler and how imperative it is that he gets a champion that he feels comfortable on. Xin Zhao has been his almost second go-to champion if his others are banned away from him, Vi being that number one, really. Is he going to be good enough here? Is he going to feel confident enough and be able to make the plays with Xin Zhao compared to someone like Diamond on Lee Sin?
Well, Xin Zhao has a lot of early game pressure. He can also duel Lee Sin. Lee Sin has more mobility, can get around on the map faster, but if he manages to find where Diamond is, maybe do a counter gang on him, he can actually shut him down early and try and snowball from there. I expect the top lane to be left alone quite a bit. I expect the support crew to have a lot of focus on both the mid and the bot lane. I know that's easy for me to say because we know how they focus on everything, but if they can manage to snowball Gragas or snowball Mr. Rallis in the bot lane, try and get him an early lead, they might actually be able to close this game out before we go too late.
Well, before we get the game underway, let's see who you guys at home are favouring for this one. And I can tell you what, it's a massive number for Gambit. 92% of you thinking that Gambit are going to win this one. 8% of you, though, sticking behind the Super Hot crew. I'm great at maths.
You're very good at math. I'll give you that. I will agree, though, with the votes right here, especially also judging from the lineups on both.
Yeah, I think the form would tell us that that 92% is probably not too far off the mark. But here we go then, we're going to get into game. It's Gambit versus the Super Hot crew. Game number 4 here in our final day of Super Week. And what a Super Week it's been so far. Let's have a look down some of the early items here as they come out of base. Pretty standard across the board with those Doran's items.
It couldn't actually be more standard right now. Except for maybe the pause we have pretty much every game so far in the start.
Standard.
Standard again. Everything is pretty standard.
Just to get them, you know, these guys kind of move in there, get themselves set up as quickly as possible. Sometimes these little things slip through the net. Apparently Diamond just needs to restart his client and we should be able to get things back underway.
Let's touch on something though. Super Hot crew has quite a decent setup to kill a Jinx. If Moops can come in and throw him back with his ultimate into the face of, for instance, a Xin Zhao, he will be able to burst them down pretty fast. And they have quite some knock-up. They have the Flay from Fresh and the hook to also pull a target into them. They can actually do quite a lot when the team fight starts to split everything up.
The two ultimates there of Gragas and Xin Zhao are going to disperse a fight completely. And with the box in there, you're knocking everyone through the walls.
And this can actually be very good versus a Kayle. If they can manage to single a target out, knock it away from Alex, or knock Alex away from the target, he won't be able to ultimate and they can kill this target down. But Shyvana is going to be an issue for them late game. Caitlyn is not able to kill a Shyvana 1v1 before we go to at least 50 minutes. So they actually need someone to stay with Mr. Alice and do some damage. If that is Moops, he won't really be able to kill the Jinx, and then we have the issue.
What do you think about the whole counter jungling thing we mentioned already? We all know how aggressive Diamond is on that front. And you know, playing Lee Sin here, we've seen him with the Shyvana early on in the week doing that. How important is that going to be in this match?
I mean, if Gambit can manage to get control of the mid lane and shove that off to the tower, Diamond can do all the counter jungling he wants because Alex can then move out and help him. If, on the other hand, though, Moops has the advantage and pushes Alex down, then Diamond has to stay back, can't go too aggressive.
Oh, here we go then. I see Mima and Darian. It's that what's becoming basically the top lane matchup, Shyvana versus Mundo. I'd love to see some stats on how many times we've actually seen this matchup because it feels like almost every game.
It feels like almost every game, but for Gambit, this is not necessarily too bad, because Darren will have all control of the lane in the start. He can push Mundo down, meaning more room for Diamond to roam. If Diamond manages to get Alex ahead, I just touched on it before, both the solo lanes from Gambit will actually have the advantage, and they can shut Super Hot crew down pretty early.
Well, Mima has produced some great play on Mundo so far. That win against Alliance a little bit earlier on in the week was obviously the highlight for them. And he's managing to hit pretty much every briefcase at this point.
It's almost like we've seen this level 1 before in pretty much every game so far.
Yeah.
What's coming down, we're 130, everyone will move to the lane. We'll now get standard 2v2 and 1v1.
Well, let's see this bottom lane, surely to be an interesting one with how Mr. Rals and Mixer have played over the course of the season so far. On the other side, though, you know, Genja and Edward reunited after the last one, as we are going to see Mixie face checking in. The stun is actually up here for Edward. He's going to stun down onto Rals, and the damage a little bit unfocused between them, and Super Hot crew getting the better of that trade.
Mixer was definitely ready for this. He had his play already instantly ready to be popped when he face checked the bush, and they actually went out pretty even in the trade.
Oh, interesting little start here down on the bottom side. There's a ward in there for Mixer as well, and he's just going to continue to harass as much as he possibly can there. And obviously, with that range of Caitlyn, he can actually stay in the minion line and still auto-attack.
That's the thing with Caitlyn right now. She has so much lane control, and Super Hot Crew is pushing the lane. They will hit level 2 before, and we might actually see them go for a kill like they did versus SK Gaming.
If the hook lands once Mixer hits level 2, it could be very, very dangerous. Speaking of level 2, mid laners are now up at that level with Alex Ich and Moops both hitting that one on their Kale versus Gragas matchup. And there is level 2. Here comes Mixer, and he lands the hook in as well. The Flay will knock Edward back, but can they get the finisher? Edward going low, and it's going to be a 90 caliber net. First blood there for Mr. Rals.
The bot lane from Super Hot Crew doing it again. They hit level 2 first and instantly they go. Edward makes the mistake though. He flashes in a straight line versus a hook.
Bad news for Gambit, but that news might get a little bit better for them here, because look at this. Diamond waiting off to the side. Mixer is actually recalling, and Diamond is started to back away from that one. So it doesn't look like they're going to get too far in with the action. Rals needs to be careful there though.
Impaler is moving towards the Wraiths. He might potentially... Oh, we see Diamond coming in.
And there's the net actually coming out. There's going to be a zap landing, but I'm not sure he's got the damage here before Rals gets under the tower. And actually, Rals did pretty much more damage there than Diamond was able to achieve.
And this was really good for Super Hot Crew, because they have vision on Diamond now. Impaler knows he can try a risk-free gank on the mid lane if he goes in right now. And Alex is overextended.
And that is exactly what's going to happen as the belly slam comes in. Alex going to go low and actually forced to flash away there to his turret.
Great start right here by Super Hot Crew. They're doing everything right in the early game, and the bot lane can snowball this advantage.
We'll see if they do that. We have Rals, who didn't go back from that one. Obviously, we did see Mixer heading back home, and he's going to come back in with wards. Got obviously that Doran shield from a little bit earlier on as well. But Gambit have now pushed this lane up onto the Super Hot Crew tower.
Now, Genji needs to go recall, get some... Oh no, actually, he might actually stay in the lane just because Mr. Rales is staying in the lane. When Mr. Rales decides to recall, though, he will have an item advantage over Genji, and it's from there on we're really going to see the pressure on Genji and Edward.
Does that mean that Diamond's going to have to spend more time getting down into this bottom lane, whereas we expect that to come in the middle mostly to help out Alex?
I mean, if Impaler goes towards the mid lane again, Alex will be in huge trouble. He has no flash, and he has no jumps as a Kayle. So Diamond will have to be around, at least to help Alex, if it should happen.
Now, a bit of an update on that statistic from earlier. Mundo versus Shyvana. It's happened twice this week. It seems like a lot more than 2 times, I have to say, as we are going to see Moops coming in on towards Alex. That's a lot of damage coming in. Moops going to pick up the kill, and there is the knock-up onto Diamond. But I tell you what, he's doing a lot of damage. Flash from Impaler. It's all going to be about the next Q from Diamond, and it goes straight down the middle.
Great dodge right here from Super Hot Crew, and great play from Impaler. He is so aggressive early game, and he gives moves the lead. Nice play by Super Hot Crew.
Really well done from that one, and Diamond going to be kicking himself, that's for sure, because it's not often that you see him have 2 targets in front of him and not at least hit, well, obviously he can only hit one of them, but hit one of them with that Q going in. There's a hook actually on towards Edward, and he's going to take a lot of damage. Lantern used here by Ross to get in. That's a good solid stun though from Edward to keep him safe.
And Edward is very tanky already. Due to his Molten Shield, it gives him 20 armor and 20 magic resist at level 1. That is a huge deal. Great hook by Mixer though, but he did use his flash.
That hook was actually perfectly aimed as well, just a slight bit out of range, sadly enough for Mixer and Super Hot Crew there. Well, this is really going their way. Vamp Scepter is now what Mr. Rals comes back into lane with. That's against a double Doran's Blade, as once again, they're going to go in heavier on towards Edward. The Chomper's going to catch up Mixer. Have they got the damage to finish this one off? Here comes Diamond, and it will be Genji that gets a kill back. Much needed there for Gambit.
World-class bait coming out from Edward. He walks straight into the face of Mixer. Mixer thinks, I can go on this, I can pick up a kill, but Diamond is there. Perfect play by Edward.
Baited out completely from that one. Alex, who of course died earlier on, got himself a Fiendish Codex in there, and Genji even going aggressive now on Rals. And if we look at the levels there, Genji is ahead on that.
Genji is ahead. He stayed in lane even after Edward died for the first part, so he got solo XP. Meaning right now, also due to the kill they picked up on Mixer, Genji and Edward are actually ahead in this lane.
And we did see Impaler coming in there and maybe giving away a little bit of the fact that Mr. Rals did push himself position-wise quite far up that lane. And in the end, no, not falling for that one. Impaler backs off.
I'm actually very surprised right now that Mimer is doing so well in the lane. He just used his teleport to get back in the lane and get some more farm, while Shyvana is gonna not recall, but he actually went in toward the red. Not exactly gonna do much from it, or is he gonna try and go and stop it?
This could be interesting here. We do not have a smite actually for Impaler. He used it to start the red buff off, and Darian's going to try and be cheeky from this one. He doesn't quite make it work out though. He's done a lot of damage to Impaler, but we'll see if he can actually finish him off with that Ignite Burden. Surely a kill. Yes, it will be. Darian gets his red buff anyway in the end.
Such a great move by Darian right here. Super hard crew expect him to be recalled and buy. Instead, he goes in. Oh, move's actually going in.
That is a lot of damage on towards Diamond. A good kickback, and Alex is going to come in as well. Diamond still waiting in. Safeguard straight over onto the ward to get out of that scenario. Again, showing his expert on Lee Sin.
Darian just recalled when he body slammed over the wall. There was no flash on moves. Had Darian been there still, he would have died, and they could have picked up the mid tower.
Such an interesting start to this one. We're 8 minutes in and 4 kills already. Hopefully a sign of things to come in this matchup. As Impaler heads down towards his blue buff, that will be gifted over to Moops here in just a second. Diamond actually going low, doing his own red, but don't expect him to go down from that one.
But I love the way Gambit tackles this game. They know Super Crew needs to win the early game. So Darian goes in, wards the red buff, and he punishes Impaler for having no flash due to the fight in mid lane early on, and he even gets a red buff from it.
And we mentioned in the top lane that actually Mima doing a really good job here against Darian, leading the farm by about 10. But now that Darian's, growing to the stage where he's quite happy to go between the towers to head off into the enemy jungle, that's where he could start to catch up. And actually he's going straight down to mid here.
Yeah, he's going to do the raves, and he can potentially go in for a gank on moves, but they don't really have any CC to lock him down, so I don't expect him to want to use his ultimate on it. He's most likely just going to return back to the top lane and pick up some more farm.
Now it's Alex actually coming in now that Darian has made himself known, and in the end, Moops just using the body slam to get back to the turret. There we just saw once again Diamond headed in towards this bottom lane.
Diamond is sneaking into this bottom lane. Mixer still has no flash. If they manage to land a stun with the tippers from Edward, they can pick up a rather easy kill.
Ward's actually going down there in the front brush. We see that Impaler has started to move in there as well. There's a good bit of damage, and that Lantern coming down. Are they going to make an attempt for this one? Mid lane, there was just an exchange actually. Alexic going very low as that last barrel connecting in, and Impaler is still waiting for this one. I can only imagine that they're waiting for that Lantern to actually come down off cooldown so that he can get in there quickly.
Moops right now though is dominating Alex in the mid lane. Not too much on farm, but he's going to keep extending this lead, and next time he has ultimate, he will try and go for a kill again. We do see Diamond coming in though.
Yep, coming in Moops. That's still pretty healthy, and there's the Q dodged away from once again by Moops. And Diamond not having the biggest of successes, to be honest, with that Q. But here comes the Lantern gang down bottom. That is a great set of chompers to hold up Thresh. There's the Tibbers coming down as well. Oh, the damage coming right back. Impaler going extremely low from it. Flash from Edward won't be enough to keep him alive. And now it's 2 of them versus Genja. They realize they can't finish him off. But that was great from the Super Hot crew.
Great gang from Super Hot crew here. The Tibbers actually blocked the hook, and Genja almost picked up a kill on Impaler. But in the end, Mr. Rales picks up a very nice kill. He has to use his flash though, which means we might see Diamond coming bot.
Now, let's have another look at that one. We saw the Lantern to start things off.
And notice the Tibbers coming down from Edward right here. So much damage combined with Genja, and he blocks the hook with it. Mr. Rales though comes in from behind, and he can pick up the kill on Edward.
That was a very quick reaction as well for the flash from Impaler to get away from the Super Mega Death Rocket. So I think he might have been low enough there if one more auto attack would have come in to finish him off. Meanwhile, Darian coming down from the top lane, doing the race again.
Darian is just completely ignoring Mima in the top lane. He's just farming everything he wants to. Once he finishes his Blade of Ruin King, he actually has kill potential on Mima.
And he's almost leveled that CS up. Heroes once again, the stun's coming down in bottom. There is the box being put in. Impaler is there, but Diamond's coming around the side. Who are they going to go for? Edward actually going really low. Is he going to fall? He's very low, and there is Riles actually getting into it. But it's Mixer that's actually low now. Diamond being chased down. Genja is low. Can they get the attacks in there? No, they can't. Here comes Mook. Barrel comes down. Slams Diamond to his death. Genja is still alive on the turret here, but surely only a matter of time. There is the ultimate coming out of
of Riles, and it's 3 kills for nothing for the Super Hot Crew.
Super Hot Crew is playing so amazing right now. Impala is doing everything right. He keeps coming bot lane. We talked about it before the game. He keeps feeding Mr. Rales. He is now 4-0 on Caitlyn. He's going to reach his late game potential a lot earlier than normal.
And we talked about how this pressure that Impala puts on the bottom lane often leads to the Dragon straight after that one. We are going to see this one at 12.5 minutes going down. Super Hot Crew with a 2,500 gold lead.
And Super Hot Crew did exactly this versus Alliance as well. Put pressure on the bot lane. As soon as they picked up a kill, they went and took the Dragon. They took 4 Dragons to 0 in that game. If they can manage to do the same versus Gambit, probably one of the best teams at picking up Dragons, they are in for, you know, extending their lead and in for a great game.
Now we see the individual gold between all the players, and 600 basically the difference between the AD carries there. Darian in the top lane, who's now 117 to 112 CS in the lead. That's changed hands somewhat. Also has about 850 gold over his opponent, but now Super Hot Crew are coming back down the bottom, and if this game's anything to go by so far, then it's probably going to happen down there again.
And there isn't actually much Gambit can do against it, because you can lantern the Sing Sao every single time. There's no flash on the bot lane from Gambit. They can pick up another kill. Diamond will most likely try and be there again though, or is he going to try gank in the mid lane?
He's actually headed up into the jungle, but this is funny because Impala's come around at exactly the same time. Diamond now coming back towards this mid lane. They've pinged off towards Impala, but he's already started to retreat. The bottom lane of Gambit even there coming up just to make sure that Impala doesn't get around the back of them, even try and catch him out there, but in the end won't happen. But there we see Darian. Blade of the Ruin King now finished. He's taken the tower down. He's becoming a problem for Mima.
He will be a huge problem right now for Super Hot Crew, because they will have to send 2 people up to stop him, and Gambit will then punish them somewhere else on the map. But I'm very impressed by Impala this game. He's following Diamond around, or maybe the other way. Move's actually going in.
Wow, going straight onto Alex there, who was pretty quick to react, putting down the intervention on himself. We are going to see Darian coming in from the side. Alex going very low, but it won't be enough. Moops is taken out. It's Diamond that picks up the kill.
Moops actually just missed the barrel, otherwise he would have gone 1-for-1 and picked up the kill. Now instead, Gambit can try and push this mid wave.
And this turret should go down here. There's really not a lot left on it. And with Alexic and Darian both there.
TP coming in.
Impala going in there. Alexic is going to fall from this one. Impala picking up the kill, but Diamond is there. Can Mima stop Impala from going down? I don't think he can. No, the damage too high from them. And Mima now being blocked left, right, and center. We see his ultimate's running. He flashes in. The Q's landed. But have they got the damage to finish off? There's another Q, but they don't follow in. They'll be happy with what they got there.
They'll be happy, but Alex completely underestimated the damage from Impala at this point. He gave up I wouldn't call it stupid, but a very easy kill from Impala. Mimir came in. I'm sorry for calling him Mimir. It's actually the way you pronounce it in Swedish. But Mima came in from behind. Didn't manage to pick up too much though.
I think I'll use your quote from Warwick, which was, "I'm English, I don't care." So let's have another look then at that bottom lane.
Now, this is actually a good engage coming in from... Why are we actually watching it here? Look at the minimap, we just had a fight.
Yeah, the fight is coming down on that bottom side. And that was basically the exchange that we saw, just or didn't see, I should probably say, which is why we looked at it again down in that bottom lane as the action was happening in the middle.
So we saw the old exchange while there was a new one actually going in the bottom. But nobody died from this one. Surprisingly, that Super Hot Crew can actually survive the all-in from any Jinx at this point. And it means, it shows how far ahead they are, even though Jinx is ahead in CS, and actually quite even items right now. Bit surprised.
Double barrel coming out there from Moops as well, almost catching Diamond, but Diamond successfully invading on that red buff. You can see that sat on with his double buffs. He needs to be careful though, because Moops is hurting at this point. One of those Sorcerer's Shoes in there, along with that Athene's Unholy Grail and a Doran's Ring as well. And he's starting to sting. Here comes Alex from the side though. Moops got his body slam up though. He'll be not too worried about that.
Despite Super Hot Crew getting the first dragon and having so much early pressure. Oh, great hook coming in from Mixer.
That's a fantastic hook, but can Rawls actually follow it up? They've actually got Impala there as well, who will have to dash off to the minions. They managed to avoid the Flame Chompers, and they don't pick up a kill just there from that one. There's Moops just spotting Alex Hitch, but Super Hot Crew might try and have a go on this turret.
They have full vision of Diamond in the jungle. They can try and do at least some damage to the turret, but they won't be able to take it.
Yeah, Diamond did start to come down. There's some really deep warding actually from the Super Hot crew to keep that vision of Diamond up, and they can basically waste his time with those wards, let him be baited to coming into this bottom lane, and then just walk away.
Yeah, Gambit has no idea right now the wards are in there. Oh, they might collapse from Alex in mid.
Yeah, he's in a little bit of a sticky scenario. They're actually just headed up to the top, which is, don't get anything wrong. That's Darian's jungle right now. The top laner has a jungle of his own on the top side of Super Hot Crew's map.
They decided to back out because they spotted Darren in their own jungle. They knew he would have been there for the fight. Impala getting caught.
Yeah, this is definitely caught. As we see the ulti coming out on towards Darian. Have they got the damage to finish off? I think they might. Impala actually dashing away there onto his own minions, onto the enemy minions. Let's see if he can get finished here by Darian, who actually is going to be feeling the pressure himself now as Moop's coming back in. What a flash from Darian. Safeguard comes out from Diamond right at the last second as well. And there's no kills from an epic chase.
But Darren is everywhere this game. He's taking all the farm in Super Crew's jungle and he's keep making fights. He comes out alive from this one. He doesn't manage to pick up a kill though, but he didn't die either.
As the barrels thrown out once again from Moops to try and force Alex and Diamond away from this mid lane. That turret already lost. Funny enough, this bottom lane is the only lane where both turrets still stand, and that's where most of the action's been.
All the action's been down there, but at the same time as they had all the action, everyone actually had to recall after the small skirmishes because everyone got so low and they were so close, so none of them actually got to push any turrets.
Now, next thing coming up, in fact, already up there is Dragon spawning just a few seconds ago, and look at Impaler, he's down on that bottom side of the map already. In fact, even Mimer is there.
We're gonna have a 5v5 fight though. Gambit is moving down, they have vision on this, and they're ready to fight.
Already down to half HP. We've got Kale and Shyvana up on the top side, basically being blocked out right now. They actually come away off the Dragon. Impaler down to half HP. Ace in the hole, going to be blocked out completely as Diamond going low. Well, there's Darian diving right into the middle of them. It looks like they want to finish off Mixer. They'll get the finish on Mixer. Edward went low, and the kill went to Genja.
And right now, Super Crew cannot take down the front line of Gambit. They can pick up whoever they want. Genja is untouched in this fight, and he's still dealing out damage to Moops.
Yep, still auto-attacking his way through from this one, and Moops knows that he has to back away from it. And actually, Flame Chompers coming in. They might turn around and have a go for this one. That's a big barrel onto Genja, and I think Gambit going to be happy with the Dragon pickup and back off.
Great fight from Gambit right here. They get the Dragon, everything they wanted, and they just showed to Super Hot Crew how hard it is to actually kill Darian.
Well, let's have a look at that fight here once again. And as you said, the big tanky front line of Gambit is a problem.
Now, Darren is just tanking everything right now. Diamond helps him. They come in, manage to pick up the kill and mix it right here. And they're actually not even close to dying. Only Edward, who were caught a little bit out of position.
Yeah, got blasted by that barrel. And Super Hot Crew, after that, trying to come in, but Genja is basically just zoning them out.
Genja hasn't been touched the entire fight, and there's nothing they can do to kill him right now. There's no ulti on moves. He can't even try and steal the Dragon.
They did think about going for Mimer there once they stood on that Flame Chompers, but in the end said, nope, we can't actually finish off the Big Mundo. However, Darian continues to be an absolute annoyance in the top side of the Super Hot Crew jungle.
And the longer this game goes, the stronger Alex will be as well. Right now, he isn't too strong. He doesn't have any kills, only 4 assists, but he has quite a lot of farm, and he's just going to keep getting more and more and more.
Super Hot Crew, you know, they had that gold lead for quite a while as that first Dragon was taken, but one thing we said in the pregame is that once Gambit get a lead in games and they know that they've got a lead in games, they tend to develop the pace of the game very quickly compared to a lot of other teams.
They've been controlling the last few minutes, mainly due to Darren being able to roam in Super Crew's jungle, so whenever Super Crew tried to make a fight, he would be there and he could join in for the fight, and he's very strong.
And he's not losing anything for it either. I mean, he's level on farm with Mimer, who's pretty much spent the entire time up in that top lane. So really good job for Darren, and that's the kind of position that he likes to play. Just ultimate freedom from his team to say, you know, go up to your top lane, come down to middle, take everything from their jungle, play basically however you want on that side of the map.
And this is why I like the Shyvana pick for him more than like the Warwick pick. Diamond actually coming in.
Is he going to be able to get behind him though for the kick? No. We saw him putting down the ward and trying to get behind Moops, but that didn't quite work out for him. Moops would have been in trouble, you have to feel, from that, with Alexic waiting there in the wings as well. Let's have a look down some of the items, because we've not really had much chance to touch on them because there's been so many kills up until now. And in particular, the AD carries. Bloodthirster, Static Shift done already for Rals. On the other side, the Bloodthirster and, you know, Pickaxe and the Zeal in there for Genja.
I expect Genja to actually try and finish his last Whisper before he goes into more with his Seal, mainly because Gambit knows at this point it's all about killing Mimer and Impaler when he actually goes in, then actually going for, you know, more split push damage or more tower damage. They have enough split push already in Shyvana and Kayle, so right now, Jinx can simply just focus on trying to kill tanks and build for that.
They may get the turret here, Super Hardcore. In fact, with May, they would have been able to, or will be able to actually, as Rals just finished that one off. Genja and Edward had initially backed away to do themselves the golems, and Diamond, he's still having to think about that when you see coming in towards the river and then realizing that he can't get down to that bottom lane before they've already passed away.
Now, a thing to notice actually, while you see Mimer and Darien fighting a little bit up top, but a thing to notice, Darien has actually lost his CS lead. He was quite far ahead before, but due to all his roaming, he's now lost it. He has, of course, gained other stuff for the team, so it's fine.
Here we go, Flame Chompers coming down, and well, that's one way to stop a Lantern guy coming in. Yeah, the TP is going to come down, and Moops is also wandering from that mid lane as Diamond taking a lot of damage. There's no turret there, don't forget. That went down earlier. The kick comes out to Mima, but there's the barrel from the push, and it will be a kill for Rals. And Edward, he's not safe either. That's a good flash into stun, though, for him. But Super Hot Crew, with 5 men down there, might go for the tower.
Such a great roam for Moops right here. He came before Alex, and he managed to pick up the kill on Genja with it. Darien actually going in.
He's going in pretty much alone from this one. Impaler's going to come from the side. Darien going low, but there is the intervention to keep him alive for a little longer. Mixer, oh, he fell very low, but he's not dead. Diamond actually came back in. He's going to pay the price of his life. There is the ace in the hole going through. Alex falls as well, and that will be a 3 for 2 in favor of Super Hot Crew. With minions coming in, they can take this tower down.
They went for the 4v5 engage from Gambit's side. It almost worked for them, but Super Hot Crew managed to pull back far enough and then start picking up the kills.
Well, let's have another look at that one here. They stopped Mima in his tracks with Tibbers first of all. That turret did go down. That's a dead turret, don't forget, but it was all about Moops to get it going with that barrel.
Yeah, notice Alex's position when all this starts. He's stuck in the mid lane. He's not going anywhere. Moops is already in the bot lane and can start this. But Gambit decides to fight this, even though it's 4v5. Look how tanky Darien is and look how much damage he has. He almost manages to carry this fight. But they survive through the Kayle ultimate, and now they can start picking up the kills, and Darien is too low. Diamond goes really greedy in for the kill right here, and actually ends up also killing Alex from that.
I think by the end, Mixer had about 1 health, to be honest. Not sure how he even got away from that one in the end, but he did, and that's the important part here for Super Hot Crew. They're 10-8 in the lead. Look at the gold. It swung back in their favor, albeit by just a couple hundred.
Yeah, they managed to get both 2 towers bot lane from this. Oh, I mean, 1 tower and also 3 kills. The next dragon coming up in 18 seconds. I expect this to be so important.
Yeah. I mean, this game has just shown us that when things like the Dragon's going to come up, there's going to be a big fight for it. Last time around, Gambit were able to pick that one up and get a couple of kills for their pleasure as well.
Mr. Rales has finished his last Whisper. He has a red pot and a red buff. He's going to be so strong in the next fight.
Now, Darien just clearing out the pink ward on the Dragon itself. There's one just around the corner there that Super Hot Crew tried to get in. Ral's actually putting down damage onto the mid turret as well, and that means that Gambit have to at least reply somehow to that one as Diamond going straight through into the brush there, and we see the tanky champions at the front for both teams. Shall we go in? Shall we not? Is the hook going to land? No, it's not. Alex Ich gets hit with a barrel. There is the ace in the hole actually sneaking through. Half HP for Alex. This is surely a good start to a fight for Super Hot Crew.
Perfect start for him. There's no flash on Edward. He can't flash Tippers for the engage, which means they need Darien either to jump in or they need Diamond to land his Sonic Wave and go in and kick someone back. Super Hot Crew right now can poke and poke and poke and even maybe go for this mid tower.
That's what they're going to do. Mima just getting in there, tanking it up. He's got a Sunfire Cape and a Spirit Visage as well. And there is the tower going down. Super Hot Crew picked that one up, and now they can move off towards that Dragon. Gambit a little bit out of position from this.
A little bit out of position. Super Hot Crew has the good position, as you just touched on. They can actually push down the mid lane now if they want to, instead of keep trying for this Dragon. But seems like they want to go for Dragon.
They wanted to get rid of that pink ward that they knew was there quite a while ago. Dragon is finally going to be started off. Ultimate's pretty much up across the board for Super Hot Crew as Darian takes a lot of damage here right at the start. Mixer, he's going to get low as well as Tibbers comes down into the fray. There is Alex Hitch going low. He uses intervention on himself, and Impaler is having to try and escape from the top side. He won't be able to escape, but neither will Darian. Now, look at this. Mr. Rolf fairly low in the fight. We still have Genja at quite high HP, but who are they going to be able to chase down? It looks like they're going to go for Mima. He actually flashes away underneath the turret. This is dangerous against a big tanky Mundo. It's Edward that's tanking all the damage up for now. It's taking forever to take down Mima, but forever is still a kill.
Mr. Rollis used the entire team fight on hitting Kale. Kale had ultimate on himself. He barely did any damage before the ultimate was gone, and then Darren actually jumped into his face. They did pick up one kill, but meanwhile this happened. Impaler died, and Mixer died, and Gambit wins the team fight again. Oh, he died.
Yeah, he died. Ace in the hole. That's where you expect your teammates to be very kind and step on in front of it. I think Edward, he didn't expect to go down to that one. Let's have a look at that fight at Dragon again.
Notice Mr. Rallis in the background, how he's hitting Alex all the time. Meanwhile, he's hitting him. He's all the damage right now for Super Hot Crew. We see Impaler dying, we see Mixer dying, and now when the front line is dead, there's nothing they can do. Darren almost survives this, but gets picked up by the ultimate, actually, from Moops.
Yeah, and then the back off, which Mima keeping a couple of them safe, and you can see down in the bottom left-hand corner of your map, Super Hot Crew are going for a Baron.
And it's only Darren and Diamond there to try and stop it right now. They might actually be able to force this one down.
Oh, this is going to be a crazy
Play.
ending. That is a good play back. And there is the Baron picked up by Super Hot Crew. Can they lock down Darian now? Actually uses the Blade of the Ruin King to steal that movement speed away from Impaler, I think it was, or Mima. Either one of them. That gets him off to safety. They don't lose any men, but that Baron goes to the Super Hot Crew.
Mixer flayed Diamond when he safeguarded to the ward, stopped him in his track, and then he got shot back by Moops. No chance for him to try and steal it. Great Baron pick up by Super Hot Crew, and they're 2k gold in the head, 2k gold in the lead.
And this is one thing that I'm really interested in now, is that we saw and we talked about how Gambit, with that Baron on earlier on in the season, I say earlier on in the season, early on in the days that we've had here. We're only 3 days in, of course. Once they got Baron, they just steamrolled through. Super Hot Crew, I'm not sure they're that quite far ahead as Gambit were against Millennium, but it's interesting. It's going to be interesting to see what they actually produce with this Baron buff on.
Right now, due to Darian split pushing and having the lane push up so much, they can't do much more than maybe Mundo trying to take the top tower. Alex is moving up there to try and defend it, but Super Hot Crew, while they have the Baron, they're not that far ahead teamfight-wise, especially because Gambit has such a strong teamfight combo.
And Mima just saw Alex coming in thanks to the wards that they have there. Spot Diamond headed up in the river as well, and Super Hot Crew may try and collapse in onto Diamond in the river. In fact, they are going to, they've pinged on top of him, and they're going to try and get in there. Will they be able to get on top of him? The talisman was actually used there, and in the end, Diamond just walked off to the back of the Baron pit, and Super Hot Crew are just ignoring him.
They should push down the mid lane right now. Diamond is out of position, and Darren is out of position. If Diamond comes in from behind, they should be able to kill him before he can actually do too much. Oh, Mr. Riles is already there.
Yeah, already honing in onto him, and he's got a red buff as well, which means the chance of him actually escaping is going to be pretty low. There's the ace in the hole coming through. Good kick onto Moops, but where's he going to go here, Diamond? He's able to escape quite a few times today, but that's a max range hook. Oh, the flay got away from, thanks to his Q already being over by the golems, and Diamond is going to escape, but can they get back quick enough to defend?
Super Hot Crew has to push the mid lane, but at the same time, Darren is pushing that top lane, actually bot lane. He might actually be able to pick up, no, Moops recall for it. Good move by Moops right here. Diamond has to recall and try and stop the push in mid lane from Super Hot Crew.
Well, that's going to be good for Gambit if they can hold this this middle inner turret after taking down an inner turret of their own up on or down in that bottom lane.
This was actually so great individual play by Gambit. They guided Super Hot Crew around on the map while they had the Baron buff. You saw Diamond actually forcing 2 or 3 people to try and chase him, so they didn't push anything. At the same time, Darren managed to steal the blue buff.
So a quiet period now maybe with that Baron buff starting to tick through. Actually, I think about halfway done by this point of things. There is the talisman actually used, and the barrel comes in. Genja, though, had already flashed, and if he'd not have flashed there, I think he was dead.
If he didn't flash, he was instantly dead. This means though for the next team fight, Moobs can try and do the same, land the barrel, the ultimate on him, and knock him into the team. Darren on the other hand, he's just pushing away.
He's having fun up there on that inhibitor turret, I should say, in the bottom lane, but he's surely going to be forced to be called back here. It's 5 versus 4. There is Tibbers coming down, but Edward gets hooked in. He's not going to escape that one. Mixer actually picks up that kill, and Alex is hammering away at Mr. Rolls and Impaler, but I don't think he's got the damage. Oh, yes, he does. He flashes in there and picks up that one. That leaves us at 1 for 1, but that inhib turret went down, and I don't think Darian managed to take down the top one. No, he didn't.
He didn't know, and now they can actually collapse on Darian. A bit risky fight from Gambit going in right here. They didn't have any big super tank to tank all the damage that they had before. They actually relied on Alex from the back, just hammering away, and he's starting to do a lot of damage.
Yep, got that Lich Bane now in with the Nash's Tooth and a Rabadon's Death Cap. That's where he really starts to stink. Not such great nuke potential and pushing potential, we should note at this point, with that Lich Bane in there.
Yeah, if Gambit manages to win a fight, they can instantly push the wave up, and with Lich Bane on Kayle, you do so much tower damage. It is just a matter of time or matter of team fights before Gambit can maybe go up, take down an inhib from Super Hard Crew, and it's going to be even harder for them to deal with Darren in his split pushing.
And he is literally just doing what he wants right now. It seems like right now he fancies a bit of the dragon, and that's what he's going to get. Teammates finally coming over here to give him a helping hand. That's a freebie for Gambit.
Yeah, this is like Darian goes where he pleases. It's not Dr. Mundo, this is Darian. And he's
Dr. Darian.
Dr. Darian, that's a great name, I like it.
And actually, Pink Ward being taken down there by Impaler, but Diamond and Darian, well, they're just up on the bottom lane once again, and Darian's going to keep pushing it through.
He's pretty much been doing this the entire game, and it's creating so much pressure on Super Hot Crew because they can't send anyone who can kill him 1v1. They can only try and defend. If they want to kill him, they need to send more members, and then we just talked about the kill, how fast he can push up, and how fast he can actually kill towers.
This is an interesting trade right now. Darian and Mima, who's got the most damage, who's the tankiest of them both. In the end, you don't expect either of them to go down if they're just bashing heads 1v1.
They're just bashing on each other, everyone can pretty much disengage. But look at the movement right now for Super Hard Crew. They're going to try and catch Darian.
Yeah, this is interesting. Mima actually popping his ulti here. He's going to land that briefcase in Darian now, I think, realizing, well, I've got to make a move, and, well, what am I going to do? I'm going to run into the enemy's base. I'm going to kill a few minions as I go and try and escape on the top side. I don't think he's going to do it, though. I might be underestimating Darian, though, as he actually is going to use the randoms. There's a dash out from Impaler, but Darian is still alive. He's managed to get away from the briefcase, but finally Mima shuts him down. And, well, that's been a long time coming, Darian being killed, I think.
While they did have to use 3 people on killing him, Moobs stayed around the mid lane to push the wave out, made sure that Gambit couldn't actually punish them for this. Nice move by Moobs, and he's using the Gragas absolutely perfectly at this point.
I mean, it is always going to be hard to lock down a Shyvana #1, but when he got Blade of the Ruin King and that Randuin's Omen in there, certainly hard. And once he builds something like Riley's Crystal Scepter, which, to be honest, we can expect from Darian at this point, that makes him even harder to track down.
Well, it is Dr. Darian after all.
Yep.
Simple as that. But let's look at the game right here, though. Super Hot Crew, they want to try and keep pressure on the map. They want to try and push some turrets. Darren is dead for another 8 seconds. They can actually keep pushing down this. Mimo has teleport, so he can join the fight whenever he wants.
Yeah, and it is 35 minutes in there. We saw Darian's death timer was pretty long. The Baron is coming up in less than 10 seconds time as we see him trying to steal off Blue, and actually does manage to steal it there. Nice play from Moops.
He had to use his ultimate, so he's not up if there should be a fight coming right now. But picking up the blue buff from Kayle is so good because Kayle needs the cooldown reduction for the team fight so she can spam out her Q more.
And actually, they know that here, Gambit. They're going for the enemy blue before, at least started to move over there, but I think Super Hot Crew's positioning kind of pushing them away from thinking about going for that one. Baron is now live. And are we going to see the Super Hot Crew making another move for him? I still don't think, in a 5v5 team fight, I still don't think there's a clear-cut winner yet.
There's definitely not a clear-cut winner, but if this game keeps going, Kayle will soon reach a point where she can start one-shotting people. Yeah. And then I definitely see Gambit has the clear advantage.
Oh, Talisman used that by Super Hot Crew just to get away from the chase. Mima, meanwhile, is trying to give Dr. Darian a taste of his own medicine back and pushing out this bottom lane. not going to be able to do any damage or very little damage onto the turret just from those minions that came through. But with that, they see Shyvana's gone, Baron time.
And Shyvana has no teleport while Dr. Mundo has. So he's probably going to go back to bot lane, push it out again, try and force Shyvana to come down again, defend the wave. Meanwhile, they can try and force a 5v4 fight up at the Nashor.
Well, Gambit here, you can see the frustration of this split push scenario. Always a bit of an annoyance, and Darien has once again come back down into this bottom lane. The interesting thing is that they could actually catch one out, and well, just as I'm thinking it, it happens. It's Tibbers straight down on the head of Mixer. He's caught out in the death brush, and that will be Gambit here pushing around. They're actually going to try and get in behind them. Diamond couldn't quite get the target he was looking for, though.
And Gambit can pressure him. Oh, Edward going in.
Flash in from Edward. Rawls going very low. Alex Sitch is in there. Absolutely blows up Rawls, and that will be another kill going the way of Gambit. They're going to have to get away from this one because a couple of them have fallen low. Meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, Darien is fighting against Mima, whose ultimate is keeping him decently healthy. And the two super tanks decide enough's enough of that one. Let's back off. Gambit are going towards Baron, though.
But look at the burst at Alex already. He doesn't even have his DFG yet, which is most likely going to be his last. Actually going on Impaler.
Oh, I'm not sure how much you can... Wow, that was a lot of damage onto Alex. How many times you can be baited into this brush? It's happened twice here in the last couple of minutes. And Gambit start off the Baron, but are they going to be confident enough to keep on it?
I'm scared, though. This TP come in for me, but they want to try and stop this Baron, and it's a good call.
And it looks like they will. Moops, though, has stepped on those Flame Chompers. That keeps him locked up for a little while. And Gambit, I think, have decided that this risk is not going to be worth it for them. They are currently 300 gold only behind our Super Hot crew. Or Gambit behind Super Hot crew, if I'm telling the whole truth about that one. And finally, we do see a couple of recalls coming in, healing up, and also picking up a couple of new items in there as well. The Spectre's Cowl for Kayle, and Randuin's now finished for Diamond.
Now, I've had nightmares about a kill like this. Watching him doing so much burst right now is really, really, really scary. And especially for Super Hot crew, because they know that no matter who runs in the face of Kayle at this point, can get bursted down pretty much instantly.
How do you stop that? That's the question that I've got for you then. Intervention obviously stops all the damage for a while, but after that, or before that even gets popped, how do they deal with him?
You need a Banshees, and then you need to try and knock Kayle into you, try and CC him. The only CC they actually have is the hook from Mixer, though. So Mixer has to land a hook on Alex in the team fight, or they can turn around and say, why don't we shoot Alex away from us and kill someone else? If they can manage to shoot Alex back and then kill Darien when he jumps in the face of Super Hot crew, they can actually win the fights.
Oh, there is another dragon coming down, this time for Gambit. 62,500 to 60. Let's call it 2. It is now 2. 62. There's no real difference in this game in terms of the goal total as the pink wards start to get put down again by the Baron. And surprisingly, or unsurprisingly enough, really, Dr. Darien there at the front of things, getting ready to dive in.
And Diamond has really been annoying as well. He's constantly behind a Super Hot crew, ready to kick someone into the face of Gambit, who come in from Mixer, not hitting right now, but if he had landed on Darien and they had shot away Kayle, they could maybe have gone for something.
Trying to hook in there, and Edward going to take an ace in the hole, but that's the support, that's the squishy one right there, and he's not really taken, well, I say the squishy one, look at his items. GG.
Almost having a Randuin's, and it's pretty much, except for obviously the Gragas, but the one who's going to be hitting on Edward will be the front line, and only Dr. Mundo has the magic damage, and it barely matters at this point.
Oh, another struggle for positioning here as Talisman is going to be popped. They're actually going to go for Alex Sitch, but Impaler is going to get absolutely hammered on. There is Tibbers coming down, and Alex manages to survive whilst picking up the kill, but Genja at the back, he's looking for a kill. He's surely going to finish off Mixer here. He only needs one more auto attack. There it is. He's now going to chase back around. Alex is still low, but they finished off Mima. Rissa Rawls now is going to go one-to-one with Genja, who's got a Guardian Angel. You're not going to be able to win that fight, although the Gragas barrel from Moops did do the business for him, but Rawls is chased down in the end by Darien. What are they going to do? It looks to me like Gambit either Baron or
can
push.
Finish the game.
Push,
they can finish the game.
40 minutes
Look
now.
at the huge wave in the bot lane. They decide to go for the Nashor, though. The wave bot will take the turret for them. This was, though, the wrong engage from Super Hot crew. Impaler thought he could go in on Kayle, try and instantly burst him down. It was the other way around, and Impaler died so fast.
So very quickly. Actually, the recall was brought in there from Moops onto that bottom lane to alleviate some of the pressure, but they're losing Baron buff. And a big chunk of gold and a scary 4 minutes coming up now for the Super Hot crew.
Things will only get worse right now for them, unless, now let's just see the way they're doing it. Flash engage, Moops actually doesn't even do anything on Alex because he ultimates instantly, and Alex can just instantly kill Impaler. Mr. Riley is in the background using a lot of time and hitting on Edward, not exactly being able to kill anyone. He's pretty much the only damage right now because Moops has already used everything he had. This means that once Genji comes in from behind, there's not really anything Super Hot crew can do anymore. If they do not manage to take down the Kayle instantly, they're pretty much going to lose the fights.
And Moops did himself go very low in that last fight, and now this is where we're going to see how good, you know, that 4-minute finish was from Gambit against Millennium, if they can do it again here against the Super Hot crew.
They definitely have the tools for it. They don't actually even need to dive Super Hot crew. They can just focus on hitting the turret all the time. And if Super Hot crew decides to go for the engage, they can take the fight. They have the ultimate on Alex. It's about 30 seconds cooldown at this point, so you can use it when the fight starts, and then if the fight is long, you can actually use it in the end as well, and that is so strong.
Gambit, they're just like mid lane, bottom lane. What are we going to go for? Darian and Diamond, who have just been completely annoying, I think, for Super Hot crew throughout this game. They've not really had much chance to get away from them. Most of the time they've been running through their jungle, taking away all the minions, appearing where they definitely didn't want them to be. Actually an Iceborne Gauntlet there for Darian. If he wasn't annoying before, my god, is he now?
Yeah, Darian, again, he does what he wants to do. He's now having a slow as well. He's very fast, he can slow you, and he has a lot of armor.
I thought Crystal Scepter, but you know, why not? You're going to go a little bit different from us. We can always expect that from Darian. When he's in his element, he'll pick up an item that you're just not quite ready for. Gambit sit here on the steps of the base of Super Hot crew once again. And we said it before, Alex, with that Lich Bane on top of everything else that he's got, is going to destroy buildings.
Now, Alex is actually staying out of vision right now from Super Hot crew. He's waiting for them to do an engage with Impaler and just instantly killing him like we have seen in the last few fights. He could just go in though and do a few hits on the turret with his Lich Bane proc, and the turret's going down very fast.
Well, we can see there at the top side, Diamond is actually in the base, killing the top wave minions that are trying to come through here. So that lane's going to be automatically pushing here from Gambit's side of things. Edward waiting off to around the corner. Darian actually going quite far forward from that one. I think they were thinking about maybe going for it there underneath the tower. In the end, though, Darian decides, no, I'm taking too much damage.
Yeah, they just want, right now, they don't really want to dive. They don't feel too comfortable diving yet, but they just want to keep slowly hitting the turret, and at some point, the turret will go down, or Super Hot crew is forced to engage on them.
Diamond actually let the last wave of minions go through there because I thought that team fight was about ready to go. As we see a hook coming out from Mixer, doesn't land. Darian steps on a trap, steps on a second, doesn't care whatsoever. As Mixer taking a lot of damage here from Alex. And it doesn't look like a lot, but when it's a Mundo that tanky, that's actually a lot of damage that's been done to him there.
That is quite a lot of damage in a very short time. But look at the side lanes right now. They're actually pushing in the right way for Super Hot crew. They only have to focus on this mid lane right now, and they can just keep stalling it with Gragas and Caitlyn.
And they can't afford to really send Darian away from that one because a 5v4 at this point is something that Super Hot crew will probably take to try and get in. They've actually managed to lock up Darian here. Intervention going to go on him, and that means that he's going to get out. Look at Impaler burst down. Oh, they're being shredded to pieces here. Mima, the other one on low HP. Alex destroys him. That's a double kill for Alex H. Rawls is going to be slowed down by the Randuins there from Lee Sin, and that is 4 kills for Gambit. Moops is the only man left alive, and Darian will make short work of him. Zonya's for a last bit of flair, but that's easy flame chompers for Genja. That is the ace, and that is going to be the game here surely for Gambit.
That was such a good engage though from Super Hot crew, but the ultimate from Kayle onto Darian, and with the fact they used everything on trying to kill Darian without actually doing anything on him due to Kayle, meant that they couldn't do anything, and as soon as Impaler tried to engage, he instantly got bursted down together with Mixer, and Gambit Gaming can pick up this game.
Solid win there from Gambit. And again, we said it before, once the Baron's on, Gambit do not mess around. And Alex, he got to that point, didn't he, where he's just too hot to handle. You can't really do that much about this Kayle, because even if you Banshee's Veil up the big hit at the start, his auto attacks just destroy you anyway.
This is why we actually see Kayle being banned away a lot. You can stall the game, or at least try and go towards the late game so easily in this new meta. The Kayle will pretty much always hit her point where she becomes the strong. And once she does, even though you did a perfect engage on Darien, you almost killed him actually, he just gets the shield from Alex and he survives, and you just invested so much in nothing.
I have to say though, it's not all bad news for Super Hot Crew. I think they started off really well. The bottom lane, if we talk about that, because there was a lot to talk about there. It was fight after fight after fight, but they did really well, bringing Impaler in with the Lantern, Rawls being his usual brilliant self down there. Some great hooks coming out of Mixer throughout it as well, and they shouldn't be too annoyed at themselves for that one. They might be annoyed at Dr. Darien, though. He's obviously loving the fact that he's just got to play a Shyvana that gets to do whatever he wants throughout the entire game.
And I love the way he played Shyvana. But, as you just said, credit to the bot lane and Impaler from Super Hot Crew.
Yeah.
They did pretty much everything right in the early game. They picked up the kills. Mr. Rales was 4-0-1, and they also took down a dragon from it. But sadly for them, they couldn't finish the game, mainly due to Darien just constantly pushing on the side lanes, and they had to always send someone back and defend, and every time they did, the whole push for them kind of stopped.
Yeah, and we saw them, taking that Baron. Gambit played it perfectly. They kept the distance. They tried to pull them off to those side lanes. Darien did all the work on that front for them, ran away when they tried to close in on him, and just waited that Baron out completely. It wasn't, I think, a point in the game where they could have won, but they certainly could have had the team fight at that stage, which would have then propelled them forward. So now Gambit, you have to say, after a bit of a shaky start against Fnatic, he's looking up for them.
They're looking very strong right now, but so is Fnatic, so losing them is not a bad thing. Rocket lost the last game, so now Gambit on 3-1 might actually be able to take the second place by themselves if Rocket loses to Alliance in the next game.
If Rocket loses to Alliance, yeah, that's going to be another cracker, final game for Super Week here in Week 1. That'll obviously be coming up a little bit later on. But as you said, it leaves Gambit now just one win away from Fnatic. Obviously, it's Super Week, but you can't pull too far away from the other people, apparently, unless your name is Fnatic, where you sat at 4-0. And they could have a horrible week next week. Who knows?
That's the thing. I mean, we have seen, especially during the first split, a lot of ups and downs for pretty much all the teams. Like, they go 5-0 in the Super Week or 4-0 in the Super Week, then all of a sudden the next week, everything just goes wrong for them, or they don't prepare well enough. We've seen it. It's a long season, and nothing is decided yet.
No, just 1 week in, but a good one for Gambit there, picking up the victory over Super Hot Crew. Guys, we're going to go AFK for a few moments, but stick around, because when we come back, Shox and Demon will be joined by Edward from Gambit to talk about that win, and then Froggen's Alliance will be fighting against their opponents, Rocket, for their first win here in the LCS. I didn't think I'd be saying it, guys. Don't miss it. Five before at this point is something the Super Hot Crew will probably take to try and get in. They've actually managed to lock up Darien here. Intervention going to go on him, and that means that he's going to get out. Look at Impaler burst down. Oh, they're being shredded to pieces here.
Welcome back, everybody. As you can see, we have Edward joining us here after the win of Gambit Gaming over the super hot crew. Edward, you drew, or your team drew, a Warwick ban. Mission accomplished.
Yeah, we just laughed so hard when we got Warwick banned because we never expected this Warwick like kind of troll pick for us, even it's going good for us, but we laughed so hard.
So let's talk about Annie. You managed to get it through, finally through the picks and bans phase because of that Warwick ban, honestly. Didn't go so well in lane phase. They kind of picked on you.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna fit like with any champion right now because I'm just a good poor performance for this week. I'm kind of sick, just hard to talk in game. Like and the enemy double lane playing pretty good, so whatever.
But how do you handle that then? If you know you're not feeling that well and you're not doing very well in lane, how do you itemize or what do you change as the game goes on to get it back?
Even if we like any like champion, you're getting level 6, you're trying to make a place at flash engage, and I'm doing the normal stuff. It doesn't matter I'm sick or not. I'm just playing a bit bad.
And speaking of the Annie build, you had Leandris in there. Anything else you'd maybe going to go with? Because we've seen some pretty interesting builds from a number of supports this weekend. Is there anything out there that sort of caught your eye?
Actually, I like to build like Frozen Mallet on Annie. It's people don't understand. Sometimes I don't understand too, but it's super good.
Frozen Mallet. What do you think, by the way, of Enrated's Galio support? I saw you tweeting, oh, maybe a little hard because it has some more skill shots, but it worked out really good.
I tried to play Galio support. I respect Enrated. He's not scared to try something new in LCS. But this Galio is like, he got huge cooldown on ultimate, so it's not worth it to play, I think, if you got a Mumu or Cannon even.
And overall, how do you rate Gambit's performance this Super Week? You've gone 3-1, not a bad performance, but there is that loss to Fnatic.
I think even we lost Fnatic, we got like 3 games, won. So it's 3-1. I think we can manage to go like 10-1.
And maybe a bit more specific, your lane, how are you getting on with Genja right now? We know the problems were in the past. You've said they've disappeared. So how's it going now? Is it a very beautiful friendship?
Yeah, we're like more like friends now, close friends. Right now, we're playing kind of bad. Most of them is my part. I'm playing bad. Genja is like God for now. But yeah, just need some time to practice in solo queue and stuff like that. And I'm going to be God of Genja.
And finally, of course, the next match coming up is going to be Rockout versus Alliance. How do you see this one going yourself? Because the super team is not performing.
Yeah, super team is not that super for now. So I think Rocket going to take it. Poland for the win.
Okay, thank you very much, Edward. Get better, feel better soon, and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
And now it is time to send it back over to Joe and the Fisho for the next game.
Thanks a lot, Shocks. And before we kick off our 5th game of the day, I just want to remind you that immediately following the LCS, we'll be broadcasting the European Challenger Series live with Pulse Esports taking on STO. But first of all, we've got business here to do. It's Alliance versus Rockat. Now, Rockat started with a big bang, picking up that win against Super Hot Crew and then taking down Millennium. However, they did lose a little bit earlier on today against the Copenhagen Wolves, their first loss of the season so far. Alliance, it looks a little bit different for them, doesn't it? Certainly had a rough start. They're 0 for 3 after losing out to Fnatic, Copenhagen Wolves and Super Hot Crew.
Now, while 0-3 does not look good, we still have to try and look at some of the positive parts, and there are positive parts for Alliance. First of all, in every single game they played, they took the first tower of the game. They're doing fairly well in their lanes, going either even or actually sometimes ahead in form. Wicked has been doing quite well in his lanes especially, actually often winning them. So for Alliance right now, the laning phase is good, the mechanics are there, but the teamwork and their coordination after laning phase is not there.
Yeah, those shot calls, we've seen a couple of weird ones. This Shook going top lane just before the Dragon was spawning in there, for example. I want to focus on this man closest to the camera here, Wicked. Now, that Malphite build against Super Hot Crew was a little bit strange. He's not had the best of times, Wicked. 4-10-10 over 3 games. What are you rating Wicked's performance like and, you know, the champions that he's playing and how he's playing them?
Well, I don't mind him playing Malphite. I think that's a good pick. I don't agree with Alliance picking it as early as they do, though. I think Malphite is more of a situational pick. You can take it if you have the combo for it, but you don't want to pick it too early. Especially not with like Shyvana and Mundo and all these kind of champions open. But Wicked himself, he's building kind of weird. For me, he builds like a guy who's won every single scrim. He could build whatever he wants and he would still do well. And then he thinks the build is actually good. But the truth is, when you're even or you're behind, building a full damage Malphite, crit damage Malphite, is not good, because you will die before you even get to auto-attack in the team fights.
Well, their opposite number here, Roccat, have had some very impressive teamwork performances. Picking up that first win in day one, and that game versus Millennium yesterday was very convincing victory for them. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out that way against the Copenhagen Wolves, though.
No, I mean, I've been very impressed by Rocket. I said this yesterday as well. But today, the weakness kind of showed. They played really aggressive, and they do it all the time. Some games, they will just keep snowballing and snowballing, but other games, like the one with Copenhagen Wolves, it goes wrong. Copenhagen Wolves had a plan. They knew that Rocket would try and make the plays, and they just punished them every single time. Rocket went in for the red buff. They were there ready to fight. Rocket tried to do a Baron. They were there, stopped them as well. So for right now, Rocket is doing so well early game, but the weakness of them is they sometimes play too aggressive.
And I have to mention Zaza, since we talked about Wicked in the top lane. 5-2-16 over the 3 games, and those deaths only coming in the loss to the Copenhagen Wolves. He's done really, really well so far.
He's been playing absolutely amazing. And just the way he plays champions like Shyvana or Dr. Mundo, I mean, Malphite actually, just to take him in the case here. Due to the whole synergy and coordination Rocket has, Malphite pick works for them. They also know when to pick it. They do not instantly pick it, they wait for the whole combo, they wait to see what the enemy has, and then they lock it in. And his ultimates were amazing.
So I got a question for you now in terms of this game in particular, though, as they go head-to-head. They are an incredible team Roccat. They play. We heard it from them in day one that they said, we're a big bunch of friends from Poland. That's what we are. This is what Team Roccat is. On the other side, you've got Alliance, who have a team built to win, the super team that's unfortunately not winning right now. But with those individual star players, they have incredible mechanical play. How do the two kind of different strategies almost face off against each other?
So for me, this is a great test for Rocket to see the individual skills in the lanes. As we mentioned, Alliance has been very good in the early game in the early stages of the game, in the laning phase, and now we get to see them versus Rocket, who have been dominating as a team in the early game. It's not necessarily one player winning the lane; it's more the whole team, and Jankos doing a lot of ganks and successful ganks. So now watching them go 1v1 versus the Alliance is going to be the game where we see how good the mechanics are, and if they can actually beat Alliance 1v1 in the lanes.
Well, Alliance is counting on that early game aggression to quickly overcome Roccat and secure their first win of the season. But according to Overpower and his teammates, they ain't afraid of no super team.
Double kill by Nidalee. This could be it, D-Man. We have ourselves a second new team, ladies and gentlemen.
I kind of expected them to put up a good fight, but I didn't expect them to take the series 3-0.
We can't really know what they play since we don't scrim them, and we'll just play how we play, and we're gonna react to how they play.
I'm not scared about them, but I need to respect them at least.
I think we as Alliance, we play pretty aggressive early games, so you're not gonna let this stall the game till 40 minutes and they just win the game by that.
Well, we can beat everyone, and we are not scared of people calling us super team.
Not scared of the super team, and they said we have to respect them, but we're just not scared of them right now.
Well, I agree. There is no reason to be scared of Alliance, but if you take them lightly, they will beat you. They're not a bad team, they're not bad players, so you need to prepare for them and you need to have a strategy.
Well, we'll see what that is. First of all, though, we're going to take a look at the starting lineup, starting with Alliance on the blue side, looking for that first victory of the season there. Of course, Wicked in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Frog in the mid laner, and the duo lane of Tabs and Nif.
And on the red side is Team Rocket with Sasos in the top lane, Jankos as the jungler, Overpower in the mid lane, Selva as the AD carry, and Vanda as the support.
So we're going to take a little bit of a closer look up into this one and look into that mid lane, because it's an interesting one. Froggen versus Overpower. Now, first of all, to go through Froggen's statistics here. 2-1-2 as Gragas, 2-3-4 as Gragas, 4-3-6 as LeBlanc. No real big outstanding Froggen performances there.
We haven't seen too much from him, though, but he's been doing well in his lanes. Especially the LeBlanc game was very impressive. He roamed around a lot, picked up kills, and had a lot of impact in the game. But he is getting very affected by the whole team performance. And once he gets out of the laning phase, we don't really see anything from him because Alliance don't know what to do.
Well, he's having a good scratch of his back there, so that's all going to be ready when we get into game. His opposite number, Overpower. Let's run through his statistics. 4-2-0s Riven versus Millennium. 2-3-0s Riven versus the Copenhagen Wolves. 3-2-8 as Pantheon versus SHC. Them in themselves aren't massive score lines where you'd think, oh my god, that's ridiculous. But I like the fact that if you look at his played champions, they're very different to most mid laners.
It's very different and it's very 1v1 focused. He loves to split push and he loves to take the fight. We saw him in the game versus Copenhagen Wolves where he kept catching out Kautar when he tried to push in their side lane and killed him. Now Overpower, he reminds me a little bit about Bjergsen because they both enjoy these assassin types. They enjoy the physical damage ones and they enjoy going to a side lane and trying to pick up a kill and then change the game that way.
So let's have a look into picks and bans then, because they're going to get underway here in just a few seconds. What are we expecting to be taken away? You see there, Overpower mentioned a couple of games with Riven. Froggen's played a couple of games with Gragas in there. But across the board, actually, they've played pretty much different champions constantly.
Yeah, I guess once again, we have to go to the jungle for the most obvious bans. I don't think we're going to see Lee's going through unless Alliance wants to bait Rocket to first picking and then taking two other options. I don't expect to see much of the, I don't expect to see Malphite banned. I'm not sure about the Evelyn one. Mid lane wise, both of these has so big champion pools. I don't really see too much reason to ban them out unless Alliance is scared of the Riven.
Well, one thing I think that's going for Alliance in this game is that they've had no other games to play actually up until this one today, which means they've had a lot of time to focus on just that one opponent, just to focus on Roccat for this one. So maybe their first win in the season, maybe not. Maybe Roccat will go 3-1 and be tied for second with Gambit after this. Who knows? We're going to find out soon because we are into the bans and the picks. Kayle banned out here against Overpower. We mentioned it in the last game as Alex Itch picked the Kayle as well. Yasuo taken out as well. They don't want anything to do with that. Thresh coming to be banned by Alliance, and Annie banned out as well. So a couple of support bans here.
Very standard bans though. Kazanin going away as well now. We know Overpower loves to play it. Again, it's a one where he can go out and try and pick some kills in the side lanes. So smart ban from Alliance.
Now, what is the final ban going to be here for Roccat? As we've said, we've seen a couple of Gragas performances in there. LeBlanc from Froggen wasn't bad at all. But is it a ban that you're really going for there? Elise, this is what we thought about. Aim it at Shook, get rid of that Elise, which is so terrifying on. Now I'm interested to see what Alliance prioritize, because you said earlier they've been prioritizing the likes of Malphite, which you don't think is worth it at that stage of the game.
I like this pickup though if you do go with the Shyvana. She's been so dominant in the games we have watched. The only real, I wouldn't even call it a counter, but the strong pick versus it is Dr. Mundo when you come to the late game and you can try and, be more tanky than her. But just the whole pressure you can put out with Shyvana throughout the entire game, you force people to come up and try and stop you. It's going to be interesting to see though what Rocket wants to do versus this. They could potentially go for Malphite and just try and force team fights and let Shyvana do whatever she wants.
Well, they did play that Malphite in the top lane against Super Hot Crew. They Renekton they had in there against Millennium. And, of course, we saw the Shyvana for Xaxus in the last game. Not going to have it this time, though, because that's already over with Alliance. But they seem to be taking quite a while. And you can see the discussion there, actually. It means that something's happened in this ban phase that they weren't planning on.
I think Rocket was expecting Alliance to maybe first pick Lee Sin. Now that Lee was banned away, we know Shook loves to play Lee Sin, and that way they can pick up the Shyvana and take the Caitlyn they always love to play with. The reason they love Caitlyn so much is because she can stand in the mid lane and just wave clear, wave clear, wave clear while you push the side lanes, and that way you can constantly put pressure.
Did they not mean to pick Lee Sin there?
I don't think they actually wanted to pick Lee Sin.
Oh.
Nonetheless, it's a pretty smart pick, and they take it away from Shook.
Yeah, take it away from Shook. Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst of things that could have happened, I suppose, overall. We are going to be seeing what looks like Jinx Leona lane possibly here for Alliance.
Very strong lane, especially at level 6. You have so much burst damage to bring. And Jinx, she's been very contested, and she's been so strong throughout the entire Super Week. This is a great pickup for Alliance. 3 of the strongest champions in the current meta already.
That's great news for them. On the other side, Morgana. I'm just trying to get away from the shine. That is locked in. So Morgana is already locked in. Sion, I'm not buying that one.
Now, Morgana is obviously to try and help Caitlyn or whoever Leona tries to engage on, not being stunned. But I'm a bit surprised it just comes in as more or less a blind pick, because this gives Froggens a lot of opportunities to pick pretty much whatever he wants in this situation. If Riven is open, he might want to pick that versus Morgana, or he could go for something more safe like a Gragas.
It also allows them, I suppose, to play that Morgana in the middle if the pick that Wicked goes for actually is suited more to that, and then take a different support. Mundo has come through to the 4th pick on the red side in this one. Not something that we're highly used to be honest. Usually a little bit earlier contested, but it was pretty obvious it was going to be Shyvana and Mundo, right?
Pretty obvious. I mean, it could have been a Renekton to try and shut down the Shyvana early, but Mundo is the normal pick versus Shyvana. I could expect them to see Mundo, they want Mundo to try and hold Shyvana in the top lane, and meanwhile they push down in the mid lane, and they can always put the shield on Caitlyn and she can hit the tower without actually getting engaged on. I'm not sure if that is the plan, but it would make sense.
No, for Alliance, final 2 picks, they need a jungler and a mid laner. We're saying a jungler, we're just considering the fact that Wicked surely will be taking that Shyvana top lane with Mundo coming in there as well. And the Vi was played in game number 1 of the LCS for Alliance, where they lost out to the Copenhagen Wolves. A 1-2-6 performance from Shug actually in that game. It would be the first time that we've seen Ziggs for Froggen though, this split.
Yeah, first time we see 6, but it's a very smart pickup versus a team who loves pressure your turrets and pressure all your lanes. 6 will wave clear in the mid lane, and he can also throw his bomb to the side lanes and therefore stop all kind of push. Very smart pickup for Alliance, and they might actually have figured out Rocket's tactic.
So what now? If you were to pick in this scenario, final pick, you're going to be playing up against the Ziggs in that mid lane, where are you going to put your money?
Well, they already have quite a lot of counter engage with both the...
No, not there.
Could have been... I mean, I will probably go for Lulu right here. There's not much else for them to pick. He has played it before. It goes well with Caitlyn, and it's very good versus Vi if he decides to engage on you.
So have that Morgana in the mid lane and not as a support.
It could actually be. Oh wow, Joe, you're a smart man.
I am. Thank you very much. It's been said a few times, not by many people though, I have to add. And it is actually going to be Gragas in the end to go into that mid lane and a Morgana support.
I actually hate myself right now for not figuring out the Morgana support, because when Enready locked in the Galio a few games ago, I said to myself, that's going to be support because he blind picks it. Why didn't I say the same with this Morgana?
I did try and lead you into it earlier when I said they can move it to the mid lane if they don't want it support, depending on what Froggen picks, but we can let you off. It's a super week and you've done a great job up until now, so I'll let you off on that one.
Right, so Leona tries to engage on Caitlyn in the lane. Black shield on Caitlyn, you cannot stun her, you cannot lock her down. Caitlyn will be able to farm safely. At level 6 though, Leona goes in, you use your ultimate with Morgana, and there's no way out for Leona. I can see this combo work, and it's great for Lee Sin to come down and gank as well, especially when Morgana is level 6.
What if they fall behind in that lane though? Is there any consequences for it? I mean, Caitlyn's always going to have that safety of the range.
That's the thing. I mean, Caitlyn will always be able to farm, because whenever she goes in range of Leona, there's the black shield from Morgana to help her. So she can farm fairly, quite safe. But if Shug comes down for some early 3v3 fights, Morgana is very weak before she hits level 6.
Well, guys, we're going to check out what you at home are thinking about this game. Look how those votes have tallied up, and actually a real close one this time around. 54% of you thinking that Alliance are going to secure their first victory, and that is, Alliance coming into this as the super team, and obviously getting a lot of fans in from different directions, obviously a lot from Evil Geniuses and what have you. That's not the kind of number that you'd expect usually.
I expect it to be way more to the Alliance side. I'm actually very happy to see people supporting and already believing in Rocket. I personally think it's, again, I'm not going to say the easy one 50-50. I would like to give this to Rocket 55-45, just because I think Rocket is playing better right now.
5%. It's not a huge amount, but it's 5% going for Rocket in this one. We are going to jump into game, guys. It's our final game of Super Week as Alliance take on Rocket. Alliance looking for their first victory of the season. Rocket, on the other hand, looking to go 3-1 and finish in second place, tied with Gambit after 1 week.
And notice the starting item on Vander on Morgana. He went for Dorian's Ring. I'm expecting actually he's going to try to just land the long-range Qs, and then if he manages to land them, he can force Alliance back and then try and zone them out.
So what are we going to see at level 1? We've not seen much action, to be honest, throughout the 16 games, or the 15, I should really say, before this one. This is the 16th of our Super Week.
We could potentially see Rocket try and engage. They do have Morgana. You can throw, your binding into a bush, and if you hit someone, you can try and go for the kill. Right now, though, we see the exact same level 1 as always.
Overpower actually catching a couple of bombs there. He's just going to have a dance in middle. Froggen not going to be caught out by that one. Really interested to see this lane because Froggen, an old favourite of everyone in that middle lane. Brilliant farmer, highly skilled player. Overpower, he's been around for as long as Froggen, but not really on the radar for most people.
No, we didn't see too much to him before. He was known as pretty much a Kassadin-only player at some point, but right now he really stepped up his game, and he's one of the, the top mids in Europe. He will have a hard time versus 6 though in the early game because 6 can punish him every time he tries to go for a CS and force him to CS only with his barrel roll.
Well, you see the 130 mark coming down, and that means the trinkets burst into life and the wards come down for the first time in the game. We can see actually that Roccat are looking to make a lane swap here and go 2-1 in the top lane.
Now, if Shug actually decides to go top to try and help Wicked out and force a kill, he's going to have quite an easy time. Morgana won't be able to do much to him other than try and bind him. If she misses, she won't be able to do anything in the first few levels. So I could potentially see Shug trying to go up and help Wicked farm, but I'm guessing Alliance didn't exactly expect this swap.
No, it doesn't look like it, does it? Wicked kind of walked down there, seeing those 2 men up in the top lane. He's like, oh, wow, I'm going to have to walk all the way around here just to make sure that I'm actually safe. Vander, as expected, will just be playing the brush, playing the zoning game here onto Wicked to keep him as low as possible.
At the same time, the bot lane from Alliance expected Silver and Vander to be down there, so they instantly pushed the wave, which means that Sasus actually managed to pick up the XP down there, and he's going to get even more now when this wave hits in.
We can see there, you were talking about this already, that Overpower might struggle against Froggen, or will struggle against Froggen. He's already down to less than half HP, and with those ranged abilities that he can throw out constantly there, and his auto attack, let's not forget, it is going to be a hard time for Overpower right at the very start, and there we see it again. Constant harassment from Froggen.
There's nothing Overpower can do at this point. He needs his level 6, where he has the, the option to shoot Froggen back, and then Jankos can come in and they can pick up a kill. Before level 6, though, Froggen is very safe.
Speaking of Jankos, he's headed towards this top lane. Wicked actually did put a ward down there. His trinket put to good use, and that will actually spot the Lee Sin coming in, and that means that gank is not going to work out for him, but it looks like Wicked's going to actually try and come around here and steal white, but Jankos, well, he's got the smite. Actually, he's going to go in here on towards Wicked. He's level 3 to the level 2 of Wicked, and Wicked may just decide to have to flash away from that one. Meanwhile, Alliance, they're going in. They've dove onto this bottom lane. Xaxus is dead here. That's going to be first blood coming into Alliance, and for Shug, they should be able to finish off the tower if they want as well.
They can take the tower. They can actually also go for an early dragon, because Froggen can go down and help them. They knew that Jankos was top, so this was a safe dive for them, and they did it perfectly. Great start from Alliance.
Well, that turret is done with. Roccat a little bit slower to get this one down. That's because Jinx is just stripping through the towers anyway. The damage pretty damn high. Tab's just waiting in there to get the last hit on that one. Why not? And in the top side, exactly the same is going to be happening here. And obviously getting rid of that farm as well that was coming through, a big thing. As a Zenith Blade not quite landing for Nif.
Good move by Overpower, though. He knows Alliance wanted to start the dragon. He goes down, shows himself, and tries to make them hesitate. They actually started anyway.
Yeah, starting that one off 4 minutes 45 into the game. We've become used to dragons being a lot later on, to be honest. And this time around, they decided they can't get in there. There was the ward and the jump to by Jankos, but he couldn't quite get in there and lock Froggen up. Satchel charge got him out.
Great play right here by Rocket. They go down, show them, and stop the dragon from Alliance. Otherwise, Alliance could have picked up a fairly safe dragon by themselves. Now, Sasus will return to the top lane at some point, and he's going to be very far behind in XP because Wicked is slowly pushing it up, and Rocket didn't push it all the way out when they actually took the turret.
Yeah, and using, well, we saw Tabs basically making sure that all those minions died earlier onto that turret just before they actually finished it off at the last possible moment. But funny thing here, Roccat, after Alliance started off Dragon and said, you know what, that's not a bad idea, we're going to have a go at that.
And Alliance is just going to let Rocket have this one. They know they can't do anything. but they don't actually mind too much because Wicked is going to get so far ahead compared to Sasus at this point.
And Celiva just trying to keep Nif out of range from that one. Froggen is not quite level 6 yet, so there's no bomb to be thrown in there. Doesn't matter though, the Dragon is picked up by Rocket. That brings the gold to bang even.
Bang even on gold, but it was great move from this lane swap by Alliance. The way they actually managed to get all the minions to die before they finish off the turret meant they are now in a perfect position.
So 2v2 down in the bottom lane, or briefly 3 there, as we did see Shook coming down with Vi, but they were stood on top of a ward inside of that Tribush, so wasn't really able to do much. We can see now, just to touch on the items again, both supports going into gold items, but a different choice between them.
Yeah, it looks like Vanda wants to go for the Talisman, so he's not relying 100% on his flash to engage. He wants to be able to pop his Talisman and then get in range for his ulti and try and lock down a target. Interesting enough though, if you look to the mid lane, they should be hitting level 6 fairly soon. Actually right now, Overpower hit level 6, and now it becomes scary for Froggen, if Jankos is close by.
If Jankos is anywhere near. Right now, Jankos is actually coming down that mid lane, and Froggen, look at that, put a ward there as deep as he could really risk it in that scenario to try and get any early eyes onto Jankos if he was to come around. They spotted that ward, and wisely Jankos going around the other side, but he's going to be spotted by 2 wards of their own.
Now Jankos doesn't think there's a ward on the side, or at least he has no idea if there is. They saw the ward on the other side, they might think this is only what Froggen has, and that's why he's coming from this side.
Well, he went into that brush and he says, wow, there's a pink ward. 5 hits and you're down. Thank you very much. That'll be fine for me. Just in time, actually, for the blue buff to spawn in, and that will be going over towards Overpower with a little bit of help from Ziggs along the way.
Yeah, good guy Froggen helping on the blue buff. He did hit Jankos though. Oh, he did actually pick up. I didn't see he put in the barrel. I was about to say, why did he give it to Lee Sin? But he didn't.
And in this top lane, Shyvana versus Munda. Shyvana versus Munda. Shyvana versus Mundo is actually what they are in that top lane. And again, we can see Wicked just pushing that one all the way up. Trying to look at level difference there. Actually, Wicked does have that advantage from earlier on still.
Wicked is far ahead right now. He's going to recall. He has a lot of gold in the backs. He can come back. Actually, he's going to stay. He might go for the kill on this one.
This could be very interesting. At level 6, Zaz's not got that incredible regen that his ultimate is going to bring him. And there is the Dragon. Wicked is going all in on this one. He's got his Ignite as well, but he decides not to use it.
I think we could possibly have picked up the kill right here. He had Ignite. He just needed 1 more or 2 more auto attacks and then Ignite. He decided to play it safe though. He don't want to give away his advantage at this point.
Yeah, that would be pretty disastrous, I think, for him, considering how well he's done up until now. The bottom lane actually forced quite far up, just past the what was the location of the outer turret for Roccat earlier on in the game. And right now they're trying to do something about Wicked in there. They're going to send Jankos up to help out Zazas at top.
Now, there is no tower for Wicked, so there's a long way down for him to safety, but he could actually be able to fight this one due to Sasus not being level 6 yet.
And Wicked's ultimate is back up here, so we'll see about that one.
There should be a bug though.
Yeah, I was just going to say,
yeah.
I started saying it and then I thought, not sure about that. But Jankos is still waiting in there. Mundo, has he hit level 6 now? That's what they're waiting for Zazas to hit that level 6 mark. There he goes. Zazas now level 6. They're going in on the middle lane as well. And it's actually Shook that's taken a lot of damage. Nif, though, is going to be helping out. It's Tabs that picks up the kill.
Great rotation from Alliance right here. Wicked, if he manages to wipe this one, it's so good for Alliance.
Great flash, but is he going to be able to get away from Jankos? The ward comes in, but the minions blocking it. It's all going to be about this Q. Wow, flashes in, point blank, making it very easy. And that will be 2 for 1 in favor of Alliance. They should have this turret in the mid lane as well.
But Alliance is playing the map so well right now. They pushed out the bot lane, and they instantly, everyone went to the mid lane, took down a kill on Overpower, and took the mid tower. Alliance is playing really well right now, and this is what we need to see from them.
Well, let's see how they go forward in this game. Still early stages of it, that's for sure. If you look down the CS, 72 to 68 between the AD carries. Pretty even on that front. The gold obviously in favor of Tabs right now because he does have that 1-0-1 scoreline. In the mid lane, Froggen, again, expected here. Leading the farm against Overpower on Gragas.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much every lane from Alliance is doing really well, especially Wicked. We touched about the fact that he could slow push the wave all the way up because Rocket didn't push it all the way into his second turret, so the lane never reset. Now, If you look at the bot lane though, Silver is slightly ahead, but that's simply due to Tabs rotating mid and taking a tower for his team. Next dragon is about 1 minute. Will we see a fight for it?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me whatsoever. 2 for 1, not quite as high scoring as our last game, but still a very, very interesting game to watch up until now. There's a 1200 gold lead for Alliance, and we see that Tabs keeping this lane pretty much frozen down on the bottom side, and Nif just using that relic shield as well.
Now, we see Vander actually investing in quite a lot of wards. He could potentially go down, ward around the dragon, and then try and set Rocket in a good position to start a fight. If he can land his binding out of vision from Alliance, they can engage on it with both the Sin and Overpower.
So, dragon coming up in half a minute. And they start to gather a little bit more around that bottom side. Xaxus, of course, does have a teleport, something that's not there for Wicked. So that'll be interesting to see whether they send Mundo actually down there, whether Wicked will try and stop him by using his ultimate to get in. We can see pink wards are already in from Roccat, and Chuck is saying, no, this is my jungle. I'm going to take you out and your pink ward, so get out of here.
Now, Alliance, look at Wicked right now. He's moving down for the dragon. They know it's up right now, and they want to fight for it or at least secure it.
It's going to take a while until he gets there. Meantime, though, they're trying to keep a hold on positioning of that area. Ultimate actually whiffed there by Nif. Jankos taking a decent amount of damage from the side there from Tabs. But now that they've got Celiver coming in as well, this could turn into a messy fight.
Now, Dr. Mundo has to TP in the middle of everything if he wants to join this fight. And he's very squishy at this point.
Still squishy, but he is going to be teleporting into that death bush. Look there at the dragon. It's pretty low, and Alliance surely going to finish this one off. Yes, they do. They pick that one up. Tab's actually going to be the focus from this Wicked right in the middle as well. Xaxus now trying to get around the side, and they've killed off Tabs. I'm not sure what Tabs was doing over there again. And Shook, he took the ultimate there. Jankos is actually just walking away from the fight. Overpower just trying to chase down Froggen at the backside as well. Gets slowed by the mines, but he belly slams through the wall. Shook comes through there with him. Oh, but the barrel is going to kill Overpower. He dies in the end, but did well to pick up the kill. In the end, that was 3 for 1.
And Tabs was completely out of position this fight. Had he had a better position, Rocket wouldn't be able to take him down so early, and it would have been a completely different fight. Big mistake by Tabs right here.
And we said that a couple of times already when we look back at the replays as, where is Tabs? Why is Tabs in the middle of the team? Why is Tabs flashing in? And look at his position here. He's got Mundo stuck to him, but the flash over the wall was bizarre.
Yeah, he actually had flash early as well. So he could have flashed into, closer to Nif and try to get out that way, but instead he decides to more or less waste his flash when he's actually already dead. Overpower though, doing what Overpower does, he loves to chase for these kills, and he does it every single time.
Yeah, doing really well there. I thought he actually might end up going down before he secured the kill, but I'm wrong on that one. The barrel sliding straight out. It leaves us at 4-3. Alliance, though, still holding the gold lead. Let's not forget they did take down the dragon there before that fight broke out. Looks like they might lose their blue buff, though.
Rocket has a very scary jungle fight team, though. Morgana, if she's able to hit more people with her ultimate, they have so much CC to bring at him. See a fight.
Yeah, there is the blue buff actually smited out by Jankos. Are they going to fight for it? You see them waiting back. Overpower just trying to zone everyone on the bottom side by the Wolves.
Alliance actually decides to back out, mainly because Tabs was down in the bot lane, farming up. He's gotten ahead in CS right now compared to Silver, but the last fight has made it very even in gold.
Oh, Alliance headed down to the bottom side and maybe thinking about going for the enemy blue buff at this point, although because he was smited down by Jankos, you'd expect that Overpower will be headed in there to pick that one up for himself.
We have to keep talking about Wicked though. He's doing absolutely amazing right now. We saw Shyvana in the last game, how big of an issue she was. Wicked will be the same. He's going for the Blade of the Rune King as his first item, which means he will be able to duel anyone they send up against him.
Yeah, 0 for 2, which obviously not ideal for him, but he's really racking up that CS, almost double that of Xaxus here, and almost the 15-minute point of the game as Nif starts to work his way in. There's the shield, the binding actually landing onto him, the barrel going to pull him back somewhat. He actually puts his ulti down, which will stop Vander chasing in. And Nif does manage to escape, but he actually baited out quite a lot there from Roccat.
And look how tanky Nif is already at this point. They used 2 ultimates, and also, was it Jankos there to hit him, and they couldn't even take him down. Nif is very tanky, and this actually means for Roccat that the next minute while they're waiting for the cooldowns, they can't really do anything.
Can't go in for the fight. It gives a bit of time to look at the items, though. Both AD carries actually got the Bloodthirster in there. Double Doran's Blade actually for Jinx. That's for Tabs, of course. And now Alliance actually chasing in there. They're going to throw everything in on towards Celiver. There are the chompers down, but look at the damage that Nif is taking here. Can they follow up and finish off the kill? It certainly looks like it. Jankos actually wants to leave it there for Celiver, and they get one for nothing.
Very nice play by Rocket once again. Jankos, he knows exactly where to be on the right times. I'm very impressed by his play. And also, Celiver playing the perfect bait.
Really, really well done. And actually, that leaves Tabs pretty much alone on this bottom tower. He does have Shook just at the back of him doing the golems right now. And as such, Rocket not going to be pushing any further through. We can see that Shook was just waiting there in the brush in case he was called in to rescue Tabs underneath that tower. Meanwhile, back into this top lane, you see that Wicked having the wave pushed down onto him once again. He holds that 1 level lead and the massive minion lead that he had from earlier.
And he will keep this lead because Alliance don't have to teamfight with him. They can just keep him right now, split pushing and having Frog wave clear all the time. So Wicked right now, he can just split straight for 1v1.
Well, he saw what Darian did maybe in that last game and said, you know what, guys, let's pick Shyvana. I can do that. And so far, he's doing a great job of this Shyvana in the top lane. There's no doubt about that one. The towers obviously were tied at 2 for 2. The bottom lane and the top lane for either side is still open on that front. Both mid laners also have that Athene's Unholy Grail. The blasting one actually picked up now for Frog, and he's 20 CS lead over Pau.
About a minute and Dragon is back up. I expect to see a similar fight. Obviously not with Tab standing in the middle of everything, but there should be a fight. We have TP ready now on Sasus, and Wicked is already moving down.
There's a Dark Binding on towards Nif. Not doing the world of damage to him at this point, though. Probably won't be doing that much damage over by the end of the game, even depending on how we see Vander building into things. But this could be interesting. Jankos headed down to the bottom. It's a 3-on-2 again.
There's a ward though in the next push, so he can't really move any further. And that's also why Alliance feels rather safe at this point. They will spot him right now. They know exactly where he is, and they're not going to go for anything.
Got a turret behind them as well to fall back on, and still have to be really, really careful as to who's going to be tanking all that damage should they do decide to actually go through onto the tower.
Jankos has been very patient this game, just waiting around in some bushes. He wants to make plays. Shook is coming now though. This can be a potential. Oh, he shows himself 100% now. They know now that they've seen him.
Yeah, there was always that possibility, of course, to bait him out into that one. Dark Binding landing onto Nif, but they don't follow through here, Rocket. I think expecting that Shook is going to be waiting over there. Actually, they've seen him because of that ward inside of the Tribush.
They spot him in from the ward here. Wisely enough, didn't go in for anything. They do start the Dragon really fast, though.
This could be dangerous, though, although Mundo does have teleport back off of cooldown, so Wicked will have to try and deal with him somehow. And we can see there, Dragon down to less than half HP. Here comes the bomb in, but it's going to be too late. It's picked up already by Rocket. Nicely picked up there from Jankos, and Zazas is in the back. Flash away from the briefcase, and that leaves poor old Nif here once again all alone. No flash for him. He should be getting finished off. And there's the barrel. They throw Tabs back. He almost even landed onto the Caitlyn trap in there as well. They do lock him up. He's going to go down. Zazas picks up that kill. Brilliant from Rocket again.
Absolutely amazing max range binding from Vander, picking up the kill on Tabs. Wicked can get the top tower though, and he can keep pushing it down, but Rocket picks up Dragon, bot tower, and 2 kills, so they win out on this.
Big trade there. 2,000 gold lead develops off of that, and Celiver and Vander, you're pushing this bottom lane out as quickly as they possibly can. Let's take another look at that one, starting with that Zazas teleport.
Perfect teleport coming in from Sasus. He's been so good at this in all the games where they play teleport. But notice now, overpowering top, knocking Tabs back, and the max range binding hitting in from Vander, and they can pick up another kill on Tabs and the tower.
Really impressive play. The barrel, as I mentioned, almost knocked him onto that Caitlyn trap. That would have been impressive if they'd have pulled that. Not sure he would have. Obviously, afterwards, he would have said, yeah, I meant to do that completely. Wasn't a bit so sure about that.
Would it look better than the Pantheon and Malphite combo, or which one would you prefer?
I think barreling someone onto a Caitlyn trap is pretty impressive. You don't get to see that every day. Blue Buff has respawned here on Alliance's side of the map. They lost it last time around. Jankos actually was forced to smite that one. This time won't be the same. In fact, it's given over to Celiver on Caitlyn.
And right now we're starting to see some of the issues we have seen before for Alliance, and what Rocket is really good at. They focus so much on getting the dragons, getting blue buffs and red buffs, and always try to force a few fights wherever they can. Right now, Alliance is simply not reacting to it, and they're moving too slow, so Rocket can pick up whatever they like.
Let's have a look down some of the items once again. Top lane, up until now, fairly standard. Some Fire Cape in there. Spirit Visage is going to be coming down as well for Xaxus. On the other side, that Blade of the Ruin King done earlier on for Wicked, and he's going to that Spirit Visage as well.
It will be interesting to see if Overpower decides to go down bot lane and push that one, to stay there and try and push all the time and force some fights, or they actually want to move him mid lane, stand four people mid and start sieging down turrets. Sadly for them though, 6 is there.
Eddie Carr as well going pretty much the same route. In fact, their items look almost identical right now, except for the fact that Celiver, who sat at 3-0-2, has finished off that static shiv, which Tabs is also working his way slower towards.
Now, right now for Rocket, the question is, what do you actually do? Do you want to be the one who pressures the map and risk an engage on you from Alliance, or do you wait for Alliance to make a move? Alliance won't actually do anything before Wicked has pushed up the wave and, will try and force more people to come up after him.
See there, Vander actually spotting a pink ward that was put down earlier on. And they're quite happy to let Celiver keep farming these mid waves and pushing those turrets right back. In the same token, though, Froggen is doing the same. He's up to 230 CS now almost. And, well, we know how good Froggen is at farming. Most farm in the game, not really a surprise to us there.
No, nothing new there. A bit new though from Rocket's playstyle this game. They've been playing a lot more safe. They haven't gone for any, really risky dives or risky moves. They just played it very carefully and very smart. Every time there was something they could go in and take uncontested, they did.
Spirit Visage is now finished off for Mundo as well, and Xaxus, he's become, that position where he was a little bit squishy, for a Mundo at least, and to the point where once his ultimate's running, the chances of killing him are very low. You need to completely lock him down and throw everything you've got at him, and that's going to surely make Roccat feel more comfortable in case a fight goes now.
Definitely, and I have to point out how much I think it's a mistake from Alliance that while the TP is down, they don't force anything. This is where they can actually, punish Rocket for losing the 1v1 top lane, because they can go up mid and Xaxus cannot TP down and he will lose 1v1 to Wicked. Instead, Alliance just waits, do nothing, and the TP is almost ready again.
That TP going to be coming up in just a second. Just to touch on that top lane once again, Wicked still holds a 65 CS lead. But not really pushing things past the halfway point, as you said before. We'll see if he changes that this time around. Might signal a bit of change of pace here from Alliance if he does do that.
They are in a good position now to push. Never mind, Taps is actually recalling down bot lane. I think we have to wait for the next dragon again for the next fight to come.
Yeah, 1 minute until that one actually comes in. In the meantime, the jungle's being cleared out on both sides of things. We've got a lot of wards down in both sides of the river as well. We see the sweeping lens has been used to clear out what was in the mid lane there. And it's basically pull and push the waves at this point.
Just casually pushing up. Both teams are waiting for the dragon to spawn. We have the talisman completed on Vander right now. So if he lands a binding and activates that one, the whole team can rush in and instantly burst down the target he lands the binding on.
There's a pink ward by Dragon just cleared out, and you can see that both teams starting to get ready for this one. Going to be a bit of a worry if Wicked doesn't react to this one quick enough and then can't stop Xaxus actually coming down and it gets into a 5v4.
He's moving down now though, in time. He will be here for when the dragon actually spawns, and we're going to see a 5v5 fight.
Well, it's Alliance that move initially here into the front of that pit, and looks like they're trying to cut Wicked off there on his quest to come down this bottom lane, and that would certainly be a big win for them, although he's not going to be shy of diving straight into the middle of the team, even if they do decide to hold him back. There was Nif getting hit by the Dark Binding, and well, Roccat kind of half in, half out, just waiting really to make their move.
Both teams have full vision of this area. There's no pink wards on either of the sides. So Rocket can just delay this and wait for Xaxus to push it out, start actually hitting the turret, and just delay Alliance from going on. Jankos may be caught though.
Well, that was probably the most perfect bait you're ever going to see for a barrel to come flying in. The Dark Bindings go as well. Xaxus continues to push, and Alliance have got bored of it. They're actually going in for this one, but it's stolen away. Jankos gets it. He kicks Nif out of it. He is going to die from this one, but what will happen to the rest of the Roccat team? Mundo is there, and Alliance are caught horribly out of position. Celiva going to be engaged upon by Shook, but here comes the ulti out of Banda. That's going to take down Shook. Actually, it's Celiva that gets that one just as he goes down, but now it's Wicked and Tabs versus 3, and Nif even flashing over the wall here. So bit out of position from both sides. Who's got the damage, and are they going to keep chasing?
I think Overpower can catch out Nif right here. Big mistake by Nif moving this way. He's moving away from his team, and he's actually going to be punished and die from this. Xaxus teleport, though, came in too late. That was why Rocket couldn't really fight for it. They did manage to steal the Dragon, though, so another win for them.
And coming out on top with the kills. It's going well for them at this point. Not the cleanest of things, but still, that's always a win. And 5-1-2 now on Celiva on Caitlyn as well. He's dangerous.
Such a messy fight, though. Celiva was fighting Froggen in the back of everything 1v1, while all the tanks were trying to kill each other in the front. Very messy fight. All in all, though, if Xaxus had TP'd down a little bit early, it could have looked different.
Now, let's have a look at that fight once again. And Jankos using the Q to get into Dragon and outsmiting Shook.
And notice Froggen and Celiva down here in the back fighting each other. Celiva wins this one, and that means he forces Alliance to make the next move. Wicked comes in though, has his ultimate, he's very huge. Had he landed his ultimate, Celiva would probably have died instantly. Instead though, they can't really kill each other until Nif makes his mistake and doesn't stay with his team. Always stay with your team, guys.
Yeah, Tabs actually took a barrel there, which is why he backed away, and Nif, well, he's separated, and a long chase down from Overpower here. Was able to finally get it with a swift slap of the belly.
Slap of the belly?
Yeah.
That sounds pretty good.
It's painful, let me tell you.
I'm actually, again, Overpower is playing this really well on the Gragas, but you highlighted himself, 5-1, Celiva is looking very scary, and the later we get into the game, the stronger Caitlyn will be.
And we can see that Last Whisper is already done for him. He's got a Negatron cloak in there as well. Now, gonna have a bit of protection from basically what Froggen's throwing his way at this stage of it, and obviously Wicked doing a bit of magic damage in there as well. But again, the game slows down as they figure out exactly where they're going to go. The wards get put into position and the lanes get pushed out.
But Rocket right now is they're just very happy about going to this late game. They believe they have the strongest combo and they trust in their team fights late game to be able to beat Alliance. On the other hand, Alliance doesn't really know what to do at this point.
What do they do? I mean, we've got obviously a better view on the game and where it stands in terms of gold and everything. What do they need to do at this point?
Well, we touched on it a bit earlier. I don't want to keep going back to it again and again. But Wicked right here is the strongest guy on the team. Rocket has to send 2 people to actually kill him up top lane. So if they just keep him top and try and pressure him, Taps is actually moving in now. So they're doing it, the 1-4. And this is what they need to do.
1-4 in position from Alliance. The wards actually put down. Actually, they thought they may be able to catch someone out. And we're going to see the Assault and Battery. Everything thrown there at Jankos. He finally starts to fall low, but he's able to walk away. And actually, we saw Celiva there even being able to do some damage. Finally, they forced Xaxus a little bit further back from the jungle. They're going to try and take this inner turret on the top lane.
But this is what we need Alliance to do. Notice how Overpower had to recall from the bot lane because they engaged on Jankos. They forced Rocket now to be on the defensive. Next time Vi has her ultimate up, they can do the same thing. Maybe not on Jankos. If they can catch a Celiva or a Vander, it would be absolutely perfect for them.
Now back away, and Roccat here moving in towards the Baron. Actually, Vander was pretty much alone for a while there as he walked in from the bottom side, got that pink ward down, but getting Vision up in Alliance's jungle, and that's going to be your worry for Alliance. It means that they have to be very careful about this Baron.
The bot lane is pushing right now for Rocket. That's why they want to try and set up this Baron and force Alliance to be up there. If they send one bot lane, they can engage on Alliance, and there are only 4 people from Alliance trying to defend the Nashor. So smart move by Rocket. They know they have the pushing power right now.
And there is the Dragon, used up by Wicked. Meanwhile, Roccat have started Baron, but Alliance are not going to let this one go for free.
This is good by Alliance. The wave bot is pushing so slowly, there's no reason to send one down. If they can manage to get a fight in here in the Dragon Pit, they might be able to win it.
Oh, so dangerous. Satchel charge goes down, and actually we see Roccat coming off there. They've managed to hit Shook with a binding. Are they going to go for a fully blown fight? Xaxus actually continuing to tank up Baron Nashor there.
right now, Alliance can actually just go for the mid lane if they don't want to start a fight here and force Rocket to react. If they go straight to the mid now and push out, they might be able to take the mid tower for free.
Baron actually didn't reset there. And that's why they wanted to just keep that one going. They're trying to get back in position there. Is the ace in the hole going to go flying through? Wicked catches that, and it doesn't do much damage. But the barrel will, and Vander goes in there. He's got his ulti run in, but he's just walking out of range before he goes off there on towards Wicked. And while that's a lot of damage, it's no kills in the end.
And the Locket actually saves Vander. Oh, never mind. Boom, you are dead.
Bomb coming from the backside, and Alliance are like, well, we can probably push now. Wicked actually taking a lot of damage from this, and Zazas trying to tank up here on the front line. Getting the slows off, but there's 4 of them against, well, 3, because Lee Sin's just off to the side. We do see Shook coming back in now.
The engage wasn't bad for Rocket, but Vander didn't hit anyone else but himself with his talisman, so nobody could follow in with him. Zazas was way too far back, so he wasn't even in the front line, even or landing cleavers or trying to chase.
No, he's also building up to a Randuin's now to add into the Spirit Visage and that Sunfire Cape from earlier. On the other side, Randuin's is finished for Wicked, so he's just going to go back to the old plan, which is push out this top lane and be an annoyance this entire time. Meanwhile, Rocket are going to be picking up the Dragon.
And this is exactly what Wicked needs to do. Vander is the only one up there to try and defend. He can't do anything to Wicked. He can actually go in and get a few hits on this turret and later on maybe pick it up for himself.
There's a bit of a response possibly here coming in. We have Vander up in the top lane. A couple of them started to come down through the jungle. Wicked actually going in on towards Jankos. They want to have this red buff away. The Q actually landing there, which is going to give him complete vision of it as Shook takes it around the back, and it's going to be a bit of battle of will. Shook that smites that one out. Nice little steal for Alliance.
It's a very slow-paced game we have right now. Not much is actually happening, and we're just waiting for Alliance to pick up a target with the Vi ultimate and try and burst it down and then see what happens. The Dragon is gone. We won't see any fight there, and I don't expect to see too much Nashor fighting in the next few minutes.
Now, let's see. Zazas is going to go into the bottom lane now, and there's a lot of minions there for him, but he's still a mass behind Wicked. Look at that, 275 to probably 225 by the time it's done in that bottom lane. Alliance starting to push a little bit up the middle. Celiver there, we can see, got that Guardian Angel now.
The Celiver is very strong at this point. If they manage to get a team fight from Rocket side where they can stop the Vi engage without anyone dying, and then Celiver can just stand in the back and shoot away, they might actually be in a great advantage and might be able to win it. And this is what Rocket is waiting for. They want Alliance to engage on them.
Yeah, Celiver, I think, playing bait there as he pushes quite far up. They know that Alliance are in there. Briefcase from Zazas comes flying through. Celiver will even dare to put down a trap. They catch Wicked. They'll throw as much damage as they can onto him. Take every opportunity here for free damage in the lead up to a fight, and Alliance have to back away.
And if they can catch them right here on the run, it's actually great for Rocket. Right now, they're just zoning them away from the turret, and they can actually get a lot of hits on it.
Yeah, Shook actually just coming over there with the Vault Breaker, but that might be too late, and we can see the barrel just being used, saying, you can come to us, but you're going to take damage doing so. Inner turret going down there, and there is the talisman. They're going to go for the fight. Wicked tries to hold it back, but he's going to take a lot of damage in the process. There's a bomb from Ziggs to the back. Wicked actually survived, and it's now Shook at the back doing work for them. Zazas trying to keep them away from Celiver to peel those attacks off of him. His Guardian Angel was popped. He's coming back into the fight. And it's just, again, a big, messy brawl. 2 men down on Alliance's side just to support down for Rock at the head of Baron.
It was so hard for Alliance actually to come into this fight because they were caught next to the tower in their own jungle. Wicked decided to go in for it, though. He did the right engage, but Rocket was team fighting absolutely perfect.
Oh, Froggen actually walking past overpowered. Celiver actually going to set about it, and there's the barrels rolling in. Tabs tries to turn that one around, but once that barrel's off cooldown, he might be able to just throw one in there. There's not long left on his ultimate either, and there is Baron picked up by Rocket.
Overpower doing the zoning control right here. He's taking away both Froggen. Oh! That was beautiful. Overpower doing work. He went in behind Tabs, and then he did a lot of damage to him, and Tabs had to go back, and Froggen was alone and also had to retreat, and it was a free Nashor for Rocket. Once again, they're showing some great teamwork.
It's going to be a tough time now as well for Alliance. 40-second, 45-second spawn timers. and Zazas is able to tank up turrets here.
And Wicked is way out of position.
He's actually not losing any health there, I think, because of his regen coming in for that. So he's not scared whatsoever. Next minion wave comes down. They've got Selva already hammering away. That's going to be the first inhib turret of the game here. Going for Roccat. Where are they going to go next here? Are they going to keep pushing this one through?
No, Rocket has to back out right now. Wicked comes down. If he had actually stayed with his team, they could have tried to at least defend this inhib. Instead, he went up to the top lane, tried to farm. I'm not too sure why. But Rocket has all the advantages now because Wicked will not be able to split push anymore as the mid lane will constantly push down, so Rocket can send multiple people to the side lanes and therefore stop Wicked.
Well, he is pushing out this bottom lane as far as he possibly can, and the top lane was pushed back here by Roccat, but it looks like they're actually going to go home and spend up the cash that they've earned. And there's like 2,000 on Mundo, 1,700 Lee Sin, 1,400 there on Morgana as well. And, well, those purchases are going to start to hurt when they actually come back in lane. Overpower picking himself up that Zhonya's Hourglass now. We also have the Randuin's Omen finished for Zazas' Mundo.
And this Morgana support pick means Selvar is in no danger to get engaged on. No matter what's going to go into his face, he's going to get black shielded, and he's just going to be able to power away and shoot from the start of the fight. This means once he finishes his Infinity Edge, he's going to be very scary, and I actually don't know how Alliance is going to win the fight.
Well, I hope for their sake that they've got a plan for this one. They're 3 games without a win up until now. 0-3 sat at the bottom of the table. This, if it is a loss, we'll turn that into 0-4. The opposite of what a lot of people are expecting Alliance to do, funnily enough, here in the first week. We can see that Roccat now moving down to the inner turret in the bot lane. Selva's hammering it.
Look at the damage he's doing to that turret. He takes it down in like 6 seconds. This signals very bad things for Alliance. But to be honest, it's their own fault. They had the chance to do something early mid game, but they didn't. They didn't use Wicked and his huge advantage to anything.
Well, they have that wave clear of Wicked now, but as you said, because Selva hits that hard, if Mundo just goes in there and tanks up 3 or 4 hits, then the turret's pretty much down anyway. They only have to do that a couple of times, and they've already broken through once again. Mundo is, at the moment, though, in the top lane pushing. That one, Zazas might have that one away with this wave of minions.
And this is what Alliance can do something about. If they engage on Rocket while Mundo is still pushing, there's going to be some time before he even comes down there with his teleport, and they can maybe pick up a few kills and win the fight.
Well, he's got rid of the inner turret, and Roccat, you can see there, Selva just going to tank up, do a couple of attacks here and there, and will continue to do so. And the fact that he's got his traps in there as well actually make him feel pretty safe, but it's a false safety. They nuke him down. Froggen picks up that kill. Wicked actually going to be knocked back from this one. Mundo, in the meantime, is still pushing, and he's actually going to take that inhib turret here, I think.
Selva was too far away from Vander. He didn't get the black shield, so he instantly died. Nice play by Alliance. We just touched on it. They just have to engage.
And they do have the power to take out Selva. And Selva will be happy that that happened then. Not happy because he died anyway, but that it happened then, and not while the Guardian Angel had come up, which it's going to do very shortly here.
He has Guardian Angel for the next fight. Here's what Alliance can do. It is not optimal, but it might be the only choice. If Nif throws down his ultimate on Selvar, forces the black shield from Vander, once the black shield is off, then Vi can go in and they can try and get the engage they need and burst him down. Yes, they have to kill him twice, but he's the man they need to kill.
Yeah, they have to kill him in this one now. He's so very strong.
We even see Morgana right now actually picking up the Stark's favor. Is it still called that?
Yeah, no, Zeke's Herald.
Zeke's Herald, it's a long time ago. My bad.
Have you ever built that item as a support?
No, I haven't. That's why I don't know the name on it, actually. But this, again, this is all about Selvar in these team fights. Overpower will use his ultimate to knock people away from Selvar. And all Selvar has to do is just auto-attack, 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 and stay alive. Alliance, all they have to do, easy enough as it sounds, is just try and kill him.
Try and blow him to pieces, which they did manage to do in that last one. Although Celiver might be questioning his positioning anyway from that little action. We actually have Baron coming up in less than 2 minutes. And Zaz's going to take a lot of damage here and actually gets flung back. Wicked going to throw his ulti. This might be a little bit too much thrown at Zaz's, but he dies. That's the big tank going down. And now they're going in on towards Overpower. This is brilliant for Alliance. He's had to use his Zhonya's, but the Chompers are there. He's not getting out. That's shut down. Look at the spawn time. There's a minute now for Mundo and a minute for Gragas to come in. This could be real dangerous.
They can try and finish. Giant mistake by Rocket being caught out of position. The only thing they had to do was just group up and then team fight as 5. But instead now Alliance can actually try and finish this game.
Oh my god, the inhibitor tower is already down. The inhibit itself is going to fall. What are Alliance going to do? They back away. There's a minute till Baron. There's 40 seconds until Gragas comes in. That might be enough time to secure it for them.
Alright, Alliance is happy getting the inhib. This is gonna, buy them a little time, but the issue is still the same. They didn't manage to kill Silver here, so his Guardian Angel is not popped. He still has it, and Rocket can do now the right thing, group up, go for this Baron, and if Alliance wants to contest it, they can take the 5v5 fight, and that's what they want.
Well, it just shows you that the Mundo is definitely not invincible still. Got a Warmogs now, as has Shyvana for Wicked, so ridiculously tanky, those two, but still killable. That's the important thing. And we see here how they did it. They threw a lot at him, but why not? He's the beefy one.
He's the beefy one. It was a great engage from Froggen starting the whole fight, and then the ultimate from Nif lands on Overpower, gets the slow on him, and he's dead from there. Notice the position on the rest of Rocket. They are miles away, and all in all, just a big mistake by Rocket, but also great to see Alliance playing aggressive and engaging.
Well, it means that they're not giving up on this game, that they've not lost the hope, as a lot of teams probably would at this point. 0-3 in the season so far and falling behind quite heavily in this game, but they are still in it. They're still fighting for that first win of the season. There's Wicked clearing out another ward at the back of the Baron pit. Baron is alive. Maybe not for long, though. Alliance have started it off.
We are definitely going to see a fight here. Sas is TPing in right now.
Going so low, that Baron already. We can see that Alliance actually pulling away from it somewhat. They do not want to risk that being stolen from them and giving it up for free.
Smart move by Alliance. They start the Baron so Sasus TP's up. Now he's here. He's not going to return to the bot lane because he has no teleport, and it's just a straight 5v5.
Are they going to take a fight, though? Has probably licking his wounds a little bit from last time. Now not feeling so invincible as he was before.
And Rocket has the great position. They can actually just give up this Baron and go straight down to the mid lane, pick up inhib, and then look at the wave coming down bot. They can use this wave to push another tower. Now Alliance is actually forced to back out. Good move by Rocket.
Yeah, Alliance forcing the teleport in, but Rocket saying, okay, that was a good move. We'll give you that one, but watch this. We're going to push straight down your mid lane. You better recall more fighters maybe from the side, as we do see Alliance now finally getting back onto their base steps, but that gives Rocket now the positioning to go back towards Baron, or as you said, with that big wave down bottom.
They have a huge wave bot, but if they move there now, they need to be very fast at pushing it in, otherwise Alliance will go for the Baron and just send Froggen down to clear the whole wave and stop Rocket from doing anything. But this just basically resets everything, and we're going to have pretty much the same now. Rocket might even want to wait the whole teleport cooldown on Mundo out before they actually want to try to do anything.
Well, such a tense one, It got to the point where, Rocket are doing so much damage. Celiver's able to hammer the towers down. It looked like it might be just a matter of time before Rocket pushed this one forward, but Alliance showing us with his last couple of fights that they can get rid of that AD carry and that they can get rid of the tanks as well in middle, destroying an inhibitor of their own. Still really anyone's game, and anyone's game to throw as well. That's why it's so tense here, that a simple, tiny mistake could lose you the game.
But we're into the part of the game right now as well, where if you win the team fight, you can go down and finish. You can win the game. And both teams notice this, why they're playing so careful. Nobody wants to make the mistake.
Oh. That's Ziggs and Gragas here. Barrels and the bombs rolling through. AD carries losing all the health to that one, but luckily for them both, they've got Bloodthirsters in there and can heal that all straight back up. There's a blue buff just been picked up there for Gragas. There's one for Frog and Ziggs as well on the top side of his jungle. If they dare even go up anywhere near that, they've only got a couple. In fact, I tell a lie, they've actually got decent warding down on the ramp on their side of the map by the pit itself and at the start of the jungle, but it is going to be Rocket that actually kicked this one off there, and we do see that blue buff in the end going over to Celiver on Caitlyn.
The inhib respawned now. They took the blue buff from Alliance. Oh, engage coming in.
Oh, they're going in towards Shook, but there's a flash from Celiver. That's what makes this one now so dangerous. Celiver has survived the burst, and he's going to go in there. There is a satchel charge to try and get them away, but Nif is falling low. He's at half HP. The barrel will split the team up even further, and Jankos is chasing. He's lining the queue. There's he is in the hole. Doesn't get the kill for them, though. But Overpower has finished off the AD carry. Dark Binding dodge by Wicked. Roccat could win the game right here. Froggen surely needs to survive to have any hope of them keeping going in this one. We can see that he's trying to dodge it. Jumps up in the air. Manages Zonia's, and Wicked comes to his aid. What is happening in this one? Nif even went in there in the end. In the meantime, though, Roccat were behind them. Celiver was having to go there.
Shook
on the
is there.
Now his Shook is there, but there's the kill onto Froggen that they were looking for.
They cannot kill
they get
Celiver.
any more? Nif is going low. Celiver is still at the back, and he still has Guardian Angel. They try to attack there in towards Shook. The tower doing good damage to them, but Shook is going to fall. Overpower survived because of that Zonia's, and now it's all on Wicked and
Just
Nif.
go finish.
There is. Why aren't they finishing? I don't get that. Chasing Wicked. He's low. He's going to have to recall, heal, and try and come back into this one, but Roccat surely can do it. Or
Rocket
not.
will win this game. Amazing. Celiver survives the engage, and then Jankos makes the beautiful play on taps.
Yeah, those Nexus turrets not lasting long. Nif, the last man left alive here for Alliance, is not enough to secure and save the game for them. It's Roccat that go 3 for 1 and take down the Alliance again.
Holy cow, that was the game. So much entertainment. And what a great move in the end by Rocket, especially Jankos when he queues into Vi, who jumps further back, so he gets into a position where he can kick taps into the face of his own team, and they can kill him. Wow, that was beautiful.
That last fight was chaotic, to say the least. They were all over the place, and everyone's so strong and tanky at this point that it takes so long to actually burst through things. And while Celiver, if we think back to that fight there, or let's go a step back to that, the point where Alliance actually looked like they had a chance in this game when they blew Celiver up and then they caught 2 in the mid lane. That's the point where everyone said, whoa, hang on a minute, Alliance can still do this.
But that was also like the wake-up call for Rocket in saying, okay, we haven't won this yet. We need to play this absolutely right. What happens? Actually, even though it was a wake-up call, 1 minute later, they get caught in the mid lane and die and give the inhib to Alliance. So some mistakes by Rocket. They didn't look that strong. In the end at least, but when it really mattered, they stepped it up. Celiver survived the engage on the last team fight, and they managed to win the game. I love the last team fight, man. That was beautiful.
It was a long team fight. It went from the river all the way down into the base, then out of the base on the top side, and then back into the base until they actually finished that one. And then, well, they're not wrong, are they, the guys in the audience here? 0 for 4, the start for the super team, the team that was built to win here. They've not won yet.
They haven't won yet. They had the chances this game, especially with Wicked being so far ahead. We talked about it in the game a few times. If they had used it properly, forced people to go up and kill Wicked, and then took somewhere else on the map, they could actually have won the game. Instead, they let Rocket delay it all the way to the late game, and Celiver picked up 6 items, and with a Morgana support with a Black Shield, he was just unkillable.
So we touched on it in the pre-game that some of the calls in their earlier games weren't spot on there. Was that just the fact that call was never made, that strategy was never put forward in the team?
I don't know why they didn't use the strategy. It's pretty common. Maybe they actually haven't thought about it until now, or maybe they just lack confidence. They don't believe they can do this. Wicked doesn't believe he can go to take the 1v2 up top lane, or they don't believe they can go for the push mid. I'm not sure what it is. They had the options, but in general, they lost a lot of dragons again, and they lost the fights at the dragon as well, which didn't exactly help them.
I have to be a little bit cruel now. You've been in this position before. In fact, in much worse a position, if I'm being honest. It went on for a little bit longer than 4 games. What's the atmosphere like in a team that's just can't win?
It's, you get down to the point where you start realizing how much it means, that you're with your friends on a team, because you back each other up. Nobody's like, flaming each other or pointing out mistakes on everyone. It's more general as a team. Alliance right now knows this is not like one guy's mistake. This is a team mistake. So they're not sitting there, pointing out all the mistakes on one guy. Instead, they have to sit down, they need to watch their replays, and they need to think, what should we do in certain situations? And next time they play, when they are in these situations, they know what to do.
Well, we can talk about the positives in this one as well. Roccat coming in, sat at 3-1, same scoreline as Gambit, just one win away from Fnatic in second place in the table. Absolutely dream start, I think, for them. A 4-0, they probably would have never dreamed of. A 3-1 would probably have been above their expectations even.
Yeah, but it's a very well-deserved 3-1. They've been playing brilliant. They know exactly what to do in the games. And in this game, they showed a completely different style compared to how they played in the other games. Very aggressive, but now they fell back to what they did at relegation. Waited for late game. They knew exactly how to stall it out. They knew how to get all the objectives on the map through the entire game, pretty much. Alliance didn't even contest any blue buff, I think, which meant that, you know, when you're so good at playing teamfights late game and you know exactly what to do, you win games on it. And this is what Rocket did.
Well, a brilliant win for them and a great way to end the Super Week with a match like that. Real interesting one to watch. We're going to head over to Shox and Demon, though, for now, who are standing by with Jankos from Roccat.
Thank you very much, Joe. Jankos, I can only congratulate you. What an amazing finish in that game. It was so, so close at the end. Can you tell us from your perspective just how the entire game went and how you overcame, you know, the mid-game part where the Shyvana was really strong and just pulled it out?
We wanted to swap early game, dive Shyvana, but like that didn't work out. Actually, like they did the same on Mundo, and they killed him. So we wanted to just push the tower, switch to bot lane, and get Drake. Like it worked out. Then we snowballed a bit from like random kills, I think, and yeah, we just won.
And I just want to talk about, obviously, a fantastic Lee Sin kick at the end on tabs. But I don't feel you should have been playing Lee Sin in the first place in picks and bans.
Yeah, like I was supposed to pick Vi, but I just trolled my team a bit. I don't know. I just feel confident with Lee Sin, but like they don't think that way. I don't know why.
Well, you still pulled out a great performance on Lee Sin, and I think everybody's noticed what a great jungler you are here over the last 3 days. How did you yourself think you would match up against some of the junglers we've seen, like a Shook, like a Diamond?
Well, I think I'm like pretty much worse than Diamond and Shook, like they are so good. And I maybe top 4. I think I'm better than few junglers. I don't want to tell the names, but like, I don't know. I feel like I'm just worse than those two, and yeah.
And for Roccat, 3-1 in Super Week's first start in the LCS. It was a great qualifier for you guys taking out Ninjas in Pajamas. How far do you think you can go in the LCS? Do you think you can challenge the top spots?
We are aiming for only top 5 in this split. Maybe next split. Like this split, we just want to stay in the LCS. That's like all.
Yeah, but still, you've shown us some great plays already. Congratulations once again. Fantastic opening days here for you guys, Jankos. And now let's send it back over to Joe and the Fisho to see where things stack up after 3 days of matches.
Thank you very much, Shox. After 16 battles over 3 days, let's take a look at the current standings for the European LCS in 2014. Right at the top of the table stand Fnatic, unbeaten at 4-0 here. Great first week for them. Two teams, of course, are in second place after 2 tough matches today. Gambit after beating Super Hot Crew, and Roccat after defeating Alliance. They both stand at 3 wins and 1 loss. Then there's a tie for third place with the Copenhagen Wolves and SK, both at 2 wins and 2 losses apiece.
And in 4th place, we have another tie with Millennium and Super Hot Crew, both at 1 win and 3 losses. And still in last place, having not secured a victory yet, we have Alliance with 4 losses.
Very interesting table, lots of ties in there, just as we've come to expect over the last year here in Europe. And going 4-0 and helping secure Fnatic's undefeated record with some outstanding play, we have to say our MVP of the week is Reckless. I'm not sure we could have given it to many other people. There were certainly some other options out there which were considerable. Maybe just mention them here at the end. Just to touch on Reckless's stats this week. 32 kills, 3 deaths, 26 assists. With Jinx, 26 kills, no deaths, and 20 assists. He's Caitlyn KDA. It just pales in comparison to that, sadly. 636, still a brilliant score. But just overall, he's done so well this week for Fnatic. You know, Fnatic themselves, their total KDA, 75 kills, just 27 deaths, and a 187 assist count. Reckless was involved in 77% of those.
But obviously, when we talk about Reckless, we also have to talk about Yellowstar, who's been absolutely amazing. Reckless is, giving him a lot of praises, telling him how he's so good in the lane, and he helps him go into the mid game a lot better. But looking back on Reckless, for me right now, there was a lot of hype about him. Could he live up to it? He definitely can. Right now, I see him as the best overall AD carry in Europe, and if he keeps playing like this, Fnatic is looking very scary.
Yeah, we talk about the hype, and it's almost as we can almost say that he's gone better than the hype, because I don't think people were expecting quite that into that one. We also want to give a very special mention to Jankos, who was also definite contender in that.
I mean, Jankos has been absolutely amazing. He's come in here. He said himself he was a top 4 jungler. I will put him higher than this. He impresses me pretty much every game. He makes so many, early ganks. He puts so much pressure on the map. And just look what he did in the end of this game, where he jumps in and he kicks, taps back. That was absolutely beautiful. And it requires, so fast thinking.
Brilliant, brilliant performance from both Fnatic and from Roccat here today, and Gambit as well. They're tied in for second. We should definitely not forget Gambit. For you guys over there are fans of the teams and players on the other side of the Atlantic. We'd like to remind you that the North American Super Week begins Friday with 6 big games. We'll be kicking things off with Cloud9 taking on Team Solo Mid, then Evil Geniuses battle XDG, and then we move into Curse versus Coast.
Followed by XDG against Cloud9. Then we have TSM versus EG. And finally, Counterlogic Gaming against Team Dignitas.
Some brilliant games on the cards for that one. It all begins Friday at 9 p.m. Central European time and 12 noon Pacific time. And of course, the European LCS returns in just a week's time. And here are the matches that you can expect to see next Thursday. We'll kick things off with Millennium taking on Alliance, and then moving in to Roccat versus Super Hot Crew.
And then we have Copenhagen Wolves versus Millennium and Gambit facing SK Gaming.
That all kicks off at 7 p.m. Central European time, which is 10 a.m. here. Not here. 10 a.m. Pacific time, which is not here, it's there. Okay, ladies and gents, it's time to send things over to Freak and Jat, who are standing by with the next exciting matchup in the European Challenger Series. It's STO versus Pulse Esports.
Thank you very much, Joe, and welcome everyone to the 2014 European Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm David Freak Turley alongside Joshua Jat Leesman. How you doing, man?
I'm doing real good. I mean, we just got to see the conclusion of the European Super Week. There's crazy results right there. And now we get to see the teams fighting to kind of become in that spot. Those guys down in the relegation zone like Alliance.
Yeah.
Obviously, we can't look in too much into the season yet, but those teams in the bottom of the European standings going to have to play against these guys soon.
Yeah, and just think about Roccat. They're tied for second right now. They were one of the teams that just showed up there. So you never know, guys. So coming up on tonight's Challenger Series broadcast, we have 2 more best-of-ones coming your way. Up first is Pulse Esports versus Salade Tomates Oignon. After that, Ocelot and Gamers 2 battle Team Kappa Prime.
I feel like I'm going to call them Salad Tomato Onion.
That's fine.
Instead. All right. And the winners of tonight's 2 games will not only earn a spot in the quarterfinals, they guarantee themselves points in the Challenger Series and a piece of that prize money. So there's a lot on the line for these teams coming to these matches.
And, of course, speaking of the quarterfinals, let's take a look at the bracket and the teams that have already locked in a spot in the round of 8. The Ninjas in Pajamas are the #1 seed in the Challenger Series, and they await the winner of tonight's Team Kappa Prime versus Gamers 2 match.
Yeah, and just below them in the top half of the bracket is 2 of yesterday's winning teams, Tick, Trick, and Duck, and Storm Games Clan. They'll face off in a best-of-3 series next Friday, January 24th.
And on the bottom side of the bracket, we have the other former LCS squad, Meet Your Makers. They'll face Eyes on You in 2 weeks on January 30th.
And the final matchup in the quarterfinals features Cloud9 EU and the winner of tonight's first match, which is between Pulse Esports and Salad Tomato Onion. For those of you still getting up to speed on the Challenger Series, here's what's on the line tonight. So all 8 teams that win their way into the quarterfinals earn cash and Challenger Series points, plus the teams that finish in the top 3 in this first spring split earn an automatic bid into the second European Spring Series and move 1 step closer to the summer promotion tournament.
So, guys, for more information on the Challenger Series bracket, player stats, and the full schedule, head over to lolesports.com. Pull down the menu from the Leagues and Tournaments tab at the top of the page and select the EU Challenger Series. So, guys, let's get to it. Our first Challenger Series match of the night, Pulse Esports versus Salade Tomates Oignon. And again, the winner of this game will earn a trip to the quarterfinals, where they're going to face off against Cloud9 EU and guarantee themselves at least 1 point in the Challenger Series.
Yeah, and Freak, you've done a little bit more research into these teams than I have, but these teams are very fairly new to the Challenger Series.
Yeah, so you've got some names in there. So if you look at Pulse, you might have seen some of the names from Team Acer or from a Nexus. It's an all-Polish squad. And these are names you've kind of seen around in the EU side. The big name for me, actually, for STO is their support Kuja, who played back on AAA way back in the day in the Season 1 World Championship. So there's a bunch of experience on these rosters.
Yeah, I actually remember Kuja. He was in WCG 2011 when I was over there. I actually got to beat him in a game, but that's not that relevant anymore.
Not so much. Years passed, but of course,
a
as players,
few things have happened since then.
But you guys are both still in the scene, and we're happy to have you guys here, of course.
All right.
So Champ Select starting. Annie and Thrush already bans aimed at Kuja to start things off. The Yasuo dropped away. This is a guy we've seen played.
We got to see a little bit of Yasuo today.
Yeah, he's been played a little bit more. I like him a lot.
Yeah, he had a couple clutch wind walls in his lane against the Blanc. It was funny because, sure, he's banned, but in the 2 games we saw in European LCS today, when he won the lane, they lost the game. When he lost the lane, they won the game.
That's how solo queue works.
Which is interesting. I guess
lose lane, win game. It's the Yasuo curse as well. So if you want to win some games, throw your lane hard, go 0-10. Everything's going to be fine.
Blame Freak.
There you go. Shyvana, Elise, Kassadin also dropped away. These aren't really surprising bans. A lot of common picks still. So the champion pools are certainly mirroring LCS.
Yeah, and if we're just basing this off of standard LCS stuff, you'd think a Mundo or something would be first picked here, because obviously Shyvana already been taken away. A lot of times people like to combo both of them. That's, with my limited knowledge here, Pulse, they're going to pick Mundo.
All right, we're going to see if the Mundo comes through. They've still got 30 seconds to make their choices. Kind of thinking about the rest of the top-tier champion pools. The 80 carries all still available. Interestingly enough, haven't seen Sivir almost at all yet in LCS or Challenger, really. Like, very, very little of it.
Yeah, she had a few hits to the nerve. She actually got played in the 3rd place match over in Korea for the OGN and was victorious there, but it's actually a Leona. There was a lot of support bans that went down very early on. Annie and Thresh. We have been seeing more support bans lately, and I guess that means the Leona could be a logical choice.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I like the champion in general, good initiator, and of course, now STO immediately insta-locking the Gragas. High contended pick for the mid lane there, and we talked about 80 carries being open, the Lucian. So STO taking a lot less time to make their picks.
Yeah, they had no hesitation, and they decided to go with the Lucian over someone like a Jinx, and I think that's generally because Leona had already been locked in over on Pulse's side. Jinx's main weakness come from getting locked down or picked off, and Leona tends to do that to people, but it's very hard for Leona to do that to Lucian.
Yeah, it's really easy to dodge the ultimate. In fact, it still cleanses, slows the dash as well, so even if she slightly misses, you pretty much remove it right away. So, fan of Lucian pickup here, of course. Now it's Pulse's time to make their own choices, and
really tanky lineup coming from Pulse if they end up going with these.
Yeah, we're going to see what it is. I mean, the Lee Sin I've actually liked to watch a lot, especially the guys who make flashy plays with the kicks. That is locked in. The Renekton actually the blind pick top laner here, so no one's still going Mundo yet.
No, and we might not end up seeing it. Mundo against Renekton is one of the more difficult lanes for Mundo to actually stall until he becomes powerful against, and especially knowing that it's kind of a Lee Sin and Leona are ready from Pulse, they're going to be looking to make some early power plays.
No, they definitely got the ability to do that. And actually, it's kind of interesting to me that, like, Renekton's back as, like, top lane, top dog. Because it was, like, end of Season 3 Renekton all the time. And then people were like, actually, it's, like, Rengar, Shyvana, Mundo. And the Renekton was like, guys, I'm still here. And they're like, oh, you're right. We should pick you again.
I think some of that actually has to do with how competitive play slowed down a little bit. Because generally, we've noticed, the more experienced, organized teams are good at closing games based on advantages. Renekton is the king of 1v1 matchups in top lane. And in the solo queue games where you'd see a Mundo or a Shyvana survive until later and then become more of a late game powerhouse, the Renekton may not have seen that because the team couldn't capitalize when Renekton had an advantage.
Yeah.
But now that I think we're back into competitive play, Renekton's back because teams know how to capitalize.
What's funny about that, just to kind of continue your thought, Nasus not seen it all. Like the even more supreme king of like late game, I'll win at 50 minutes, not even see him in it at all. But the Kayle, the Olaf coming through here, so already it's like, is that support Kayle? Is that jungle? Like there's a whole bunch of weird possibilities here.
It could be that whole tank Gragas I was talking about earlier that can throw down in the top lane. If he's no, that doesn't make any sense. Jungle Gragas could be the case here. We'd have a top lane Olaf.
Yeah.
Pick an Eve, though.
Top lane Kayle I've seen as well. So if the Eve goes through, it's almost definitely support Kayle.
What does this STO team have planned for us, Freak?
Support Kayle I want to feel like I've seen before.
And I almost saw Xerath yesterday, but it got banned away.
Yeah. The team had picked it in the prior lane matchup, but of course the rest of the lineup here we do see just while we wait for STO to make their minds up. The middle league coming through here. I'm a fan of that one. The Jinx is through here on this one because he's got there's no Leona in his face, so you can pick up the Jinx. But yeah, otherwise, so looks like Pulse is a pretty normal lineup, a good front line and some good poke.
Yeah, the Nidalee in particular makes the team composition kind of a little strange since it's Jinx and Nidalee. They're going to be the hard pokers, and then everyone else is a hard initiation. I don't necessarily like the synergy in that team comp because it's kind of half and half. If Nidalee and Jinx get ahead, it will be enough poke. Yeah. But I feel like if Pulse falls behind, the lack of cohesion in that team comp is going to hurt them.
Yeah, not to mention lack of wave clear as well. Like, good luck defending your turrets on top of that one. So STO, their lock-in was actually Xin Zhao. So none of those champions were junglers in the first place.
So Kuja means he's going to play support Gragas.
I mean, I don't think they have this. Yeah, come on. Are we?
Yeah.
I don't think
it's got to be.
Do we have the same rules of like 20-second swaps that we do in LCS? Because, I mean, we'll see. I'll wait. But
yeah, I mean, so.
Okay.
I play with a guy.
Okay.
Who does a lot of unconventional supports, and one of them in a time was support Gragas. It had mixed success, but the thing that you can do with him is once you hit level 2, if you don't even go barrels and you just get body slam and your drunken rage, he outtrades everyone in all-in level 2s. And then if you think about it, his barrel does have 40% reduced attack speed on it. So if you're going to be brawling a lot and you're able to land those things, it can work.
Okay.
Yeah.
He basically casts exhaust.
Yeah,
like Q&E is basically exhaust.
He throws exhaust on people, and then hopefully his AD carry finishes it.
All right. 8-second cooldown exhaust. Support Gragas. This one's your fault, by the way. You said it would blame me if you lose lane as Yasuo and win the game. If we see support Gragas...
If support Gragas wins, then more people can play it, and unconventional supports become more accessible for the common man. We saw support Morgana already in European LCS. I like the way this is going.
You know, support Annie didn't used to be a thing either.
Exactly. There was actually... I was checking back... This is old preparation for North American LCS, but there was only one person who played Annie in North American LCS last split, and it was actually X Special played Annie with Xin Zhao in the bottom lane in that game. And that was the only support Annie anyone played until Tabe did.
And now everybody's playing it.
Support is a fickle thing, you know? Everyone has there's not too many supports, but there's a lot more of them. Support Maokai is going to come back eventually.
What do you mean coming back?
He's going to come into the fray eventually.
Sprouting into the league?
Well, he used to be a jungler, so he's going to come back to the League of Legends.
Okay.
Soon. Yeah.
And then we'll see him. You know, actually, I
Alistair can make his return?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do see Alistair sometimes. There's a couple of really, really good support Alistairs in Korea.
Yeah,
who
it's
are
true.
so fun to watch.
Yeah. It's funny because support Alistair feels so sad sometimes when he plays because he basically has like 2 spells. And you're fighting against all these other supports that can just fly back and forth across the map. And you're like, you got to be so careful with your headbutt and pulverize.
Yeah.
I like the Alistairs that actually use it, like, don't do the combo. Even though the combo is so popular, you maintain a lot more presence as support Alistair if you use your headbutt apart from your pulverize.
Yeah.
And just save the spells. But you don't see that often.
Well, it's like a Shyvana jumps at you, and you're just like, no.
That is
And then
awful.
she's sad.
Yeah.
And then she runs at you again, you're like, no! And then she's still sad, and then your AD carry kills her. It's going to be wonderful.
Yeah, let's take a look at these teams, though.
All right, guys. So as we load into the Rift, let's take a moment and check out these 2 teams and how they won their way into the match, starting with STO, Salad Tomatonio.
Yeah, so STO, they pulled off that big upset when they took out Gunwa in just under 35 minutes. STO was actually the number 11 seed from the EU West division, but they beat the number 2 seed from the EU Nordic East division, which a lot of people thought was weaker, and the results actually kind of showed that. Several of STO's players, they stepped up in that win. Their top laner, Gob, was 7-1-10 as Olaf. We're going to call him Zeeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zeke's their mid laner, 7-2-8 as Kale, and then Prothana, their AD carry, with the help of support Kuja, went 9-1-4.
Yeah, Kuja actually, we didn't notice his score. It was like 0-7-10. Set up a lot of the kills, but definitely went ham as Thresh and took all the shots for his team.
So if Kuja has a good game on Gragas,
definitely good to go.
I don't think his score is going to be that good. So we have to just the success of the team will really show how well he's done.
Yeah, the support Morgana we saw was just like sad that she would like insta-die because she never bought a Zonia's.
But the Black Shield really came in handy
It did.
in tons of situations.
Yeah, it'll be fun to watch how the unconventional supports go off. Of course, on the other side of the rift, it's going to be Pulse Esports. They took out Revolt Gentlemen Esports Club in just over 39 minutes in their road here.
Yeah, so the Pulse Esports mid laner, Neek720, got about half of the team's kills. He got to play Yasuo, actually. He went 9, 3, and 8, whereas the team went 19 and 14. And 760 is another player who's actually been around a really long time. The first tournament I saw him in was in 2012. It was European Challenger Circuit Poland when we still did circuit points in Season 2. And he was playing for Acer. That's the first time I got to see him. He was actually pretty successful in that tournament. And he's just one of those guys who hasn't really had his big break, and now he's trying to get it in the Coke Zero Challenger Series.
Yeah, and we're seeing that more and more with these teams, right? Super Hot Crew's had a couple of really cool results, as well as Rokat. And especially the guys who I don't want to call like Yasuo like an oddball pick. He's just sort of new, and it's fun to see the new stuff here. But we saw that, again, with fellow Polish team, Rokat there, where they're like, yeah, Malphite Pantheon. And it's like, all right.
And they won.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's like, you know, like all the Polish teams seem to come up with a whole lot of really cool stuff, and they're fun to watch. And I'm a fan to see that kind of stuff come out. So.
And we are going to see a lot more of it this year because, especially with the Challenger Series going in both regions, there's just so many more teams to have the chance to pull out those new champions. Because an individual player generally makes a champion pool from like 3 to 15 player champions if you're like a mid laner or something.
Yeah.
But the fact that we kind of have double the teams now that are playing, those individual champion pools will have more variance overall. And that's when we're going to get to see the support Gragas's or the mid lane Pantheons.
And of course, the mid lane Kale, not as uncommon anymore, but that is, of course, the pick that we got through here for Zeke. So, on to the rift we go. STO in the red, I guess matching the color of tomatoes. I can't be sad on that one. Pulse up in the blue. Let's see where they go. Right now, they're really just kind of spreading out. Two, actually, the one thing I want to point out, though, is STO starting with 2 red trinkets. That is actually fairly uncommon.
It is really uncommon, actually. I think when the trinket system first came out, we'd see most people going with like 1 on the jungler. And then most junglers just got sad because the red trinket couldn't clear anything early game. And Kobe actually made this point yesterday that the early game trinket wards don't last that long. So it's actually not that important to be able to sweep them away early, and you should instead try and time your way between the wards that get placed down. But obviously STO is going to be looking to sweep something with the double trinkets.
Yeah, the one thing that I see, though, is that's what happened right there, where Gragas put down an early, like, real ward. I would want to trigger on the team just to make my opponents feel sad for buying real wards. You'd be like, because they're really obvious when they go to ward, because like one guy has them in the inventory, you can count their inventory, and you're like, your 75 gold is gone. That'd be like the one time I take it if I knew a team opened wards.
I think that could absolutely work. And here with Kuja, he has the sweeper because he has a whole bunch of wards already and doesn't need an extra one. I am a little sad, though, that he hasn't went with a more offensive or beefy opening, because obviously support Gragas is very tanky by nature, but he's not augmenting that with any itemization. We look at the Leona on the other side, knowing that there's a Doran shield. That all-in at level 2 might not actually play in the favor of Kuja because he's went with completely consumable items in the start of the game, and the Doran shield will actually help Leona keep up with him.
He's going to like rely on biscuits to not die for a while there. Yeah, I'm going to see how that goes off. Kikis looks like he's soloed his own blue buff there. And here we go, the standard 2-on-2. So as well, yeah, you've got the lane, actually, Pulse came to the lane first as well. So you don't have everything else, they're going to get level 2 first.
I was hoping for some Gragas fighting.
Nope, he's going to be crying into his pool.
You know, we're going to give him some time to come around. The fact that they have the Xin Zhao jungle as well, all about early ganking. And I'm wondering when he's going to make his rotation down into the bottom lane. Because he hasn't necessarily started even in a place where he can gank bottom lane early. Knowing that Xin Zhao started blue buff, that generally means his first gank is going to cycle into the top or the mid lane. They didn't decide to offset it in the other direction.
Well, then I want to see if he makes something happen out of the top lane here. Because we looked at the Xin Zhao from, I want to say it was Rokat when they were fighting Gambit. If I have that one right. Or maybe it was Super Hot Crew, I forget. But it was a Xin Zhao making a whole freaking bunch of early game plays, and it really snowballed the game, but they just couldn't hold it up against Gambit. I want to see here if STO can make that same early game move with a clearly early game gank-focused jungler, and he is looking top.
Yeah, right now, I mean, they're trying to stop Renekton from being such a bully early on in the game. Knowing that he's got a slice up, though, he just used it. They would have to go fairly soon, and he's actually playing smartly right here.
Well, he went down to the river to put a ward down, but he's back in the lane. He's basically gankable by the Xin Zhao, but the bottom lane at the same time. Kikis is here, and the jump is in onto Gragas, but the dive's there onto Renekton, and goodbye First Blood. Even burn his Ignite and Flash. That is goodbye to Renekton. Well played, STO.
Yeah, they really baited that one in there. They waited for the slice and dice to be out, and they came out at just the right time. You could see the Xin Zhao flashed afterwards, so even though Renekton flashed, he still got the 3 Talon Strike knockup. And hell, that's First Blood for STO right there.
Yeah, only cost him 3 summoner spells for 2. So there we go. Xin Zhao making his first move. Glad I got to read that one properly. Feel good about myself. Pulse, though, unfortunately, Kikis didn't get much out of his gank as well. Gragas got out of that one.
Kuja did have to flash away, and there's some continued aggression on him, but he's a very hard guy to actually do harass on. Plus, he's got all the innate sustain from his spell spamming. Sport Gragas is actually having a pretty good showing here. Eating a gank, and now on the aggression.
And there we go, body slam onto Woolite. Look at the damage output there, but the Flame Chomper's going to stop the push back in. Ignite also burned Woolite down, but still has barrier. Kuja's still in the battle, and here comes Kikis as well. Prothana's going to have a hard time right there. Does dodge the E, but Kikis, ooh, the flash on the Q. Nice escapes there. That was close, though.
Those were some really nice escapes. I feel like if Kikis could have gotten that Lee Sin Q, it would have been a guaranteed kill. But the fact that STO kind of just split up side to side and neither one of them got caught in Lee Sin was impressive. They are getting camped here, though, and I really wonder if they're going to be playing passively enough. This could be a very good counter gank, though.
Oh, this is going to be fun. There are summoners on this Jinx, though. The counter attack might be hard to kill. And Jinx dies before she can flash or barrier. Goodbye, the damage output. And now, Gragas, will you continue to man mode up? Kick has dropped down to half HP. They're not going to keep diving, but STO making the early moves.
I feel like there was so much damage on Jinx, it kind of surprised him. He didn't use his barrier.
Yeah.
As you meant, like, he probably would have been dead either way, but he exploded much faster than I was expecting.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Well, I got to give a lot of props to STO, man. Their jungler's making things happen 100%. Yeah. I mean, I just got to say, that was really, really well played.
Yeah, so 2 good ganks from Xin Zhao so far, which also translates into 2 unsuccessful ganks for Kikis' Lee Sin. And that might have a fairly large impact. I can't actually make a call on that yet, knowing that Pulse doesn't want to fall too far behind because there's that kind of dyssynergy I mentioned in their team composition. But as long as Nidalee is actually strong, the dyssynergy wouldn't matter. Like, one strong Nidalee can win a game by herself if she snowballs ahead.
That's true. Well, she's holding up so far. Actually, I have an interesting question on this because, like, STO are, like, not really, but they're kind of like 4 bruisers. Like, I realize Gragas is going to be supporty and, like, not really have a big bunch of tank stats, and, like, Kale's the same way. But, like, it's a bunch of guys who can, like, take a javelin and keep walking forwards. And I feel like that hurts the chance here of Nidalee a bit.
You know, I think you're absolutely right on that one. I think that if Nidalee doesn't get extremely far ahead, or if it actually takes too long for Nidalee to get her items, and people on STO tank up, it's going to be a bit of a problem. Kale, on the other hand, is, even though she feels like she's a bit of a bruiser, the spear hurts her just as much.
That's
you
true.
don't see people building defensive items on her.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair. Okay. One thing I like, actually, is Kuja's had a pink ward in his own bottom lane, like his side bottom lane brush, like the entire time, and it's never going to time out. And ST like has to keep this lane pushed or they lose that ward, but they've kept it so far. They've kept that brush secure and pink warded.
It's actually really impressive that they've been able to hold that, because Lee Sin, with all of his visits down there, just think there was never a point in time where Leona felt safe going into that brush and killing the pink ward. It's allowing them a fair bit of brush control. If they could only get up even farther and get another pink ward down in the forward brush, they'd have even more dominance. But you know, this lane is working out pretty well. I like the fact he's built a health crystal already, so look how much health he's got. He's got about 1,200 health already at level 5. No one on the other side is even over 1,000.
Not at all. The zap hits a little bit, but Kuja, of course, just has 10% damage reduction thanks to that W. And it's just this dominant lane right here. They grab the early Lucian, they grab the oddball support pick, and look how defensive now Pulse has to play in this bottom lane. They have to give up minions, they have to wait around and hope they get near their turret so they don't take too much harass. It's support Gragas, win in lane, just saying.
Hey, 1 kill. That is 1 more kill than the other bottom lane has.
Yeah.
It has to be working. But
and
in all
5 CS.
seriousness, it is working out fairly well. But because
Kaglaro.
Kaglaro?
Yeah.
You're a master at names. Kaglaro did give them the support on that gank attempt.
It's fair. All right, so Xin Zhao may be most of the reason that this is working, but don't worry about it. Gragas gets all the credit. That's how it works. Buffs just getting traded around right now by these junglers. Nothing too major happening. The mid laners got blue buffs. Actually, yeah, mid laners would have got blue buffs by now. And it's really back to sort of the laning phase here. Only 800 gold game, so pretty close here on both sides here. No dragon attempts either, and no really major turret pushes. So we've slowed down until we see another jungle gank maybe.
Yeah, a lot of that had to do with the fact that we had conventional straight-up lanes. Renekton in the top lane, though, has actually not done anything to create an early advantage over Olaf because Xin Zhao has had so much presence. This is really going to help STO as this lane moves farther and farther, because if Olaf gets ahead of Renekton, Renekton has a really hard time becoming involved in any facet of the game.
And Gob is just sitting here. I think he's maxing Reckless Swing, actually, and just trying to chunk the health bar lower and lower on Jokies, just to make some kind of like dive even easier, actually, as they go through on this one. And you're seeing like the lane is, he's not even like freezing it for Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao pulled into the brush right here, but like it's not the same bait like last time where it's clearly going to shove into his turret.
Yeah, this is one of those things where he's actually hoping that Lee Sin ganks, and it's going to end up wasting his time, I think. There's not a very likely chance that Renekton would just decide to get aggressive all of a sudden without backup.
Yeah, so nothing at all. These guys basically, I think we're just going to start counting how long it takes for Xin Zhao to realize nothing's happening right here. He's started recalling twice. This is his second recall attempt right here. Finally, the lane unfreezes. It took this long.
Yeah, and at this point, they're pretty certain that either Lee Sin isn't there or that they could just win a 2v2 because Gob and Kaglara are just so much healthier overall that even if a full health Lee Sin came in, they would be absolutely okay. Even the items, it's just 2 Doran's items.
The slow does land on a Jokies, forces the flash, and they're just going to go. No, they're not. Okay, no knockup, but it does force the flash out of this one. But Kikis has been spending his time bottom lane, and Pulse finally got control of the bottom lane as well. Oh, I take that back. Okay, never mind, nothing happened. They get control of the ward. They also have control over Dragon here.
And that ward's finally going to go down, mainly because I think Kuja was unable to get Woolite back with his ultimate. Kikis has just spent so much time in this bottom lane. The support Gragas, just, I think for its novelty, has changed the way Pulse has decided to play this game.
I guess you got to realize there's a very interesting initiation from that as well. Like, you're right that you're not used to, like, what can a Gragas barrel do to me bottom lane all the time. It's certainly not going to be as bursty as before. You're not going to have, like, the double kill from a QR, but yeah.
Very small amounts of damage, because when we get back to Kujo, we can check what his skill order actually is, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's not maxing barrels at all, and if he's actually maxing. He's maxing barrels.
Yeah, 1 in W, 1 in E, but you're right. Like,
I've seen it done in multiple ways. I've seen people put multiple points into W just so they can auto-attack and kind of like headbutt people a little harder.
And you sort of talked as well about how Jinx is going to have a hard time against Leona because she excels at locking people down. Well, Gragas excels at making immobile targets go into their team and then locking them up afterwards. So it actually kind of works in a similar way for what that's worth. I still don't know how come it's going to stay in competitive, but so okay, here we go.
It's competitive right now, Freak.
It is.
They're winning the game.
That's true. In further competitive games outside of STO.
I accept.
Okay. Here we go. So the guys are chilling in the lanes. Most of these lanes actually staying very equal in minions. You mentioned before Nidalee was going to be a big factor here for Pulse. Kikis again bottom lane.
Holy, he is just spending so much time right in this matchup. They're actually sending a 4th person down right now with Nidalee.
Here we go. The pressure is on Kuja. Getting stunned up. The dive is there. Can Kuja get out? Ulti, and it's going to dodge the rocket as well. Ignite won't kill. Neither will the Javelin. And Woolite, look how low. Getting cold. That's a missed flash as well. So goodbye to one right there. The chase. Oh my God, that Javelin. Prothana's down to 300 health.
But who actually died? Nobody died for STO. They were able to turn that around. Miraculously, Kuja got away from that fight after everything was dumped on him, and then because they spent so long trying to kill that monster Gragas, just take a look at this. He eats all of Leona's spells, gets stunned, Lee Sin Q to the face, but then close dodges. That was kicked while he Q'd away because it wasn't enough to finish. Everything else was happening. Nidalee couldn't finish off. The teleport came in from Zeke's, and that's really the big turn there. Woolite was way overcommitted for the kill. Nidalee could never make it around because she felt unsafe going through when Kayle was there, and just meant the support never arrived for Pulse.
So that teleport counter gank, kind of nice, and in fact, it even manifest in a couple of extra minion kills for Zeke's. Like, he's not really trying to kill his lane opponent, but he's certainly trying to turn the other lanes around. And like, I'm thinking about that, I like it because you've got Xin Zhao constantly ganking, you've got Gragas setting up plays, and then Kayle can just show up whenever she wants.
It's a little strange, and it's good for them that it actually paid off right now. I think they paid a cost for it earlier on in the game because Kayle was laning against Nidalee with no Ignite, meaning there's not a realistic situation where he can go aggressive on Nidalee, and it does allow Nid to free farm a little bit. It's very good that they're able to get the teleport turnaround there.
Yes, that was pretty big. It gave a kill away to the AD carry, though. Prathana's going to have that one because of that kill counter gank. And here we go, back into the game. STO now a little bit farther in their gold lead. It was 800 before. Now it's about 1,400. So these kills are growing them farther and farther ahead. Minions, still some pretty good parity here. But there's Kuja finding Woolite. Oh, does not knock his opponent the correct direction. But the engage is still coming on. Look at the burst again on a Gragas. Can he survive this one? Nope, that's going to be a kill. Can Lucian chase down, though? Flashes. Oh, are you kidding? The health potion keeping her alive. 34 health right there. Prathana now getting locked up by Elendrix, and there comes 760. Prathana, goodbye. Immediately picking that one up.
STO's luck kind of ran out right there. Pulse pulled that one off. They just kept going in again and again, and I believe Kuja hadn't itemized much of his tankiness before that fight. I could be wrong on that one, and just wasn't able to retaliate. I think definitely knocking him in the wrong direction, Jinx, at the start of it, is what sealed it.
Yeah, no way to counterattack back onto the AD carry. Good stuff here by Pulse. Turn that one around, and they're going to start up on the Dragon now. So, 2-3. Gold only 400 apart. Pulse very much still in this game, despite the amazing early aggression. But STO not happy to let this one stand. Kaglaro's going into this one, gets the knock-up onto Elendrix. The fight's going to go on. No Javelin will land, though, and Elendrix is in on this fight. And look how low Xin Zhao has gotten. Forced to run away. Kuja in this battle as well. Dropped dangerously low as well. NIQ picks up 1, picks up 2. That's 4-3 on the kill score, and now Zeke's in a really bad spot. Forced to ulti himself, but very late into this battle, trades flashes with the Leona. 2 for 0, still control over Dragon.
And STO came in one after another instead of as a cohesive unit there, which is why they were getting picked off again and again. And this might be Pulse trying to turn around this game. I did talk about Nidalee, and if she gets a little bit ahead, getting the 3 kills right now, right after Athene's Unholy Grail, could be some really big things for Pulse. They might start setting up some sieges fairly quickly here.
And this is a pretty good setup now that NIQ does have some of that gold. You can see 6,100 gold on him, barely 5,000 on the second, third, and fourth place players in this game overall. So he's got 1,000 gold lead on anybody else. And there we go, the Nidalee is ahead. I want to see how this pans out. We've still seen this top lane just kind of sit here. 700 gold lead for the Olaf, who's already got a completed Sunfire Cape, and 1,000 gold in his pockets as well. So Gob, feeling pretty good on this matchup, I gotta say.
Yeah. He has benefited greatly from the Xin Zhao ganks. It's going to be a matter of whether Gob can transition that into the rest of the game. When they start getting poked, will he have the ability to just run through pretty much on his own and go finish off Jinx while Nidalee tries to kite around? It's going to be a tall task for him.
Yeah, and it's going to be kind of on the team as well. I remember DeFisher talked about this with Alliance's game, where Wicked was very far ahead, but the rest of the team wasn't, and they didn't capitalize on that. So STO will have to actually consciously use Gob here as well. We've got the Xin Zhao looking down for the bottom lane gank. Lee Sin actually on Pulse had held top while Renekton back got his own Sunfire. Trying to see if these guys do any major moves again, because now we've got Dragon dead again. These guys are waiting out.
Well, let's figure out what these teams are trying to do as the game moves forward, because I think I got Pulse figured out. It's mainly just the Nidalee poke with the Jinx poke, and if then STO wants to try and engage, they have a lockdown and a very strong counter engage. So they're basically poking and daring a team to go, or if they get enough poke, they can then get a hard engage. We've got to get carried on.
Okay, here we go. Zeke's trying to run away. Does land the Q. This is not good for Kayle. Pops the ulti. Does manage to predict the kick, but it's not going to be enough. NIQ picks that one up now on a rampage 4-0.
Ooh, and even bottom, Kuja just trying to come in and help.
Look at that burst. One more shot to go. Woolite gets that kill, but we have a beautiful Gragas ultimate. Woolite trying to run away. The body slam lands, but here comes the, oh dear, the flash forced out. Still the engage coming through. Nidalee coming to the side as well. Will it be enough? Xin Zhao then a half HP. Jinx still firing in, and Lee Sin tanking up some of the turret shots. That's another kill picked up. Kaglaro's going to go down as well. Every single kill keeps going to Nidalee. 6-0 here. Pulse turning it on.
Wow, and this is just just completely turned itself around. It was 3-0 for STO in this game, and now it is actually 8-3 in the favor of Pulse. Everything going their way, and that, I think that's what their plan is going to be from here on out. They're winning the lanes now, so it is actually on STO the emphasis to initiate. I think Pulse is in a fantastic spot.
Yeah, Pulse seemed to add that P to STO. Up, go for it. We got a replay going on here. There's the engage. Just Profana. Just the lockdown is so immense. Just burst them out right away.
And this actually happened because STO was trying to bait an initiation from Pulse. They just got a little bit ahead of themselves and actually underestimated the burst potential of Leona and Jinx together. That's how this whole situation turns out.
You can see the cleanup from the rest of this one. It's good turret dodging and tower aggro juggling as well. NIQ gets out with 1 shot to go on him. Lee Sin Shield even came by at the end there. It seems like Pulse just added the P to STO because everything's kind of stopped for them now. Gob just, he's the only guy doing well now. Like, the lane's got set up for success. He's the only one who's carried it through right now. Everything else has been turned around.
And here's some of the strange things. So, Xin Zhao does not transition into late game at all. He is one of the worst scaling champions in the game. His early ganks are fantastic, but then the fact that you need to get like damage and also tankiness, but he also scales off attack speed. You just cannot, those items that synergize all those things don't exist. So he is struggling. However, Kale is one of the most powerful late-game champions in the game when the game gets extremely late. So STO is kind of caught between 2 types of game plans right now, where Xin Zhao is feeling a need to kind of take over the game a little bit, whereas Kale with the teleport has just been in a passing laning phase the whole game, and the combination of those 2 is not working out.
Yeah, we've really only seen that 1 teleport gank anyway, so not turning around much anymore. I think they really could have used the kill maybe in that last fight to make something happen a bit better. Of course, that didn't happen here just yet. So, Nidalee, of course, has turned on 6-0. Actually, that was just a Javelin just striking down Kale to 1/3 HP, and it's going to give them the mid lane turret here for Pulse. Of course, top lane was answered back, but you're right. Pulse looking really good right here. 4,500 gold, also putting them ahead.
Yeah, and this is the siege that they want to pull off right now. They're going to try and poke with as many Nidalee spears as possible. STO's seen this coming from a mile away, though, and they're trying to initiate from the back.
They have a bit of a numbers advantage, I feel, as well. There comes the rest of them. Nope, goodbye to Kaglaro. Gob, first ult and run away. Is Kuja going to get caught a little bit here, actually? Half HP. There's the jump in. Kale's going to keep him alive for a little bit longer, but that's still Kuja going down 2 for nothing. That flank did not work.
That was the saddest flank I have seen in quite some time. Pulse was all over top of them. Elendix on his Leona locked them down before they got there. And it ended up just being Olaf trying to run to safety. And they lost the turret anyway.
Yeah, they took it down. So Pulse, they got a couple of kills under their belts. 20 minutes turned around, and sort of the Pulse is quickened. They've just jumped on and have been starting fights a lot more, kind of forcing their way a lot more. It seems like these guys have a much better handle on, all right, we're ready to go. We're ready to start making moves. They're kind of on the button for closing games out, it seems.
Right now. Let's see if they can close this out, though. You mentioned the game yesterday with Cloud9 EU. They won like every lane. They took about 5,000 dragons. Yeah. And then they took 6 turrets as well.
Yep.
And then just didn't know what to do with it. We might be in a similar situation fairly shortly for Pulse here. They're up 3 turrets to 1. They've gotten 10 kills in a row, but what do? Let's see this dragon fight.
Now STO right there with complete control over this side. It's not going to get stolen away by Kikis. He will jump over the wall, so no big cost to Lee Sin, just nothing gained. STO gets some of the gold back, but still, despite having a bunch of dragons, they're very much behind here.
5k gold, still a very painful amount of gold. 760, the strongest member of Pulse by a wide margin, has a completed death cap. And he's going back for a little bit more. I think he is going back to base.
Yeah, the recall's completing right there.
He's going to be working on his Void Staff next. And even though we mentioned a fairly tanky lineup from STO earlier, it's not there yet.
No.
They do not have magic resist in enough places. Xin Zhao in particular is actually going to be another squishy target who, if he takes spears, is going to be hitting down. And when it's just Gragas and Olaf that are like the good guys for taking spears, and the other 3 are squishy, it's not enough. Nidalee will poke them down.
Yeah, absolutely. There's barely any healing whatsoever. A rank 2 Kale heal. That's pretty much all these guys got right there. And of course, she's still working on her second big item. I always like kind of comparing the lanes. And you know, like Kale's supposed to kind of win her lane early on. Nidalee kind of scrapes things together. But Nid's like halfway to her Void Staff, already has Athene's Death Cap. And Kale's like waiting to complete Lichbane here. So
yeah, it's not a comparison.
No.
Right now. And sure, Kale got a kill by teleporting down. But going up against a barrier Nidalee without even an Ignite means you were just allowing 760 to farm on Nidalee entirely.
Yeah. And you don't want that to happen. You need to punish that lane at least
Probably not.
somewhat. I mean, especially when you've got a Xin Zhao.
And pre-6 for
Yeah.
Nidalee as well. You need to try and aggress Nidalee a little bit pre-6 if you're someone who can match her as a ranged attacker, which Kale absolutely can.
Yeah, all these lanes were like supposed to be dominant lanes, and Kaglyro had his choice of lane to kill. And just never went mid, unfortunately. Blue buff stolen away there by Pulse. That's another thing that's going to hurt Stowe right here. And yeah, the lane's now all getting pushed up. Looks like Pulse doing a good job of kind of going everywhere, making sure that all the lanes are going the correct direction, and then starting the siege again. I want to see where they go next. They've had time to recall and shot back up. Pulse looks for the bottom lane here.
Well, they've taken down one of the middle tier turrets in the middle. Now they're actually going bot lane. And I actually do feel like with the inhibitor changes to the game where it's just the one lane that has super minions coming through, I think this lane is the most important lane to actually get the inhibitor down lane first because it puts the most Baron pressure on the enemy team. That was a lot of damage.
That was a lot of damage. That hurt a little bit. He nearly one-shot Brothana.
Safe to say Nidalee is in that place right now.
Yes.
Where she kind of wins the game for him.
Yep.
Let's see if they can do it.
All right, here we go. Bottom lane, 25 minutes in, 10-3, 7,000 gold, a whole bunch of numbers, meaning, yes, Pulse are winning this game right there. A little bit of poke on Akuja. Doesn't matter too much just yet. Lee Sin Q, not the same as Nidalee Q. Bit difference there.
Slightly less potent.
Slightly.
I'd have to
but
say.
one lets you jump forward and kick them backwards, which is also cool.
And we have to remember that these are very important games for these teams.
Oh, yeah.
It's a best of one right now to see if they get to move on to the next round. Huge stuff.
Huge, absolutely. And yeah, top 8 becomes best of 3s. Start getting challenger points. That is the system where you actually qualify for the promo tournament. You might be seeing the winner of this team in 10 weeks' time playing for a spot in the LCS. This is how they get there.
Yeah, but the good news is there's actually kind of 2 challenger series for every LCS split, so they have multiple chances to get in throughout.
Yeah, even if you lose here, you go back to rank 5's ladder. They just reset today, actually. So if you want to be here, ladders reset, go play rank 5s. We'll see you in about 5 weeks if you make it.
And it's important to note that most of these teams have qualified. They all made it through rank 5s.
Yes.
Right, so finally, I've been wanting rank 5s to have this competitive edge for like 3 years because it used to be that very high-rated ranked 5s, people were saying, well, why don't you just scrim? And I was like, because I just want a ladder. I just want to queue up, get a random 5 people I'm against, and just go and play. And this Challenger League really encourages these teams to do so. And these are the champions of rank 5s, and that's why we see them here.
And it's fun to see, like, the ease of putting them together is so much easier as well. Like, putting a scrim together, finding a team that's worth scrimming, like, that's all kind of difficult as well. It's like, hey, CLG, you want to play us random 5 people? And you're like, why do we care? But here it's like, well, they're all going to try really hard. They're all going to put teams together. Like, we've seen some very successful teams of just really good solo queue players saying, let's just run for it. Like, just make a team and play, no opportunity cost. And we're seeing teams try this out right here. I like it a lot.
Yeah, so it's Pulse that is now just putting a lot of pressure on the top lane. SGO's getting something back, but it's just indefensible turrets, I think. It's generally a smart turret for Kale to take that down because they weren't going to be able to defend the outer turret.
Yeah, so a good pickup there, at least by STO, but of course Pulse, there is those magical 6 turrets, the ones that you tend to get by just trying kind of hard as the winning team. So here's the test. Okay, so Javelin's hurt. That might be all it takes for them to pass the test. Can you get in past this? Can you get past the 6 turrets?
This is the final wall of defense, and it is only a 7,000 gold lead, and Kale does have the Lichbane, which is an incredibly potent item for her. Renekton is yet to have a big impact, but he does have kind of the key items that he would like to have.
Sunfire and Visage, yeah, he's pretty happy.
They want to take the test later.
Yeah, okay, they're gonna get it later. They're gonna wait for finals. This is just midterm. They decided they're just gonna wait. No biggie here. Looks like they're grouping back towards mid, and I do want to point out Pulse have taken control over the topside jungle. There's a whole lot of blue wards over there, so they see the route around Baron. They see that whole sort of area. Dragon up in 8 seconds. That's pretty much free for these guys. I don't see it being contested. So Pulse at least is doing some like bookkeeping.
Yes.
And then they'll be like, all right, we'll try again when we have a little bit more gold.
And so the average level on their team is around 13 or 14, so Dragon is close to its max amount of gold. One thing that has changed in the Dragon with the 2014 season, I know most of you guys have probably gotten used to it at this point, but the Dragon's level actually scales throughout the game based on the average level in the game. And it caps at level 15, starts scaling up at level 6. And when Dragon is at its max level, it gives 260 gold a person. Yeah. Which if you really start like thinking about, is 2 to 3 kills. Which I would say it's a rather important objective. And knowing that Pulse is already ahead, as long as they're keeping studious bookkeeping timers on that thing, they're getting kills for that.
Yeah, and think about it as well. That's 40 less gold per person than Baron.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
I mean, you think taking Baron's a big gold swing. Like, Dragon's basically there come late game. The other mechanic I like mentioning as well with this one, since we're waiting for the pressure to start back up, is it gives bonus XP if you're lower level than Dragon. If you're there around Dragon and it dies, it'll give you a bunch more experience. So, like, again, if STO takes it, for example, they'll catch up in levels pretty frequently. So you'll hear us talk about trying to keep it off the table as a counterattack or a comeback mechanism as well.
So Olaf did have to use his ultimate right there. I wonder if Pulse is going to try and pull something aggressive off this. I think a more experienced team or an LCS team would try and push something almost immediately. The fear, though, is that they... I saw the Gragas, and I was like, they can't do Baron because there's a Gragas on the other team.
The same thought.
But they can do Baron because that Gragas doesn't do any damage.
It's Mikhail's Crucible Gragas. He'll heal you, which doesn't help you steal Baron, but for what it's worth. There we go. Baron is being started. Giant Nidalee Javelins helping that one as well. I like the attack speed given to Jinx as well.
They're in a really dangerous spot right here.
Here comes the jump in. Willet's going to be under fire, but does have flash. Jumps over the wall, but now is kind of isolated against Baron right here. STO is taking control of that side of the map. The culling comes across, only helps deal damage to Baron, though, and a Javelin hits Prothana. Pulse don't get anything from this.
Yeah, I think that was a sloppy Baron by Pulse, but they're going to try and kind of salvage that afterwards. The fact that Jinx and Nidalee...
Oh!
Okay.
That worked.
Salvage operation kind of starting. The 4th death comes down for Xin Zhao, and they're going to try the repeat, knowing there is no smite that can stop them. This time, though, notice how everyone on Pulse comes around the Baron pit, so they don't have to do that awkward over and back in the walls.
And look what just happened as well. STO basically given this up. Kayle ran bottom lane. The Lucian's over by Wolves as well. No contest whatsoever. Pulse, nice Baron picked up, 11-3. These guys are looking pretty good now.
Yeah, they might actually pull us into a push right away. You can see, even though they have a lot of gold, 1,700 even on Leona and 1,000 on pretty much everyone else, they're going to go straight up the mid lane because they saw Kayle bottom, they want to get her out of there, and they think they can make something happen on this push.
We got about 5 seconds. The turret is going to go down. None of the Javelins land just yet, but Inhibitor completely there's Baron buff, giving them the control. Pulse taking this one now. 11-3 in kills. Mid lane turret and Inhib are gone. They got a Baron buff for 3 more minutes.
So, they ate their Wheaties, they got the Baron, and they passed the test.
Yes.
That's a really big move for Pulse at this point. I feel like Nidalee has made it to the point where she takes over the game. Just a couple of the spears has all this really happened because they haven't had real fights. This is what happens when a Nidalee gets really far ahead in a game. Is even though everyone else is there and kind of dissuading people from overcommitting and going all in, it is all about those javelins because they are literally taking 75% of someone's health from one hit.
Yeah, you saw her kill the jungler from like half. Like melee frontliner tank bro with an ancient golem and now a giant's belt as well. Here we go. Okay, so bookkeeping by Pulse. They got the Baron buff. You said they had about 3,000 gold or 1,000 gold in their pockets apiece. Got another turret kill as well, and it's like, all right, let's spend our money, get our items. We're gonna start again in a bit. Top lane's already pushing in with minions. Mid lane looks like NIQ is gonna go there. Kills minions pretty quickly. Good job. Javelin hit that one. But the rest of the team's looking for bottom lane now.
Yep, the most important inhibitor, as I like to call it. But they already have the middle inhibitor down. I think really Pulse has played everything but the early game here at a really high level. I think they've done most of their rotations proper. They haven't made mistakes other than that one little slow Baron, which ended up giving them Baron anyway. And they're really making STO pay for all of their mistakes.
And here we go, the bottom lane siege now. The next sort of chapter in their book, if you will. They've got the mid inhibitor that's going to start spawning minions. Top lane actually is pushing in towards them, but Pulse don't care too much about that one. Instead, they still look for this one. Now, the Banshees did get popped off of Jinx right there, so she is Gragasable, theoretically, if that's going to be STO's way in. It's probably the most likely one. Does go for the body slam, doesn't land much after it, does get a Gragas Barrel there, doesn't get much. The ulti comes across, that's almost the kill. Forced to McHale's himself, and now Woolite under a bit of damage. Oh my god, goodbye Prothana. Javelin takes him down, and this is going to be a slaughter right there. Pulse comes in, Caglaro goes down, 2-0 so far, and the dive is still on. They're diving in towards Kale. She's not going to go down just yet. Actually, Zeeks hasn't even popped his ulti at anyone yet.
No, who needs it at this point? He has just done very good work here. I mean, it's because you can't necessarily ulti a spear. That's what's been getting most of these kills. It doesn't quite work right there for Zeeks, and he gets caught on. Maybe we'll see an ultimate, but they're just losing by so much. They're knocking at the base. I think this is game.
All right, Pulse going in, one turret going down, still a 5 versus 3. The second Nexus turret going down as well. It is surely going to be Pulse picking it up there into the round of 8, where they're going to start earning at least 1 challenger point, maybe more. If they can keep it going, it's an LCS spot if they can keep winning.
That's a tough loss for STO.
Yeah.
Because they felt so good in the early game. They had 3 kills to 0, and then to not get a kill for the rest of the game, and then just get picked apart by Nidalee Spears, have nothing work for the rest of them. One of those guys left the game a little earlier. I hope they can stick it together, because their Coke Zero chances are gone now.
Yeah, and of course they made it into the rank 5s last time. They can regroup, do it again this ladder split, and just try to go for it. These guys have to try again. You got to keep going for it.
It's not that long.
It's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
It's
lose
like
best of
5
one.
or 6 weeks, I believe.
Yeah, well, they're going to have a chance at it in the near future. But, guys, we've got to take a quick break. However, when we return, it's our second Challenger match of the day, Gamers 2 versus Team Kappa Prime. Now, don't go anywhere. The 2014 European Challenger Series will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the 2014 European Challenger Series. It's time for our second game of the night, Gamers 2 versus Team Kappa Prime. Now, the winner of tonight's match will move on to the round of 8, where they're going to play in a best-of-3 series against the Ninjas in Pajamas next Thursday, January. What? January?
January? Saduary?
I don't know. Thursday, January 23rd.
It's
That's what it
Saduary
is.
if all your New Year's resolutions don't come true by
Yes.
January 23rd. At that point, you're just sad. And remember, making the quarterfinals guarantees team points in the first Challenger Series.
Yeah, so it's going to be a pretty important one, guys. The game's about to get underway here. And, of course...
Ocelot's team.
Yeah, exactly. It's a team that you guys are going to recognize a little bit more here on the red side. Ocelot, JWoww, Morden, Yuki, and Dude. A lot of these guys used to play in the LCS.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, JWoww, impressive player, even in the top lane. Like
Blue side. Just kidding.
Yeah, close enough. Blue side, red side, who's really keeping track of this. It is important, though. And they did very well in their previous round. They just destroyed. And pretty standard band so far.
Yeah, okay, so Renekton and Annie, right? We've seen the double support, Piga support bans. I know there was actually, back in the LCS, there was a target at Jayri saying he only really played 3 champions, and that was kind of their banning strategy here. Once again, we actually saw the same thing from Gambit as well, where they rushed 2 bans, pick 1 as well. It seems like the one role that gets targeted kind of the most right now.
Yeah, it's strange how it's turned into that, because sometimes we saw a bunch of jungle bans. Like, it's usually the one role that gets completely targeted. There's like maybe 1 or 2 off champions, like Kassadin is the mid lane champion that gets banned.
Yeah.
Other than that, they're mainly targeting supports, although it is just an Annie ban thus far, and no Thresh ban or Leona ban thus far.
Yeah, so Gamers 2 making a really sort of a wide net here, just kind of removing individual champions on each side there. Elise, Kassadin, there's the Kayle removed away from Ocelot. He played that one to great effect last round. So I like seeing Kayle come back, because we hadn't seen her really since the beginning of Season 3.
I know, it was so weird how Kayle wasn't a big thing when Zed was prevalent. We were talking about this earlier, and then Zed kind of disappears, and they're like, well, too bad I learned Kayle. I better just keep playing her. Apparently she's good against everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, the first pick Shyvana coming through here, though, for Gamers 2. It's going to be most likely JWoww, though, of course, we've seen some jungle Shyvana as well. And, of course, now it's TKP's time to make their own choices.
Yeah, I think the Shyvana is a standard first pick. They had a choice of plethora of kind of the OP champions that these guys like to think of.
Yeah.
Mundo hasn't really seen many of his appearances happen. Thresh obviously getting locked in, or should be locked in fairly soon for Team Kappa Prime.
That's interesting is because we could kind of assume Leona to be one of the other really common picks. Actually, both these teams...
Yasuo.
Ooh, Yasuo. But both these teams played Leona last time around. And I actually personally like Thresh into Leona, just because you can flay the Zenith Blade if you're really sharp, and then you can box the disengage.
Exactly. The good Thresh plays can definitely stop the Leonas from flying in. But Yasuo, I got a cool little number here. He can use his ultimate off of, this could be wrong, I think it's the right number, 38 different champions in the game.
Okay.
Have any type of knockup or displacement effect that allow his ultimate to work off of. So far they have 1.
Yeah.
Thresh.
1 for 0.
Yep.
I think his E and his Q both work.
Yeah, because they're small displacements and they're like little bit jumps, because even when he's pulling them towards him, they're little bits and he can get in between.
You know, I like though is you can troll Blitzcranks. He hooks him and you're like, no, he's staying still. Not that you'd want to, he's on your team,
Yeah,
but if you
want
really
to pull a target, generally,
he's like,
unless he pulls like a tank or something, and he's like, stop, but then Yasuo is dead anyway. I think that wouldn't work.
I don't know, maybe worth it. He'll sacrifice himself for the team because Blitzcrank screwed up, maybe. I don't know. Whatever. Leona does get locked in, the Lucian as well, so a lot of priority picks coming through for Gamers 2. Their bottom lane, actually it's the exact same bot lane as last time they played.
It's a little bit swapped up, isn't it? Because it was Lucian with Gragas versus
yeah.
and it was Jinx with Leona, so it's swapped around just a little bit on this side. Or you're talking about these guys.
Sorry, I was actually wrong both ways because I for some reason I thought Gamers 2 was on red. It's the bottom lane that Kappa Prime ran in their last game.
Got it.
Okay,
Stolen away from them.
Sure.
Because Ocelot's team does their research. And
they do.
They better be doing their research because Ocelot has been trying a lot of different things. He's been announcing. He actually left SK. He really wants to compete in the Challenger Series with his own team here. And if they don't win this one, he's got to wait that longer time to get back in the next series.
Yeah, and he put together sort of a pretty well hand-picked team. It's a bunch of guys from different spots we've seen on the competitive scene. And okay, none of them in the LCS, all of them trying back in, but like each one of these guys we've seen compete at a high level.
Absolutely, and I think they're quite strong here. This is going to be a top... What's going on here?
Top lane Riven.
I think it's a jungle Shyvana or jungle Riven. We've seen either one. I think in this case it would be the top lane Riven and a jungle Shyvana because that's the more common play.
Yeah.
Ocelot obviously on Orianna. We've seen less Orianna lately.
Yeah.
But if we think back to when Ocelot was at his best, I'd actually like to think it was Season 2 during the European playoffs. And those were his Orianna days.
Yeah.
So maybe he's going back to that.
And the other thing I want to point out as well is, like, as far as, like, beating up on Yasuo, like, what better choice than Riven? Where it's like, I'm going to win while you're ultimate. And, like, everything else he's got to, like, suffer through against a Riven player. And it's just, like, a cool lore match as well. It's rumored that the real killer of Yasuo's brother was actually Riven.
Oh.
He actually has special taunt lines if he plays against her, you know. Three quick slashes. I've seen that before.
That's impressive. I
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah. So they have something going on back behind the scenes. So it's no Rengar Kha'Zix, but at least we got something.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
Is this going to be a jungle or a top lane Trundle? Most likely the top lane Trundle.
I think so too.
Yeah, we've seen Blade of the Ruined King Trundle do very well against Mundo. That was in the European LCS.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how it's going to work against Riven early on in the game. I think Riven should be able to outtrade for a lot of this game. JWell might have the edge on this one because Trundle's early laning is a little bit suspect.
It's a weird matchup because, like, you siphon her AD, but if she has enough, she doesn't really care. Yeah, it's one of those, like, we're both melee. We can only damage each other in melee.
Yeah.
One of us is going to win. And you got to pick right. So here we go, guys. The lineups are there. The jungle Xin Zhao coming back in as well for Kappa Prime. So it's actually really melee focused. You've got Trundle, Xin Zhao, and Yasuo all in the same lineup there.
Yeah, everyone is melee focused.
Yeah.
Difficult to do a lot of times against Orianna, who can move the team around so well for Ocelot and Gamers 2. Lineup-wise, even though this does not mean who can win the game, sometimes there's this misconception that, like, oh, they picked the right team. It's over.
Champ select, done.
I do think the team fits Gamers 2 a little bit more.
Yeah.
And if all other things were equal, I think the lineup would be a bit better for them.
Yeah, I think so. But the one thing I want to point out, because I want to see it happen, Xin Zhao ult will work with Yasuo.
Yep.
So you're going to have both his Q and his ult, actually. So you've got a lot of ways to follow up off the jungler. I just like seeing flashy Yasuo engages, really. I was just keeping track.
I had a jungle Wukong game with the Yasuo mid the other day. That was really good.
That sounds horrifying.
Yeah, Wukong, if he gets through the early game on the jungle and he gets some damage items, he's actually pretty potent.
We see him once in a while. Dominate played him for Curse.
Yeah.
We're going to see him in the NALCS tomorrow.
Yeah, we have so much League of Legends. Seriously, like, for fans that are able to watch all of this, if they exist, I'm very impressed.
Yeah.
Because, like, even last year we had a lot of LCS, and you follow your favorite team, you watch all because it's entertaining, but we have so much action now. It's like whenever you want, seemingly from Tuesday through Sunday, it's like there's games.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
It's great because EU is now, like, at a decent time zone for me as an American on the West Coast. Like, I wake up, I get to work, and it's like, oh, it's 10? Great, LCS is on.
Yeah, productivity in the office has decreased.
Especially in esports. Everyone's second monitor has just D-Man and Deficio on it. It's like, well, I mean, that's my desktop background, but also they're streaming sometimes.
Yeah.
Hey, what are you going to say? All right,
Caught me
guys.
off guard.
It rotates with you and Kobe sometimes, too. Now, guys, as the teams load into the game, let's take a little bit, talk a little bit, I can read well, about how these two squads got here, starting with Gamers 2.
Yeah, so we talked about it a lot, but this is Ocelot's challenger team, and it's full of players that are formerly from other competitive teams. Gamers 2, they took out Spina in a convincing manner in their game to get here on Monday. Their support, Dwad. I want to call him Dwad.
I mean, if you want, go for it.
It's Dude. He used to be on AAA, actually, back in the spring split of the European LCS. He was the one who stood out, 3-0-16.
Yeah, he replaced and, like, gave them, like, at the end of the spring split, he replaced their old support and gave them a surge for a little while.
It was Corralius that he replaced him.
Yeah, but it just didn't work out in the end. They still got relegated. Of course, on the other side of the rift, though, it's going to be Team Kappa Prime.
Yeah, and this was another situation where a 10 seed of the EU West bracket took out a 3 seed in a bit of a stomp. That game was 27-8 and then 44. Exile, their mid laner, 7-2-4 on Zed. We were just talking about how he kind of disappeared, not for this guy because he's still playing him. And of course, their 80 carry Civilian was really strong on Lucian, going 9-2-9.
And, you know, we talked a little bit about players that we see in competitive scenes and like are trying to come back in. I actually cast both JWoww and Exila back in Spain in Tenerife actually, and I was like, oh man, these guys are really good. I remember being really impressed by these teams, and was like, I could see these guys in LCS one day, and here they are in front of me again, kind of putting on a show. And I want to see again these guys put on a good show. I want to see these guys excel. I mean, they're all like way up there. These guys are in Challenger solo queue, Diamond 1 solo queue, great individual players, and it's kind of like up to their teamwork to make the rest of it happen.
Yeah, so much of this is teamwork.
Yeah.
It's the strangest thing. You don't necessarily see the top guys from solo queue just automatically transition to big teams. You see them in the Challenger series, but then it's always a struggle. If we're looking for big plays, though, at least we have Yasuo.
Yes.
He was banned so much, and then finally snuck through on the 3rd day of European LCS, and now we get to see him in the Challenger series as well. We've got a couple other interesting facts about Yasuo.
All right, let's go.
We were both doing some research.
Did you know?
You could say some of these as well. I'll do one, then you do one.
Okay.
So did you know Yasuo... I'm trying to figure out which one I want to do.
There's like 7. You're juggling them.
Yeah. Crap.
Okay,
I already
you know?
did 38. Did you? What? I did.
Okay. Yeah, did you know Yasuo's Q cooldown goes down with attack speed, and so as does the cast frame. So it becomes a faster attack actually with more attack speed.
Yeah,
so.
from 0.4 to 0.17.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So quicker spell. I think it's the only one that does that.
Yeah.
Faster cast with attack speed.
All right. So did you know?
I maybe. You didn't tell me the thing.
Did you know
No,
Yasuo is the only champion in the game that has a lower crit damage because he gets double crit. So for everyone else, a crit is double damage. For Yasuo, it's 180% damage.
Yes.
Because he gets so much crit. So it's kind of like a more reliable crit. He's taking the randomness out of crit a little bit and just giving him damage.
And that does actually scale into Infinity Edge as well. So instead of 200, 180 for a basic crit, it's instead of 250, it's 225 for an eye edge crit. So he can make up the difference the rest of the way there. But yeah, the standard build we've been seeing actually, Static Shiv Infinity Edge gets him to 90.
Yeah, 90% crit.
Yeah. And I've seen a couple players run like 5% crit rune pages.
It happens a lot.
Yeah, just because they can't bear to not crit. It feels such like a travesty.
Yeah.
I used to run 2 crit runes on Tryndamere because like the end game build with Full Fury was like at 98 or whatever as well. And you always want to get that 100%.
I got one more before we get into the game.
All right, let's go.
Did you know?
Did I know? I don't know.
Yeah, I guess you did.
I don't know the response to that, actually. I've never
I
done this
think
with
I'm
you.
supposed to just keep going.
Okay.
Yeah. His dash E, because it's so spammable, is actually the only dash in the game that gets stopped midway by stuns and roots because it's so quick. So if you get like a Scion stun or Morgana bind right partway through, instead of making it to his target, he just stops.
Yeah. And it always moves the same distance as well, so you can actually predict him a little bit better.
Yep.
You always know like he'll go exactly this far like a Fizz Q. So guys, you hopefully all knew this stuff, and if you didn't, we taught you, and we are now into the game. The blue team, Gamers 2, looking to make their way into the top 8. I guess you can consider it in some way like a Challenger super team because these guys kind of got handpicked, Ocelot, put a squad together. He's the Froggen of Challenger. I don't know if that's a good title or not.
Let's hope it goes better than the first week went for Alliance's European super team.
Fair.
Yeah. Because they don't get a chance to go 0-4 here. 0-1, and they're out.
It's true. So here we go, guys. JWoww moving up towards the top lane. You did call it right. That is top lane Riven and top lane Trundle. That is a matchup we're seeing from both of these teams right here. And we're just starting out with the standard battle lines drawn. Everyone runs up to the river and says, I can see you. Don't step forward.
Yeah. I want teams to really take it upon themselves to do more creative things at level 1 because I think there's a lot of room with the new trinket systems.
Yeah, and actually the one thing I see, because I remember Cloud9's first loss in the summer split was to CLG, because they all stood on top of a ward, and then one of them recalled. And so CLG engaged a 5v4 and dumpstered them. If you want to invade, you can invade with a red trinket, make sure the brush you stand on is not warded, and then you know that you're safe in your invade. I feel like that's the adaptation I would see in a couple months when people start playing more aggressive level 1s.
I think that could absolutely happen, but unfortunately for us here, no red trinkets. There's 3 Doran Shields. We've been seeing more and more of Doran Shields openings. I believe one of the Challenger games we had yesterday also had triple Doran Shield opening. And, oh, what? Careful.
Oh, almost got that one. Ward doesn't go down, though. Zivillian's still waiting around on the side. And just the trinket ward's coming across. Everyone's got fairly sort of vision-full openings here. And no crazy explosions. So, standard 2-on-2 lane down at the bottom. Yasuo opening up Doran's shield to survive the Orianna here in mid. And it looks like it's going to be Riven giving Shyvana a bit of help and Trundle giving Xin Zhao a bit of help. So, interestingly enough, top lane starts for the junglers.
Yeah, so they're going to be swiping down to the bottom lane, most likely. Very rarely you'll see a level 2 gank. definitely much less here in the 2014 season since the kill bounties in the first 2 minutes of the game are less than once you get to 4 minutes. But there could be a bit of a collision course down bottom or in the mid lane once these junglers get going a little bit.
Yes, I'm curious to see, because Shyvana's not always the best ganker, but you know, as far as a counter gank goes, with a red buff, it's really not too bad. You run quick enough on that champion. Xin Zhao, definitely a champion where the impetus is on him to make things happen.
Shyvana generally just farms or counter ganks, but I want to talk about Yasuo's laning phase a little bit because I think it's worth mentioning. His like level 1 and 2 and 3 are really strong, mainly because once you've done 4 of your E-dashes in a short period of time, it basically does double damage to what it would beforehand.
Yeah.
And that combined with his Q is just a ridiculous amount of level 2 trading potential.
Yep.
But then there's a point in the mid game where he doesn't have the itemization to really have a lot of damage, and he's basically a squishy dude that is actually very vulnerable to ganks and getting shut down. It's like a very strong first couple levels, dip in the mid game, and a very strong late game for Yasuo.
So here we are in these first 3 levels, and he's trading up pretty much equally to Ocelot. He's down 1 minion in a melee versus range matchup, but he has got Ginsu off on the side. Can he get the dash on going? And he does have actually the knockup as well from his Yasuo Q. But he's not going to go for it. Ocelot navigates that pretty successfully.
Yeah. Oh, and if only Exile could have landed that Q3, as we like to call it, because his first 2 Qs don't have the tornado on it, and then the third one would. It would have been able to chain well with his Xin Zhao gank. Instead, it just wasted a bit of time.
Oh, well, nothing happens there. They do get vision. And Morden, actually, former Giants member, going to look forward to the top lane. He says, you know what? Never mind. Nothing to see here at all. JWoww shoves his top lane, actually, and looks like these lanes all mostly just trading farm basically equally. Another fight in here. Look at that damage from Exile, actually. Wow, Ocelot down to half. Only 1 potion left, and there's a fight on in. Barrier popped by Ocelot, and no follow-up damage from Exile.
Yeah, but he didn't have to burn Ignite. So
exactly.
As soon as he got the barrier, he started becoming... he just knew he'd won that one and decided to disengage. This is, team composition-wise, a very good lane for Yasuo to start off in because the gank pressure from Shyvana is very low, and he should be able to play very aggressively.
Wow, and JWoww, speaking of playing aggressively, forced away by Mozilla, burns the Ignite for it. Both these players, actually, in fact. And now just the flash for Riven, but no sustain on her, just the Doran Shield.
Yeah, we actually have a top lane for the first time in a while that isn't just a bunch of super tanks fighting against each other. This isn't our Nasus versus Mundo. Those guys are going to fight, and often.
It definitely did. Good job by Mozilla getting the trade out there. He was slightly behind in minions and turned that one. Now the fight in. Good play onto 2, dashed away by the Lucian. He gets away from that one pretty well. And Dude's going to be fine. Okay.
Yeah, really slow early game, but that's mostly what we expected with standard lanes, especially since the junglers' early ganks didn't really merit them much success. Surprisingly, though, the Shyvana has not farmed too powerfully. Morden should get a bit more farming in, since that is his advantage over Ginsu.
Oh, Ginsu's already looking for another gank right here. Has a Thresh as well to lantern him in if he wants it. Shyvana took time to back for boots and a Spirit Stone and is on the wrong side of the map right here. So it looks like Ginsu walks through reward, doesn't gain anything at all. He's actually kind of wasting some time. Shyvana's finally scaling out through him. Not a hook right there. So yeah, Team Kappa Prime not quite finding what they're looking for. Exile still holding up his mid lane. And the one thing I wanted to point out, actually, was the bottom lane, because we talked about advantages. Dude did start with a GP10 on Leona, and has taken 3 minions so far, given them over to his teammate. And that's going to be just like some sort of subtle GP10 that starts floating in to this Gamers 2 lineup. It's going to help them scale.
Yeah, I think Dude needs to start getting a few more shares with that Targon's Brace. Early on, they're actually losing the lane a bit more than they would want to. I like that choice overall, though. They just have to make sure they get the cannon minions and they do not fall behind. There's a big aggression, though. That's a dangerous dash in.
It's a pretty good amount of damage. There's Villian down to half HP, but Yuki has no mana to follow up, so 6 now in control of the lane here onto Thresh. Dude still losing health. Nice slow there from Civilian. Another blade comes in, forcing the flash, trading the Ignite there onto Dude. He's going to be down to about 120 and survive this one.
Yeah, they went in on top of a big minion wave, and that is almost never a good idea. And then also, Yuki had to use his Lucian dash to engage and did not have it for a disengage, which just put them in some bad situations overall. Not a smart move by Dude to go in there.
Morden's actually lurking around to the sides right there, but he's just clearing double golem, so no further gank pressure, nothing really crazy happening for these guys. Just a couple of fights that are starting, but not really turning into much.
Yeah, and I'm looking at these teams as we're going to move towards what's probably going to be a fairly decisive mid-game team fight phase in this one, and I think the heavily melee-focused style of TKP might actually hurt them a little bit. Shyvana is going to have a lot of power there as they go and try to gank Exile.
It's a good shockwave, but Exile's going to dash away, but there comes the Dragon Form, flashes to not take damage from it. He's going to survive this one, but of course did lose his flash for that privilege.
I mean, this is at least the moment in the game where Gamers 2 wants to start ganking Yasuo, and that's the first step we see towards it.
There we go. Okay, so no flash. They could try again when Ocelot's ulti is back from cooldown. Morden, still a dragon, going to start this blue buff for Ocelot, so he's nice and happy. And this mid lane, though, I'm surprised, or I guess impressed, I should say, by Exile. He's not really behind in minions whatsoever. Range versus melee matchup usually tends to be difficult when you don't have any tools in range. And he's just like completely holding up, not missing anything.
Yeah, exactly. When we saw Yasuo picked for the second time in Europe today, they said we just kept lane swapping Yasuo to try and get him out of the laning phase because they generally think it's weak in the mid game. It's going to be very telling now knowing that Ocelot got his blue buff and Yasuo just has to rely on his flow and his little bits of shields to stay alive, whether he falls behind in this lane because he's got a bit of an edge right now.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well. And we look around at the other lanes and pretty standard openings, I guess I would say. Both AD carries actually going for the BF sword early on, so not Trinity Force Lucian here. That's going to be fine, though. It's a plenty powerful build right there. And, of course, the top lane, as you talked about them not going super tank, and it is Riven saying Doran's Blade, Longsword. I'm going to be the standard damage build for Riven here. But Mozilla is going Chain Vest to fight him.
Yeah, Trundle's the one that wants to stack resistances.
Mm-hmm.
Trundle will also do very well if he can finish a Randwinds or a Sunfire Cape, because based on the fact that Trundle's ultimate steals resists, he actually scales a lot better off of health than other champions in the game do.
And I wonder if he can ever target the Leona, too. This is a big pinata
Right
of stats.
as the W is on, exactly.
Oh, yeah. That'd be pretty glorious. We'll see if Mozilla can do that. We'll track that throughout this game. And so we're waiting for the matchup. Actually, Jat, I don't know if you know this one. Does it calculate? Okay, good. Right. Did you know? I know at least some abilities, they'll track the second they cast, like percent armor MR steal. If Leona's W ends, does it keep the same values, or does it update?
I do know this one, actually.
Okay.
I'll tell you right after this fight.
No, Mozilla pops ulti to try to survive this fight. JWoww does the same. Mozilla flashed out, and the wind slash does not land. So, trades ultis, low health on both.
Nice juke. There's also maybe a 3v3 brewing in the bottom lane. We have a lot of action about to happen in this one. I swear to God, I'm going to tell you the answer to that Trundle question. All right,
see what they can do.
The Trundle. Ooh, there's an ultimate flying up top.
Uh-oh.
Is it going to go?
Oh! Wow, that was close.
JWoww?
Yes.
You were
it's too
trying
obvious
to do
before.
it. All right. So Trundle's ultimate.
Yeah.
Will take half of the. It steals half of the resistances up front, or they might have changed it a little bit, but the mechanic stays the same. And then as it steals more resistances, it will keep them. So if Leona has like 100 armor and half of it got stolen away, when she loses that armor, she can actually go into negative armor.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That's going to be rough.
Can happen.
Good luck, dude. Good luck with that one, buddy. Orta's looking down to the bottom lane here. No, it's their turn for a 3v2 here, Gamers 2. But they don't find much with it. So, yeah, we've seen these guys making moves, trying the ganks and starting fights, but none of them have turned into kills just yet. Even the flash that got burned from Exile, 2/3 of the way back up. Hasn't gotten punished for having no flash just yet. Just had the farm. Dude gets caught up there. There's the laner coming back as well. And here comes Xin Zhao. The jump in onto Dude. A lot of health missing on there. And First Blood comes in, picked up by the jungler for TKP. There's the opening.
That felt a little too easy. After 11 minutes of almost nothing happening, they just decided to get the gank. They could tell Dude was playing a little bit over-aggressive, and they just capitalized on, I think he had a tell of every time he could land that Zenith Blade, he was going for it. And it just backfired. That's the second Zenith Blade he's mistakenly gone in on. This one cost him his life.
Yeah, and he was missing flash from that engage you called really crazy a while ago when there was a big minion wave there. So capitalizing just in the last 5 minutes of that one. Now he's got the flashback. So Dude would have lived if that happened 30 seconds later. But there we go. The top laners not moving, just 6 minions apart. Mid laners only 5 apart right here. But Morden, he's waiting around in the wings, waiting for that gank to come up again.
They're trying to get the counter gank. They do have the Leona ultimate this time, and there's no box available for Thresh, so this one, if he went in aggressively, could actually work regardless of the counter game.
Lands a stun, gets it onto Vanilli, and it's going to be a bit of damage, but no follow-up. Dude gets hit by a Flame Chomper.
A, he got hit by the Flame Chomper, and B, he decided not to Zenith Blade because based on the Thresh's reaction, he knew there was Xin Zhao in that brush, and he didn't want to go into it.
Oh, man. So good read, at least by Dude, to not think around. There comes the Lantern. Anyway, they're going to go for it. Hook does land onto Dude, and this could be dangerous. Xin Zhao ulti popped as well. The percent armor shred from Xin Zhao also helping a bit right there. And now Yuki's going to go back in on this fight. Culling comes across half HP on everyone from Kappa Prime, but that might not be enough. Gamers 2, no follow-up.
Yeah, as soon as he got his flashback, Dude had to lose it once again. Farm-wise, they're actually doing quite well in this lane because even though it seems like Lucian is down in farm, we got to remember the shared CS with Leona's Targon. So gold-wise, extremely close despite there being 2 assists on the other side.
Yeah, well played then by these guys on G2 to keep themselves in the game. Only 300 gold the deficit for it would have been 450 for a kill and an assist right there. Dragon does go down successfully, but the team is here. The 4v4 has begun. Also in the mix of it, and there's the knockup. Does some good damage, but there's the Shockwave. Picks up 1. 6 going to go down 2 for 1 so far in Gamers 2 favor, but Exile still in the fight. Puts up the wind wall. Doesn't get much out of it though. Dude still getting attacked. Exile forced to try to run. No, he's going to try to fight. Won't get enough. 3 for 1 fight plus a Dragon. Gamers 2 coming up huge.
Ocelot, big-time mid-game team fight right there. Even though Yasuo got the combo ult, this is the point in the game where he's very weak. He had a Zeal going into that fight. Ocelot had a lot of mana and a Nidsi Large Rod, and just watch the relatively low impact of Yasuo in this fight versus how much Ocelot was actually able to put out. So Ocelot finished someone off with his ultimate, and then the speed and the shields he's providing through the rest of this just don't allow Exile to do much damage. He's doing his best to fancily dash around, but he wasn't really doing that much damage.
No, he wasn't. He managed to block 2 total auto attacks with his wind wall. That was all he got out of that ability. No Ocelot balls blocked, anything like that. Also getting his blue buff again. And I also want to point out, as we're talking about Ocelot a little bit here after a good team fight, tier into Zhonya's his item build.
That is, in my opinion, the best thing for an Orianna to build against attack damage mid laners.
Yeah.
Because Orianna has the mana needs that oftentimes make her go with Themes Unholy Grail, but you do not want to do that against physical damage, so you go 1 Doran's or 2 into tier.
Whiffed flash right there, but the engage comes in anyway. Look at the burst damage. Ocelot gonna go down regardless. Goodbye. Guess he wish he had Zhonya's that time.
Yeah, he's not quite there yet. It would have been very useful to have as the knockups were coming towards him. Well-executed gank right there by Xin and Yasuo. They're going to want to do much more of that to stop Ocelot from getting out of control here and to maybe make Yasuo get a little bit out of control.
And now that he's finally got Static Shiv, he'll do quite a bit more as these fights come on in. Bottom lane, we're kind of back to the farm state right here, and it seems that these guys are mirroring each other pretty nicely. The only difference being that Dude seems to have gotten a free Relic Shield and has pretty similar items otherwise.
Yeah, that's why I like Relic Shield as an item. I think it's a definitely underbought item for supports. I think the gold share it has provides too much utility, and also the stats on it are very strong once you get a couple upgrades. It's an extreme amount of health regen if you ever do finish it into that face of the mountain.
Well, we're going to see some players do like to go face the mountain. Some I've seen will get that item for laning and sell it and go Talisman of Ascension. Yeah, but it's actually 6 going towards the Talisman route. Sightstone's done, and he's like, all right, Ancient Coin, I'll start getting more gold. We'll move in from there. Ocelot on farm duty right now has the Zhonya's completed. So we're seeing some of the builds start to come through. Morden looking for the top lane. Ooh, Mozilla, can he get away from this one? Red buff is on. Stun comes in. Ulti popped as well from Riven. Is there enough chase? Looks like not enough for Gamers 2.
Yeah, with the Sunfire Cape on Mozilla right now, he is somewhat of an unmovable brick there. I thought something was going to happen in the bottom lane because if that zap would have landed, Yuki would have been in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, would have been pretty rough for him. He's going to be all right. However, the Xin Zhao has come down here. They know there's no one to roam over here unless Ocelot makes his way quickly. 3 versus 2. Gitsu still looking for his way in. Decides, you know what? Maybe I'll just zone you out. No, it's going to be the jump in from Dude, but why? There's no one there to help him just yet. The fight comes across. Yuki now getting attacked. Dude alone in the back line, but here
Ocelot's on
comes
his way?
Ocelot. Yeah, maybe, but not yet in time. Okay, Dude has fallen. Now another 2v3. Gamers 2 wants this one, though. Shockwave does land. Ginsu gonna fall down. That is a trade kill. Yuki picking up a blue buff.
Barely able to get something back. It did seem like Dude was on a different page than the rest of his team, and they are able to salvage what I think is a 1-for-1 out of that, and the game remains very close.
It absolutely does, and so Gamers 2 making a good rotation as well as Morden held the mid lane strong to not allow the turret to go down to exile and just holds it for Ocelot to get back here. So that's another one of the big things we see from amateur teams is, do they make rotations well? Do they leave lanes vacant when one goes to gank? Does someone hold it? That happened here at least. They got Mozilla into that lane, kept it alive.
Ocelot has done a lot of practice with the rest of this team too. Gamers 2 is very, very together as a team considering they're so new. But honestly, Team Kappa Prime is with them punch for punch. All these guys came out of ranked 5s. Just remember, was a 10-seed team on EUS that made it through their first round. And now they're up against a team that should be heavy favorites against them and playing quite well.
Doing a very good job. Everyone holding up still in minions. And that's always the one thing to keep in mind. These gold scores not very apart. Really, it's a dragon on one side, a turret on the other. Everything else really holding fast. 600 gold separating these teams. And I'm just going to kind of keep watching the Yasuo. Already actually a bit of a divergence in build. The normal build we see is Static Shiv Eye Edge.
Yeah.
He's got a long sword here. I'm guessing maybe Vamp Scepter? Or is it like some kind of armor pen item?
It could build in a Last Whisper, but I would expect it to be a Vamp Scepter. Ocelot's putting a lot of harass down on him, and he needs to be able to have a bit of an extending laning phase, or at least lifesteal up in some team fights.
Okay, so that's going to be the read we're looking for right now. And so far, yeah, he has not been the one to make a lot of roaming plays that I've seen. At least not compared to Ocelot, who I feel like has made more movements right here.
They want to gank. They want to tower dive JWoww here.
I'm looking for it. JWoww dropped very low. Look at that, the Trundle. No, sorry, that was Trundle Pillar, right? Trundle Pillar, or did he land a Q across a wall? It couldn't have been the Q. There's something hit.
I want to replay this guy. We'll see if we're able to get one because, I mean, the Trundle Pillar technically displaces a little bit, but he could have done his Tornado Q through the wall and also seen it. It all happened so fast.
I don't think he could have charged the Q because it would have fallen off by then. What could he, unless he was doing it off of the white.
Must have been Trundle Pillar.
Trundle Pillar. So there's an extra one we didn't think about. There we go.
Well, he's already on top of him.
And he's dead. Good job. All right.
Yeah.
Definitely took him down.
That has to be what happened.
Yeah. Yeah, there's the Q.
So I did say 38 champions. Trundle's one of them.
There we go.
Must be. Maybe it's 39. I did not think that would happen, but it makes sense because any displacement will let him put his ultimate down.
We'll do it. So there we go. The only guy who's not helping, Jinx. Should have been Draven.
And he's only able to do that if you pillar right on top of someone, therefore pushing them off the spot.
Yeah. Really pinpoint accuracy there. So happy things right there. There we go. Dragon actually going to Gamers 2 the second time now, actually. They are undefeated in Dragons 2-0 on that one, despite giving up that kill to Exile on the top lane. Good flash by Ginsu, but JWoww not done with this one. Charging on forward. Can they get the damage that they need? One more attack. Actually, still had Wind Slash, I thought.
But he used it fairly early on in that one and just wasn't able to finish it off. That had to be what happened.
Yeah, okay, so nothing too big picked up there. The Toronto does, of course, go down, and G2 still looking for the push on mid.
Yeah, that was a good turnaround right there by G2. They ate the dive in the top lane and then decided to take actions into their own hands right here, push down the mid turret really strongly.
There we go. Mid lane turret does go down 2-3 in turrets now. JWoww also getting the red buff still up in the top lane. So they lost a finger and took an arm, basically. Ooh. One champ went down. Actually, a turret as well, to be fair. They lost more like a hand and took an arm.
Yeah, I was actually just gonna make the same comparison. I'm glad you corrected yourself.
Yes.
That's a pretty important thing. Yeah, so it does look like. I'm not sure where Yasuo was going with this. I think he had the gold for the BF sword, and he's still sitting on the long sword, which will later turn into a Vamp Scepter. That's my guess on this one. They're trying to counter push right now.
Puts the wind wall down, protects the team actually very successfully. Actually, that'll block anything that Orianna tries to do. It stops the ball dead.
Yeah, it doesn't destroy the ball, but any living thing in the game will stop on the wind wall instead of going. So like if Fizz were to ult through it, the fish would just stop on the wind wall. And then if someone walked over it would still work.
Okay. So careful about that. Don't run through your own wind wall. You'll die to Fizz anyway.
Yeah.
Careful on that one, guys. Here we go. Mozilla back in the split push in the top lane. He's actually done, I would say, pretty well for himself, I suppose. They've been, it's like the last game. The top laners are like isolated. They come down like once every 30 minutes, and then they just stay there fighting and nothing happens to these guys.
Yeah, it's a little bit true. But I definitely think that Mozilla has done a great job on Trundle so far, withstanding Riven, who's supposed to be that early game bully in the lane against what Trundle had to get through that early laning phase. And now that he has, once his Blade of the Ruined King is finished, I think he's going to be a bit of an unstoppable force in teamfight.
I'll see if he can do it there. He's definitely past the river and still wants to push in. In fact, his mid laner on Yasuo is coming in from back as well. I don't know if they're baiting a counter gank, if he really wants to force JWoww. They could do it again with the pillar, I suppose.
I want to see it.
Yeah, I want to see it again.
I know. It's going to happen.
It's too cool to not see again. Nope, nothing happening. JWoww saw something was wrong here and said, you know what, I'm going to leave this one alone. Might have seen Yasuo with the river ward a little while ago. Actually, I got to point out, G2 has a lot of ward coverage. The top jungle has about 3 peppered throughout it. The bottom jungle has 3 as well, even though it's their own jungle. And they've even got a little bit of vision on the enemy blue buff.
Take a look at this. There's a Ruby Sightstone finished on Dude, plus 2 wards still in inventory, plus everyone with the yellow trinket. So that is a lot of potential wards, and they're littering them fairly scattered across the map. I think they've actually overwarded their own red, and they could have more of those wards on the rest of the map, because their own red is not a point that is getting contested right now.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not like the bottom inhibs under like major seed pressure yet or anything, even though that inhib's important in general, just not at 22.5 minutes maybe. Gamers 2, they're grouping up towards the top side of the map. Again, that jungle has just been rewarded actually on their way across this one, so a ton of vision, and they know that they're not getting flanked right now.
This game's getting really interesting right here. Let's see if Morden overchecks this brush, because TKP has taken so many early turrets, but now Gamers 2 is really pushing back, and it's giving them a little bit of that gold lead. I also think it's a time in the game where Yasuo doesn't quite have his items, but Ocelot does have that Zhonya's. So if the fights go out like evenly, I think Gamers 2 would actually take the advantage here.
And we'll see if they find that advantage right there. Again, a lot of them can trigger the Yasuo ulti if they wanted to go for it anyway. Gamers 2, though, still definitely the team looking for the siege. Orianna just only with the tier for mana regen, so it's not going to come back nearly as quickly. But he's got a big pool.
And the wave clear for Team Kappa Prime here is very lackluster. It is just Jinx who's going to try and get these down with the static shiv. It's because they have melees in both solo lanes and the jungle, so it's actually quite a siegeable turret for Gamers 2.
Yeah, so far Zvillion doing a decent enough job at killing these minions away, but definitely it's kind of just on him, as you mentioned. That's really the case here. Gamers 2 going back through the jungle. Red buff not spawning for a little bit more. Looks like the mid lane's going to be their target for a bit more time, and they're setting up a trap here almost. No, never mind, just more ward coverage. No traps. Gamers 2 realized the top lane push wasn't quite working. They switched to mid, but Dude's recalling, so they're just sweeping minions and leaving.
Yeah. Right now, Gamers 2 needs to kind of rethink about how they're going to try and close out this game, because they're in a position where they could make their move, but if I think if they're stagnant for too long, there's a lot of snowball potential on the other side. Jinx in particular. A lot of people don't think of her like a reset champion, but because of the get it decided passive, if teamfights do start going wrong, late game Jinx cleans up.
Oh, it's brutal.
I seriously think Jinx is the type of hyper carry late game like a Tristana, maybe even more.
Wow.
Only because the AoE 700 range rockets on max item Jinx plus the resetting move speed and all her long range poke for executes, like that ultimate is literally a global AoE Garnal as far as execute goes.
Yeah.
And damage-wise, it is an extremely powerful skill. And if Jinx gets to late game, no matter what the rest of the team is, even if Xin Zhao doesn't scale crazily, even if they are all melee, that danger exists. And I think Gamers 2 needs to make sure that they don't let it get to that point. And Ocelot uses his power spike right now because he just finished his Rabadon's death cap.
But speaking of power spikes, though, Exile sold his longsword and did pick up the Infinity Edge. So it was like, it was a misnomer longsword. He's like, I had 360 gold, screw it. But the dive comes in. Do they find anything? The knockup does land. They find 2. The shockwave lands under 2 as well. The damage coming across Exile dropped dangerously low. Mozilla's going to take down Morden. 2 kills so far, and Jinx has gotten excited. Will they get more? Now, that's the question. Mozilla flashes for a Q slow. JWoww getting stopped up, and Exile, it does go down. Wow, JWoww picks up 2. They pick up 3, and Gamers 2 are not done with this fight. 6 forced to flash. He misses the flash, though. That's going to be a dead thresh, almost definitely. There it is. 4 for 2. What a comeback in a fight.
Huge fight. It looked like a bad start because they did the Trundle Pillar to Yasuo ult initiation once again, but the Ribbon was mostly untouched right there. It allowed JWoww to just wreak havoc on the rest of the team. Let's take a look at this. So very cool. Confirmed. Trundle Pillar puts it up. And then, since it was such a strange start to the fight, it seemed like TKP were just going to take it because it looked like a 5v3 at this point, but look at how low they are, and then also look how JWoww came in from the back. So Xin Zhao dashed to his death at that point, and it was just the flank, I believe, from Gamers 2 that really created the advantage they needed in that fight.
Yeah, the fight started out with like 2 kills that they kind of squeaked through with and ran away with no HP. And it was like really that Riven cleanup that made that one happen. Of course, fights going on in the top of the map as well. Vanillion forced to run back from this one. Gamers 2, they keep making it look like, oh man, we're behind, and then turning it. The beginning of the game, lost the first few kills, turned it. Dragon fight the same way, this fight the same way. Gamers 2 looking really good as far as team fights are concerned.
Definitely turned in their favor on that last fight. And, you know, a little bit of golden efficiency right there by Exile's Yasuo, reselling that longsword. I believe he also had a Dorn's Blade in there somewhere that he got rid of. I could have sworn he had one. Maybe I'm just seeing things, but no lifesteal definitely hurts with how long these team fights are going on for him. He wanted the Infinity Edge so he could get that 90% crit and take advantage of his double crit from his passive, but it cost him, and look at that. He can't get that health back without a Vamp Scepter.
Yep, that's a QW just from Ocelot. Got him to half HP right there. Yasuo, one of the, did you know, Yasuo, one of the few melee champions who doesn't get MR per level. So he's focusing on, it's itemization, runes, and masteries that catch him up there. So he's, what, probably 42 from flat MR blues. That'd be my guess.
Yep. AKA not that much.
No.
And it means Ocelot hits him for that much.
Yes. So pain in the future here for Yasuo. He's, of course, forced to recall and come back into this one. We're seeing the siege begin again. Ocelot with the blue buff this time. Plenty of CDR and mana regen. And it's a scary siege right here, honestly. The Yasuo engage, I feel like it's weird to engage with like a squishy melee guy.
Here comes.
Working, but there's the fight again. The dive on in, the rocket coming by as well. Windwall helping a little bit as well. No damage coming out from Yuki whatsoever. The shockwave might just be enough. There's 1 kill traded back and forth. 2 kills so far for Gamers 2. Morden in the front lines. He's going to survive a little bit more with the shield, but get excited for his Vanillion. Can he find another one? Ocelot, one attack. Gets that one. Double kill for Jinx. Can they keep on going? Diyu's got nowhere to go. Triple kill here for Vanillion. Ugh.
Wow, Freak. These fights come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Trundle Pillar has such crazy range, and the fact that Yasuo just initiates right on top of them, then Xin Zhao flies in and separates them again, actually gives them the safety of initiating with Yasuo.
Yeah.
Because he goes in for the damage, and then Xin Zhao breaks them apart, and the fight just has to start after that. So all those melees actually work together in the craziest sense. Pillar, Chain, and then Xin Zhao. Let's watch how it worked this time, because I swear it happened. Mozilla, Pillar, and immediately Yasuo goes on top of it. But then they pop the Talisman, Xin Zhao comes in from behind.
Look at that wind wall.
And splits them up. So that's how Exile was able to stay safe. Also, exactly, the wind wall stopped Ocelot from getting the ball exactly where he wanted to in that fight. That was a very pretty fight at the best possible time for Team Kappa Prime.
And of course, the entire time you called it the late game hypercarry of Jinx, untouched.
We're not even at the late game. That's the crazy thing.
But she had the early lead. Actually, no, she was actually behind in lane the almost entire time, had less gold every time we saw the kill scores. But getting a triple kill in that fight, she's on 3 items. She's pretty much there as far as an AD carry is concerned. You only typically add 1 more offensive item.
Absolutely, 4 offensive items. The
league.
Infinity Edge would be the last one.
Yeah.
It takes a little while to get to the Infinity Edge, but I see where we're going for this. And a Guardian Angel is now being worked on for Exile. He's not caring about the lifesteal. They have to dodge poke very heavily. But, I mean, after that, the fear must be in Gamers too, knowing that if a pillar hits, Yasuo's on top of them.
Yeah, and it's a new thing to think about too. Like, you think about like Malphite or Orianna, you're like, okay, we got to split up. Like, don't get wombo comboed. Hey, split up for the Trundle Pillar.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's actually a pretty small area. And he managed to get the AD carry, I believe it was the AD carry mid laner, with the Trundle Yasuo combo. Now you've got to make sure you're always far enough away to not get Trundle Yasuo'd.
Yeah.
I've
never seen something like this before.
No, me either.
Yeah, and I think it's definitely catching Gamers to off guard substantially. This was not a synergy we actually considered when we saw the picks and bans.
Not in the slightest, but it's pretty freaking awesome. I'm a fan of this one, I gotta say. The other point I actually kind of think is interesting is you talked about Jinx as well. The team is... Hold on, they're gonna get fought.
It could happen so fast is the thing. Ocelot knows how squishy Zavilion is, and also Exile. And here comes the other side.
The catch onto the Jinx. Where comes the wind wall? Shotgun's going to land onto one. Exile not in a good spot at all. Ginsu dropped low as well. And there's the jump in on from Yasuo. Rocky coming by as well. JWoww still alive, though no one has died yet. It's going to be a big fight. Exile trades in a double kill for his life. And this is a good start to the fight. Excitement there for Jinx. The pillar in as well. That's going to make a lot of things happy. Dude goes down as well. Another 3-for-1 for TKP.
And that wasn't even a clean fight right there for TKP. It's seemed like Gamers 2 got the jump on them, and the fact that it's a 3-for-1 means there's a very real threat on the Baron here. There's just Lucian in the mid lane trying to lifesteal up a little bit. Shyvana's back in base. This could be a swing all the way back for Team Cap Prime.
Ginsu is dangerously low, though. If it was Jinx on the other side, that'd be a dead jungler this instant. Yeah. But it's going to be the Baron going down. Take a look at the gold real quick. Suddenly, wow, I still got to say, the AD carry of G2 still holding a lot of gold, but an uncontested Baron, well earned by TKP. And they're still not even winning in gold with that.
Yeah, and need to figure out exactly how this fight happens. Villian got jumped on, but there wasn't necessarily the follow-up. Great knockback actually by Ginsu in the middle of the map, not allowing Ocelot to finish off Jinx as an AD carry. Then the fight just kind of extended for a little bit. No one was willing to deal with Mozilla on Trundle, so he could just wreak havoc in the backline, and it made things low enough so when Exile went in, he could trade for that double kill, getting his dash on both of them, getting a static Shiv proc, and then finishing off another one.
And pretty good stuff there. And of course, the follow through. I love getting a lantern like mid-fight so I can kill someone else. Like, I mean, starting a gank is nice, but you're like, oh my gosh, I get to catch up again. I get a move block as Jinx. Freaking awesome.
And there's no running from Trundle. The pillar chases down everything. That's the one thing I remember from back when I played a lot of Trundle in Season 1 was that once you started winning a fight, you definitely won that fight because you controlled the map so heavily with that Pillar of Filth. It's now changed to like an ice. Pillar of Ice, I think. It used to be Pillar of Filth.
Yeah. Either way, and actually, we talked about resets a little bit before. Trundle has like the smallest reset ever. His passive, whenever something dies, gets some health back.
If he's on his W, that's one of the things that changed with the rework, I believe.
No, I think it's more healing on the W.
Ah, okay.
I think the passive was actually completely unchanged.
Excellent.
Yes.
It is tremendous.
Tiny reset for Trundle. Spirit Visit helps that too.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
He's going for that next.
Reset comp. It's here.
This is an incredibly dangerous time for Gamers 2, even though, miraculously, we're thinking about this, they just lost a couple team fights, lost a Baron, they're down in turrets, but up 2,000 gold. A lot of about 1,000 to 1,500 of that comes from dudes Targon's Brace. That thing shares a ridiculous amount of gold that gives you way more than the Talisman of Ascension does.
Yeah.
And then also, they're just farming better across the board. But those team fights, team fights from Team Cap are working.
The team fights of the melee-heavy team completely are working, and I'm actually surprised to see that the melee team, who I feel like would be so easy to suck in with Orianna and like get AoE'd down, actually not a problem for these guys at all. So we've been spelling doom for G2 for a while, but they're actually winning. We got to keep that in mind. As far as gold's concerned, the Baron buff, though, given TKP the confidence to try to push in. Not going to tower dive here. Going to put some damage in the turrets, though. 5 turrets down.
And when TKP decides to go in, there is no coming back.
No.
1 pillar, 3 melee champions, including Thresh, who he's like a fake melee, will all just be in the fight immediately. And it's really just Villian who has to fend for himself. Whenever they get the pillar, they have a chance of going in, but it's such a heavy commit that they're going to try and poke this safely.
That was kind of a weird culling actually right there from Yuki, but I like what the support here for TKP is doing. 6 is sitting there very far back, giving Zvilian a lantern like across a wall and saying, hit the turret. If Leona ults you, it's on top of you, just peace out. It's very easy for him to get away from these. I like that a lot.
And it's their only way of sieging this turret. Exactly. They do the trick again. Gamers 2 has to fall back because the turret was getting too low. And that would have been the time for a pillar initiation, and they're actually respecting it a whole bunch at this point.
Yeah, well played then by G2 to know their limits, to know to wait things out. And to be fair, they've bought enough time by sitting at the turret that Baron buff is down to 30 seconds here. Like, these guys did a very good job of you know, okay, we're behind, things are going kind of weird, we're still up 1,000 gold to be fair, and saying you've got to earn every single advantage you guys are getting. G2 still holding on to this game. Baron buff about the timeout. And now I feel like things kind of reset. Where as long as G2 knows that their gold's in good shape, and I feel like they should know this,
oh, Mozilla,
they can make things happen.
Yeah, he's got to run.
All right, here we go. Morden is there, does not have... Of course, it's jungle Shyvana, so no Ruin King for him. No real catch there. It's a really easy run.
I feel like Gamers 2 didn't have enough knowledge of the whole map to know that they could fully commit on Mozilla. Normally, initiating on a tank of his stature would be a bad idea because the rest of the team would collapse in around it, but he was completely alone.
Yeah, you're right. But that's what happened, right? Like, TKP had control of the map for so long. There just was no time for
Gamers
rewards.
Didn't know.
No, they had no way of knowing. Blue Trinket, they should have gotten blue trinkets.
Yep.
Wouldn't have given the kill.
Surprisingly, Gamers 2 has actually not changed many of their trinkets. They're still sitting on just the one sweeper.
Mm-hmm.
Usually at this point in the game, we'll see 2 or 3 sweepers just to try and get some of that ward control back, and it's just not happened here as Gamers has lost control of the map.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll see if they can get it back in some way. There's not even a lot of heavy pink warding either. Like, there's one defensive one by TKP over by, like, their own Wraith camp. Like, the defensive pink ward, make sure nothing's kind of going, funky over there. But really, the map got dark in the past few minutes. No one's really gone back for ward control yet.
A lot of that has to do with the fact that everyone's sitting on a bunch of full item builds or near full item builds. The only person with room for even a Sightstone is TKP's support right here, 6. So he doesn't want to sell his Dorn Shield either to get pink wards. They would literally have to upgrade their trinkets in order to get pink wards, and they have not done that yet.
No one's there's actually only one trinket upgrade in general. You've got the Oracle's upgrade here, 4-6. No one Viz champions, but just wanted the better ward sweeping. Can respect that. 475 gold for better ward killing. Why the heck not right here? Looks like TKP looking like they still want to play aggressively. They've got ward coverage of the enemy blue buff. JWoww not likely to steal this one. Who's going to get the blue buff here?
Very dangerous if we try. Did Ocelot?
I think they went to Trundle. No, went to Yasuo. Ocelot didn't get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, you got a Q that can crit 90% of the time for about 800 damage. I feel like he'll last hit that successfully.
Most of the time.
Most of the time.
And soon he will actually have a last whisper as well. Things are looking very good for Team Kappa Prime, but it does rely on that initiation being crisp. And now that Gamers is starting to respect that initiation after losing a couple fights because of it, we're turning ourselves into a very passive game. Gamers is hoping that TKP actually overcommits for one of these things.
We'll see if they do it. TKP's been reasonably safe in their movements. They went for Baron after winning a team fight, and no one was around for them. They've been happy to fight when it is time, though. Like, they are initiating with Trundle Yasuo. Like, you just have to be confident when you do that because you don't have any time to react. You just have to go all at once. And it looks like actually TKP, they are going to try. They find Ocelot. He's going to Zonia's right away, though. Where's the shotgun going to go? The engage is on from Leona. Yuki getting dropped dangerously low. GA pop right there. Sinja picking up 1 kill. What's going to happen to Exile, though? JWoww is going to pop the ulti. Not going to pick anyone down just yet. Ocelot goes down, and Exile is still alive. Double kill. Kills coming everywhere. TKP just destroying Gamers, too. And that is a 5-for-0 ace.
What a clean fight right there by Team Kappa Prime. They just brute force that initiation, but the synergy is so high between Trundle and Yasuo. Even with Ocelot Zonius, he was at 20% health. Then Exile just dashed around the fight, popped his GA, and I think this could be the game for Team Kappa Prime.
Well, 21 seconds until even Leona comes back up. All of them forcing themselves down there. Armor tanks tanking up the turrets. There's a means to remove the bonus armor from the backdoor bonus as well. And this is going to be the game. It's got to be TKP making it into the top 8. Ocelot not happy about this one. Gamers 2 falling down.
Huge upset, I have to say. Ocelot's challenger team does not advance through here, and Team Kappa Prime with an amazing combo right here. A lot of times when you innovate something like that combo, you don't get much out of it because you pull it out at the wrong time.
Yeah.
They pull it out exactly when it mattered here, and it worked for them.
And they just did the craziest things. Like, I'm just still, like, thinking about how cool it was. They're like, we're just going to Trundle Pillar you in the back lines. Yasuo's going to go full ham. Proc your GA, don't care.
Yeah,
but it's going to start the fight.
I think the best thing about that was the Xin Zhao and how once he had the GA, it was okay for him not to be in with them. But when he did go in at the same time, the fact that he then created safety after he had gotten all the damage out for the team was just a really brilliant synergy that I did not see coming.
Yeah, and of course, just props to all the individual players. Exile actually getting into the back lines, killing individual players, right? You saw the team fight where they got Baron. Right, he had taken out Riven and Ocelot before dying. He got a double kill right there. This last fight actually survived the entire way through. I want to go back and watch it in quarter speed and see how many passive shields he got back.
How many quick dashes he got and how much flow he was able to generate through that fight.
Because you get to, like, what, 20% of your max flow when you have a max rank W, every dash gives you that?
I think so, yeah.
So by the time you get 5 dashes, it's another 700 hit points from the shield, roughly. I forget the exact value.
Yeah.
It only lasts like a second and a half. It's really short-lived.
And when we were watching those fights, too, it was really just Gamers 2 on the run the whole time through because there was no recovery from that initiation. I'm not sure what the future of this is going to be, but maybe just more Yasuo bans.
I mean, I'm okay with that. At least we get to see him in Champ Select. I love new champions. They're so fun to watch. Now, guys, All this week's EU Challenger games are in our match history, so let's check out the fully filled Challenger bracket. The Ninjas in Pajamas are the #1 seed in the Challenger Series, and they will take on Team Kappa Prime in the first quarterfinal match. We'll bring you that game live next week, Thursday, January 23rd.
And just below them in the top half of the bracket is 2 of yesterday's winning teams, Tick, Trick, and Duck and Storm Games Clan. We'll be broadcasting their best-of-3 series next Friday at January 24th.
And on the bottom side of the bracket, we have the other former LCS squad competing in this Challenger Series, Meet Your Makers. They're going to face Eyes on You in 2 weeks on January 30th.
Of course, the final matchup right there is Cloud9 EU versus Pulse Esports on the 31st of January.
And so, guys, while the EU Challenger Series is on pause until next week, Super Week itself continues tomorrow, Friday, with day 1 of the North American Spring Split.
Yeah, the day kicks off at 12 p.m. Pacific, 21 Central European time, with the Summer Split champions, Cloud9, taking on Team Solo Mid and their new mid laner, Bjergsen, in front of the live studio audience here in our Los Angeles studios.
And that does it here for us tonight's broadcast. Congratulations to the final 8 teams in the first ever European Challenger Series. Now for myself, Chat, and the entire live broadcast crew, good night and GG.